During the royal autumn hunt, Song Yaozhi found herself embroiled in a dispute with a woman brought back from the border by her husband. As she scolded the woman for her status as a concubine, her husband, Xiao Ziqian, burst in, pointing at her and declaring, "We shall part ways." Heartbroken, Song Yaozhi entered the tyrant's camp that evening, only to be caught in an awkward moment by the princess and the prince. Consequently, the entire court learned of the scandalous affair between the general's wife and the tyrant. Reborn as the protagonist of an ancient tragic tale, Song Yaozhi wished to escape the torment inflicted by the male lead. However, the obsessive male lead believed her every action was a mere ploy to elicit his attention. He deceived, insulted, and wounded her, convinced that she would continue to love him as she had in the past. Little did he know, Song Yaozhi regarded him as incapable of love. On the day he proposed separation, he expected her to weep and plead for him to stay, but she indeed cried tears of joy. Chapter 1. The Dark-Hearted General's Cast-Off Wife. Madam, the general has returned from the border, accompanied by a woman. Have the festive couplets been affixed? Is the red silk hung? Leaning against the soft couch, Song Yaozhi munched on grapes, murmuring, "Hurry up with the preparations. Otherwise, the general might think me jealous." The maids nodded in agreement, while her handmaiden, Qinggu, stood beside her, worry etched on her face. "Miss, if you feel wronged, we can return to find Master Xiang. He will surely seek justice for you." Sighing, Song Yaozhi looked at her, saying, "Qinggu, you are now a mature adult. You cannot run home to complain at the first sign of trouble." Qinggu paused, her expression faltering. "But, after marrying Miss, Xiao Ziqian neglected you and spent 2 years at the border. Now that he has returned with another woman, does this not make you the laughingstock of the entire capital? Are you suggesting?" Song Yaozhi turned to Qinggu, and under her eager gaze, she continued, "I should seize this opportunity for fame and fortune?" "Huh?" Qinggu was bewildered, utterly lost by Song Yaozhi's words. Clearing her throat, Song Yaozhi's professional instincts kicked in. She was no longer the former Song Yaozhi. She had been reborn as the head of a public relations department after working herself to death, only to find herself in a tragic novel titled The Dark-Hearted General's Cast-Off Wife. She had read this book during her high school years, though the details eluded her. What she remembered was the male lead's relentless torment of the female lead. Despite loving her, he never treated her well, using kindness as a means to an end. Ultimately, the female lead's family met with tragic fates, leading her to take her own life in front of him, leaving him filled with regret while he enjoyed a blissful life with a concubine. While reading, she had found the female lead's naivety baffling. As the daughter of a prime minister, she was showered with love, yet chose to suffer for love's sake. How tragic! In her previous life, Song Yaozhi was merely a struggling worker, her greatest ambition to live without worry. Now, having transmigrated into the prime minister's daughter, she found herself a winner in life, despite the unfortunate timing of her arrival and the presence of a nominal husband. Heaven had bestowed upon her a privileged background, only to pair her with an ill-fated man. Song Yaozhi earnestly advised Qinggu, "Remember, we women should not fear being the subject of ridicule. What we should dread is being a poor laughingstock." Qinggu hesitated to respond. Suddenly, a loud announcement echoed from outside. "The general has returned." Qinggu rushed to assist Song Yaozhi. "Miss, let us go greet the young master." Calmly, Song Yaozhi remained seated on the couch. "Greet him? He has returned with a beautiful maiden. He must be eager to wash up and consummate his marriage. I have no interest in participating in the festivities." Qinggu was struck dumb. Had the incense been prepared? The water in the room must also be set. "And don't forget to prepare a lotus-colored embroidered pouch for that lady. The general has a penchant for such things." Song Yaozhi instructed with a gleam of determination. She was resolved to ensure that the male lead experienced the utmost pleasure, sinking into a blissful stupor, preferably forgetting her entirely, or hastening their divorce. Qinggu was at a loss for words. She thought her mistress's commands resembled those of a brothel matron rather than the daughter of a noble family. Surely, the greatest sorrow lay in her heart, masked by a smile, unaware of how shattered it had become. Upon returning to the Prime Minister's estate, she would certainly inform Master Xiang. Chapter 2. Dismemberment and Disfigurement as Daily Occurrences. Song Yaozhi speculated that her unfortunate husband would likely spend the night with another woman. After issuing her commands, she laid down to rest. When she awoke, she was startled to find a man in white sitting by her side.
"Who are you?"
she exclaimed, sitting upright, her heart racing. "Do you not know that frightening someone can be deadly?"
"Who let you in?"
I must inform you that in this household, men and women do not casually interact. You could be dragged out for public humiliation. The man furrowed his brow. As Song Yaozhi scrutinized him, she noted his striking features, albeit marred by a menacing expression. You do not recognize me? He spoke coldly. Song Yaozhi hesitated for a moment before cautiously venturing. Xiao Ziqian? It seems you have fared quite well these past 2 years, he replied through gritted teeth. Song Yaozhi awkwardly brushed her hair aside. I'm managing. Xiao Ziqian abruptly approached her. Song Yaozhi quickly rolled away to the far side of the bed, eyeing him warily. What do you think you're doing? Xiao Ziqian. Gentlemen use words, not violence. He halted, incredulity washing over his face. You think I would strike you? Of course. This was a tragic tale, where dismemberment and disfigurement were commonplace. How could she not be afraid? Xiao Ziqian's expression revealed her answer. He sneered, standing just outside the bed's reach. So you are aware of fear. If you truly are afraid, then cease employing such despicable tactics. Song Yaozhi was dumbfounded. What despicable tactics? Are you feigning ignorance? He glared at her, the aura of a battle-hardened man unmistakable, even with a countenance as calm as the breeze. Song Yaozhi's mind raced. A lunatic. The male lead of a tragic tale was indeed a madman. You are fully aware that the Emperor has hosted a banquet for me in the palace tonight, inviting us to attend, yet you chose to light aphrodisiac incense in Rower's room. Is this not an attempt to incite the Emperor's wrath towards her? I warn you, Rower is kind and innocent. Should you dare to harm her, I will ensure you suffer. With that, he smashed the nearby wooden table with a single blow. The small table had been where Song Yaozhi kept her snacks, and the grapes she hadn't finished earlier fell to the ground. This man clearly exhibited tendencies toward domestic violence. After some contemplation, Song Yaozhi earnestly suggested, Why don't you divorce me? Or I will divorce you. That way, you need not worry about me harming your rower. Xiao Ziqian's expression darkened further, his glare at Song Yaozhi filled with venomous intent. She persisted in her appeal, I am serious. I do not seem the type to lead a quiet life, do I? Perhaps you should consider it. I will give you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to get ready. Xiao Ziqian, seemingly uninterested in her previous proposal, angrily flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Song Yaozhi hastily called out to him. Where are you going? Xiao Ziqian replied irritably, to the palace to meet the Emperor. Song Yaozhi truly wished to avoid this, but she sensed that if she did not accompany him, the tempestuous Xiao Ziqian would not find peace. She reclined on the bed and let out a heavy sigh. After Xiao Ziqian departed, Qingwu entered. Miss, you are truly clever. Qingwu gazed at Song Yaozhi with admiration. Confused, Song Yaozhi inquired, What do you mean? Miss had already anticipated that the master would summon you to the palace, which is why you had those things prepared to welcome that little vixen. Thus, when you enter the palace tonight, the master will have no grounds to reproach you, and you will be able to seek justice from the Emperor. Song Yaozhi chuckled awkwardly. She had no such intention. Chapter 3. The torment of infatuation. Qingwu assisted Song Yaozhi, helping her don her garments and style her hair. As Song Yaozhi gazed at her reflection in the mirror, she couldn't help but admire her striking beauty, one that could easily eclipse the emerging stars of the modern era. Alas! She was burdened with such a visage while enduring a life of seclusion in the general's residence, a tragic fate indeed. Qingwu, why does Xiao Ziqian refuse to divorce me? Song Yaozhi inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Qingwu, in the midst of adorning her with a jeweled flower, trembled at the question, her expression filled with dread. Miss, have you forgotten? Your marriage to the young master was bestowed by His Majesty himself. In that instant, Song Yaozhi recalled the arduous path the original owner of this body had taken, kneeling in the rain for 3 days to seek her father's consent before petitioning the Emperor for this union. A marriage granted by the Emperor was not something one could simply dissolve. Moreover, she remembered that this Emperor, as depicted in the original narrative, was a capricious tyrant who derived pleasure from murder, a true despot. The torment of infatuation. As Song Yaozhi completed her preparations and approached the door, she found Xiao Ziqian's countenance dark and foreboding. If you waste time like this on the battlefield, it could cost lives. Song Yaozhi nodded earnestly. Indeed. That is why I am not out fighting. Xiao Ziqian clenched his fists tightly. Sensing his volatile temperament, Song Yaozhi quickly moved aside. Song Yaozhi, he roared. Ah. My ears are quite sharp. You may lower your voice, she retorted. Just as Xiao Ziqian prepared to unleash further ire, a graceful young woman in a yellow dress interjected. General, Do not be angry with your wife. A woman adorns herself for the one she loves, and Madam has taken great care to please you. Boer. There is no need to defend her. This woman is cunning and calculating. You should be wary of her intentions, Xiao Ziqian replied, casting a scornful glance at Song Yaozhi. Only then did Song Yaozhi truly observe the young woman beside her, initially mistaking her for a mere maid. This was Roa, yet she appeared so plain. Why are you dressed so simply? Did you not find the garments and jewelry I prepared for you to your liking? Before Roa could respond, Xiao Ziqian's cold voice interrupted. Not everyone is as extravagant as you, Song Yaozhi. Roa embodies grace and simplicity. Keep your trinkets for yourself. Song Yaozhi gasped in shock. This was blatant flattery cloaked in disdain. She felt a wave of sympathy for Roa, as Xiao Ziqian had established such a modest persona for her, one that would surely lead to hardship in the future. Thank you, madam, for the thoughtful gifts. I did not wish to disappoint your kindness, but after a long journey, and with the general needing to meet His Majesty, I simply lacked the energy to attend to my appearance. Please do not hold it against me, Rower said, offering a slight bow as a gesture of apology. Listening to her fragrant words, Song Yaozhi couldn't help but applaud inwardly. Initially, she feared Rower lacked the acumen to thrive in this cruel narrative. Yet it seemed that those who could rise to prominence as formidable secondary characters were not to be underestimated. Do not blame her. She acts out of devotion to the general, Song Yaozhi said enthusiastically. Rower's expression stiffened momentarily, her smile losing its sincerity. Earlier, she had heard rumors of Song Yaozhi's arrogance and capriciousness, yet upon meeting her, she found her to possess a certain cunning. Chapter 4. The Onslaught of Heartache. Enough, Rower. You need not entertain her. If she dares to reproach you, inform me. With me here, no one shall dare to mistreat you, Xiao Ziqian proclaimed, seemingly addressing Roa while his gaze remained fixed on Song Yaozhi, issuing a clear warning. Song Yaozhi felt a swell of gratitude. The more Xiao Ziqian favored Roa, the safer she felt. After a prolonged silence, during which Song Yaozhi offered no words, Xiao Ziqian's already grim demeanor darkened further. It was only when a guard reminded them that they were running late for the palace that Xiao Ziqian reluctantly bade farewell to Rower and entered the carriage. As he turned to assist Song Yaozhi, she had already climbed aboard. With a perplexed expression, she asked, "Did you forget something?" Xiao Ziqian angrily tossed his sleeve and sat within the carriage. Song Yaozhi, feeling the weight of his cold demeanor, mused, "This man is insufferable. More difficult to please than a demanding client." Besides, she was not reliant on him for sustenance. She had a formidable father, the Chancellor, who needed a husband when her father was so dependable. Moreover, what was Xiao Ziqian compared to the emperor? The true sovereign they were to meet was the ultimate authority, one whose displeasure could bring ruin upon entire lineages. Upon reaching the palace gates, they disembarked from the carriage and proceeded on foot. Song Yaozhi felt that the grandeur of the imperial palace was akin to the depictions in dramas, yet being within its walls allowed her to truly appreciate the imperial majesty. Today's banquet was held in the Linda Hall, where attendants awaited outside. Upon seeing Xiao Ziqian, they exclaimed, "We have awaited your arrival, General Xiao and Madame Xiao. Please enter and take your seats. His Majesty shall arrive shortly." "Thank you, Eunuch Fu," Xiao Ziqian replied with a respectful bow. Eunuch Fu smiled and shook his head. "It is merely my duty." Once pleasantries had been exchanged, as they were ushered into the hall, Eunuch Fu leaned closer to Xiao Ziqian and whispered, "General, your recent victories have been remarkable, reclaiming 7 cities along the border. His Majesty is overjoyed with the news. You are sure to be rewarded with promotions." Xiao Ziqian smiled. "I appreciate your kind words, Eunuch Fu. Should I ascend to greater heights, it would certainly be thanks to your favorable mentions before His Majesty." Song Yaozhi pondered the contrast before her. Xiao Ziqian, who seemed a tyrant in her presence, was capable of humility before authority. This was advantageous for her. As he dealt with matters, she could afford to remain silent. As they settled into their designated seats, a sumptuous feast was laid before them, tempting her appetite. However, until the emperor arrived, no one was permitted to partake. While Song Yaozhi drooled over the array of delicacies, Xiao Ziqian suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice to warn. "Song Yaozhi, if you dare to speak out of turn before His Majesty, I will break your legs." The torment of heartache was upon them. "Rest assured, I shall not." Song Yaozhi replied promptly. Xiao Ziqian was taken aback, momentarily lost in the clarity of her gaze. 2 years prior, Song Yaozhi had been defiant and combative. wielding her status as the chancellor's daughter to undermine his dignity. Had her victory in battle rendered him less of a mere orphan with a hollow title? Xiao Ziqian scoffed internally, dismissing her as hypocritical. His Majesty has arrived. A sharp cry echoed through the hall, prompting everyone to kneel. Before Song Yaozhi could process the command, Xiao Ziqian yanked her down to the ground, causing her to wince in pain. "Don't drag me down with you," she hissed. Xiao Ziqian muttered in a low voice. "Behave." Song Yaozhi inhaled deeply and retorted, "Pathetic. Why fear the supporting male lead? Does the protagonist's aura not rival that of the emperor?" Xiao Ziqian was momentarily speechless, his anger surging. This Song Yaozhi was even more infuriating than she had been 2 years ago. Chapter 5. The tyrant Song Yaozhi rested her head against the cool floor, grateful for her youth and lack of afflictions. Had she inhabited her previous body, her back would have protested severely after such a display of submission. As she indulged in her errant thoughts, Yuguang caught sight of a pair of gleaming yellow boots approaching her direction, halting before her. "Ziqian, please rise. There is no need for such formalities between us." A deep, cold, magnetic voice resonated, leading Song Yaozhi to ponder that this emperor could easily assume the role of a virtual boyfriend in modern gaming. The voice continued, "Xiao Song, please rise." Who is Xiao Song? Why does that name sound so peculiar? In her recent observations of the hall, she noted that apart from herself and Xiao Ziqian, there were merely a few palace attendants present. While Yaozhi contemplated this, Xiao Ziqian grasped her arm and effortlessly lifted her. Startled, she suddenly found herself face to face with the man before her. His first impression was one of cold severity, his pitch-black, profound eyes seemed to pierce through her like a chilling river. A well-defined nose graced his face, complemented by thin lips, his features strikingly deep and three-dimensional, handsome and cool. Almost unreal. Rather than donning the yellow attire, he wore a black robe adorned with gold, further accentuating his somber and brooding presence. "Do not gaze so directly at His Majesty." Xiao Ziqian furrowed his brow, sharply pinching Song Yaozhi's arm. The sudden pain jolted her back to reality. She lowered her gaze, inwardly cursing Xiao Ziqian for this apparent act of revenge. Yet, she understood that in this era, staring at the emperor could incur a death penalty. Moreover, she recalled from the original text that this tyrant dealt mercilessly with those who disrespected him. The mildest punishment involved dismemberment, while the harshest could lead to the 10 tortures. She had always envisioned him as a nefarious figure, but to her surprise, he was even more handsome than Xiao Ziqian. Stammering, she said, "Your Majesty, I did not mean to. It was my fault. I should not have gazed at you in such a manner. I was simply captivated by your divine countenance, akin to that of a temple deity, and was momentarily lost in admiration." A brief silence ensued, followed by a chuckle from Sin. "After 2 years, I find Song Xiang's daughter increasingly intriguing." After speaking, he turned to Xiao Ziqian. "You must cherish such a remarkable person." "Indeed," Xiao Ziqian replied. Sin then patted Xiao Ziqian's shoulder and proceeded to take a seat at the elevated position. As he settled, he instructed, "Ziqian, please sit down. Today is a family banquet, and there is no need for such excess formality." Nevertheless, Xiao Ziqian performed another bow, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Song Yaozhi followed suit, finally able to sit down in peace. Upon the emperor's arrival, the music commenced, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a musical dining establishment. As she ate, Song Yaozhi mused about this ambience. Shortly thereafter, several graceful beauties clad in light garments entered, their waists swaying enticingly. Each woman possessed her unique charm, but it was their figures that truly captivated. Such breasts, such waists, such legs. Could she even lay eyes upon such beauty? Xiao Ziqian had been observing Song Yaozhi. She had begun eating the moment she sat down, and after a while, she shifted her attention to the dancers. As a fellow woman, did she find the dancers so alluring? Just as his irritation began to rise, a flowing sleeve, shimmering like moonlight, was tossed in his direction. Instinctively, he dodged, but in the next moment, Song Yaozhi had seized the sleeve, casting a shameless flirtatious glance at the dancer. Xiao Ziqian inhaled deeply, reminding himself that he was in Linda Hall and must tread carefully. Yet, the dancer was the first to ignite in anger. "Song Yaozhi, release my sleeve." "Let go."
"What?
"A princess?" Song Yaozhi gasped, quickly relinquishing the sleeve. Princess Changlu glared at her furiously. "Song Yaozhi, you have become increasingly audacious in these 2 years. Do you think you can grasp my sleeve?" Song Yaozhi knelt before Princess Changlo, exclaiming, "I meant no offense, your highness. I was momentarily entranced by your captivating grace and enchanting dance, which compelled me to seize your sleeve. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Her rapid confession caught Princess Changlo off guard, while Xiao Ziqian beside her wore an expression of astonishment. Was this truly the headstrong Song Yaozhi? "Do you truly find me enchanting?" Princess Changlo inquired shyly. With sincerity, Song Yaozhi replied, "You are a paragon of beauty."
Princesse Chang le stifle d'Agig.
Clearing her throat, "You have an eye for beauty. Now, please rise, or my elder brother will scold me for bullying you." With a sigh of relief, Song Yaozhi returned to her seat, only to turn and meet Xiao Ziqian's icy gaze. "Shameless," he declared. Song Yaozhi paid no heed to his words. He was no less guilty of flattery when it suited him. Having navigated the immediate crisis, she resolved to focus on her meal, hoping that eating would spare her from further troubles. Just as she was finishing her dish, Princess Changla suddenly asked, "Brother Ziqian, did you enjoy the dance I performed for you?" Song Yaozhi perked up, realizing that this was yet another oblivious, supporting character. Xiao Ziqian replied, "The princess is a vision of grace. How could I be worthy of such a dance?" Princess Changla beamed at his flattery, while Xiao Ziqian returned his gaze to Song Yaozhi, who offered him a knowing glance. His frown deepened, agitation rising within him. Noticing the flirtatious exchange between them, Princess Changlo, unable to contain her annoyance, turned to Song Yaozhi. "Why are you merely eating? Brother Ziqian has been away for 2 years. Do you not wish to offer him a dance?" Song Yaozhi's mood soured. She genuinely wished to remain invisible. "I am afraid my dancing is too unrefined to grace such an occasion." Upon uttering those words, she felt the eyes of 3 notable figures in the hall fixate upon her. Momentarily taken aback, she wondered what she had said that warranted such attention. Sun, reclining on his high seat with a cup of wine in hand, chuckled lightly and remarked, "At the previous 100 Flowers banquet, the performance of Xiao Song was renowned throughout the capital. Even I have heard of it. Now, after just a few years, she claims she no longer dances. Ziqian, if this reaches the Prime Minister's ears, he will surely not let you off easily." As soon as the words left his lips, Song Yaozhi sensed Xiao Ziqian stiffen. Sun's statement served as a warning bell, reminding Xiao Ziqian to treat the Prime Minister's daughter with greater care. Song Yaozhi, unusually empathetic towards Xiao Ziqian, realized she was unaware of the fame that had preceded her. Otherwise, she would have chosen her words more wisely. Just as she contemplated speaking up on Xiao Ziqian's behalf, after all, it was morally dubious to let a colleague take the blame. He abruptly knelt in the hall. "Your Majesty, I am acutely aware of my failings towards Yaozhi. I do not know how to make amends, but I beseech you not to wrong another innocent woman." Xiao Ziqian paused, taking a deep breath as if steeling himself for what lay ahead. "While stationed at the frontier, I was saved by Lin Rower, and I wish to take her as my lawful wife. I humbly request your blessing for this union." What audacity! Song Yaozhi felt indignation on behalf of the original character, reflecting on the nonsense of his words. He acknowledged his wrongdoing yet believed he could avoid further transgressions by marrying Lin Rower. What was the original character? A mere stepping stone? The suffering she endured at Xiao Ziqian's hands was not lost on him. He simply chose to impart all those experiences to another woman. The hall fell into an oppressive silence. Sun's piercing gaze swept from Xiao Ziqian to Song Yaozhi. "Xiao Song, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Song Yaozhi let out a cold laugh and said, "Your Majesty, I hold great admiration for General Zhao's chivalrous spirit of repaying kindness. However, it seems that General Zhao places such immense weight on his life-saving grace, to the extent that he is willing to disregard his wife, who has waited patiently at home for 2 years. In the future, when Miss Lin becomes the secondary wife of the general's household, I fear that she will be the one receiving all the comforts, while I am left unheard. Your Majesty, I am quite jealous. I cannot endure such humiliation. Therefore, I implore your Majesty to allow us to part ways, thus fulfilling the general's desire to repay his benefactor. I humbly thank your Majesty for your grace." After speaking, she knelt down and performed a deep bow. Xiao Ziqian coldly replied, "There is no need to tarnish Rower's reputation. She is the kindest and most considerate person and would never allow you to suffer." Without lifting her head, Song Yaozhi retorted, "She wouldn't, but you would. Do you not wish to solely cherish her? Now that you have her, do you still wish to see me?" Xiao Ziqian was greatly provoked. Were it not for the presence of the emperor, he would have silenced Song Yaozhi long ago. Her words were clearly intended to sabotage his marriage with Rower. Resisting the urge to argue, he respectfully addressed Sin, "Your Majesty, I assure you I will never allow the Prime Minister's daughter to suffer even the slightest grievance. My intention in marrying Miss Lin is solely to provide her with a stable life after losing her parents at a young age. Then why not adopt her as a goddaughter? That would be more secure," Song Yaozhi interjected. Xiao Ziqian clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. At that moment, Chang Li suddenly aligned herself with Song Yaozhi, agreeing, "Song Yaozhi is right. Brother Ziqian, you could adopt her as a goddaughter. As the general's goddaughter. She would never worry about food and clothing, and she could choose her own partner. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Xiao Ziqian fell silent. Despite the suggestion, he had never considered raising Lin Rower as a daughter. If General Xiao has affections for Miss Lin, he should just admit it. What is with this talk of kindness and repayment? It is insincere. Song Yaozhi continued to dig. Xiao Ziqian, exasperated, replied, "Song Yaozhi, my relationship with Miss Lin is not as sordid as you imagine." She shot back, "Oh, you are not sordid? You lust after her. You disgraceful man." Xiao Ziqian's anger flared. Enough. With a loud crash, Xin threw his wine cup onto the jade table, causing it to roll twice on the surface. A sound that left everyone in the hall breathless. Song Yaozhi felt a shiver run down her spine. Xin casually glanced at Song Yaozhi. "Song Yaozhi, you may rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Song Yaozhi carefully stood up, afraid that any sudden movement might provoke the Emperor's wrath. As soon as she sat back down, Xin looked at her again, causing her to feel a chill in her neck. He then addressed Xiao Ziqian, "The Lin family has rendered kindness to you. I will ensure she receives her due rewards. A mere commoner should not be placed on equal footing with the daughter of the Prime Minister. Is your intention to slap the Prime Minister's face, or mine as the one bestowing the marriage?" Xiao Ziqian quickly replied, "I dare not. Song Yaozhi is virtuous and gracious. General Xiao should cherish the person before him." He curled his fingers, tapping rhythmically on the table. Like a drumbeat, Xiao Ziqian knelt and bowed. "I understand. Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty." After making the statement, Xin turned to Song Yaozhi again. "I summoned Prime Minister Song a few days ago. He wishes for a harmonious family. The Song family should also be cautious in word and deed, lest they disappoint him." Meeting Xin's icy gaze, Song Yaozhi felt a chill run down her spine. Chapter 8. Retreat to Advance. Capturing by release tonight's banquet did not suit Song Yaozhi's palate. The Emperor's overwhelming presence, especially with his tone of equal punishment, instilled a sense of dread akin to the wrath of a ruler capable of causing countless deaths. Before tonight, she had felt as though she were merely a player in a game, for this was a book, not the real world. She possessed none of the original owner's memories. Her sole understanding of this realm was the remnants of her recollection of the original story. However, tonight she experienced a palpable crisis, making her realize that everything occurring in this world was intricately tied to her fate. It seems that if she wished to part ways, it would require Xiao Ziqian to approach the Emperor himself, allowing him to bear the brunt of the Emperor's wrath. As they returned to the general's residence in the carriage, Xiao Ziqian continuously scrutinized Song Yaozhi. "Song Yaozhi, after 2 years apart, you have become much more cunning and resourceful." Lost in thought, Song Yaozhi was suddenly jolted as Xiao Ziqian grasped her chin tightly. Forced to meet his piercing gaze, she protested, "Let go. It hurts." She attempted to pry his hand away, but instead, he tightened his grip, employing a strategy of retreat to advance, desiring to capture her through restraint. "You think too much. Release me." "Release? Do you not enjoy this? Is this not what you desire?" Xiao Ziqian fixed his gaze on her, leaning in to kiss her. With a sharp crack, Song Yaozhi delivered a resounding slap to his face. "What madness is this?" She glared at him, wrenching free from his hold. "Do you take me for someone to be bullied like Lin Rower?" Xiao Ziqian, understand this. "I am Song Yaozhi, the daughter of the current Prime Minister." Xiao Ziqian looked at her with derision. "Rest assured, I see you clearly, and I remember everything." His words hinted at unspoken truths, how she had once coerced him into marriage with her power. "Then remember well, so you may refrain from acting madly in my presence." Song Yaozhi replied coldly. As the carriage rolled back to the general's residence, Song Yaozhi was the first to lift the curtain and leap down. Qingwu awaited her at the entrance, promptly draping a thin cloak over her shoulders. Standing alongside Qingwu was Lin Rower, who, despite having worn the same dress since the afternoon, carried only a white cloak intended for Xiao Ziqian. Noticing Song Yaozhi's gaze, Lin Rower bowed slightly. Miss, I have seen you. Song Yaozhi nodded in acknowledgement and moved to enter. Qinggu, anxious, called out, Miss, should we not wait for the lord? Song Yaozhi scoffed. Does he deserve it? Qinggu stared at her in surprise. Without further explanation, Song Yaozhi continued walking, glancing back at Lin Rower to say, even if we were to wait for him, one's health should take precedence. Beware of catching a chill in this dampness. In this era, even a slight cold could prove fatal.
Lin Rower,
Taken aback by Song Yaozhi's words, momentarily forgot how to respond. However, by the time she wished to express her gratitude, Song Yaozhi had already disappeared from sight.
Rower,
Why are you dressed so lightly? Xiao Ziqian, having dismounted from the carriage, scolded Lin Rower with displeasure. Snapped back to reality. Lin Rower draped the cloak over Xiao Ziqian and, in a soft tone, said, General, I am not cold. Have you eaten well tonight? I have prepared soup for you. Can you still manage to drink some? The coldness that had enveloped Xiao Ziqian dissipated instantly upon her words. Regardless of how it is. I must have a bowl of the soup you made. Lin Rower shyly lowered her head. Xiao Ziqian observed her expression and recalled the overbearing Song Yaozhi he had encountered moments ago in the carriage. What kind of prime minister's daughter was she? Merely a shrew. Chapter 9. Not quite so unfortunate. The following day, Lin Rower arrived early to pay her respects to Song Yaozhi, only to be sent away by Song Yaozhi's servant. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Rower remained undeterred by the weather. Upon hearing that Lin Rower was seeking her out again, Song Yaozhi lay in bed, contemplating that if Lin Rower existed in the modern world, she would undoubtedly be a high achiever. Anyone who worked alongside her would be doomed. Miss, the young master says he intends to take Miss Lin to the temple for prayers today. Would you like to join them? Qingwu asked as she opened the window and lifted the bed curtain. The sunlight immediately flooded into the room, causing Song Yaozhi to burrow deeper under the covers.
No.
No, I have no worries about food and drink. What need have I for prayers? Song Yaozhi thought to herself. She believed that seeking divine intervention was pointless. It would be better to petition the emperor for a divorce from Xiao Ziqian and return home to live off her family. But miss, if you do not go, the young master will take only Miss Lin. They are alone together. What if something were to happen? Qingwu urged. Isn't that splendid? Song Yaozhi replied, lifting the covers to gaze at Qingwu. They are a perfect match, destined for one another. If they have not yet acted upon their feelings, I begin to doubt Xiao Ziqian's capabilities. Qingwu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom such words coming from her mistress. Song Yaozhi. A sudden knocking sounded from outside the door. Qingwu's eyes lit up. Miss, it's the young master. She hurried to open the door. Internally, Song Yaozhi felt an overwhelming irritation. Qingwu opened the door to reveal Xiao Ziqian, who stood with a furrowed brow. Where is Song Yaozhi? Qingwu's enthusiasm was doused by his presence. The miss is in her room, she said awkwardly. Without a word, Xiao Ziqian pushed past her and entered the room. Upon seeing Song Yaozhi still lounging in bed, his expression darkened. Did I not send word that we were to go pray today? Why have you not risen? Song Yaozhi turned away, presenting the back of her head to him. I refuse to go. Xiao Ziqian clenched his fists, his jaw tight as he strode toward her, grabbing her arm and pulling her up from the bed.
Miss,
Qingwu exclaimed in alarm, rushing to her side. Xiao Ziqian towered over the drowsy Song Yaozhi. You have half an hour to wash and dress. If you are not ready in that time, you shall go as you are. With that, he turned and stormed out of the room. Song Yaozhi was taken aback. Was he not simply a hot-headed child with an underdeveloped mind? Qingwu sat beside her. Concern etched on her face. Miss, are you all right? Song Yaozhi shook her head. Miss, allow me to assist you in dressing, Qingwu offered cautiously. Song Yaozhi regarded her. Qingwu, why is it so imperative for me to accompany him? Is he not capable of spending time alone with Miss Lin? Miss, I know you harbor a deep disdain for that wretched girl, wishing for her demise. But the young master is remarkably astute. How could he fail to recognize that if he were to take her out alone, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished? In the future, she would only be able to serve as a concubine. It appears the young master intends to elevate her status to one that is equal to yours. As Qingwu spoke, tears fell for the bleak future that awaited Song Yaozhi. How could this be? Song Yaozhi gasped, realizing that Xiao Ziqian could not afford to take Lin Rower out alone. It seemed that a rendezvous was inevitable, and she would have to accompany them. Sighing, she said, "Very well, stop the tears. Help me change my clothes." To her surprise, Qing Wu's weeping intensified. "Oh, my unfortunate mistress." "Not so unfortunate. At least my family still possesses wealth and influence," Song Yaozhi replied. Chapter 10. Dress for mourning? Song Yaozhi donned a simple green gown, devoid of any adornments. Initially, she had no intention of wearing even a hairpin, but Qing Wu insisted, fastening a pearl pin in her hair, which lent her an air of delicate beauty. As she stepped out, Xiao Ziqian and Lin Rower awaited her at the door. Both were clad in white garments, resembling a couple in matching attire. However, the trio together appeared as though they were heading to a funeral. Upon seeing Song Yaozhi's attire, Xiao Ziqian's expression darkened. "What are you wearing? Can't you tell?" Song Yaozhi replied, twirling before him. "It's merely clothing." Xiao Ziqian was momentarily speechless. "Have I been neglecting you? Dressed like this, are you going to a funeral?" Song Yaozhi found Xiao Ziqian's perspective rather peculiar. When she adorned herself in lavish attire, he accused her of extravagance. Now, in simple clothing, he ridiculed her for mourning. "Perhaps you should concern yourself with acquiring some suitable garments for yourself, General. One might think there are daily funerals at the General's residence," she retorted before swiftly boarding the carriage, uninterested in further debate. Xiao Ziqian fumed outside for a moment, only to be soothed by Lin Rower. Their destination was the Dong'an Temple on the outskirts of the city. The temple was bustling with visitors, and by the time they arrived, it was nearly noon. Xiao Ziqian immediately engaged in conversation with a monk, who then guided him to light thousands of everlasting lamps. As he lit the lamps, Lin Rower turned to Song Yaozhi. "Madam, these lamps are lit by the general in honor of the soldiers who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield. During his 2 years at the border, the general valiantly charged into battle countless times, and the number of fallen soldiers is in the tens of thousands. We had initially intended to bring their remains back, but it was far too many. You have likely never witnessed the harrowing sight of a mountain of corpses and the cries of the grieving." Song Yaozhi turned to her. "You are commendable, as are the soldiers who shed their blood for the nation." As she spoke, Song Yaozhi reverently bowed 3 times before the Buddha statue. Lin Rower anticipated an angry reaction from her, but Song Yaozhi's demeanor was unexpectedly calm, leaving her at a loss for words. "Please continue. I shall take a stroll," Song Yaozhi said to Lin Rower. Lin Rower was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. Before she could react, Song Yaozhi had already walked away with Qing Wu.
"Miss, how can you leave now?"
"Are you not allowing the young master and that wretched girl to develop their feelings?" Qing Wu exclaimed anxiously as she followed. Song Yaozhi frowned slightly. "Qing Wu, she has a name. You should refer to her as Miss Lin from now on." Qing Wu was taken aback, responding with a discontented "oh." Furthermore, "Qing Wu, while I once foolishly harbored feelings for Xiao Ziqian, I no longer do. I foresee a day when we shall part ways. So you need not harbor such intense animosity toward Miss Lin on my behalf." Qing Wu was astonished. "What? Miss, you intend to divorce the young master?" "Indeed. This cannot be. What will you do if you are cast aside? Did the young master say something to you?" "No. I must inform the Prime Minister," Qing Wu exclaimed, her urgency akin to a cat on a hot tin roof, eager to rush back to the Prime Minister's residence. Song Yaozhi felt a headache coming on. Why must it be me who is cast aside? Could it not be I who does the casting off? Qing Wu's eyes widened in shock. "Let it be known to you that this is merely for your awareness, so you need not overly concern yourself with whom Xiao Ziqian favors," Song Yaozhi clarified. Qing Wu opened her mouth as if to protest but found herself at a loss for words, her cheeks flushed. "Surely there is vegetarian food available here? Qing Wu, could you find out where we might eat?" Song Yaozhi inquired, deciding to observe a vegetarian diet that day. Qing Wu stood still processing the earlier revelation about the impending divorce. "Go on," Song Yaozhi urged. Only then did Qing Wu nod and set off to find the food. Chapter 11. Early divorce and return home to rest. Song Yaozhi initially intended to explore the temple at her own pace, but she did not anticipate its vastness. As she wandered aimlessly, the once bustling surroundings filled with pilgrims became eerily deserted, the air thick with the potent scent of incense, creating an unusually tranquil atmosphere. After circling the corridors twice without finding her way back, she stumbled upon a Buddhist hall. Contemplating her situation, she entered, knelt upon a mat, and offered 3 bows before the statue, making a wish for an early divorce and a return home to rest. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a little fox sprang forth, knocking the offerings from the incense table to the ground. Song Yaozhi hurriedly shooed the fox away and sought the fallen offerings, which had rolled to the far end of the table. As she retrieved them, she hoped fervently that the Buddha would not hold her accountable for the fox's antics. Just as she grasped the offering, a creaking sound echoed, and a door behind the statue swung open, revealing a man and a woman. A chill ran down Song Yaozhi's spine. Could she have unwittingly stumbled into a scene of illicit dealings? The emperor merely needs to nourish the child goo with blood on the 15th of each month for 3 months, and it will absorb the mother goo within him. A sweet female voice declared. Are there any taboos? Came a male voice. Upon hearing this, Song Yaozhi instinctively covered her mouth. Wasn't that the emperor?
Indeed.
During these 3 months, the emperor must protect the child goo. Even the eunuchs surrounding him must not touch it.
Why?
The poison known as the life and death goo afflicts the emperor. The mother goo within him signifies life, while the child goo represents death. Should the child goo bite someone, that individual will perish instantly, becoming the host of the child goo and sharing the emperor's fate. Is there truly such a sophisticated goo? Song Yaozhi pondered, intrigued by the mysterious nature of this conversation. Was the speaker a girl from Miaojiang, skilled in the arts of goo? She longed to witness the goo king in action. As she mused, a loud crash interrupted her thoughts. The incense table that concealed her was overturned. Prostrate on the ground, she looked up to see Xin and the girl beside him. Dressed in a long black robe with hair tied high, Xin's deep-set, narrow eyes regarded her coldly. Clearing her throat, Song Yaozhi shifted from lying to kneeling, awkwardly stating, Your Majesty, what a coincidence. What did you hear? Xin asked in a cold tone. I heard nothing, she quickly replied. You are quite clever. Xin stepped closer, but clever people do not tend to live long. With that, he seized her throat, lifting her effortlessly. Song Yaozhi struggled for air, her vision blurring. She flailed her arms in a desperate attempt to pry his grip loose, but his dark gaze bore down on her, intent on her demise. As she stood on tiptoe, her eyes fell upon a bulge at his waist, recalling their earlier conversation. She reached out and grasped at his waist, causing a small wooden box to tumble to the ground. Xin's expression shifted as he released her and bent to retrieve the box. Seizing the moment, Song Yaozhi rolled over, snatched the box, and without a second thought, thrust her hand inside. A sharp pain pricked her fingertip, and she recoiled, discovering a small red mark where a creature had bitten her, while the black insect within the box writhed, seemingly on the brink of death. Xin snatched the box from her grasp. Song Yaozhi, if you wish to die, I shall grant you that. Xin raised his hand, poised to strike her. Your Majesty, please. The sweet female voice interjected, halting Xin's hand. Chapter 12. Fear of death, a fundamental instinct. Xin's hand hovered dangerously close to Song Yaozhi's head. Jun Fu hurried to his side, glancing at the goo in his hand. Your Majesty, her fate is now intertwined with yours. If she dies, so shall you. Xin knew well the implications of her unfinished thought. Is there a way to break this curse, Miss Jun? He inquired. Song Yaozhi noted the emperor's swift emotional shift. Moments ago, he had been ready to kill her, and now he was composed. Jun Fu replied, We could nurture another child goo with her blood. A shiver ran through Song Yaozhi as she regarded the two before her warily. And how long would that take? Xin asked. At least 3 months. With bloodletting on the 1st and 15th of each month, Jun Fu responded. Xin turned his gaze towards Song Yaozhi. I will willingly bleed, however much you desire. But I do not wish to die, she proclaimed, swallowing hard. I swear I will remain silent and not divulge anything. I beseech your Majesty to spare my life. Bowing deeply, the sound echoed in the chamber. Xin regarded her bowed head, his perception of her shifting. 2 years prior, she had been so desperate for Xiao Ziqian that she had forced the chancellor to seek a marriage decree. Yet after the banquet and this encounter, his understanding of her intelligence had transformed. You are the beloved daughter of the chancellor. As long as you remain discreet, I shall not harm you. A cold sweat broke out on Song Yaozhi's forehead, sensing the veiled threat in his words. Rise, Xin commanded. On the 1st and 15th of each month, I will send someone to escort you to the palace. The emphasis he placed on those 2 dates sent a chill down her spine, as they felt ominously like her destined days of reckoning. Thank you, your Majesty, she stammered, scrambling to her feet and lowering her gaze under his scrutinizing stare. I shall take my leave now, Xin replied. Song Yaozhi, the fate of the chancellor's household rests upon your shoulders. Song Yaozhi felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her temple, Was this a threat? With no tears left to shed, she took a step back and then fled. Observing her retreat, Junfu questioned, Your Majesty, you are letting her go just like that? What if she, Sin scoffed, she fears for her life, too much to speak carelessly. Junfu recalled the desperation in Song Yaozhi's plea for survival. Indeed, she was terrified. In her frantic bid for escape, Song Yaozhi ran in circles, eventually returning to the Buddhist hall, colliding with Sin as he exited. Furrowing his brow, he asked, Why are you still here? With a thud, she knelt before him, tears streaming down her face as she implored, I truly did not eavesdrop. I wandered in circles and lost my way. Please do not misunderstand me. Sin recalled the day she had knelt so readily in the Linda Hall. Get up. He averted his gaze. I shall escort you out. Startled, she looked up. You will take me out? If you prefer, you may wait for someone else. With that, he turned on his heel. Song Yaozhi hastily scrambled to follow him. After wandering aimlessly for so long without encountering a soul, she feared she might perish alone in the temple if she waited for another to lead her out. Keeping a respectful distance of 3 paces behind him, she lowered her head, wary of provoking him. Before long, they emerged from the maze-like courtyard. Upon reaching familiar ground, Song Yaozhi wished to part ways with Sin. Contemplating how to broach the subject, when she heard a voice call, Song Yaozhi. Chapter 13. Who incited Xiao Ziqian to divorce? Xiao Ziqian hurriedly approached, intending to scold Song Yaozhi. However, as he neared and beheld Sin's face, his expression shifted dramatically, and he clasped his hands to bow. Sin raised a hand to halt him. Today, I am incognito, no need for formalities. Xiao Ziqian complied, stifling his actions. Sin glanced back at Song Yaozhi and remarked, Xiao brother, I coincidentally encountered Madame Xiao. She was lost, so I brought her back to you. You must keep a close watch on her. Xiao Ziqian, with a complex expression, looked at Song Yaozhi and respectfully acknowledged, Indeed. I have matters to attend to at home, and shall take my leave now, Xiao brother. With one hand behind his back, Sin spoke and then departed. Xiao Ziqian cupped his hands in farewell, bowing deeply as Sin vanished from sight. Once Sin was gone, Xiao Ziqian frowned at Song Yaozhi. Why are you wandering around when you don't even know the way? Having just returned from a harrowing experience, Song Yaozhi, feeling fatigued, could not muster the energy to argue. Instead, she lamented, Have you finished lighting the lamps? If so, let us hasten back. Noting her worn demeanor, Xiao Ziqian surmised she must have been frightened by being lost. After all, she had been sheltered as a young lady, always accompanied when venturing out, and had never endured such hardship. While he found her delicate nature somewhat exasperating, he softened his tone. Qingwu mentioned you wish to eat vegetarian dishes. I've asked her to prepare some for us to enjoy before we return. Song Yaozhi scrunched her face in discomfort, but nodded pitifully. Now that Sin, that murderous fiend, should have departed, she thought of the monthly visits to the palace for bloodletting and nurturing the poison, and her heart sank. She wondered if, after nurturing the poison, Sin would silence her for good. Lost in her troubled thoughts, she inadvertently overindulged in her meal. That night, discomfort from her overindulgence kept her awake, and just as she began to drift off, a commotion arose outside. Disturbed by the noise, Song Yaozhi called out for Qingwu. Qingwu rushed in. Miss, what troubles you? What is the commotion outside? Supporting her forehead with one hand, Song Yaozhi inquired. Qingwu replied, The Emperor's rewards have arrived. They've granted a residence to the young Miss Lin. The young master has instructed her to move out, but she is unwilling, and now there is an uproar outside. Qingwu spoke with a hint of amusement. Instantly, Song Yaozhi was wide awake. Miss Lin is leaving? She gasped, quickly rising. Where are they causing a ruckus? Take me there at once. Qingwu, confused by her urgency, hesitated. Miss, do you wish to witness the commotion? Perhaps we should wait until it calms down? If the young master takes out his anger on you. Song Yaozhi dismissed her concerns, her mind troubled by the thought of Xiao Ziqian forcing Lin Ruru to leave, who would then persuade him to petition the emperor for a divorce. Was she truly destined to be a general's wife for life? Donning a pink cloak, she dashed out. Miss, your hair is unkempt. Qingwu hurried after her. Following the noise, Song Yaozhi rushed forward, but midway, the commotion ceased. Could it be that Lin Ruru had already been expelled? She quickly turned back, instructing Qingwu to lead the way. Seeing her distress, Qingwu fell silent and guided her without further protest. After traversing a long corridor, Song Yaozhi finally spotted Lin Ruru. At that moment, Lin Ruru knelt in the courtyard, wiping her tears, while the maidservants stood helplessly by, unsure of how to assist. "Where is the general?" Song Yaozhi asked. The maidservants, noticing her, bowed and greeted her. "Greetings, madam. The general is in the study." Pointing to a round-faced maidservant who had mentioned the study, Song Yaozhi instructed her to lead the way. The maidservant promptly guided her to the study. Upon entering, she found Xiao Ziqian standing before his desk, writing. Song Yaozhi, taken aback by his indifference, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Do you not see Miss Lin kneeling outside?" Xiao Ziqian, having already heard her voice, remained impassive as he coldly replied, "I see her." "Now leave." "What do you mean? Are you trying to drive her away?" Song Yaozhi paced anxiously within the room, insisting, "No, absolutely not." Xiao Ziqian placed his brush down heavily, his sharp gaze sweeping over her coldly. "Isn't this precisely what you desire?" Chapter 14. Praising myself as a contemporary orator. Song Yaozhi was taken aback, rushing to Xiao Ziqian's side and earnestly looking into his eyes. "It is a misunderstanding, a grave misunderstanding." "Leave," Xiao Ziqian reiterated coldly. Ignoring his command, she pressed on. "Isn't she your savior? Are you truly so heartless as to cast out your benefactor? That is not the conduct of a gentleman." Xiao Ziqian paused slightly, his expression laced with sarcasm as he retorted, "And what of your words before the Linda Hall? What did you say then?" Song Yaozhi thought to herself that she had merely wished for a divorce back then. She had hoped for Xiao Ziqian to marry Lin Ruru, yet the emperor had refused, and Xiao Ziqian had simply acquiesced. If you had been more resolute that day, the emperor would have surely granted you the marriage, and I would have had no part in it. You cannot be so fickle. If you care for Miss Lin, you must pursue her wholeheartedly. Or how could you ever win her love? Though she spoke earnestly, Xiao Ziqian's countenance darkened further. "My relationship with Ruru is pure. Do not slander her honor." Seeing him defend Lin Ruru, Song Yaozhi felt a surge of relief. "If you drive Miss Lin away today, without the general's protection, she will be all alone in the capital, vulnerable to all sorts of mistreatment. She is so beautiful. What if someone with ill intentions seeks to exploit her?" As she spoke with increasing fervor, she exclaimed, "General, you are noble and just, with a heart full of loyalty and righteousness. You cannot be so cold-hearted and devoid of compassion. How could you be so ungrateful?" At that moment, she could not help but commend herself as a contemporary orator. With her words laid bare, if Xiao Ziqian still insisted on expelling Lin Ruru, he would be utterly reprehensible. Xiao Ziqian regarded Song Yaozhi for a long moment, his eyes, filled with an intense passion, softened slightly. For an instant, she felt as though his gaze conveyed an indescribable sentiment toward her. Had she not known how he had tormented the original owner of this body, she might have believed him. "You, Song Yaozhi, are the most ungrateful of all." Xiao Ziqian cast her a frigid glance before striding towards the door. Song Yaozhi hurriedly followed. "You are compassionate and loyal, for such a noble general. Can you truly cast Miss Lin aside?" As he exited, Xiao Ziqian saw Lin Ruru still kneeling in the courtyard. She wore a thin, simple gown and looked up at him, pleading, "General, please do not dismiss Ruru. I would rather serve as a maid in your household than live alone outside." "Listen to her, how pitiful, how tragic," Song Yaozhi said, wiping her eyes. "How can you bear to send away such a gentle and kind-hearted woman?" Xiao Ziqian clenched his fists. "Do you truly wish for me to keep her?" "Very much." Xiao Ziqian turned to Lin Ruru. "Then she shall stay." With that, he angrily waved his sleeve and strode out of the courtyard. The maidservants exchanged glances, speechless. Song Yaozhi felt an immense wave of relief wash over her as she joyfully rushed to Lin Ruru's side, helping her up. "Quickly, stand. You must be in pain from kneeling. Shall I fetch a doctor?" Lin Ruru raised her eyes to Song Yaozhi, tears brimming. A sight worthy of a top-tier damsel in distress in the entertainment industry. Unable to resist, Song Yaozhi reached out to wipe her tears and comforted her. "Do not cry. Tears are precious." Lin Ruru pushed her away. "Madam, there is no need for such pretense." Startled, Song Yaozhi stumbled back several steps, gazing at Lin Ruru in astonishment. "What do you mean? I am but a lonely girl. You are the daughter of the Prime Minister. Your marriage to the general is a decree from the emperor. Even if the general holds deep feelings for you, they cannot surpass the emperor's authority." There is no need for you to repeatedly use me to test the general and cause him harm. Lin Rower spoke in a gentle tone, lacking in force, making her appear pitiable. However, Song Yaozhi found herself utterly perplexed by her words. Perhaps your mind is a bit muddled from kneeling too long. Why not take a break and rest? This sincere suggestion from Song Yaozhi elicited a momentary pause from Lin Rower, who shot her a resentful glance. Madam thinks she can use me to coerce the general? That is impossible. I would rather perish than harm him. One day, the general will no longer be under your control. No matter how formidable the chancellor may be, he cannot compel him to love you. With that, Lin Rower departed. Anxiously, Song Yaozhi called out, "Where are you going? This is your residence, is it not?" But Lin Rower had vanished without a trace. With a sigh, Song Yaozhi lamented, "Such impulsiveness. Why are the youths so restless?" At that moment, the courtyard was left with only her and a group of maidservants. Qingwu approached her side and suggested, "Miss, should we return?" Song Yaozhi nodded. On their way back, Qingwu voiced her concerns. "Miss, while having Miss Lin in the residence can indeed be a means to threaten the young master, if she remains here, will not her feelings for him only deepen?" After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head, her eyes suddenly alight with realization. "I understand now. Miss, are you hoping for the young master to take Miss Lin as a concubine? If she becomes a junior wife, no matter how powerful she is, she will still have to heed your commands as the head of the household. If she disobeys, we could find a flaw and sell her off, and the young master would have no grounds to object." "You are truly clever," Song Yaozhi replied. "That is not my intention at all. The characters in a tragic tale are inherently dark. Must you involve this naive girl? All she truly desired was a separation, to return to the Chancellor's residence, and live as a carefree spirit." Chapter 15. Have you overindulged? Recently, Song Yaozhi had developed a fondness for pig liver, requesting Qingwu to instruct the kitchen to prepare it in various ways, along with a cup of red date and Longan health tea. It was merely to replenish her blood in anticipation of the imperial entourage arriving on the first day to draw her blood. Remarkably, under her nurturing care, her complexion had improved significantly. Qingwu observed her mistress growing more radiant with each passing day, feeling both relieved and anxious. Relieved that her mistress was no longer neglecting her health, yet anxious that she had been eating and sleeping excessively, scarcely setting foot in the general's quarters, appearing as though her spirit had been utterly extinguished. Today, Qingwu had another quarrel in the kitchen regarding Lin Rower. While delivering Song Yaozhi's meal plan, she overheard the kitchen staff gossiping, claiming that Miss Lin was gentle and kind, generous to the servants, far superior to the willful and spoiled daughter of the chancellor. They speculated that soon she would be elevated to the status of a primary wife, leaving the current lady of the house uncertain of her standing. Qingwu had immediately lashed out at the kitchen staff. Upon returning, she found Song Yaozhi and, with reddened eyes, took away the plate of longan from her. "Miss, why are you still eating?" Startled, Song Yaozhi jumped up from her chaise, anxiously asking, "Is someone here?" "It's not the first yet, there's still a day left." "Has the Emperor's envoy arrived so early? Who would come to our courtyard at this hour?" Qingwu replied, her face filled with distress. Song Yaozhi sighed in relief. "So, no one is here? That is good." Qingwu looked at her with a sense of grievance. "Miss, how can you be so unconcerned? Miss Lin is nearly becoming the general's wife." Song Yaozhi reclined back onto the chaise, retrieving the grapes from Qingwu's hands, and replied leisurely, "Isn't that quite normal? Miss Lin and the general share mutual affection. She is destined to become his wife." In the original narrative, Lin Rower was also a tragic character. After the original female lead took her own life, Xia Ziqian mourned the loss of his beloved, living in regret, yet he did not send Lin Rower away. Instead, he reveled in her affection while refusing to grant her a legitimate status, and she bore him 3 daughters, ultimately leading to her demise in sadness. Until her death, she remained an unacknowledged concubine. Thus, Xia Ziqian was truly unworthy. Upon hearing Song Yaozhi's words, Qingwu felt certain that her mistress had been driven to madness by Xia Ziqian's actions. She must find a way to assist her mistress. "Do not fret, Qingwu. Come, have a grape." Song Yaozhi offered a grape to Qingwu's lips. Qingwu suddenly retreated 2 steps. "Miss, I just remembered I need to retrieve the red date cake I bought for you this morning. I will go get it." With that, she dashed away. Song Yaozhi clicked her tongue. That little girl is quite restless. The following day, after Xiao Ziqian had finished the morning court session, He was halted by Song Xiang as he exited the palace. Ziqian, may we have a word? Xiao Ziqian's brow furrowed slightly, yet he acquiesced. He followed Song Xiang to a secluded corner. Song Xiang scrutinized him closely, smiling as he patted Xiao Ziqian's shoulder. You have lost weight. Father-in-law is jesting, Xiao Ziqian replied. Song Xiang sighed. Is Yaozhi well? Xiao Ziqian's eyelids flickered as he recalled the reports from his subordinates regarding her excessive eating and sleeping. She is well. Song Xiang nodded slightly. Yaozhi has been spoiled since childhood, which may lead to some petulance in her dealings. However, her nature is not ill. If she has done anything to upset you, I hope you can be more forgiving. With that, he bowed to Xiao Ziqian. Xiao Ziqian raised his hand to stop him, assisting him upright. Father-in-law, you flatter me. She is my lawfully wedded wife. It is only right that I am accommodating. Song Xiang felt relieved. With your words, I am at ease. Yet his expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Ziqian. I have heard you brought back a girl from the border. You have neglected Yaozhi for quite some time because of her. Xiao Ziqian's brow twitched as he finally grasped the underlying purpose of Song Xiang's conversation. If he truly had feelings for the girl, taking a concubine would not be a significant matter. If Yaozhi opposed it, he could persuade her. However, history is rife with tales of concubines causing strife within families. A virtuous son-in-law should not act impulsively during such a pivotal time in his career. Xiao Ziqian clenched his hands tightly. Every word from Song Xiang was a reprimand. He lowered his gaze, suppressing the turmoil within him, maintaining an air of respect and humility. Father-in-law, rest assured, I shall heed your counsel, he said earnestly. Song Xiang stroked his beard, nodding in approval. That evening after dining, Song Yaozhi waited for the imperial envoy to fetch her. However, instead of the expected guests, it was Xiao Ziqian who arrived. Clad in his white robe, which he wore except for court or battle attire, he embodied the male lead's signature look. Why are you here so late? Song Yaozhi asked in surprise upon seeing him. Xiao Ziqian's gaze pierced through her. What are you pretending for? Is this not what you desired? Song Yaozhi had encountered such remarks before. With matters to attend to, she had no time to engage in a dispute over desires and waved him away. I truly did not mean that. It is late. If you have nothing to do, go home and rest. Xiao Ziqian appeared incensed by her dismissal, striding forward to pin her onto the bed. Did you not tell Song Xiang that I've neglected you? I had no idea the daughter of the chancellor was so needy. Tonight, I shall indulge you. Song Yaozhi, quick on her feet, raised her hand to strike his face. However, Xiao Ziqian was prepared, grasping her wrist. With a fierce glare, he admonished her, Song Yaozhi, if you desire to play these games, there must be limits. I have no time for such antics. Have you overindulged? Song Yaozhi inquired earnestly. Xiao Ziqian frowned. What nonsense are you spouting now? Are you aware of the small pond in the courtyard? First rise from my side, then exit, turning left and then right. Upon reaching the water's edge, leap in, as instructed by Song Yaozhi. Xiao Ziqian's forehead tensed with visible veins. Hurry up. I've heard that this thing spoils if held for too long, Song Yaozhi urged, pushing him gently. Song Yaozhi, what on earth are you trying to do? He retorted. I'm not trying to do anything, she replied, glancing out the window, feeling as if a shadow had just passed by outside. In a state of urgency, she told Xiao Ziqian, just go ahead. I'm feeling sleepy and need to rest. Yet he remained unmoved. With a sense of helplessness, she looked at him and asked, do you genuinely wish to sleep beside me? This storyline has barely begun. She recalled that in the original narrative, they only shared a bed near the conclusion, a scene that had left her quite unsettled, thus vividly etched in her memory. Observing Xiao Ziqian, who stubbornly kept her pinned down, she exaggeratedly exclaimed, Xiao Ziqian, didn't he despise me? How could you harbor such thoughts towards me? Have you transformed your hatred into affection? Startled, he sprang away from her as if he had touched something foul. Love you? Dream on. I could never love you in this lifetime, he scoffed. A pang of pain shot through Song Yaozhi's heart, not her own, but rather a reflex of this body's memories. Even though the original Song Yaozhi had vanished, this body still mourned Xiao Ziqian's indifference. Enduring the ache, she feigned contentment, saying, that's for the best. You mustn't love me, or else I would lose all respect for you. Xiao Ziqian perched on the edge of the bed, scrutinizing her expression. Remember this well. He comprehended her thoughts all too well. She was willful and arrogant, desiring his affection, yet not wanting it due to her father's influence. It was Utterly ludicrous. Were it not for Song Xiang, he would never have considered marrying her. Song Yaozhi, you know precisely why I wed you. My feelings for you can only remain thus. If you cannot bear it, seek your father and have Song Xiang petition the emperor for our divorce. If you wish to avoid divorce, then live quietly within this estate, he concluded, rising to his feet. Although he was the one with a cold heart, his white attire lent him an air of melancholy that was oddly striking. Song Yaozhi couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Being a man has its advantages. They can always find excuses for their unkind actions, garnering sympathy from compassionate women. Xiao Ziqian had risen from the ashes of the Xiao family, thanks to Song Xiang's support, and had seized opportunities for military command. He never mentioned these gains, only lamenting his burdens of power and marrying a woman he did not love, all while suggesting she seek her father for a divorce. The conflicts that had befallen her family were borne solely by the Song clan, while he basked in the fruits of his ambitions. Rising from the bed, Song Yaozhi contemplated cursing, but fearing a retort from Xiao Ziqian that would delay her intentions, she swallowed her words. The moment he departed, Qinggu rushed in.
Miss.
Are you all right? Song Yaozhi shook her head and inquired, Did you report to the chancellor? Qinggu's eyes welled with tears.
I'm so sorry, miss.
I had no idea Xiao Ziqian would treat you this way. She had initially rejoiced at his arrival, believing her wishes were finally fulfilled, but his words had been disheartening. Miss, let us return to the Xiang residence. We cannot stay here any longer, she sobbed. As Song Yaozhi prepared to console her, a soft sound emanated from the window. Qinggu turned to investigate, only to be struck on the head by a pebble that came flying in, causing her to faint instantly. Qinggu? Qinggu? Song Yaozhi called, her eyes widening. A figure clad in black appeared, stating, She merely fainted. Come with me, my lady. The emperor is waiting. Nodding with trepidation, Song Yaozhi dragged Qinggu onto the bed, covering her with a blanket before following the figure, expecting Xin to send a carriage for her. She was instead seized by the arm and dragged swiftly to the Feishuang Hall. Upon landing, she felt her arm near the breaking point. I thought you had fled in fear of your crimes, Xin's voice echoed from within. Before even seeing him, she knelt and greeted, Your Majesty. I am here to serve. Xin settled onto the soft couch, tapping the nearby table. Rise and prepare for bloodletting. His words were succinct, devoid of warmth. Song Yaozhi sprang up, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. Xin wore only a loose outer garment, revealing a well-defined chest and abdomen that made her wish to spend lavishly on him. Your eyes seem superfluous. Perhaps they should be removed, Xin remarked indifferently.
Instantly,
she bowed her head, shielding her eyes, and knelt once more, pleading, Your Majesty, spare me. It was unintentional. She kept her head lowered, waiting in silence until Xin let out a casual chuckle, one laced with mischief. If you continue residing in the palace, your knees will surely develop calluses, he mused. Perplexed, she could not discern his intent, sensing a teasing undertone. Your Majesty jests, should I dwell in the palace, my knees would not bear calluses. Xin glanced at her head. Then what would they bear? They would bear my loyalty and admiration for you, she replied, a semblance of flattery. It was evident that flattery could elevate one's position in the workplace. Xin laughed heartily at her response. Just as she reveled in her self-praise, he commanded, Now is the time to demonstrate your loyalty. Rise and prepare for bloodletting. With that, a gleaming dagger was tossed before her. Gazing at the sharp blade, her breath caught in her throat. Trembling, she picked up the dagger, forcing a smile as she asked, Your Majesty, do you have a vessel for collecting blood? Wasting even a drop would be disgraceful. Xin pointed to a crystal-clear small cup on the table. Approaching slowly, she lifted the lid, revealing a small, pitch-black worm that resembled a caterpillar, sending chills down her spine. If you delay further, you may reside in this palace indefinitely, Xin warned coldly. Startled, she swiftly made a small cut on her fingertip, blood gushing into the small cup. However, too little flowed, and soon the wound ceased to bleed. Xin's gaze shifted to her fingertip. Would you like me to assist with the cutting? He inquired, his focus unsettling her.
No, no,
she exclaimed, gritting her teeth as she resolved to cut her wrist instead. The blade sliced through skin, the pain sharp enough to make her wince. Blood flowed freely, and as she watched it pool, regret washed over her. Why had she wandered aimlessly in that temple, reading countless novels, unaware that such places often concealed unspeakable secrets?
Soon,
Her crimson blood completely submerged the worm. Song Yaozhi looked uncertainly at Sin. Your Majesty, is this jar too small? It won't drown, will it? If it drowns, I would have to bleed again. Not at all. Fill it up, Sin replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, Song Yaozhi clenched her fists, urging her blood to circulate faster. As the blood flowed from her body, she gradually felt dizzy. She comforted herself, thinking of it as a form of voluntary blood donation. Just as she was about to fill the crystal cup, Eunuch Fu hurried in. He noticed Song Yaozhi's presence without a hint of surprise. Walking straight to Tsin's side and reporting, Your Majesty, Consort Shu is outside demanding to see you. The moment Song Yaozhi heard that name, she perked up, glancing at Tsin in anticipation of his reaction. Tell her I am already asleep. She should return, Tsin stated.
Eunuch Fu hesitated.
I have already informed Consort Shu, but she insists that the lights are still on in your chamber and refuses to leave. Then find a way to make her leave. Do I need to teach you how? Tsin's tone was stern. Song Yaozhi sensed that he might just lose his temper. Eunuch Fu immediately complied and retreated. After he left, Tsin squinted at Song Yaozhi. You should gouge your eyes out. Song Yaozhi flinched and instinctively wanted to kneel, but with blood still flowing from her hand, it was inconvenient. She could only plead cautiously, Your Majesty, please spare me. I was in the wrong. It may not be so easy to spare you. You must enter the palace twice a month, and who knows how many things you will hear and see that you shouldn't. Tsin chuckled nonchalantly, aware of the nature of those who can keep secrets. Song Yaozhi felt like crying. Did she choose to hear these secrets? This was clearly forced upon her. Moreover, what had she overheard? She had merely heard that his little wife came to him for a night's rest. It was just sleeping. What was the big deal? Why not seek forgiveness? Tsin looked at her. Are you mute? Song Yaozhi silently thought, if you want me dead, I will die the moment I step into the room. Tsin was amused by her reaction, breaking into hearty laughter. This emperor had such low standards for amusement. Then, you may choose to step with your right foot first. Perhaps I will be in such good spirits that I shall spare your head. Seeing him laugh so joyfully, Song Yaozhi momentarily doubted. Was the tyrant truly so easy to deal with? This seemed to contrast sharply with the tale she'd read. Just as she considered suggesting that she tell him more jokes to keep him happy and perhaps earn her life, a sudden commotion arose outside. Your Majesty, the lights are clearly on inside. Why can't I enter? I must see the Emperor today. Make way. Your Highness, please, the Emperor is truly asleep. You should return. Came the frantic voices. Get out of my way. The hurried footsteps grew nearer, and just as Song Yaozhi contemplated retreating to the side, Tsin suddenly seized her arm, pulling her into his embrace and pinning her against the soft couch. Song Yaozhi's eyes widened. Was she truly to be pinned down by a man today? Your Majesty, I feel this is rather inappropriate, she earnestly expressed. Tsin cast her a cold glance. If she recognizes you, your head will no longer be yours. His voice was casual, but Song Yaozhi had no doubt about the truth of his words. Quickly, she raised her arms to wrap around his neck, pulling him down to completely shield her face. Yet, this action only brought them closer, nearly allowing their lips to touch. Recalling the common tropes in dramas that often fueled the romance between leads, Song Yaozhi promptly warned. Your Majesty, you mustn't kiss me. Otherwise, this would be adultery within marriage, and we would be thrown into the pig cage. Silence, Tsin commanded, and she promptly obeyed. Your Majesty. A sharp female voice suddenly pierced the air. Song Yaozhi found the voice quite different from what she had imagined. She recalled the consort Shu from the original story and her past infatuation with the pairing of the tyrant and the consort. Although the tyrant was wicked, he was particularly fond of this consort, often appearing as if he would yield everything for her favor. Even when it was revealed later that consort Shu was a spy sent by the Rue Wang, the tyrant never blamed her. Ultimately, the consort betrayed the Rue Wang to stand by the tyrant's side. Following the tyrant's downfall, they both met tragic ends. Their story epitomized the aesthetics of a tragic romance. Thus, Song Yaozhi had always imagined consort Shu as a stunning beauty with a sweet, melodious voice, yet the voice she just heard was piercingly sharp. If she weren't in such a precarious position, she would have liked to see what consort Shu looked like. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Consort Shu covered her mouth, shock evident on her face as she beheld the scene. Who allowed you to enter? Leave, Tsin's voice was cold. With red-rimmed eyes, consort Shu gazed at the scene before her, filled with sorrow. Is this the reason your Majesty has not visited Shuang lately? Who is this sister? Does she bring your majesty more joy than Shuang? Her tone was so filled with melancholy that Song Yaozhi felt a pang of guilt. Yet, Xin remained unmoved, even casually raising his hand to trace Song Yaozhi's brow and lips. Song Yaozhi swallowed hard, sensing that Xin was not like Xiao Ziqian, who had moral boundaries. A little provocation would send him away. But Xin was devoid of such morals. If he wished to act, no amount of protest from her would deter him. Do I need your consent to favor whomever I choose? Xin unfastened Song Yaozhi's belt with one hand, glancing at Consort Shu. Does Consort Shu wish to join in? I wouldn't mind. Is this how you speak? Consort Shu cried out, sobbing as she fled the scene. Once she had left, Eunuch Fu fell to his knees. I have failed in my duties. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Xin sat up, his voice cold as he inquired, who is on duty today?
Treasurer Liao. Eunuch Fu trembled.
Due to his negligence, Liao Fei is demoted to the Jiaozhou governor, and all others shall be punished at the Xinqing office. Hearing this, Eunuch Fu's heart sank. He thanked the emperor profusely with a pale face before hastily exiting. Song Yaozhi recalled the Xinqing office from the original narrative, where few emerged unscathed, and those who did were often left crippled. A weight settled in her heart as she observed the indifferent Xin, pondering that the palace servants dared not stop Consort Shu precisely because of her favor. If they had restrained her tonight, they would pay the price when she whispered in the emperor's ear the next day. Song Yaozhi took a deep breath. Serving the emperor in this palace was more perilous than serving a capitalist. A single misstep could lead to losing one's head. What are you dawdling for? Get up and bleed. Xin's gaze swept over her. At last, Song Yaozhi collected herself and stood up. In her haste, Xianti noticed that her belt had been loosened, and as she stood, her clothing gaped open, revealing a glimpse of her figure. However, she was unconcerned, bending down to retrieve her belt and fasten it. Only after securing it did she notice Xin was staring intently at her. Song Yaozhi paused for a moment. Just as she was about to make a quip, the thought of those sent to the Xinqing office tonight silenced her. Under Xin's watchful gaze, she approached the crystal cup, raising her hand. After the earlier commotion, the blood on her wrist had begun to congeal. Without a moment's hesitation, she picked up the dagger and made another cut on her skin. When the cup was finally filled with her blood, Xin commanded her to stop. Xin did not allow her to leave but instead gazed at her for a while before casually smiling, suddenly so obedient. What are you thinking? Song Yaozhi replied without a moment's hesitation. In response to Your Majesty, I merely wish to return home and sleep. Xin could hardly believe her deceitful words. You think I am a cruel and heartless ruler, and that those palace attendants are pitiable, he remarked. Song Yaozhi remained silent. Xin chuckled again, finding her quite amusing, typically timid as a mouse, terrified of death. Yet at this moment, with her own safety at stake, she stubbornly held a grudge over some irrelevant palace attendants. Indeed, I am such a ruthless monarch. But today I am in a good mood and shall grant you an opportunity. Leaning against the soft couch, he lightly tapped the nearby table with one hand, his gaze lazily sweeping over Song Yaozhi. Strip off your clothing. Remove one garment to save one life. This was truly outrageous. No wonder Xiao Ziqian and the Rue Wang were so intent on usurping his power. What, unwilling? Xin smiled at her. Song Yaozhi replied, May I remove a few more garments? Xin's smile froze on his face. I have only 5 pieces of clothing in total. If you strip completely, you can only save 5 people. Xin observed her. If you are completely bare, aside from Liao Fei, all others will have their punishments lifted. Very well, Song Yaozhi understood. She raised her hand and swiftly unfastened the sash she had just tied, quickly shedding her outer gown, inner garments, and skirt, leaving only a bodice and underpants. Xin continued to watch her, his eyes filled with mockery, as if certain she would not dare proceed. Song Yaozhi had nothing to fear, after all. Mere flesh was insignificant compared to human life. She reached to untie the bodice's strings, allowing the pink garment to fall to the ground, revealing her delicate form. She then attempted to remove her pants. Enough, Xin interrupted her. Song Yaozhi looked at him. Your Majesty, there is still one piece left. I do not wish to behold such a shameless creature.
Put it on, Xin exclaimed angrily.
From the moment Song Yaozhi untied her bodice, his gaze had shifted away, and now he averted his eyes elsewhere while speaking. Song Yaozhi was quite dissatisfied. Your Majesty, I am not ugly. My figure is quite acceptable. Xin slammed his palm on the table. Song Yaozhi, do you have no sense of shame? Stripping before me like this is disgraceful. Isn't that what you requested? Song Yaozhi retorted. Even if I am to be submerged in a pig cage, it must be you, your majesty, who first descends into it. Since patience wore thin. I mean what I say. His peripheral vision caught her still standing there, inciting his ire. Put on your clothes. All right, Song Yaozhi complied, hastily gathering her garments. Once she was fully dressed, Xin finally turned his attention back to her. The daughter of the Song family is indeed extraordinary, he remarked coldly. Song Yaozhi forced a smile. Your Majesty's words are golden, but do not forget about those palace attendants. Perhaps you might inform Master Fu to absolve them from punishment. After a long silence,
Chen summoned Master Fu.
Upon hearing the news of their pardoning, Master Fu was taken aback, immediately bowing to Xin in gratitude. It is the benevolence of a Song family's daughter, Xin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Master Fu paused, then bowed deeply to Song Yaozhi. I thank the general's wife for her great kindness. Song Yaozhi waved her hand dismissively. No need for such formality. I merely removed a few garments. Song Yaozhi, enough. Xin interjected, unable to contain his irritation at her words. Did this woman truly possess no sense of modesty? Master Fu was momentarily stunned, then noticed that Song Yaozhi's attire hung loosely, clearly not as neatly arranged as before. Considering Xin's attitude towards her, Master Fu felt a sudden epiphany, as if he had uncovered something significant. Just as Master Fu was still processing his revelation, Xin called out Gao Xian, the man dressed in black, who had previously escorted Song Yaozhi into the palace, appeared almost spectrally. Take her back, Xin instructed, pointing at Song Yaozhi. Gao Xian promptly seized her as if lifting a chick and carried her away. Upon returning to the general's residence, Song Yaozhi felt an unexpected familiarity with the place. Taking advantage of the lingering fog, she found a handkerchief to simply bandage the wound on her wrist and retrieved a red jade bracelet from her dressing box to wear before finally lying down to sleep. In the morning, Qingwu awoke to find herself in Song Yaozhi's bed, and with a startled scream, she tumbled out. Song Yaozhi was roused from her slumber. As she burrowed deeper into the covers, she weakly protested, Qingwu, please don't make so much noise. Let me sleep a little longer. Upon hearing her exhausted tone, Qingwu immediately covered her mouth. Though confused about why she was in her mistress's bed, she did not wish to disturb her further. Song Yaozhi continued to sleep until noon, reluctant to awaken, but Qingwu, fearing she might starve, insisted on rousing her. Eventually, Song Yaozhi complied. Qingwu prepared washing water for her. And just as Song Yaozhi sleepily dipped her hand into the basin, Qingwu screamed, Miss, what happened to your hand? Song Yaozhi looked down to find remnants of last night's blood still staining her hand. Rubbing it gently, she replied, It's nothing. Just a little bloodletting from last night.
What?
Qingwu's eyes widened. Was it Yaozhi Qian? Did he bully you again? Her expression suggested she was ready to confront him. Song Yaozhi shook her head. No, it was the emperor. I will go find the prime minister and have him seek justice for you. Qingwu exclaimed, but abruptly fell silent. Who? After washing her hands clean, Song Yaozhi removed the jade bracelet from her wrist to show Qingwu. Later, go buy some medicine for me. Let us see if it can heal faster. Qingwu gazed at the bloodied wrist, tears welling in her eyes. Miss, why do you have to suffer so? Why does the emperor treat you this way? She cradled Song Yaozhi's hand, wishing the injury were her own. It was evident that the original owner of this body had treated her very well, earning such heartfelt loyalty. Song Yaozhi comforted her. It's nothing serious. Just a bit of bloodletting, like having an extra menstrual cycle. Miss, should we seek the prime minister? Will it be of any use? Qingwu asked cautiously. Song Yaozhi regarded her with seriousness. It should be useful. Qingwu's face brightened. If everyone intends to face death together, it will surely be effective. Qingwu turned pale. Song Yaozhi lightly tapped Qingwu's forehead. From now on, without my permission, you are not to report to my father. Qingwu nodded fearfully. Will the emperor kill you? After a moment, she asked again. Song Yaozhi sighed. Not now, but in the future, it is uncertain. Until she fully recuperated from the insect threat, her life remained precarious. Given Xin's treatment of those palace attendants last night, her existence was indeed at stake. However, if Yaozhi Qian could muster a bit more effort to dethrone Xin and elevate the Rui Wang, then Xin would likely be preoccupied with his own life and would not spare a thought for her. Chapter 19. Once my flowers bloom. All others shall wither. Song Yaozhi spent 3 days recovering, finally feeling less dizzy. Fortunately, after the incident with Xiao Ziqian attempting to dismiss Lin Rower had not come to visit her again, allowing her to enjoy some peace. Each day passed in a pleasant routine of eating, drinking, and sleeping. However, an unexpected invitation arrived from Princess Chanlo, asking her and Lin Rower to attend a tea party. Song Yaozhi had no desire to go. She could easily predict that such gatherings were merely catalysts for plot developments. Who knew what might transpire? Yet, Qingwu reminded her that refusing was impractical. A tea party hosted by the royal family was not something one could decline without disrespecting the princess, and to disrespect the princess was to disrespect the royal family. Then I must go, Song Yaozhi reluctantly conceded. The general's residence prepared 2 identical soft sedan chairs, and upon seeing them, Qingwu was filled with indignation. This must have been commanded by the general. How outrageous. Even the Qingwu no longer refers to him as son-in-law. Song Yaozhi pretended not to hear and directly boarded the carriage. Qingwu hurriedly followed, saying, "Miss, how can he treat you this way? You are the daughter of the prime minister, the rightful lady of the general's household." Song Yaozhi leaned back against the soft seat, observing the increasingly agitated Qingwu, and advised, "Qingwu, as women, the first lesson we must learn in life is to accept the reality that not everyone will cherish us." She sighed, stating that disfavor is simply disfavor. There is no need to cling to it or to seek it desperately. Finding a 3-legged toad is difficult, but are 2-legged men any less scarce? Why must one hang on to a crooked tree? She truly could not comprehend why so many people were fixated on a single individual, fearing they would never encounter a kindred spirit again. In reality, as long as one knows enough people, finding a suitable companion is hardly a challenge. Even if it takes a month. Qingwu gazed at Song Yaozhi, astonished. She was overwhelmed by her mistress's progressive views. "But miss, weren't you very fond of him before?" Qingwu murmured. Song Yaozhi chuckled softly and replied, "Who isn't he?" Their vision clouded by folly at some point. Qingwu hesitated, her lips trembling before she fell silent. She felt that her mistress had undergone a significant transformation lately. She could not determine whether this change was for better or worse. But it was undeniable that Miss appeared far happier than before.
Perhaps that was a good thing, she thought.
Upon arriving at the gates of the princess's residence, Song Yaozhi declined Qingwu's assistance and leaped down from the carriage. After disembarking, she turned a glance back at Lin Rower, who was being helped down from the carriage while wearing a hood. Every movement was graceful and elegant, exuding an ethereal charm that caught the attention of numerous noble ladies at the entrance. They mistook her for a daughter of a noble family. Once they realized she had disembarked from the general's carriage, speculation arose that she must be the general's wife, the legitimate daughter of the prime minister's household. Noticing Song Yaozhi, who was dressed plainly beside her, one noblewoman approached Lin Rower with familiarity, saying, "Yaozhi, it has been a while since we last met. How have you been?" Song Yaozhi turned her gaze toward her. The noblewoman, sensing her attention, retorted, "What are you looking at?" A rustic village woman. Thinking she can stand on equal footing with the legitimate daughter of the prime minister just because of some beguiling tactics. She should know her place. Song Yaozhi clearly noticed Lin Rower stiffen beside her. Without offering further explanation, she merely exchanged a glance with the noblewoman and led Qingwu into the princess's residence. How brazen of her to exhibit such rudeness outside the princess's abode. Lin Rower, feeling awkward, withdrew her hand. The noblewoman looked at her with pity, saying, "Yaozhi, you truly have a hard fate. Just after marrying General Xiao, he goes off to war, and now that he has finally returned, he brings back such a reckless vixen." "Excuse me, I am not Song Yaozhi," Lin Rower softly interjected. "My name is Lin Rower, the one who returned with the general. I am not a vixen, so please be mindful of your words." After speaking, she turned and walked inside with her maid, leaving the noblewoman standing there, full of frustration. Once inside, Song Yaozhi was directly escorted to the banquet hall where Princess Chanlo was hosting. Numerous distinguished ladies had already gathered there. The hall was separated by a gauzy curtain, behind which were presumably some invited gentlemen. Upon her arrival, Chanlo exclaimed, "The general's wife has arrived. Come sit beside me." Everyone turned their attention to Song Yaozhi. As she scanned the crowd, she found each lady more delightful than the last. Taking her seat next to Chanlo, the princess immediately remarked, "You have finally arrived. Why are you so late?" Song Yaozhi looked at Chanlo, puzzled by her words. What instructions does the princess have? Did you see how boastful Sinfangning was? I just lost a poetry match against her. You are quite skilled in poetry, so quickly compose a few verses for me.
Chang le whispered urgently.
Song Yaozhi had no acquaintance with Sinfangning. After searching through the original owner's memories, she remembered that Sinfangning was the daughter of a prince and also a princess. Chang Le, is this your assistant? I recall Yaozhi dances beautifully, but I have never heard her compose poetry, Sinfangning scoffed, lifting her chin disdainfully. Song Yaozhi looked at her, finding her too adorable to bully. I have heard from Brother Ziqian that your poetry is remarkable, Yaozhi. If you help me win against her, I shall grant you one wish. Chang Le said through gritted teeth, unable to tolerate Sinfangning's arrogance. Initially reluctant to pick on anyone, Song Yaozhi felt invigorated by the challenge. Alright, it's a deal. She adored such exchanges. Turning to Sinfangning, she proposed, how shall we proceed, Your Highness? Sinfangning snorted dismissively, glancing outside. Today, the chrysanthemums are in full bloom. Let us compose a poem inspired by them. Very well, Song Yaozhi replied. You may go first, for I fear that after I compose mine, you will have no face left to write yours. Sinfangning declared haughtily.
Chang le, si tête beside Son Yaozhi,
was seething with frustration at her demeanor. What is this? Chang Le whispered in Song Yaozhi's ear. Song Yaozhi turned to Sinfangning. Perhaps the princess should go first. Her words were succinct, yet her confident and composed demeanor was evident to all. Sinfangning, rarely encountering a woman daring enough to compete with her in poetry, was filled with a fierce desire to win and determined to make Song Yaozhi submit. After a moment's contemplation, Sinfangning stood by the window and recited, Yesterday's rain shattered the fragrant petals, thunder shook my heart in the vast sky. Today, under the clear sky, I meet an old friend. It is a splendid time for flowers to bloom in the mortal realm. As her poem concluded, applause erupted from the ladies in the hall. Even the gentleman behind the curtain praised her aloud. Today, under the clear sky, I meet an old friend. It is a splendid time for flowers to bloom in the mortal realm. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Sinfangning raised her chin in triumph, looking victoriously at Song Yaozhi. Now it is your turn, Song Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi was relishing a pastry that was neither too sweet nor too rich, perfectly delectable. Upon being called, she swallowed the treat, took a sip of water, and said, Your Highness, you must promise me that if I lose, you will not hold it against me. She wished to avoid any unwarranted enmity. I am not so petty. If you win, I shall call you master, Sinfangning replied proudly. Seeing that she did not appear to be the type to sabotage herself over a poem, Song Yaozhi rose, moved to stand beside her, and gazed out at the flourishing chrysanthemums. She took a deep breath and proclaimed, When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers shall bloom and overshadow all others. The fragrant scent wafts through Chang'an, and the entire city dons a golden armor. As her words resonated, the hall fell into an immediate silence. Song Yaozhi waited for what felt like an eternity for praise, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Had her poem been previously published? No, she remembered this was a fictional narrative. Just as she pondered, applause erupted from behind the curtain. A splendid line. My flower shall bloom and overshadow all others, and the entire city dons a golden armor. Mrs. Xiao is truly unparalleled in literary talent. A male voice resonated. The ladies whispered excitedly. Is that the Rui Wang? It sounds like his voice. The voice continued, Fangning. You have lost. Those who could address the princess in such a manner were undoubtedly of royal lineage. The ladies were nearly certain that the speaker was indeed Rui Wang. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Song Yaozhi felt a twinge of curiosity about this Rui Wang. She recalled that in the original narrative, he was portrayed as a graceful and virtuous gentleman, revered by the people as a benevolent ruler after defeating the tyrants. In summary, she is a kind-hearted beauty. Sinfangning took a deep breath and sternly questioned her. Did you truly compose this? It wasn't copied from somewhere, was it? Song Yaozhi looked at her calmly. The princess may pose another question and see if I can still create. Sinfangning bit her lip and, determined not to back down in front of the noble ladies and the men behind the gauze curtain, declared, Then let your theme be the 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and compose 4 poems. If you can create them as beautifully as the last one, I shall concede. Very well, Song Yaozhi replied promptly, a confident smile gracing her lips, for how could she possibly lose in this poetic duel? Listen closely, princess. The first poem is about spring. Song Yaozhi recited, the footprints of the wooden clogs imprint upon the moss. The small door of the firewood waits long to be opened. Spring's colors fill the garden, but cannot be contained. A branch of red apricot bursts forth over the wall. The second poem is about summer. She continued, the spring water murmurs, cherishing its gentle flow. The shade of the trees reflects on the water, loving the soft, sunny days. The small lotus just reveals its pointed tip, and already a dragonfly perches atop. The third poem is about autumn. She recited, the moon sets as crows cry in frost-filled skies. The river maples and fishing lights accompany my sleepless sorrow. Outside Suzhou City, at the cold mountain temple, the midnight bell tolls for the guest boat. The fourth poem is about winter. She concluded, in the thousand mountains, birds have ceased to fly. On myriad paths, human traces have vanished. An isolated boat, with an old man in a straw cape, fishes alone in the cold, snowy river. Song Yaozhi's diction was precise. Her presence remarkable. She did not exude arrogance nor boastfulness. Her straightened back and proud posture reflected the profound cultural heritage of 5 millennia of Chinese civilization. Such brilliance was not something a mere individual could withstand. Silence enveloped the hall, a dead silence. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at Song Yaozhi. Even those unversed in poetry could discern the exquisite nature of these 4 verses. It was unclear who clapped first, but soon thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Sin Fongning's face fluctuated between red and pale as she gazed at Song Yaozhi, her lips trembling as she attempted to articulate her feelings. Yet no words could encapsulate her emotions at that moment. After staring at Song Yaozhi for a while, Sin Fongning suddenly burst into tears and fled. Changel, witnessing this, quickly called after Sin Fongning's retreating figure, "Hey, you haven't called for your master yet." Sin Fongning ran even faster, perhaps feeling she could not afford to lose face. Miss Song's poetic talent is truly admirable, remarked the nearby Prince Rue. At that moment, a commotion arose from that side as well. Someone chimed in, each of these 5 poems can be deemed timeless masterpieces, truly worthy of the Prime Minister's daughter. I had thought my own poetic work, The Flower Blossoms and the 100 Flowers Wither, was unparalleled, but I never expected the lady to compose Spring's colors fill the garden. But cannot be contained. A branch of red apricot bursts forth over the wall, such a vivid and evocative masterpiece. It is indeed marvelous. We are fortunate indeed to witness these 5 exquisite poems today. Since ancient times, literati have been held in high esteem. The more genuine talent one possesses, the more respect they garner. With the emergence of these 5 poems, Song Yaozhi had become a representative of talented women in the eyes of scholars everywhere. To surpass her status, one could only hope to create works even more formidable than these 5, thus earning genuine admiration. Song Yaozhi felt somewhat undeserving of such praise. She merely basked in the glory of being a daughter of China, inheriting the rich cultural heritage of 5,000 years. This profound cultural confidence was something no other nation could provide. Meanwhile, Lin Ruru, seated in a corner, twisted her hands, her face reddening. She watched as Song Yaozhi returned to her place, surrounded by admirers, exuding an air of calm confidence. Was this the demeanor of the Prime Minister's daughter? Was this an image forever beyond her reach as a simple village woman? Changel grasped Song Yaozhi's hand excitedly. Sister Yaozhi, how are you so remarkable? You are truly exceptional. Changel even changed her form of address. In truth, the princess is quite extraordinary as well, Song Yaozhi replied. Sin Fongning is indeed a genuine poetic talent. Changel immediately scoffed. What is she really? Sister Yaozhi, let me tell you, recently both she and I have taken a liking to Lord Zhua of the Dali Temple. And Sin Fongning has been flaunting her poetic skills before him every day. As she spoke, she raised her cup and took a sip of wine. Now, thanks to you, I feel avenged. If you have any wishes, feel free to tell me, and I will surely repay you. Oh, is this a rivalry over a man? Song Yaozhi's curiosity was piqued. Is this Lord Zhua handsome? Changel nodded vigorously. He is not inferior to the crown prince. Song Yaozhi recalled Sin Fongning's countenance and immediately praised. Indeed, he is handsome. Right? Right? Sister Yaozhi, you also think the crown prince is quite good-looking, don't you? Changel asked, beaming. After the previous incident at the temple, Song Yaozhi was wary of speaking indiscriminately. What if it sparked a new plot? Thus, she only smiled foolishly and nodded, not daring to utter a word. Changel continued, however. Brother Ziqian is also quite handsome, so you are not at a loss, right? Not necessarily. When choosing a man, we shouldn't only prioritize looks. We must also consider moral integrity, Song Yaozhi interjected. Changel nodded in agreement. That is true. Is Brother Ziqian truly set on making that Lin Ruru his primary wife?
Indeed.
He is quite resolute about it, Song Yaozhi confirmed. Changel sighed. Sister Yaozhi, your fate is truly unfortunate. How about this? You should also find a man.
So you won't be at a disadvantage.
Song Yaozhi looked at Changel in surprise. She never expected to encounter such progressive thoughts in this era. Seeing Song Yaozhi's expression, Changel assumed she could not accept her views and coldly remarked, "What? Is it only permissible for men to take concubines, but women are not allowed to have multiple partners?" Permitted, indeed, but it is quite allowed. Song Yaozhi clarified, I merely didn't anticipate that the princess not only possesses beauty, but also such advanced and exceptional thoughts. It is truly admirable. Changel's face flushed with embarrassment as she softly asked, Sister Yaozhi, do you really support my idea? Of course. I am a firm believer in freedom and equality. If we demand virtue from women, we must likewise demand it from men. If we cannot hold men accountable for their conduct, then the virtue of women will cease to exist. That is only fair, Song Yaozhi replied earnestly. Changel gazed at Song Yaozhi as though she had found a kindred spirit. Sister Yaozhi, I had no idea you were such a wonderful person. With this shared sentiment, we shall be good sisters from now on. Suddenly gaining a princess as a close companion, Song Yaozhi thought, not everyone in the royal family is as mad as they. Chapter 21. The Emperor surprisingly has this preference during lunch. Changel pulled Song Yaozhi to sit beside her. After considering Song Yaozhi a friend, she shared every thought with her. She recounted how Tsin had favored a man in the palace a few days prior, only to be caught by the most favored concubine, the Shufei. I never expected the crown prince to have such tastes. Changel exclaimed in astonishment. Song Yaozhi, sipping water, nearly choked. Wasn't she the one caught by the Shufei that night? When did she become a man? Song Yaozhi pondered. Could it be false? There are so many concubines in the palace. It could have been one of them. Changel whispered, no, it's true. I heard that all the other ladies were in their own quarters that night. So the one the Shufei saw must have been a man. Perhaps it was that Captain Liao who was by the crown prince's side. He was exiled to Xianzhou the day after being discovered, which suggests the crown prince is trying to conceal his preferences. This reasoning was indeed compelling, making it hard to dispute. Song Yaozhi had no intention of defending Tsin. Being mistaken for a man would actually enhance her safety. Thus, she exaggerated. I never realized the Emperor had such tastes. No wonder he is no little dragon. Changel's eyes widened, her expression one of realization. They were engaged in conversation when a sudden splash echoed from outside. Song Yaozhi, taken aback, turned to investigate the sound. Someone had fallen into the water. The commotion outside drew the attention of many noble ladies. Oh dear, it's a girl who has fallen in. I wonder which family she belongs to. Once she is rescued, her reputation will be ruined, someone remarked. Song Yaozhi glanced around the banquet and noticed that Lin Ruru was absent. Could it be that this was the unfolding drama of the evening? She quickly informed Chang Lo and rushed outside to see. By the color of her attire, Song Yaozhi recognized that it was indeed Lin Ruru who was floundering in the lake. Meanwhile, a crowd of men and women gathered by the lakeside. Yet none dared to plunge into the water to rescue her. The weather was fine, and the ladies wore thin garments. If they entered the water, their clothing would cling to their bodies, jeopardizing their virtue in the eyes of the men present. The men, too, could not enter the water. Any who did would ruin the girl's reputation with their own hands. They could only wait for a servant to arrive, but by then, she might be at the bottom of the lake. Without hesitation, Song Yaozhi prepared to jump in, but Qing Wu, who had been by her side, pulled her back. Miss, what are you doing? I'm going to save her, Song Yaozhi replied. No. If you jump in, your reputation will be lost. Qing Wu insisted, gripping her hand tightly. Just as Song Yaozhi was about to shake her off, a white figure leaped into the water. Miss, someone has gone to save her, Qing Wu exclaimed. Song Yaozhi felt relieved. Upon closer inspection, she saw that it was Xiao Ziqian who had jumped in. Qing Wu recognized him as well. Miss, it's the son-in-law. Song Yaozhi nodded, reassured that it was indeed him. Xiao Ziqian was to marry Lin Ruru, so their concern for reputation was of no consequence. Otherwise, considering Lin Ruru's timid nature, being saved by someone else would have driven her to despair. Lin Ruru clung to Xiao Ziqian's neck as he carried her to shore. Seeing them safely on land, Song Yaozhi hurried forward, shedding her outer garment to wrap around Lin Rower. Xiao Ziqian cast a glance at Song Yaozhi. "Why are you taking off your clothes?" he asked. Taken aback, Song Yaozhi thought, "Is he truly concerned about my attire at this moment?" "There are no other clothes available," she replied. Xiao Ziqian furrowed his brow. "What are you wearing?" Surprised by his concern, Song Yaozhi replied, "I'll borrow something from the princess." After glancing at the shivering Lin Rower in Xiao Ziqian's arms, she urged him, "Don't just stand there. Hurry and take her home." Xiao Ziqian tightened his hold on Lin Rower, casting a worried glance at Song Yaozhi. Although she was clothed, wearing only an undergarment was still rather immodest with so many men around. Just then Lin Rower, trembling, tugged at Xiao Ziqian's clothing. He looked down at her pale face. So fragile and pitiful. Ultimately, he cast aside all worry for Song Yaozhi, embracing Lin Rower before the eyes of all the noble ladies in the capital, leaving Song Yaozhi behind as he turned to leave. With his departure, Song Yaozhi breathed a sigh of relief, concerned for Lin Rower. If she didn't change out of her wet clothes quickly, she might catch a cold. In this era, medical care was not advanced. A careless mistake could cost one their life. "Miss, why did you give her your clothes?" Qing Wu rushed over, embracing her anxiously.
Today,
Qing Wu was wearing a light skirt and could not remove her clothing for Song Yaozhi, so she held her to shield her from the gazes of onlookers. "What does it matter? I'm not without clothes." Song Yaozhi pushed Qing Wu away. "It's fine. What one sees is what one thinks. A heart that cares for the people will see the people. A heart filled with kindness will see kindness, and a heart filled with malice will only perceive malice." She strode back into the hall with composure. Among the gathered crowd, the insightful Prince Xin observed Song Yaozhi's retreating figure, a smile of interest gracing his face. "What a remarkable perspective. She truly is extraordinary." He turned to the tall man beside him. "What do you think, Lord Zhua?" Lord Zhua Qinglan replied, "Miss Song possesses remarkable talent and a broad-minded spirit, inspiring admiration in me. It is a pity that she is to marry Xiao Ziqian." Xin Chi's tone held a hint of regret. Lord Zhua Qinglan chose not to respond, opting for silence. The girl who had fallen into the water was likely the one Xiao Ziqian had brought back from the border. Her appearance was unremarkable, and it was unclear what exceptional qualities she possessed that could compel him to abandon someone like Song Yaozhi. Xin Chi clasped his hands behind his back. Curiosity etched on his face. "I find myself increasingly intrigued." Lord Zhua Qinglan remained silent. In the court, one must know when to be silent. Upon re-entering the hall, Song Yaozhi was immediately approached by Changlo, who called for a maid to provide her with clothing. "Sister Yaozhi, that girl is the one brought back by Brother Ziqian. Isn't she? He abandoned you for her, and yet you still gave her your clothes? You ought to let her be embarrassed."
Chang Lu exclaimed.
Song Yaozhi donned the outer garment offered to her and shook her head. "Princess, Xiao Ziqian's affections for her are his own affair. It has nothing to do with Lin Rower. She has not harmed me in any way. All the harm done to me has been by Xiao Ziqian. She has simply fallen for a man who is incapable of love." In this era, where monogamy was not a requirement, Lin Rower followed Xiao Ziqian back with the hope of becoming his concubine or a secondary wife. She has done no wrong to Song Yaozhi. She merely fell wholeheartedly for a scoundrel. The harm done to Song Yaozhi was solely at Xiao Ziqian's hands, and she had no reason to target an innocent woman. "Princess, if you find yourself competing for affection in a relationship to obtain the love you desire, then the problem lies with the man's attitude. Rather than eliminating the third party, you should reconsider the man himself," Song Yaozhi advised earnestly. She truly wished for women to cease their mutual harm while scoundrels reveled in their triumphs. Changlu felt as though a dark corner of her mind had suddenly been illuminated. It seemed she had learned something profound from Song Yaozhi. Chapter 22. Punishment of kneeling. After returning from the princess's residence, Song Yaozhi learned that Lin Rowo had fallen ill, with Xiao Ziqian steadfastly by her side. Their affection was palpable. Wouldn't they soon obtain a formal union? Song Yaozhi speculated that Xiao Ziqian would soon broach the subject of marrying Lin Rowo with her. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, it was not Xiao Ziqian who arrived but a summons from the Empress Dowager. The day was drizzly, the sky darkening, and a eunuch named Tong arrived from the palace to escort her. Song Yaozhi was perplexed by the Empress Dowager's summons, as she had no particular rapport with her. She instinctively felt reluctant to go. After all, such unexpected summons often heralded trials for the heroine. Yet she could not refuse the Empress Dowager's call. Madam, the Empress Dowager merely wishes to have a conversation with you. There is no need for concern, Tong reassured her, noticing her anxiety. Song Yaozhi thanked him, resigned to her fate. Qingwu wished to accompany her but was halted by Tong. The Empress Dowager has only requested the general's wife. This young lady need not follow. Once the conversation concludes, she will be returned. Qingwu looked at Song Yaozhi, her eyes reddening with worry. Song Yaozhi comforted her gently. It's all right. Do not fret. Get some rest, and I will return after I wake up. Tong observed her tone with a hint of surprise, not expecting Song Yaozhi to speak so kindly to a maid. Shall we go, my lady? Tong inquired. He nodded and gestured for Song Yaozhi to lead the way. The carriage dispatched by the Empress Dowager halted before the general's residence. Song Yaozhi boarded the carriage and pondered for quite some time, unable to recall the narrative unfolding before her. Eventually, she decided to relinquish her thoughts. After all, it wasn't he at the moment when the heroine would meet her demise. So she might as well relax and accompany the elderly lady for some idle chatter. However, reality proved Song Yaozhi overly optimistic upon her arrival at the palace. She was instructed to walk to the entrance of Sinang Palace. There, Eunuch Tong reminded her to kneel in respect, and he entered to announce her presence. Glancing at the damp ground, Song Yaozhi realized that kneeling would likely leave her dress soaked. Madam, kneel, Eunuch Tong urged, noticing her hesitation. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. This visit appeared to be less about casual conversation and more akin to a banquet of treachery. Under Eunuch Tong's watchful gaze, she found a slightly drier spot to kneel. He said nothing further and proceeded inside. After kneeling for what felt like an eternity, she finally saw Eunuch Tong emerge from Sinang Palace. He approached her and said, Madam Xiao, the Empress Dowager is currently napping. You may need to wait a while longer. Anticipating this, Song Yaozhi inquired, May I stand up in the meantime? Eunuch Tong shook his head, replying, Madam Xiao, without the Empress Dowager's permission, it would be inappropriate for you to rise. Could you at least provide me with an umbrella? It is raining, she pressed again. Eunuch Tong was taken aback by her relentless pursuit of comfort. He remained silent for a moment before re-entering the palace. Song Yaozhi pounded her legs lightly, attempting to straighten her back only to slump again. Having recently lost blood due to a previous encounter with Cinfang, she had yet to recover. And now Cin's mother was making her kneel in this downpour. She truly felt indebted to the Cin family. Inside Sinang Palace, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air as Eunuch Tong ventured deeper. At the far end of the hall sat the Empress Dowager, kneeling on a mat before a statue of Buddha, clutching a string of prayer beads and softly chanting sutras. Your Majesty, Madame Xiao is kneeling outside, Eunuch Tong announced. The Empress Dowager opened her eyes, her well-preserved visage showing little sign of age, with only a couple of fine lines at the corners. Even clad in simple attire and devoid of makeup, she exuded a unique charm. What did she say? She inquired. Eunuch Tong replied, It seems you cannot deceive her. Madame Xiao requested an umbrella, as the rain has intensified. The Empress Dowager let out a cold laugh. Does she presume she is here for enjoyment? Eunuch Tong lowered his voice. Your Majesty, I believe it is reasonable to provide her with an umbrella. It would be quite improper if she were to become drenched. And should word spread, others might think ill of how you treated her. Indeed, what would happen to her is of no concern to me. Who dares speak against me? The Empress Dowager retorted angrily. Eunuch Tong quickly nodded in agreement, but then shifted his tone, advising, The world knows you to be kind-hearted, like a bodhisattva. Surely, you wouldn't want to bear a bad reputation over someone so inconsequential. The Empress Dowager paused, contemplating his words before finally declaring, Have someone deliver an umbrella to her. Understood, Eunuch Tong responded, adding, Madame Xiao is quite fortunate today to encounter a bodhisattva such as yourself. Had it been someone else, who would care if she got wet? Let us hope she remembers your kindness. The Empress Dowager closed her eyes, counting her beads, and remarked, If that venomous woman does not slander me behind my back, I shall consider it sufficient. Why would she remember my offering her an umbrella? Hearing her words, Eunuch Tong refrained from further comment. While kneeling in the rain, a palace maid soon approached Song Yaozhi with an umbrella. At that moment, the downpour intensified, and Song Yaozhi, clutching the umbrella, knelt amidst the cascading rain, observing the water pooling beneath her as droplets created ripples upon the surface. Her lower body was soaked, the wet fabric clinging to her skin, causing her to tremble with cold and her complexion to pale. Holding the umbrella tightly, she curled her body into a protective posture. The early autumn breeze felt particularly frigid against her damp attire, sending shivers down her spine. This discomfort suddenly reminded her of a particular plot point. In the original narrative, Xiao Ziqian's mother was a close friend of the Empress Dowager, and after her passing, Xiao Ziqian was raised by the Empress Dowager for 2 years, making her a maternal figure in his life. In the past, the Empress Dowager had been unable to arrange a marriage for him, forcing him to wed Song Yaozhi. Immediately after their marriage, he departed to engage in warfare, enduring hardships that bred resentment within the Empress Dowager towards Song Yaozhi. Today's events were orchestrated to torment her, stemming from Xiao Ziqian's desire to marry Lin Ruo as a primary wife, which met resistance from the emperor. Consequently, he sought the Empress Dowager's assistance, providing her the perfect opportunity to make Song Yaozhi suffer. She recalled that in the original story, Song Yaozhi knelt in the rain until deep into the night, consequently developing a chronic pain in her legs during rainy weather. How did she eventually escape? It was Xiao Ziqian who pleaded on her behalf to the Empress Dowager. That treacherous scoundrel. Though the suffering Song Yaozhi endured was due to him, he appeared as the hero rescuing her in the end. Song Yaozhi was resolute in not kneeling until nightfall. She had no intention of developing a chronic ailment, nor did she wish to be rescued by Xiao Ziqian. Yet, what was she to do now? If she stood and fled, it would only provide the Empress Dowager with more reason to trouble her. As she pondered her predicament, the sound of footsteps emerged amidst the rain. Is Xiao Ziqian arriving so soon? A fleeting thought crossed her mind when suddenly a hand grasped her arm, pulling her upright. The force of the motion caused her to lose grip of the umbrella, which tumbled into the water below, but miraculously, she remained dry. Looking up, she saw Tsin, clad in a gilded black robe, his deep-set eyes gazing down at her, while eunuch Fu sheltered him with an oiled paper umbrella, shielding them both from the rain. "What are you doing kneeling here?" Tsin asked coldly. Feeling his warmth, Song Yaozhi did not resist his grip, but instead nestled closer to him, softly replying, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager summoned me to the palace. I arrived, but she is napping, leaving me to wait here in kneeling reverence." She reported her predicament clearly. "Foolish. Do you simply kneel when told?" Tsin's disdain was palpable. Remembering the torment inflicted by him and his mother, Song Yaozhi felt a spark of indignation and retorted, "What else could I do? If I don't kneel, I risk losing my head." Tsin frowned at her peculiar remarks. "You could feign fainting." Song Yaozhi thought, "What a brilliant idea. How could I have not considered that?" She collapsed onto the ground, believing the Empress Dowager would not ignore her plight or allow her to perish there. Clearly, she had become frozen in thought. Shivering, she heard Tsin instruct eunuch Fu. "Fu Lin, have someone fetch a cloak for her." Eunuch Fu promptly complied, dispatching someone to retrieve the cloak. Hearing this, Song Yaozhi reflected upon how just days prior, she viewed Tsin as a cold-blooded tyrant, yet now she felt inclined to categorize him among the benevolent. Was he not far superior to the hypocritical Xiao Ziqian? "Wait here. I will go inside," Tsin said, releasing her arm. Without his support, Song Yaozhi wobbled slightly, having lost sensation in her legs after kneeling for so long. Observing her unsteadiness, Tsin furrowed his brow and placed a hand on her shoulder.
Can you not stand?
Song Yaozhi nodded. "I have no feeling below my knees." Tsin scrutinized her for a moment, his impatience evident. She wondered if he intended to let her fall. The next moment he commanded Fu Lin, "Summon a soft litter to carry Madame Xiao to the rear hall of Zicheng Palace." Fu Lin, with keen insight, leaned closer and placed his hand in front of Song Yaozhi, saying, "Miss Song, you may lean on me, and I shall support you." At that moment, Song Yaozhi felt a pang of guilt for having underestimated the emperor's intentions. Embarrassed, she raised her hand to rest it on Fu Lin's arm. Once she found her footing, Tsin released his grip. "But Your Majesty," she asked anxiously, "if I simply leave without an audience with the Empress Dowager, might she take offense and have my head?" In this era of oppressive imperial authority, she found herself nostalgically recalling her days as a common worker, where the threat of losing one's life was not an everyday concern. Tsin, with a teasing glance, remarked, "Only a moment ago you were addressing me as I, yet now you refer to yourself as the humble subject? Does your fear exhibit such varying degrees?" Song Yaozhi felt a wave of shame wash over her. Fear was one thing, but her temper was far greater. Who among us lacks a little spirit? She thought. "Rest assured, I shall protect your head. If I allow you to leave, you shall leave." Here, I hold the highest authority, Xin declared, his eyes glimmering with derision. It was unclear whether he mocked Song Yaozhi or the Empress Dowager in Xinang Palace. Having just misspoken, Song Yaozhi quickly sought to demonstrate her loyalty, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed. Who in the world could surpass your majesty?" Although this was a standard compliment, she felt an oddness in her words, as if they implied something more. The phrase seemed to suggest she was casting her gaze downward towards and noticing her glance. Sin's expression darkened. "Song Yaozhi, I see you truly wish to court death,"
he warned.
She immediately shook her head. "Your Majesty, I was mistaken. I meant no offense. Please do not misunderstand. You are not small. No, you are quite grand." Her scalp prickled with anxiety, fearing that her head might one day no longer rest upon her neck. Sin scrutinized her with a sardonic smile. "I had no idea the daughter of the Prime Minister was such an extraordinary figure. No wonder the scholars of the capital refer to you as Mr. Yaozhi. Your character truly merits such a title." His words dripped with sarcasm. Since that day at the princess's residence, her poems had indeed circulated widely, earning her accolades as a talented woman of Xinjiang, with some even respectfully calling her Mr. Yaozhi. Yet, when uttered by Xin, the term lost its gravitas. Song Yaozhi felt her face flush. Her legs had grown numb, and she could not kneel in supplication, so she awkwardly uttered, "Your Majesty, I was wrong."
Xin,
seeing her pitiable state, merely snickered and turned away. He beckoned another attendant to hold the umbrella for him as he strode towards Xinang Palace. Song Yaozhi felt defeated. Even if Xin were not the emperor, she had still lost due to her lack of audacity and sharpness of tongue. Leaning on Feline, she stood in silence for a moment. Having previously ordered a sedan chair, it soon arrived, and Feline assisted Song Yaozhi into it. As she sat there, she felt a wave of regret, for this sedan chair was borne by others. She even attempted to refuse, for although her legs throbbed with pain, she could still walk. However, Feline insisted, "Miss Song, His Majesty has commanded that you take the sedan chair. Please do not make it difficult for me." With that, she resigned herself to the situation, feeling a profound sense of loss. Educated in the principles of equality, she found it impossible to comfortably relish the privileges of rank, leaving her perpetually out of place in this feudal era where human rights had yet to awaken. Upon entering Xinang Palace, Gong Tong bowed to Xin, greeting him, "Your Majesty." "I pay my respects." Xin glanced inside and inquired, "Is the Empress Dowager still asleep?" Upon hearing this, Tong understood that Xin had conversed with Song Yaozhi outside and replied, "Replying to Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has not been sleeping well lately. After taking some calming medicine from the Imperial Hospital today, she has managed to rest a bit longer. However, I believe she will awaken soon. Allow me to check on her." Xin placed his hands behind his back and surveyed Tong from an elevated position, nodding imperceptibly. "Very well. Thank you, Your Majesty," Tong quickly responded, bowing as he entered the inner chambers. After a brief wait, Tong returned to invite Xin inside. Once inside, he found the Empress Dowager seated on a soft couch, her eyes closed, while a young Pallas maid gently massaged her temples. "I have heard that Mother has not been feeling well. What did the Imperial doctors say?" Xin asked directly, taking a seat beside her. The Empress Dowager's breathing was heavy. She raised her hand to signal the maid to cease her ministrations, and the maid retreated. Opening her eyes, she smiled at Xin, saying, "I simply have not been sleeping soundly. It is likely due to my age, but there is no serious concern." Leaning back in his chair, Xin carelessly suggested, "Let us summon the Imperial doctor for a checkup. Otherwise, we might find that one day Mother does not even wish to see me." The atmosphere between them chilled instantly. After a long pause, the Empress Dowager chuckled softly, her beautiful eyes fixing on Xin. "I thought the Emperor had recently become more filial and concerned for his mother's health. It turns out your concern lies not with me, but with the daughter of the Prime Minister outside." Her words were sharp and mocking. Their mother-son relationship had always been strained, and such exchanges of banter were not uncommon. "Since the Emperor is so interested in that person, little Tong, please invite her in," the Empress Dowager commanded. Before Tong could respond, Xin interjected, "No need." The Empress Dowager turned her gaze toward him. Xin, composed, continued, "When I arrived, I saw Miss Xiao Song fainting on the ground, so I instructed Feline to take her to the rear hall of Xiqing Palace to see the doctor." This was utter nonsense. How could she not be aware of whether someone had fainted outside? The Empress Dowager felt a surge of anger, but found no outlet. Her son was always adept at inciting her ire, and the notion of filial piety was but a distant dream for him. I took the liberty of bringing her away. I trust mother will not be upset. By then, a maid had brought tea and placed it beside me. He lifted the cup and took a small sip, nonchalantly stating, "After all, I fear she might collapse at the gates of Mother's palace. She is the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister." The Empress Dowager scoffed. "What do I have to be angry about? The Emperor may do as he pleases. Do you think I dare to intervene in your affairs?" Sin set down the teacup and replied with a smile, "I am the son of heaven. Naturally, mother would not dare to question me." The Buddhist beads in her hand nearly slipped from her grasp. "Ah, such a good son. Since mother is well, I shall take my leave," Sin said as he began to rise. "Wait," the Empress Dowager called, raising her eyes to him. "I summon that Xiao Song to speak with her. Since the Emperor has sent her away, you may convey my message." Sin looked at her, awaiting her next words. The Empress Dowager continued, "Recently, the child Ziqian returned from the border and brought back a girl. I have taken a liking to her and plan to recognize her as my goddaughter, bestowing upon her the title of Princess Karu. She shares a bond of life and death with Ziqian, so I have decided to arrange their marriage, allowing her to become his secondary wife." The titles of Princess Karu and secondary wife weighed heavily on Song Yaozhi, yet they struck a blow to Tsin's pride. The marriage between Xiao Ziqian and Song Yaozhi had been granted by him, and now, merely 2 years later, the Empress Dowager wished to bestow another princess upon him, clearly expressing her dissatisfaction with the marriage he had arranged. "Do not think that I am displeased with that Xiao Song. Ziqian has suffered greatly, having lost his parents at a young age, and the Xiao family has few heirs. After so many years of living alone, he has finally married a wife. Yet 2 years have passed without issue, and he has no concubines. I am merely considering the lineage of the general's household." The Empress Dowager spoke with heartfelt sincerity, as if her motivations were solely for the sake of progeny. Tsin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with disdain. "Mother, if Ziqian has been stationed at the border for 2 years, and if the Xiao Song family truly had a child during this time, that would indeed be remarkable." The Empress Dowager choked on her anger, her face paling. "However, since you wish to play the benevolent one, so be it. But the Rue Wang residence has yet to bear any offspring. If you find yourself bored, perhaps you should concern yourself with your own son." As he spoke, Sin began to stride toward the exit, pausing momentarily to glance back at the Empress Dowager, smiling. "If you cannot make the right choice, then I shall take it upon myself." Without further ado, he departed the palace, neglecting to offer his respects. The moment he left, the Empress Dowager furiously hurled the teacup she had just sipped from onto the ground, rebuking him with a fierce voice. "Unfilial son." The palace maids and eunuchs promptly knelt, trembling as they buried their heads. After being escorted to the inner hall of the Zicheng Palace, Song Yaozhi was surrounded by several palace maids who assisted her in changing clothes, and soon afterward, a physician arrived to examine her leg. When Sin returned, he found her cradling a hot water bottle, while a nearby maid was applying a warm towel to her knee. Upon entering, he beheld her skirt raised above her knees, revealing her delicate, fair calves. She had even neglected to wear proper shoes, exposing her porcelain-like insteps. Sin immediately averted his gaze, his brow furrowing in disapproval. "Who permitted you to dress in such a manner? How indecorous." The nearby maid quickly knelt to pay her respects to Sin. Song Yaozhi struggled to kneel, her knees bruised. She sat beside his usual resting dragon bed, lifting her skirt to address him. "Your servant greets your majesty. I am unwell, so I shall not kneel before you today. When my legs recover, I shall make amends." Sin assumed her words were merely an attempt to adjust her skirt, yet when he looked up, he found her still bare-legged. It felt as if he had been scalded, and he turned away, his voice rising in anger. "Song Yaozhi, put your skirt on properly." He no longer addressed her as Xiao Song. Song Yaozhi, slightly taken aback, glanced down at her attire, wondering why it seemed inappropriate. A nearby maid hastily pulled her skirt down to cover her legs. Finally realizing, Song Yaozhi understood that in this era, men were not permitted to gaze upon women's legs. She caught sight of Tsin's ears tinged with pink, which puzzled her further. Is it really necessary to be so innocent? After all, you are the emperor with countless beauties in your harem. And your majesty, she added, you were unfazed when you asked me to disrobe completely last time. Yet now you react so strongly to my calves. At her words, the maids gaped in shock.
Tsin inhaled deeply.
his gaze flickering to her as he noticed she had finally adjusted her skirt. He then glared at her fiercely. Song Yaozhi, if you cannot speak appropriately, I shall have your tongue cut out, and you will never speak again. She immediately covered her mouth, realizing how amiable he had been today, causing her to forget he was a tyrant. Sin took a seat in the closest chair, openly scrutinizing her from head to toe. She had changed into a new dress. The pink sleeves were far more luxurious than her usual simple gowns, enhancing her beauty. Her features were indeed suited for finery. It made one wonder why she often dressed so plainly, perhaps due to Xiao Ziqian's influence. Song Yaozhi felt a pang of anxiety under his gaze. Your Majesty, is there something you need? Indeed, Sin replied, your husband is to take a new wife. Song Yaozhi's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that so?
Sin nodded,
Revealing that the Empress Dowager had decreed Xiao Ziqian to wed Princess Kuro as his primary wife.
Princess Keskivi Koro.
Is she not the woman he brought back? The Empress Dowager has recognized her as a foster daughter. A wave of dizziness swept over Song Yaozhi as she processed this information. She had sensed she was forgetting something crucial. This was it. After Lin Ruru became a princess, Song Yaozhi, the original heroine, lost all status in the general's household, living a life as humble as a maid. Each time she nearly gave up hope, Xiao Ziqian would visit her, keeping her affections alive. The thought of her future life sent a shiver down her spine. Disregarding the pain in her knees, she suddenly knelt before Sin, pleading, I beseech your Majesty to allow me to divorce General Xiao. Sin winced at her words, but did not command her to rise. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, I can prevent him from marrying Kuro. A jolt of realization struck Song Yaozhi. She was not foolish and understood Sin's implication immediately. Xiao Ziqian could indeed be barred from marrying Lin Ruru, but her own separation from him was out of the question. A decree from the emperor was not something one could simply ignore. What would the court ministers say? Upon grasping this, she sighed. It was clear why Xiao Ziqian was the male lead. With this binding contract that could not be severed, she was destined to endure a marriage of convenience. Loving him in silence. Let him marry, let it be a grand affair, welcoming the princess into his home. Song Yaozhi propped herself against the bed, managing to stand and sit back down, placing the hot water bottle on her knee. The physician had warned her that neglecting her leg would lead to lasting ailments. She could not afford to suffer both indignities and illness. Sin observed her closely, taking in every reaction, noticing the melancholy and sorrow on her face. He felt a twinge of derision. Song Yaozhi, the daughter of a chancellor, could have secured a better match through her astute father, ensuring a worry-free future. Yet she chose to marry Xiao Ziqian for love. Such foolishness. Your Majesty, the Shu Fei has arrived, Feline cautiously announced as he entered. Song Yaozhi's eyes brightened. Surely today she would get to see the Shu Fei. Feline, send Xiao Song back to the general's residence, Sin commanded before rising to leave. It appeared he intended to meet the Shu Fei alone. Song Yaozhi felt a pang of disappointment. Once Sin departed, Feline noticed the expression on Song Yaozhi's face and, recalling the previous favor he owed her, quietly advised, Miss Song, do not be disheartened. Given your current status, it would not be prudent to meet the Shu Fei. Song Yaozhi misinterpreted his words, thinking he referred to the inappropriateness of her position as the general's wife in front of the Shu Fei. After contemplating, she agreed wholeheartedly. Sin's affection for the Shu Fei was well known. What if a misunderstanding arose? Previously, he had to remain by her side during her bloodletting, ensuring the Shu Fei remained unaware of the situation, which explained his seemingly misleading actions. Today, however, there was no need for such an arrangement, so he naturally would meet the Shu Fei. What a pair of celestial lovers they were, though their fate seemed grim. Then I shall trouble you, Feline. To escort me out, Song Yaozhi requested. Miss Song is too courteous, Feline replied, calling for a soft sedan chair. Carefully packing the medicine the physician had prescribed for Song Yaozhi, placing it in the sedan chair, and dispatching a young eunuch to escort her to the waiting carriage outside the palace. Thus, Song Yaozhi was taken back to the general's residence. As dusk fell, a light drizzle fell from the sky, and Qingwu awaited her at the entrance of the general's residence. Upon spotting the palace carriage, she hurried down the steps, opening her umbrella to greet her. When the carriage halted at the general's door, Song Yaozhi lifted the curtain. In the past, she would have jumped down with ease. But today was different. She felt half incapacitated. A young eunuch outside immediately reached out to assist her down. Seeing Song Yaozhi in her new attire, struggling to stand, Qingwu's eyes glistened with tears as she rushed forward to support her. "Miss, are you all right?" Song Yaozhi shook her head, saying, "It is of no concern. I've been kneeling for quite some time. The palace has many rules." She casually dismissed the truth, fearing that Qingwu's tears would flow endlessly upon discovering it. "Miss Song, please accept this. It is medicine prescribed by Dr. Zhan, which will be beneficial for your legs," a young eunuch said, handing a bundle to Qingwu. Qingwu immediately accepted it, her eyes reddening as she attempted to thank the eunuch, but her voice caught in her throat. Song Yaozhi spoke up, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed eunuch, for your kindness. I have nothing to offer in return, but please accept this hairpin." She removed a silver hairpin from her hair and extended it toward him. The young eunuch took a step back, shaking his head. "Miss Song has shown me kindness. It is not a burden for me to escort you back." Song Yaozhi paused. Suddenly recalling the night, she had pleaded for Tsin to spare those on duty in the palace. So that is how it is, she thought. "Take care of your injuries. Miss Song, I shall take my leave now." The young eunuch bowed and returned to the carriage. Song Yaozhi nodded slightly, saying, "Please walk safely, esteemed eunuch." He again bowed to her from the carriage. People like them, marked by their shortcomings, seldom received such warm treatment from others. After the carriage had departed, Qingwu turned to Song Yaozhi, her voice choked with emotion. "Qingwu wished to accompany you, yet you did not allow it." Song Yaozhi pinched her cheek, reassuring her. "It is all right. The Empress Dowager forbids you from following me. Besides, what would you do? Kneel alongside me? One of us is sufficient." Qingwu wiped her tears and insisted, "Miss, I will carry you inside." She stepped forward, ready to lift Song Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi quickly declined, reminding her that Qingwu was not even as tall as she was. "I can walk, just support me." Grasping Qingwu's hand, she began to hobble inside without waiting for a response. Her knee could not bend without causing pain, so she walked stiffly, like a puppet. It was manageable on flat ground, but ascending the steps made her grimace with every painful step, cursing the Empress Dowager and Xiao Ziqian in her heart. After finally reaching the top of the stairs, she had mentally scolded Xiao Ziqian's ancestors for a full cycle. When Xiao Ziqian saw her, he paused for a moment before hastening to her side. "What happened?" he asked, extending a hand to assist her. Song Yaozhi sidestepped to avoid his touch. Xiao Ziqian frowned, sensing her anger. "What is the matter now? Are you still upset?" Song Yaozhi retorted coldly. "Do you not know the reason for my suffering? Is it not the case that you entered the palace to complain to the Empress Dowager, seeking her assistance?" Xiao Ziqian was momentarily stunned, as if he had just understood the situation. A rare pang of guilt washed over him. "I did not know the Empress Dowager would. Do you realize how heavy the rain was today? It flooded the Jinshan temple. I knelt in the rain, soaking my dress and shoes. Had I not encountered His Majesty on his way to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, I might have perished outside the Xinang Palace." Song Yaozhi's tone was harsh. She had never been one to be trifled with. In the past, during fierce negotiations, she had never been defeated. "My death would merely make room for you and Miss Lin, would it not? Is that what you desire?" She laughed mockingly. "Xiao Ziqian, how cruel you are. You wish to marry Miss Lin. I have never opposed that. I would even ensure you bring her home, with great fanfare. But what are you doing now? Do you want me to die, Xiao Ziqian?" With a sharp intake of breath, she continued, "I can confidently say that aside from forcing you to marry me, I have never wronged you. What about you? Do you dare to claim that you have never gained anything from our marriage?" Chapter 26. Why torment yourself for me in the dim twilight? Xiao Ziqian lowered his eyelashes, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. "Whether you believe it or not, I have never thought that way. As for our marriage, since we have come this far, there is no need to discuss anything further. You will always be the general's wife. No one will contest that." After declaring this, he moved to embrace Song Yaozhi. She instinctively recoiled, but he firmly grasped her wrist. Unfortunately, he had seized the wrist that had bled, causing her to gasp in pain. Xiao Ziqian furrowed his brow and, without waiting for her consent, rolled up her sleeve. There was a bracelet on her wrist, and pushing it aside revealed a ghastly wound. "What are you doing?" Song Yaozhi exclaimed, attempting to withdraw her hand. But he would not relent. Xiao Ziqian forcibly unwrapped the white cloth around her wrist, revealing the horrific cut beneath. His breath caught in his throat as he tightened his grip on her hand. Feeling something amiss, Song Yaozhi pulled her hand back, eyeing him warily. "What do you intend to do, General?" "Song Yaozhi," he called her name in a cold tone. She looked at him in confusion. Your body is given to you by your parents. How could you do such a thing for me? Xiao Ziqian's gaze bore into her.
You should not treat yourself this way.
For him? Song Yaozhi asked uncertainly, wondering if she had misheard. You will always be the general's wife. We will not part ways. Even if I were to marry Rower, it would not affect your status. Why must you demean yourself for me? Xiao Ziqian insisted. Finally, Song Yaozhi grasped his meaning, albeit slowly. He believed her injury was a result of unrequited love, a moment of despair leading her to self-harm. You think too much. This wound was an accidental cut. It has nothing to do with you, she explained. Xiao Ziqian remained silent, unable to believe her evasive words. He vividly recalled how deeply she had once loved him, and now, 2 years later, he had foolishly thought she might have moved on. Yet, she still seemed obsessed with him. Gazing at the injury on her wrist stirred a profound emotion within him. Unable to bear the sight, he stepped forward and, despite her protests, pulled her into an embrace. Initially, Song Yaozhi intended to struggle, but upon being held, she was suddenly relieved of her pain and willingly accepted his embrace. Qinggu, witnessing this, did not intervene. If her young mistress could reconcile with the young master, it would be a tremendous blessing. Xiao Ziqian believed that Song Yaozhi's earlier words were mere pretense. Deep down, she must still hold immense affection for him. After carrying her to her room in the East Wing, he laid her on the bed and began to lift her skirt to inspect her injury. With a sharp clap, she swatted his hand away. No physical contact between the genders. You need not see my injury, she said with a playful smile. Her feelings were clear. When she disliked someone, even the slightest touch was intolerable. Xiao Ziqian, assuming she was simply shy, did not press her further. I will summon a doctor, he offered. No need. The imperial physician has already prescribed me medicine, Song Yaozhi replied. General, you should return and freshen up before resting. Xiao Ziqian silently regarded her one last time before turning to leave. Xiao Ziqian, she suddenly called after him. He halted in his tracks. Song Yaozhi continued. Since you have decided to marry Miss Lin, strive to be a good husband. If you can fulfill your promise made in the Linda Hall to never let her down, I will admire you. Fear arises from the character of Xiao Ziqian, who, while savoring what he is, cannot help but covet what lies elsewhere, unwilling to relinquish either. He turned a glance at Song Yaozhi, and after a moment of silence, he finally declared, I shall not neglect you. My words hold weight. And you will forever remain the lady of the general's residence. With that, he took his leave. Song Yaozhi furrowed her brows at that moment. Did this not imply that she would be trapped in this cage for a lifetime, unable to return to the Prime Minister's residence and depend on her family? This simply would not do. A sense of worry enveloped her. She pondered privately about how to compel Xiao Ziqian to propose a divorce. My lady, Qinggu remarked, observing that the young master harbored some affection for her. After Xiao Ziqian departed, Qinggu produced an ointment to apply to Song Yaozhi's wounds and continued. He does seem to care for you. Song Yaozhi, uninterested in correcting Qinggu's assumptions, retorted, and what of it? She smiled faintly. Am I to forget the 2 years I spent as a widow in the capital, the humiliation he has inflicted upon me, and the punishment I endured from the Empress today because of him? Such affection is precious indeed, if it could erase all the suffering I have endured. How foolish it would be to forgive one who has caused her harm simply because of a fleeting affection. Qinggu gazed down at Song Yaozhi's bruised knees, momentarily lost for words, unable to muster any rebuttal. That evening, after a brief bath and a meager meal, Song Yaozhi retired for the night. Feeling drowsy and sensing the onset of a cold, she knew she must sleep to bolster her defenses against illness. Yet, despite her early slumber, she awoke in the middle of the night, burning with fever. When Qinggu came to check on her in the morning, she found Song Yaozhi's face flushed with heat, prompting her to hurriedly summon a doctor. While awaiting the physician's arrival, Song Yaozhi incessantly sipped warm water and requested Qinggu to apply a damp cloth for physical cooling. She genuinely feared that the fever might render her senseless. Upon the doctor's examination, he prescribed medication, and Qinggu hastily arranged for it to be prepared in the kitchen. While Song Yaozhi was drinking her medicine, news arrived that Lin Roa had come, bearing the Empress's decree. She was now widely known as Princess Kuro, and was to move to the princess's residence that very day to bid farewell and express gratitude for Song Yaozhi's recent care. Initially, Song Yaozhi had no desire to see her, but Lin Roa insisted on not leaving without speaking to her. Reluctantly, Song Yaozhi allowed her entry. Lin Rower entered clad in a plain dress, resembling someone attending a funeral. Song Yaozhi tightened her blanket, letting out a disheartened sigh. How could she be afflicted by illness even after stepping into this narrative? Lin Rower was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Song Yaozhi in such a sickly state, as if she had not anticipated this encounter. Miss Lin, if you have something to say, please do so quickly. I must rest, given my current condition. I need ample sleep to strengthen my resistance, Song Yaozhi stated earnestly. Lin Rower chuckled softly, looking at Song Yaozhi. Is this how you always are? Masking your inner pain with an indifferent facade? Song Yaozhi was perplexed. Lin Rower, observing her confusion, seemed to perceive the depths of Song Yaozhi's thoughts, suggesting, "You must be quite jealous now, aren't you?" Song Yaozhi pressed her lips together and innocently inquired, "Jealous of what?" Lin Rower's expression stiffened but quickly morphed into a mocking smile. "Are you still playing naive?" Chapter 27. The Princess's Authority. It is not an act. My mind truly struggles to comprehend at this moment, Song Yaozhi replied with calmness. She genuinely could not fathom what she should be envious of. Lin Rower stared intently at Song Yaozhi, and after a prolonged silence, she seemed to confirm that Song Yaozhi was indeed speaking truthfully. Leading her to self-deprecatingly, let out a laugh. "You are not jealous at all because you see me as merely an orphan. Even with the Empress's favor and the General's protection, I can never compare to you, can I?" Recalling the tea party where Song Yaozhi stood among the elite ladies of the capital, exuding an undeniable presence, Lin Rower clenched her fists tightly. She felt like a rootless reed in water, while Song Yaozhi was a resplendent peony. Even if the reed were to be pulled ashore, it could never become a peony. But what does it matter if you have a powerful father, the Prime Minister? The General will never love you. He will always prefer someone like me, Lin Rower asserted, gaining newfound confidence. Song Yaozhi hesitated, her lips trembling, yet she remained silent. Only then did she grasp Lin Rower's intentions. Her throat parched. She lifted a porcelain cup to sip warm water before responding, "I do not envy you, because I have never considered myself superior in terms of family background. I would not look down upon you when you were Miss Lin, and I certainly do not envy you now that you are a princess." Song Yaozhi felt genuine compassion for the struggles of this young girl. "As for whether Xiao Ziqian loves me, has he not always loved you?" Song Yaozhi questioned. Lin Rower was taken aback, having never anticipated Song Yaozhi would admit such a truth. After a moment of flustered silence, she glared at Song Yaozhi. "If you know he does not love you, why do you continue to torment him? To love someone is to wish for their happiness. Why do you not release him?" Song Yaozhi was about to clarify her stance, asserting that she did not love Xiao Ziqian. The only love she harbored was for wealth. Yet before she could articulate her thoughts, Qingwu stormed in angrily. "You wretched girl, what nonsense are you spouting? My lady is ill, and you still choose to provoke her. Do you dare to make me tear your mouth apart?" Under normal circumstances, Lin Rower would have felt intimidated by Qingwu. However, the situation was different now. She was a princess. Immediately, she raised her head haughtily, looking down at Qingwu with disdain. "Try it if you dare. I am now the Empress's appointed princess. Disrespect towards me is disrespect towards the Empress. Do you want to bring the entire Prime Minister's residence down with you?" Qingwu was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless as she instinctively positioned herself between Song Yaozhi and Lin Rower. "Are you frightened now? Kneel and apologize."
Lin Rower demanded.
Qingwu's eyes widened in disbelief at Lin Rower's audacity, yet she felt an overwhelming fear of the princess's status. Biting her lip, she considered that she could not allow herself to jeopardize her lady or the Prime Minister's residence. She bent down to kneel. Song Yaozhi raised her hand to halt Qingwu's movement. "What are you kneeling for?"
Stand.
Song Yaozhi said weakly. Qingwu glanced at her anxiously. Without looking back at Qingwu, Song Yaozhi addressed Lin Rower. "Miss Lin, since Qingwu has erred in speech, I apologize on her behalf. Is that sufficient to absolve her of kneeling?" "My lady," Qingwu interjected, intending to speak, but Song Yaozhi gestured for her to remain silent, awaiting Lin Rower's response. Seeing Song Yaozhi's demeanor, Lin Rower seemed to regain her confidence, stating, "No. Her offense cannot be forgiven with just an apology from you. She must kneel and acknowledge her mistake." The demand was clear. Whether it was Qingwu or Song Yaozhi who should kneel was evident. Song Yaozhi let out a casual laugh, sipping her warm water, and remarked lightly, "Miss Lin, we both know that the Empress's favoritism towards you is not due to her high regard, but rather because Xiao Ziqian wishes to take you as a secondary wife. Your title as princess merely provides you with a semblance of legitimacy. She set down the porcelain cup and cast a sidelong glance at Lin Rower. Do you still genuinely believe you can wield the authority of a princess?
Lin Rower's eyelashes fluttered.
If you wish for Qingwu to kneel and apologize, you may do so. Go ahead and report to the Empress. I shall await the outcome. Song Yaozhi spoke softly, her tone remarkably calm, devoid of any hint of emotional fluctuation. Yet, Lin Rower felt inexplicably subdued under her gaze. Perhaps it was the overpowering presence of Song Yaozhi as the daughter of the Prime Minister or the realization that her title as princess was merely a facade. In any case, Lin Rower conceded defeat. She dared not utter another word demanding Qingwu to kneel. Instead, with a pale face, she said, for the sake of sisterly affection, let this matter rest. Once I marry the general, I hope you'll continue to look after me. The words seemed to grate on the ears, and calling her sister so early felt disconcerting. Song Yaozhi thought to herself that she truly did not deserve such a title. It was as if it were a call for a spirit, uncertain if she would still be around one day. Sister, please take good care of yourself. I shall take my leave now, Lin Rower said, having composed herself completely as she lowered her head and walked out. Song Yaozhi watched her departing figure with a twinge of regret, murmuring, with such emotional management skills, she could achieve success in any field. Yet, she chooses not to pursue a career, but to chase after men. As soon as Lin Rower left, Qingwu fell to her knees with a thud. Oh, dear. Why are you kneeling? Song Yaozhi exclaimed, rising. You already kneel enough in your daily life. I am quite weary of such gestures. There is no need for you to kneel to me. Qingwu wiped her eyes and stood up. From now on, you shall not kneel before me. I do not require such gestures. As for others, there is no need for kneeling either, Song Yaozhi stated resolutely. If you truly need to kneel, then there is no other choice. But it is indeed unfortunate. Hearing this, Qingwu's eyes grew redder. You treat me so well. Yet I am powerless to do anything in return, she choked out. Song Yaozhi shook her head. You have already done your part. You have always taken care of me diligently, attending to every detail with unwavering loyalty, even refraining from touching fish. Having such a thoughtful girl in her life made her feel grateful, especially during festive occasions. Qingwu bit her lip, silently resolving to treat Song Yaozhi even better. Unlike Lin Rower, who had resorted to bullying her mistress once she gained power. I need to rest. My head is spinning, Song Yaozhi said, burrowing back under the covers. Qingwu promptly tucked the blankets around her. Initially, Song Yaozhi thought a brief nap would suffice, but before long, she was roused by Qingwu's voice. Miss, wake up quickly. The eldest young master has arrived. Who? Song Yaozhi asked, still dazed. Qingwu responded with delight. The eldest young master, your biological brother, is right outside. At once, Song Yaozhi became alert. Her maternal relatives. This was the first time since her transmigration that she had encountered the original character's family. The memories of them were vivid, as she had grown up in a family that valued boys over girls, never experiencing a day of familial warmth. In contrast, the original character's family was loving and affectionate, with parents and brothers who cherished her deeply, evoking her envy. Even after the original character's mother passed away years ago, and her father elevated a concubine to the status of wife, the stepmother never caused trouble, often behaving humbly to appease the original character. At times, Song Yaozhi felt that the original character was somewhat ungrateful, failing to appreciate her fortunate position and instead seeking out torment through romantic entanglements. The eldest son of the Song family, Song Qinghe, was her biological elder brother, currently serving in the Ministry of Justice. After asking Qingwu to invite him in, Song Yaozhi first noticed him clad in a blue robe, and upon glancing at his face, she realized it bore little resemblance to hers. They must have taken after different parents. His features were gentler, and his demeanor exuded a refined warmth, lacking the boldness that characterized Song Yaozhi's appearance. He radiated an aura of dependability that made anyone wish to rely on him and call him brother. What illness has caused you to become so frail? Have you summoned a physician? Song Qinghe inquired of Qingwu. She immediately replied, yes. We have summoned Dr. Liu from Rui Hall. The young lady has already taken her medicine once. Dr. Liu was renowned in the capital, regarded as a divine healer whose remedies were effective. Hearing this, Song Qinghe felt somewhat reassured. He turned his gaze to Song Yaozhi, finally speaking, you have lost weight. Simply those two words conveyed profound concern. Song Yaozhi, typically a carefree and indomitable woman in her career, found her heart softened by this expression of care. Her family was already aware of the events that transpired in the palace yesterday, and her father had sent him to bring her home. Song Qinghe approached her bedside and sat on the stool beside her. Yaozhi, do you wish to return home with your elder brother? Song Yaozhi considered that if she nodded, he would undoubtedly take her away. But could she leave? In such a feudal era, would her departure provoke the emperor's wrath upon the Song family due to her actions? Brother, if I leave like this, will the Song family face the emperor's displeasure because of me? She cautiously inquired. Song Qinghe did not answer directly, but reassured her, if the sky were to fall, the prime minister's residence would shield you. What do you have to fear? Just tell me, do you wish to return with your brother? Song Yaozhi remained silent. Song Qinghe furrowed his brow. Yaozhi, do not be afraid. Once we return home, both father and I will petition the emperor to grant you a divorce from Xiao Ziqian. After your divorce, our mother will seek a more suitable match for you. If you do not wish to remarry, you may stay in the residence, and your brother will provide for you. His words were laden with encouragement for her to leave this place, and Song Yaozhi felt her resolve wavering. With such a caring father and brother, life there seemed more joyful than in the general's residence. Would the prime minister's family truly escape the emperor's ire? Song Qinghe, sensing her hesitation, confidently stated, "It is merely a marriage. At most, we will endure some scolding. It is not a significant matter." Song Yaozhi reflected on the plot of the book, recalling that the Song family's downfall was due to aligning with the wrong side. As loyal supporters of Xin, seeking a divorce might not be considered a grave offense. Just as she was about to agree, Xiao Ziqian suddenly burst in from outside. "She cannot return with you." Song Qinghe glanced at Xiao Ziqian. "Why did you not inform me that my elder brother had come?" Xiao Ziqian approached Song Yaozhi's side and sat beside her bed, addressing Song Qinghe. "Yaozhi will be well cared for in the general's residence. There is no need for you to worry." Song Qinghe remained silent for a moment, ignoring Xiao Ziqian, and directed his attention to Song Yaozhi. "Yaozhi, return with your elder brother." "Very well," she replied. "Since you are here, Xiao Ziqian, you are about to marry another. So, let us end this here. I will go home with my brother now." Joy illuminated Song Qinghe's face upon hearing this. "Qinggu, go summon Granny Hong to carry the young lady back to the prime minister's residence," he instructed. Qinggu, having previously lost hope in Xiao Ziqian, was quick to comply without a second thought. "Stop!" Xiao Ziqian called out coldly, causing Qinggu to startle. Song Qinghe turned to Xiao Ziqian. "What further insights do you have, General?" Despite Song Qinghe's gentle demeanor, he stood his ground against Xiao Ziqian's aggressive presence, determined to take his sister home. "Yaozhi and I are wed by the emperor's decree. My elder brother cannot simply take her away, at will, without an explanation to the emperor." Xiao Ziqian's words held a veiled threat. Song Qinghe smiled. "There is no need for General Xiao to concern himself with this matter. I shall personally go to the emperor to plead my case." Xiao Ziqian's brow twitched in response as he turned to Song Yaozhi, who appeared eager to leave him. His anger deepened. "I recall that Yaozhi has 2 younger half-sisters, yet to be married. If Yaozhi returns home today, has my elder brother considered their marriage prospects?" With this, Xiao Ziqian adopted a calm demeanor. He paused for a moment and continued, "The prime minister's residence is no longer what it used to be. There are many in the court who have their eyes on the Song family. If the Song family were to seek imperial permission for a divorce, even if your majesty were to agree, has my elder brother considered how the court would perceive this? What would your majesty think? To ask for a marriage decree and then a divorce. My brother, this world does not belong solely to the Song family. Even if Xiao Ziqian does not become a general, he can still be a politician." With just a few words, he has made it clear that this engagement cannot be severed. Song Yaozhi, upon her arrival in this world, understood that she could not defy imperial edicts. Listening to Xiao Ziqian's words now made her realize that seeking a divorce would undoubtedly push the Song family into an irretrievable abyss. Her heart raced like a drum as she raised her gaze to Song Qinghe. "General Xiao, the Song family will do as we see fit, and you need not trouble yourself with such matters. If you truly care, you should focus on your own marriage instead." Song Qinghe, unwavering in his resolve, directed his gaze toward Qinggu. "Qinggu, why are you still standing there? Hurry, wait!" Song Yaozhi gently called out to the fleeing Qinggu. Song Qinghe immediately turned to her. "Yaozhi, elder brother, shall we wait a little longer?" Song Yaozhi offered a pale smile. "After all, this place isn't too torturous. I have food and drink here, quite similar to being at home. Song Qinghe's expression darkened. Jiji, you need not worry about home. Yet, Song Yaozhi thought to herself, how could she not be concerned? She looked at Song Qinghe, who, like a clear bamboo swaying in the wind, remained steadfast despite Xiao Ziqian's warnings about the consequences of seeking a divorce. He was determined to bring her home, fearful of her suffering. What a wonderful family this was, one she had longed for in her previous life. She would do everything in her power to protect them. It was merely a divorce. Since the Song family could not initiate it, she would find a way to compel Xiao Ziqian to propose the divorce himself. If there truly was no other option, she could also become a widow. Elder brother, I know my own heart. You need not worry. She turned to Xiao Ziqian, saying, since my husband is unwilling for me to return home, I shall remain here to assist him in managing the wedding. I will ensure he receives the princess with great fanfare. Song Yaozhi smiled. General, would that make you happy? Chapter 29. I shall take your head. Xiao Ziqian met Song Yaozhi's gaze, his brow furrowing deeply. I will handle my marriage with Rower myself. You should focus on your health. He disliked the aggressive and veiled words of Song Yaozhi, especially the indifference reflected in her eyes. Suddenly, he recalled the Song Yaozhi of 2 years prior, who had looked at him with shyness and affection.
Now,
if he had not seen the injury on her wrist last night, he would have thought she no longer loved him. Jiji, a daughter of the Song family, should not have to endure such humiliation, Song Qinghe said earnestly. When he decided to come and fetch his sister home, the entire Song family had already braced themselves for the emperor's wrath. Their father, mother, and younger siblings all awaited Jiji's return. Thus, she could not go back. Elder brother, I truly cannot return home at this moment. Song Yaozhi thought quickly. Rest assured, I will not suffer here. Seeing her firm demeanor, Song Qinghe felt a pang in his chest. Very well. He understood well the depth of Song Yaozhi's feelings for Xiao Ziqian. Such feelings could not simply fade away overnight. Xiao Ziqian, listen closely. If you ever mistreat Jiji in the future, the Song family will come to reclaim our daughter, even if it means force. Song Qinghe glared at Xiao Ziqian. Xiao Ziqian's clenched fists gradually relaxed. Song Yaozhi turned to him. If you are well, please leave and do not disturb my conversation with my brother. Xiao Ziqian cast a heavy glance at Song Yaozhi before finally stepping away, granting them the space to converse. Once he left, Song Yaozhi sat on the bed, earnestly addressing Song Qinghe. Elder brother, it is merely a matter of time before I separate from Xiao Ziqian. Do not rush. I will think of a way that protects our family. Song Qinghe paused, momentarily unable to comprehend her words. Jiji, are you attempting to deceive me? Of course not.
just do not worry.
Xiao Ziqian and I have been married for over 2 years. There is no need to rush. But how is the situation in the court? How is father? Song Yaozhi inquired. Song Qinghe looked at his sister, feeling an unfamiliar sense of distance. It has only been a short while since we last met, yet I feel as though you have matured significantly. Song Yaozhi was taken aback and sighed. Upon learning that Xiao Ziqian had brought back another girl from the border, the former Song Yaozhi had perished. She spoke truthfully. The original had taken her own life upon hearing the news. Seeing the affection in Song Qinghe's gaze, she felt a twinge of sorrow for him. He remained unaware that the sister he cherished had already undergone a profound transformation within. Elder brother, had I known Xiao Ziqian would treat you this way, I would have never allowed you to marry him, Song Qinghe declared, striking the table heavily. Song Yaozhi comforted him. The past cannot be revisited. You should tell me how things are with father. You need not concern yourself with court matters. My father and I are aware of our situation. You only need to focus on your health. If the Empress Dowager calls for you again, ensure Qingwu informs us promptly. Thinking of his sister enduring the rain in the palace, kneeling for so long, made Song Qinghe feel a deep frustration. Recognizing that he would not disclose court matters to her, Song Yaozhi nodded in compliance. Once Princess Kuro marries in, I will serve her well, ensuring I do not provoke her. This way, the Empress Dowager will have no grounds to find fault with me. Serve her? You are the General's legitimate wife. You need not fear her. If she dares to bully you, have Qingwu come to find me. Very well. If I encounter any issues, I shall seek my elder brother's assistance. I will not bear it alone. Song Qinghe looked at Song Yaozhi with pride, relieved to see her so resolute. He raised his hand, intending to ruffle her hair, but withdrew halfway. His sister had grown up, and he needed to be mindful of propriety. By the way, Father's birthday is next month. You must return home early. He looks forward to your return every day, Song Qinghe added. Song Yaozhi brightened. I will definitely return early. Song Qinghe felt gratified to see his obedient sister. At last, Zhizhi had matured. He did not linger long, leaving without even sharing a meal. Shortly after his departure, Xiao Ziqian sent over some fruits and pastries. Song Yaozhi regarded the offerings with disdain. Could she not have instructed the kitchen to send them herself? Must he send someone to deliver them? Xiao Ziqian was truly excessively pedantic. Whether it was an apology or an attempt at flattery, it all felt utterly worthless. Song Yaozhi's illness lingered until the 15th day, and she was once again dragged into the palace by Gao Xian, much like a chick being carried.
Today,
Xin Chuan was dressed impeccably, yet his complexion was far from pleasant. Upon seeing Song Yaozhi, he scrutinized her. Dressed in a simple blue gown devoid of embellishments, her pallor made her appear as though she had come to mourn. Xin held a cup of tea, withdrew his gaze, and remarked, "It's merely a matter of marrying a concubine, and you look so despondent. If you were to have a legitimate son with Lin Rower in the future, would you then consider ending your life?" Song Yaozhi knelt, greeting him. "This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty."
rise.
"Thank you, your majesty." Song Yaozhi dared not offend him in his presence. After performing her courtesies, she spoke. "Your majesty, there seems to be a misunderstanding. The illness I suffer is due to excessive blood loss, exacerbated by the rain and coinciding with my monthly cycle. It has nothing to do with Xiao Ziqian." Upon hearing the term monthly cycle, Xin's expression shifted slightly, but seeing Song Yaozhi's tranquil demeanor, he furrowed his brows, forcing himself to maintain a facade of calmness. "Your majesty, shall we fill the blood to the brim today?" Song Yaozhi inquired, glancing at the crystal chalice, which had previously contained her blood, but now held only a single black worm. Xin nodded. "Fill it." The dagger lay on the table, and Song Yaozhi realized she could not avoid this task. She picked it up and made another incision on her previous wound. Blood dripped down. After a while, dizziness overcame her, and she looked at the chair beside her, asking Xin, "Your majesty, may I sit?" "Go ahead," he replied. "Thank you, your majesty." Song Yaozhi took a seat, watching her blood gradually fill the chalice. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, "Your majesty, did the worm consume all the blood I shed last time?"
Zen granted affirmatively.
"Then why has it shown no change?" Song Yaozhi was curious. "If I nurture this worm back to health and let it bite me again, will it still die?" Xin's gaze darkened. "Once you've nurtured the worm, I shall have your head." Song Yaozhi shivered, lowering her eyes and falling silent. Chapter 30, Assassination. Xin observed her for a while, and when she remained silent, he impatiently asked, "Why do you not speak?" "Too much blood loss has left me weak," Song Yaozhi replied, her complexion pale. "Extend your hand," Xin commanded. Song Yaozhi hesitated, glancing at her bleeding hand. "Your majesty, I am currently bleeding." "The other hand," he retorted sharply. With a reluctant acknowledgement, she extended her other hand toward him. Xin placed a white jade vial in her palm. "What is this?" she asked, intrigued. "A restorative. Is it the complete nourishing pill?" Her eyes lit up. She had been worried about her health after losing so much blood over the month, fearing a decline in her immunity could lead to complications. "Thank you, your majesty." Song Yaozhi expressed her gratitude, carefully tucking the vial into her bosom. Xin chuckled, teasing her, "You're ambitious." She glanced at him, then at her bleeding wrist, tightening her grip to hasten the blood flow. Dizziness clouded her vision, but this was the effect she sought. "Your majesty, may I pose a question?"
Zen scoffed.
"Is there anything you would not dare to ask?" Although she was quick to plead for mercy, she had not shied away from reckless actions. Hearing his tone, Song Yaozhi sensed his good humor tonight, allowing her to risk a few words. "Then I shall ask, your majesty must not be angered or take my head for this." Xin sipped his tea. "If you are so afraid, why ask?" "No, your majesty." She pressed her lips together. "I merely wish to inquire if there is a way for you to retract the marriage decree." Xin shot her a sidelong glance. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is there a method for me to divorce Xiao Ziqian?" She had broached the subject directly, and felt it would be a pity not to inquire fully. Xin set his teacup down, tapping his fingers on the table, his eyes glinting with amusement as he regarded her. "Song Yaozhi, do you remember how you once threatened to die to compel me to grant you that marriage?" Song Yaozhi froze, embarrassment creeping onto her face. "One cannot remain devoted to a single person forever. Your majesty, you have countless beauties in your harem. Surely you can understand that people as hearts can change." "Song Yaozhi, You truly play a dangerous game, Sin remarked, amused yet incredulous. As a woman, do you truly desire a harem of your own? With earnestness, she replied, I do not harbor such bold aspirations. Just as he was about to remark that she had not reached such audacity, she continued, having just 1 or 2 companions would suffice. More than that would be too taxing, and they would only bring discord into the household. Surely your majesty understands. Sin found it utterly astonishing that he was engaging in such discussions with a woman. As he listened to her nonchalant tone, he felt an overwhelming urge to dissect her mind to understand how she could utter such outrageous words. I do not comprehend, he replied, grinding his teeth. Song Yaozhi widened her eyes, but quickly realized the truth. Sin's harem was indeed sparse. Oh, right, your majesty. You favor the noble consort Shu. It became evident that a romantic at heart was not suited to the throne. After all, in the original tale, he had succumbed to the Prince Rue.
Sin paused.
His lips moving as if to counter her claims, but ultimately chose silence. Song Yaozhi remained oblivious to his reaction, continuing to chatter. But your majesty, you cannot judge others by your own standards. Not everyone can be like you, devoted solely to one person. You must tolerate those like me, who have a more expansive heart. Not allowed. Sin's voice turned cold. You speak of marriage as if it is a mere whim. You speak of divorce without care. What do you think the imperial decree is? Song Yaozhi's eyelids drooped. If you are worried that Princess Kuro's arrival will affect your status, I assure you, that shall not happen. Sin observed her expression, frowning as he attempted to reassure her. Thank you, your majesty, but I do not care for status. I simply detest Xiao Ziqian from the bottom of my heart. If divorce is impossible, then so be it. She glanced at the crystal chalice, which was nearly full of blood, sighing. It seemed that pursuing this matter with Sin would yield no results. Sin frowned at her as a woman. You may not have learned the virtues of obedience, but you must at least understand the importance of loyalty. Song Yaozhi shook her head, looking at him earnestly. Your majesty, as the ruler of the realm, with so many people under your care, you must be able to tolerate those who are fickle-hearted. She sighed. As long as it is mutual affection, what is wrong with being fickle? If Xiao Ziqian agreed, I could leave the palace to find someone I truly like. I need not divorce him. But he is unreasonable. Having Princess Kuro is one thing, but he also obstructs me from seeking a better match. It is truly infuriating. Your father should be summoned to hear these treasonous words, Sin replied coldly. I see you and Xiao Ziqian are a perfect match, both heartless and ungrateful. Song Yaozhi feigned innocence. I am wronged. How am I heartless? I wish to provide a home for all the handsome men in the world. Be silent. Your majesty, you have truly misunderstood me. Song Yaozhi was about to clarify when 3 cold arrows shot through the window, aimed directly at Sin and herself. Before she could react, Sin pressed her down onto the table as the arrows embedded themselves into the wall behind them. Her eyes widened in shock as she instinctively clutched the crystal chalice tightly and dropped to the ground. Assassins. There are assassins, she shouted. Sin barely had time to intervene. In an instant, several figures in black rushed in, brandishing knives. Song Yaozhi scrambled beneath the table, covering her mouth with her bloodied hands. These assassins must be here to kill the Emperor. As long as she remained silent, she could escape unharmed. Sin was both exasperated and amused by her actions. Song Yaozhi. How unworthy. In that fleeting moment, the trained assassins lunged at Sin, whose narrowed eyes were filled with fury. Before their blades could touch him, he kicked one of them to the ground. Hiding beneath the table, Song Yaozhi heard the sounds of conflict erupting outside. She dared not peek, waiting anxiously. The next moment, one black-clad assassin crashed to the ground, his neck twisted at an odd angle, eyes wide open, staring directly at her from beneath the table. Her breath caught in her throat, and she tightened her grip over her mouth. This was her first close encounter with death. With a resounding thud, the table above was cleaved in two. Song Yaozhi looked up, and a cold blade descended towards her face. It was over.
Song Yaozhi.
Sin called out anxiously. Chapter 31. Uncovering Infidelity. Terrified, clutching a small lamp, Song Yaozhi rolled aside just in time to evade the strike. She saw Sin visibly relax. But the cloaked assailant seized the opportunity, landing a blow on Sin's shoulder. Sin grunted in pain, yet, with a knife he had snatched, he swiftly cut the assailant's throat, blood gushing onto half of his face. Song Yaozhi's complexion turned pallid. She felt paralyzed. She had never witnessed such a scene, a living person dying before her eyes. their throats slashed, nearly severing their head. How could one human possess so much blood?
Song Yaozhi.
Sin shouted as he noticed another assailant aiming for her. He quickly lunged and pulled her out of harm's way. Weren't you just sharp-witted? Why are you dazed? Song Yaozhi's lips drained of color as she gazed at the blood on Sin's face. Overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood, she felt nauseous. Song Yaozhi? Sin noticed something was amiss with her. She shook her head, her voice trembling. Survive. Do not die. She pushed him away and, with trembling legs, sought refuge nearby. Fortunately, there were only 2 assailants left. Feline led the young eunuchs rushing in, and the guards outside stormed in as well. Seeing this, the remaining 2 assailants slit their own throats. Song Yaozhi's eyes widened as she collapsed to the ground. Your Majesty, I apologize for arriving late to your aid. Please punish me, a male voice intoned. Still reeling from the sight of so many deaths, Song Yaozhi abruptly snapped back to reality, staring in astonishment at the kneeling figure. Sin's expression mirrored her shock. How could General Xiao be here? Sin asked coldly. The kneeling man was none other than Xiao Ziqian. Recently, the palace has been unsettled. His Highness, the Prince of Jin, assigned me to duty within the palace today, Xiao Ziqian explained. Sin glanced at Song Yaozhi, who had not hidden far. Xiao Ziqian could easily see her if he turned his gaze. Desperate to escape, Song Yaozhi attempted to crawl away, but Xiao Ziqian caught sight of her movement. Someone, escort this lady back to the palace, he commanded. Immediately, someone responded. Song Yaozhi froze. No need, I shall sleep with His Majesty tonight, Sin intervened, stepping toward her, shielding her from Xiao Ziqian's view, and lifted her into his arms. Song Yaozhi instinctively buried her face in his embrace. Sin stiffened for a moment, but quickly regained composure. Turning his back to Xiao Ziqian, he instructed Feline, have this place cleaned up. I will sleep in the adjacent palace tonight. He then carried Song Yaozhi out. I humbly escort your Majesty, Xiao Ziqian bowed, but as Sin was nearly out the door, he raised his eyes and suddenly noticed the feet of the lady in Sin's arms. Those embroidered shoes resembled the purple floral ones Song Yaozhi had worn before. It seemed palace ladies did not wear such shoes. General Xiao, Feline's voice abruptly interrupted Xiao Ziqian's thoughts. Regaining his focus, Xiao Ziqian replied, Feline. Feline, flustered, wiped the sweat from his brow. I troubled General Xiao to have the bodies removed. Please check if there is any evidence on them to confirm their identities. Understood. Xiao Ziqian ordered the officers behind him to quickly dispose of the bodies. Feline watched as Xiao Ziqian busied himself, no longer paying attention to the departing figures of the Emperor and Song Yaozhi, finally exhaling in relief. He had truly been terrified. Each time Song Yaozhi visited, they would retreat to the outer hall, fearing someone might discover the general's wife was present, and now the thieves had seized the opportunity, nearly causing a catastrophe. What was even more alarming was that tonight's duty fell to General Xiao. Had Song Yaozhi not been so clever, things could have turned much worse. If word got out that the Emperor had abducted a minister's wife in the middle of the night, what kind of scandal would that be? Thankfully, it had gone unnoticed. General Xiao, I shall attend to His Majesty now, Feline said to Xiao Ziqian. Please, Feline, I will handle this, Xiao Ziqian replied. Feline bowed and exited. Sin took a small path, while carrying Song Yaozhi. Halfway, he intended to have Gao Xian escort her back, but she shook her head. She showed him the crystal lamp. Half of its contents spilled. She had done her utmost to protect it, but she had been utterly terrified. Can you still draw blood today? Sin asked. Song Yaozhi swallowed hard. If I cannot, can I choose not to? She looked up at Sin. The moonlight was so bright tonight that it reflected in her eyes, allowing her to see the blood on his face. She quickly averted her gaze.
Put me down.
Sin frowned and set her on the ground. Song Yaozhi, clutching the lamp, staggered back a few steps before crouching down and dry heaving. She had never killed a chicken in her life, and today she had witnessed such a horrifying scene. Sin observed her frail figure, his brow slightly furrowed. He stood there for a moment, listening until she finished retching, then approached and offered her a handkerchief. Song Yaozhi did not take it. Seeing his blood-stained hands sent a shiver down her spine. Until now, she had never taken this world seriously. She spoke of fear and pleading for mercy, yet she felt no sense of belonging here, always viewing it as a mere story, with everyone in it mere illusions. But at that moment, as she witnessed those people die before her eyes, with Sin severing their throats, she truly felt that everything happening was real. One misstep, and she could die again, beheaded, or worse, implicating her family. Are you very frightened? Tsin asked her. Song Yaozhi shook her head, then nodded.
Tsin chuckled softly.
I truly thought you feared nothing. Crouched on the ground, Song Yaozhi stared at a small blade of grass. Does your majesty know who sent those people? I do. Song Yaozhi trembled slightly, looking at Tsin. Your majesty knows? I also know they caused such a commotion tonight for you. Tsin squatted beside her. What we did last time may not have been very discreet. Shi must have seen you. Song Yaozhi bit her lower lip. What do you mean?
Tsin laughed.
Imagine if it spread that I was involved in illicit activities with a minister's wife in the dead of night. How do you think the world would speak of me? Song Yaozhi could only think of the worst, an indulgent tyrant, as books often described. Did consort Shi betray you? She asked uncertainly. Tsin nodded directly, yes.
How could that be?
The books say consort Shu, although a spy, has never betrayed you. She might be like the Song family, quite charitable, indifferent to my affections, Tsin said, using the name of the Song family to tease her. Song Yaozhi thought of how close she had come to being embroiled in the gossip of the world, becoming a symbol of fickleness, and felt a chill in her bones. Tsin wiped the blood from his face with the handkerchief. This is your first time seeing murder, isn't it? Song Yaozhi nodded. Then you are indeed unfortunate. Your first encounter is such a spectacle. Tsin reached into his waist and handed her a jade pendant. Take this. Song Yaozhi was puzzled as to why he would give her a jade pendant. Tsin chuckled and said, I am the son of heaven. Mere ghosts and monsters dare not approach. With my jade pendant in your possession, even vengeful spirits will shy away from you, even at night. Song Yaozhi hesitated for a moment before finally replying, Your Majesty, there are no deities or spirits in this world. Death is simply death, and the tales of vengeful souls are merely self-inflicted fears. She sighed, Do not believe in such things. Throughout history, countless emperors have sought immortality, only to meet unfortunate ends. With a half-smile, Tsin regarded her, Song Yaozhi, it seems you are feeling better now. Let's not dwell on it. She reached out and took the jade pendant from his hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. Although she was an atheist, a sense of psychological comfort was still comfort. Rising, Tsin commanded, Come, accompany me to the side hall for bloodletting. Song Yaozhi looked at him with a pleading expression. I cannot. My legs feel weak. After observing her for a while, Tsin finally bent down and lifted her into his arms. Song Yaozhi, your courage is truly remarkable. Not at all. I am terrified. She replied with a laugh. Chapter 32. Delicate. Tsin carried Song Yaozhi to the side hall, and the palace servants were dismissed before they could see her face. He placed her on a soft couch and shook his hand, furrowing his brow. Your Majesty, am I heavy? Song Yaozhi inquired. Tsin shook his head. Hurry, and let the blood flow. Once done, I shall send you back. She then placed a crystal cup on the soft couch and extended her freshly cut wrist, clenching her fist to allow the blood to flow into the small cup. Soon, Fu Lin rushed in. Your Majesty, how are you? He hurried to Tsin's side. Song Yaozhi glanced at them. Upon seeing the wound from Tsin's shoulder to his chest, Fu Lin's eyes widened in shock. I shall immediately summon Dr. Zhan. No need to rush, Tsin interrupted. Speak of it only after she leaves. Fu Lin's eyes reddened. Then let me apply some medicine to stop the bleeding. It is of no consequence, Tsin said, turning to Song Yaozhi, who appeared pale and devoid of color, looking more obedient than usual. Fetch some healing herbs for her. See if there is anything suitable. Fu Lin paused, glancing at Song Yaozhi, a mix of unspoken comfort and concern crossing his face. I shall go at once. He hurriedly exited. With Fu Lin gone, silence returned to the side hall. Song Yaozhi placed the small cup on the ground and rested her hands on the soft couch, gazing at Tsin's chest. Your Majesty, you are injured. Tsin coldly laughed. I thought you were blind. Just moments ago, she had so confidently asked him to hold her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Yaozhi replied, I thought the blood on you was theirs. Tsin ignored her. Your Majesty, could you please pour me a cup of water? I might be a bit thirsty due to the blood loss, she asked again. Although Tsin did not respond verbally, he lifted the teapot and poured hot water into a cup, then stood to hand it to her. Song Yaozhi accepted the cup with her other hand, taking a few sips, and felt a genuine fondness for him. He had carried her despite his injuries and was now serving her tea. He hardly resembled a tyrant. Yet, in the original text and her memories, Tsin was depicted as a ruthless tyrant, known for his cold-blooded killings and the fratricidal act of usurping the throne. While she lacked the courage to directly inquire about his patricide, it was evident from the knight's schemes that his hold on the throne was precarious. That's enough. Sin's voice suddenly broke her thoughts. Startled, Song Yaozhi quickly placed the cup aside and wrapped her wrist with a handkerchief to staunch the bleeding. She winced at the thought of losing even a single drop of blood. Once Fu Lin returns, I shall have Gao Xian escort you home, Sin stated, settling into a chair not far away. Song Yaozhi nodded and, finding nothing else to do, lay down on the soft couch to sleep. Sin glanced at her, but refrained from reprimanding her, instead quietly contemplating in his seat. The events of the night were orchestrated solely by the Jin Wang, or perhaps with the influence of Rui Wang. He was uncertain. However, it was clear that those behind him could no longer remain idle. Each of his brothers longed for his demise, for with his death, the throne would be theirs. But he would not grant them that satisfaction. When Fu Lin returned, he found Song Yaozhi asleep on Sin's couch. Not wishing to disturb her, he lowered his voice and said, Your Majesty, the medicine is ready. Sin glanced at the various bottles and jars on the tray. Noticing his gaze, Fu Lin quickly explained, Your Majesty, I thought that those nourishing herbs like Ganoderma and ginseng would be difficult for Miss Song to take home. It would be better to prepare them in advance for her next visit, so she can drink them upon arrival. We could also brew some for her regularly and have Lord Gao deliver them in the evenings. As he spoke, Fu Lin paused, adding quietly, This would be beneficial for both Miss Song and Your Majesty. If she were to take those nourishing herbs home and Lord Xiao Ziqian were to see them, it would raise questions, wouldn't it? Sin nodded in agreement but quickly frowned. There is no need for such supplements. Gao Xian is not here to handle such trivial matters. Indeed, Lord Gao is of great use to Your Majesty. Perhaps we should send someone else. Miss Song's health appears quite poor. She ought to receive more nourishment.
Fu Lin suggested.
Sin snorted. I see her as quite healthy, eating and sleeping well. He looked at Song Yaozhi, who was presently sleeping soundly. Wake her up and have Gao Xian take her home. Dawn is approaching. Sin rose, sweeping away his sleeves, and retreated into the inner hall.
Yes, Fu Lin complied.
Approaching to gently rouse Song Yaozhi, Miss Song, it is time to go. Song Yaozhi sat up, feeling dizzy. Fu Gonggong, where's Lord Gao? Could you please have him come in to assist me? I am feeling quite faint. Fu Lin quickly produced a bottle of restorative medicine and fed her a pill. Miss Song, you must take good care of your health. I shall summon Lord Gao at once. Thank you, Fu Gonggong. You are truly a good person. Song Yaozhi smiled brightly, praising him. Meanwhile, Sin, seated in the inner hall, snorted disdainfully. Giving her a few pills and calling someone for her makes you a good person? Foolish. She had no business summoning Gao Xian to assist her. Chapter 33. Still hoping to bear you a son? Upon returning home, Song Yaozhi bathed and changed clothes before collapsing into bed, sleeping soundly until midday. It was not until Qin Wu rushed in, breathlessly informing her that the general had arrived, that she finally awoke. Song Yaozhi did not rise to greet him, simply instructing Qin Wu to let him enter. Qin Wu hesitated, glancing at Song Yaozhi, considering whether it was too inappropriate to meet him like this, but recalling how Xiao Ziqian treated her. She shook her head and went to invite him in. A son-in-law like Xiao Ziqian hardly deserved to see her dressed up. Upon entering, Xiao Ziqian saw Song Yaozhi lying on the bed and frowned with displeasure. What time is it that you are still sleeping? Song Yaozhi felt as though he was an overbearing mother-in-law, always making her uncomfortable. She turned away, presenting her back to him, unwilling to engage. Seeing her uncooperative demeanor, Xiao Ziqian took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation, and calmly asked Song Yaozhi, Did you go out last night? Just as she was about to drift back to sleep. His question jolted her awake, and her mind sharpened. Xiao Ziqian awaited her response, stepping forward to glance at the shoes that Song Yaozhi had placed by the bed. These were a pair of blue embroidered shoes, distinct from those he had seen at the Feishuang Palace the previous night. A sigh of relief escaped Xiao Ziqian. Song Yaozhi, did you go out last night? I heard you requested water for a bath at the hour of the tiger, he inquired once more. Qin Wu, also present in the room, hastily interjected, Young master, the young lady can bathe whenever she pleases. Are we now to deny her the right to bathe? Xiao Ziqian's sharp gaze immediately turned toward Qin Wu. Did I ask you a question? Qin Wu trembled, her complexion turning pale. Is this the appropriate tone to speak to your master? If you do not understand manners, you should be sold off. Xiao Ziqian reprimanded angrily. Qin Wu fell to her knees, pleading, Please spare me, General. Stop flaunting your authority here, Xiao Ziqian. Song Yaozhi suddenly sat up, drawing back the bed curtain to gaze at him. Do you wish to know why I bathed so late? She wore a sheer garment that slipped from her shoulders, revealing her delicate collarbone and slender neck. For a fleeting moment, Xiao Ziqian's heart faltered, and he instinctively averted his gaze, unable to look directly at her. Song Yaozhi stood up, boldly walking towards him, a mocking glint in her eyes. It is because I have taken my own life for you. Xiao Ziqian was taken aback, his expression one of shock. Song Yaozhi tore off the bandage from her wrist, raising her hand to show him the bloody wound. Do you see this? This is what I have done for you. Xiao Ziqian's eyes widened as he beheld the gruesome intertwining of fresh and old wounds, a stark testament to her determination to harm herself. Have you lost your mind, Song Yaozhi? He exclaimed, fury igniting within him. He turned to Qinggu. Your lady is gravely injured. Why have you not summoned a doctor? Go, quickly.
No.
Song Yaozhi shot a fierce glare at Xiao Ziqian. I refuse to see any doctor. I want you to see these wounds. They are all for you. Xiao Ziqian, you have betrayed me and ruined my life. I want you to remember this forever. Her words cut deep, fierce and resolute. Initially, Xiao Ziqian had come to Song Yaozhi with a hint of suspicion, but now all thoughts had fled his mind, fixated solely on the injuries upon her wrist. Song Yaozhi, I have told you, no one will affect your status in the general's residence. Even if Rower enters the household, you will remain the rightful lady of the general's house. He could not bear to look at her wounds. Why must you harm yourself so? General's lady, do you think I cherish this worthless title? As the daughter of a prime minister, I can marry whoever I please. Do you think I desire to be your general's wife? Song Yaozhi laughed mockingly. Xiao Ziqian, if you do not love me, why marry me? Xiao Ziqian's eyes flickered with uncertainty. This marriage was bestowed upon us by His Majesty. His Majesty? How dare you mention him? She retorted. If His Majesty forbids you from marrying Miss Lin, you could risk your life to seek the Empress Dowager's decree to marry her as a concubine. Why did you not seek her 2 years ago to refuse our engagement? Her scornful gaze bore into him. You treat me as a stepping stone, ruining my life while believing I owe you something.
I have never thought that.
Xiao Ziqian vehemently brushed aside her words, clenching his fists as he gazed down at the pale, frail Song Yaozhi. His eyes were filled with hatred, resentment, and guilt. You know very well that on the day the marriage was bestowed, His Majesty did not consult my wishes, but declared it before the court. How could I refuse? Song Yaozhi, this marriage was sought by you, and I could not refuse it. I have never owed you anything, nor have I ever felt you owe me. Song Yaozhi scoffed. On the day of our wedding, you abandoned me, making me the biggest joke in Xinjiang. After waiting 2 long years for your return, you brought back a concubine. Xiao Ziqian, how dare you say you do not owe me? Xiao Ziqian closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, unable to meet her mocking gaze. He turned his back to her, stating, I have said it before. The concubine is merely repaying her debt of gratitude. I have already tarnished her purity at the tea banquet. If I do not marry her, how can she survive in the capital? You used to be willful and spoiled, yet your heart was kind. Now, you have become utterly cruel. Song Yaozhi felt weary. Her initial intention was to clear her name, to prevent Xiao Ziqian from further questioning her late bath. However, at this moment, she realized how harshly he judged the original owner of her identity. He cherished Lin Rower's kindness and sought to protect her, while the original owner was forced to be considerate and accommodating, lest she be labeled as cruel. I am indeed a cruel person. If you cannot endure me, go to His Majesty and seek a decree to divorce me. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not relent. Song Yaozhi's voice was cold. Xiao Ziqian did not respond to her challenge, but spoke with newfound determination. I can promise you, only you can bear the general's legitimate heir. There shall be no one else. Song Yaozhi burst into laughter. You still expect me to bear you a son? You might as well prop your pillow higher and dream about it. In a few days, I will bring Rower into the residence. Do not cause any more trouble. With that, Xiao Ziqian strode toward the door. After he left, Song Yaozhi turned to Qinggu, who was still kneeling. Stop kneeling, get up. Have you forgotten what I told you last time? Qinggu, feeling wronged, rose slowly. Miss, I was just too frightened. You need not fear him any longer, Song Yaozhi said as she returned to her bed. Qinggu nodded, her eyes reddening as she recalled Song Yaozhi's earlier words. Miss, I now understand how much pain you hold within. The young master is too cruel. I will never allow you to be close to him again. Song Yaozhi contemplated explaining that her earlier words were merely an act, but chose to remain silent. Perhaps these words could be seen as a voice for the original owner. Miss, you have not left the house in days, but you have no idea of the grand spectacle being prepared in the residence. The red lanterns and ribbons hung outside, and the dishes being prepared in the kitchen are far more exquisite than when you entered the household. Qingwu said, aggrieved. Song Yaozhi smiled lightly, after all. They are marrying for love. Spending lavishly for someone they cherish is a joy, while spending even a penny on someone they do not care for feels like a loss. Qingwu's eyes grew even redder. Miss, why is your fate so bitter? Song Yaozhi placed a finger over her lips. Do not speak such things. According to the law of attraction, the more you speak of misfortune, the more it will come. Though Qingwu did not grasp the concept of the law of attraction, she fell silent upon hearing the latter part of Song Yaozhi's words. Once Song Yaozhi lowered her hand, Qingwu began to murmur. My lady is indeed a person of great fortune. My lady is the most fortunate. Song Yaozhi nodded, delighting in her words. Chapter 34. Bullying with power on the day of Xiao Ziqian's wedding to Lin Rower. Song Yaozhi learned from Qingwu that the wedding was being conducted with the full rights of a legitimate wife. 8 bearers would carry the bridal sedan chair, adorned with a phoenix crown and flowing silk, the ceremonies far more elaborate and festive than her own simple wedding when she entered the household. Qingwu had already wept several times early in the morning, lamenting the unfairness of it all for her lady. Fortunately, with the Xiang family present, no matter how grand the wedding, there will not be too many guests, Qingwu chattered. Song Yaozhi merely smiled silently, quietly consuming her red bean porridge and drinking red date tea to replenish her energy. Her vitality had been lacking lately. The weight she had gained previously had all but vanished, and even a short walk left her breathless. She could not concern herself with how Xiao Ziqian would lavishly celebrate Lin Rower. Her only wish was to live a long life. Originally, Song Yaozhi had resolved to remain in her courtyard, but soon after, several people unexpectedly entered. Madam, how leisurely you are. Song Yaozhi, upon hearing the voice, half opened her eyes and beheld a woman clad in attire reminiscent of the palace. Who are you? Who permitted your entrance? Qingwu, upon encountering these arrogant individuals, immediately sought to expel them. Impudent. This is Mama Yang, favored by the Empress Dowager, who has come specifically to convey a message to the general's wife. Kneel at once. A woman beside Mama Yang reprimanded. Hearing this, Qingwu felt compelled to kneel, yet upon glancing at her mistress, who remained standing, she resolutely chose not to.
Mama Yang.
Noticing their defiance, furrowed her brow. Does the madam wish to resist the imperial decree? No, Song Yaozhi sighed internally, rising to pull Qingwu down to kneel beside her.
Mama Yang, please procede.
Observing Song Yaozhi's lack of decorum, Mama Yang internally scoffed, labeling her a wild girl, ignorant of etiquette despite her noble lineage. Straightening her posture, Mama Yang spoke with an air of superiority. Today, the Empress Dowager has summoned me, firstly to congratulate General Xiao on his marriage, and secondly to inform you that Princess Kuro is the adopted daughter of the Empress Dowager. Should anyone dare to insult Princess Kuro, it would be tantamount to insulting the Empress Dowager herself, who will not let it go unpunished. It was clear that she had come solely to issue a warning. Song Yaozhi smiled and replied, I understand. I shall treat Princess Kuro with the same reverence as the Empress Dowager. Mama Yang nodded with satisfaction, then turned her gaze towards Qingwu, who was kneeling beside Song Yaozhi. Since the general's wife is aware, I shall not elaborate further. This young lady beside you is your dowry maid, Qingwu, correct? Song Yaozhi furrowed her brow slightly. Why was Mama Yang bringing up Qingwu now? Qingwu, feeling a sudden panic, shrank her neck nervously. Having insulted Princess Kuro a few days prior, the Empress Dowager has decreed that since the general's wife cannot manage her maid, it falls to me to properly discipline her. With that, Mama Yang stepped forward, raising her hand to strike Qingwu's face. Song Yaozhi was taken aback. Seeing the fear in Qingwu's eyes as the slap approached, she instinctively threw herself forward to shield Qingwu from the impending blow. Mama Yang glared at Song Yaozhi. What are you doing, madam? Having served by the side of the late empress, Mama Yang had witnessed many noble figures and had learned to exude an intimidating presence when angered. Qingwu lay trembling on the ground, too afraid to move. However, Song Yaozhi remained undaunted. She had encountered too many heartless individuals who thrived on the misfortunes of others. Mama, I will manage my own maid without your interference, she declared. rising to face Mama Yang directly. If you have no other business, kindly take your leave. The wedding feast is still being held, and you will miss the celebratory wine. Mama Yang surveyed Song Yaozhi with a mocking smile. Madam, I have yet to fulfill the Empress Dowager's orders. I cannot simply leave, or I shall be punished.
With that,
She shoved Song Yaozhi aside, disregarding her protests, and seized Qingwu's arm, forcing her to look up. With a resounding slap, she struck Qingwu's face. Song Yaozhi staggered back several steps, nearly losing her balance. Once steadied, she saw that Qingwu's hairpin had been dislodged by the force of the blow. Yet Mama Yang was not satisfied. She raised her hand again to strike.
stop, stop.
Song Yaozhi attempted to intervene, but was restrained by two maids flanking Mama Yang. Madam, just observe, the Empress Dowager's decree cannot be defied, the maid warned. Mama Yang delivered two more resounding slaps to Qingwu's face. The sound echoed painfully in the silent courtyard, causing Song Yaozhi to feel a sting of sympathy. She struggled against the grips of the maids, but they held her firmly. Stop this at once. My father is the Prime Minister. If you lay another hand on her, I will inform him. Song Yaozhi shouted angrily,
Mama Yang pauset.
glancing at her with disdain. Madam, I am acting on the Empress Dowager's orders. What can Prime Minister Song do? Can he surpass the authority of the Empress Dowager? With that, she struck Qingwu again twice. If you wish to speak to Prime Minister Song about today's events, you may do so.
Just beware.
Should the Empress Dowager take offense, your entire Song family will face the consequences. Mama Yang sneered. Qingwu's face swelled, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she looked at Song Yaozhi with tearful eyes. Miss, please don't say anything more. I'm not hurt. Let me go. What are you waiting for? Throw them out. Song Yaozhi directed her gaze toward the guards and maids stationed outside her quarters. Yet they dared not meet her eyes, stepping back, clearly unwilling to intervene. Mama Yang laughed. Madam, the Empress Dowager's decree cannot be ignored. Song Yaozhi's breath hitched as she clenched her fists, helplessly watching Qingwu. She felt powerless against the two maids, just as she had felt powerless against the Empress's command to kneel outside Sinang Palace. Yet she had never wished harm upon anyone. The Empress Dowager simply despised her and chose to target her, for this was Song Yaozhi's fate, the fate of one who could be bullied without consequence. Madam, you must be vigilant. You will need to properly discipline your maid in the future, Mama Yang declared, raising her hand to deliver several more slaps to Qingwu's face. The sound of each slap filled the quiet courtyard. Song Yaozhi could only watch helplessly as Qingwu suffered. After 20 strikes, during which not a single unblemished spot remained on Qingwu's face, Mama Yang finally withdrew, allowing Song Yaozhi to approach and embrace Qingwu. Qingwu was rendered speechless, merely gripping Song Yaozhi's hand to reassure her that she was unharmed. Chapter 35. Is blood auspicious? Madam, today is the wedding day of the princess and General Shao. By rights, you should join in their celebration, Mama Yang said with a smile directed at Song Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi raised her eyes to meet hers. You could have your people drag me over. Mama Yang had no intention of actually taking Song Yaozhi to the celebration. She merely made the suggestion. Upon hearing Song Yaozhi's response, she shook her head with a derisive smile. If you are unwilling to go, that is fine. I still have to extend the Empress Dowager's congratulations. With a mocking curtsy, she declared, I shall take my leave now. Without waiting for Song Yaozhi's reaction, she turned and exited. Fists clenched tightly, Song Yaozhi let out a cold laugh. She turned to the guards and maids lingering at the door. Why aren't you fetching a doctor? Did you not hear the Empress Dowager instructing me to teach you the proper decorum? The guards and maids scattered like startled birds. Only then did Song Yaozhi lower her gaze to Qingwu. Qingwu, can you still hear me? Qingwu could only see Song Yaozhi's lips moving, but her ears buzzed, rendering her unable to comprehend. Clenching her teeth, she shook her head, refusing to cry out of fear of distressing her mistress. Song Yaozhi's complexion paled slightly. Gripping Qingwu's hand tightly, she felt a chill envelop her. Song Yaozhi assisted Qingwu to lie down in the room, fetching cool water to apply to Qingwu's face. Initially, Qingwu resisted, attempting to wave her away, but ultimately, she could not withstand Song Yaozhi's insistence. As Song Yaozhi tended to Qingwu's face, a faint sound echoed from outside the window. She paused, moving to open the window, where she discovered a jade-green round box. Upon opening it, she found a white paste inside. Lord Gao? Song Yaozhi whispered. A stone fell from the sky to the ground, as if in response to her call. This medicine must have been sent by Gao Xian, who had likely witnessed everything today. Clutching the round box tightly, she closed the window and returned to Qingwu, applying the medicine to her face with great urgency. Since it was given by Gao Xian, it must be a remedy from the palace, undoubtedly the finest. She was applying a facial treatment to Qingwu when a little maid rushed in. Madam. Song Yaozhi glanced at her. This was the maid who attended her alongside Qingwu. She inquired, "Where is the doctor?" The maid, with her head lowered, nervously replied, "Nurse Zhang said today is a day of great joy for the general, and we cannot summon a doctor, as it would disrupt the auspiciousness." Nurse Zhang was the stewardess of the household, and prior to Song Yaozhi's marriage 2 years ago, she managed all affairs in the absence of a female head. Since Song Yaozhi's arrival, the general had not granted her authority over the household, nor had she sought it, allowing Nurse Zhang to continue in her role. While Song Yaozhi used to find solace in her leisurely life, she now felt the weight of Nurse Zhang's authority pressing upon her. "Who is to decide whether we shall summon a doctor? You or I?" Song Yaozhi asked coldly. The maid fell to her knees, pleading, "Madam, please spare me. This is Nurse Zhang's decision. I have no authority." Song Yaozhi let out a cold laugh. "Very well, I shall go and summon one myself." She stood to leave, only to be seized by Qingwu, who frantically gestured for her not to go. Song Yaozhi was taken aback and looked at her in surprise. "You can hear me?" Qingwu, with difficulty, replied, "A little. It's quite noisy." Song Yaozhi took a deep breath, reassuringly patting Qingwu's hand. "Fear not. All shall be well." Qingwu looked at her with teary eyes. "At the very least, I am the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister. I cannot defy the Empress Dowager. Am I to be bullied by a mere stewardess?" Today, she would not be denied the doctor. With determined strides, Song Yaozhi moved towards the exit. After a few steps, she turned back to the kneeling maid. "Lead the way." The maid quickly rose and hurried ahead to guide her. As Song Yaozhi exited the courtyard, she collided directly with Nurse Zhang, who stood at the entrance with several guards. With a smile, Nurse Zhang addressed her. "Madam, where are you off to?" Song Yaozhi replied, "To summon a doctor." "Madam, please understand, today is a day of great joy. We cannot disturb it with a doctor. It is inauspicious," Nurse Zhang said gently. Song Yaozhi suddenly smiled. "Nurse Zhang, I know not whether summoning a doctor is auspicious, but I am certain that should blood be shed today, it would be most inauspicious." Nurse Zhang's expression faltered, her smile freezing. "What do you mean, madam?" Stepping closer, Song Yaozhi withdrew a hairpin from her head and pressed it against Nurse Zhang's throat. "If you were to die today, would you consider that auspicious?" Nurse Zhang's face turned pale as she gazed at Song Yaozhi in terror, her guards at a loss for how to respond to the unfolding scene. "Madam, what are you doing?" Nurse Zhang attempted to retreat, but with each step back, Song Yaozhi advanced, pressing the sharp pin harder against her neck, eliciting a scream from Nurse Zhang. "What do you intend to do?" "I am the general's wet nurse. He was raised on my milk. If you dare harm me, the general will not let you go unpunished." "I have no desire to harm you. I merely wish to summon a doctor." "Nurse Zhang, may I proceed now?" Song Yaozhi smiled. "I do not fancy managing affairs. Do you truly believe me to be easy prey? A stewardess like you, what would it matter if I were to eliminate you today? Would the general truly turn against me for your sake?" While Lin Raoer is supported by the Empress Dowager, has Nurse Zhang forgotten who my father is? Nurse Zhang's complexion was ashen, trembling and darting her eyes in panic. Song Yaozhi had never relished wielding power over others, especially those of lower status, for she believed in their equality. However, today's harsh lessons from the Empress Dowager had awakened her to a stark reality. In this feudal age, in such a rigidly stratified society, the notion of equality was but a fanciful dream. The status of a prime minister's daughter, though noble, did not shield her from being bullied. Such injustice, such cruelty. "I shall ask you once more. May I summon a doctor, Nurse Zhang?" "Madam, I only wish to protect you. If you provoke the general over a mere maid, your life in this household will be far from pleasant," Nurse Zhang cautioned. "Madam, no matter how powerful your family may be, we women rely on our husbands. A married daughter is like water that has been spilled. My future is of no concern to you." Song Yaozhi pushed her aside. "Now be gone." Chapter 36. This pit. "You must jump." Song Yaozhi initially intended to seek out a doctor herself, but as the little maid guided her to a side door, she suddenly halted. "Madam, what is it?" the maid asked, trembling. You go summon the doctor and return within half an hour. If you do not, I shall kill you. The maid's forehead broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Though Song Yaozhi spoke calmly, the malice in her eyes was undeniable. She was a maid bound by a death contract. Should her mistress find an excuse to end her life or sell her, the authorities would not intervene. In a panic, she dashed outside, fearing that any delay might cost her life. As Song Yaozhi turned back, heading into the estate, she ran her fingers through her disheveled hair. The general's residence was festooned with decorations, radiating joy. Upon reaching the front courtyard, she found Xiao Ziqian and Lin Raoer just completing their wedding rites, preparing to enter the bridal chamber. Song Yaozhi hastened to block their path. Those around were startled, gazing at her in astonishment. Who is this? Hurry and drag her away, someone shouted. Indeed, two individuals stepped forward to apprehend Song Yaozhi. She looked at Xiao Ziqian mockingly. Has the general taken a concubine and now disregards me, his lawful wife? Xiao Ziqian furrowed his brow at her. Why have you come here dressed like that? I do not wish to argue with you today. Please leave. Is this the attire I have chosen? Song Yaozhi's piercing gaze turned to the matron representing the Empress Dowager. Husband, I do not mind you taking a new wife, but you cannot strip me of my very existence. The matron slammed her palm on the table, furiously rebuking, where did this madwoman come from? Hurry and drag her away. The maid beside the matron rushed forward to seize Song Yaozhi. Without a moment's thought, Song Yaozhi fell to her knees before Lin Raoer, pleading, I beseech Lady Ke Raoer to spare us. You may flourish within the general's residence, but I implore you, spare my maid and me. Today, many guests are present. After all, with the matron officiating in the name of the Empress Dowager, numerous ministers had come to toast the joyous occasion. Not a single member of the Song family had attended for Song Yaozhi, yet there were allies of the Song family present. Mr. Li from the Ministry of Rights stepped forward, his voice cold. General Xiao, what is the meaning of this? You may take a concubine, but do you intend to drive your lawful wife to despair? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, General Xiao, though Lady Ke Raoer has saved your life, Madame Xiao has remained steadfast, waiting for you in the capital for 2 years. Do you not value this loyalty? Madame Xiao, please tell us what has transpired. We shall advocate on your behalf. Mr. Zhou from the Ministry of War added angrily. He had never approved of Xiao Ziqian's demeanor and had come solely because of the Empress Dowager. Seeing Song Yaozhi in such a state ignited his fury. Though Lin Raoer could not see the unfolding drama beneath her bright red veil, she could hear the commotion. Gripping Xiao Ziqian's hand tightly, she felt anxious. Xiao Ziqian comforted her with a gentle pat on the back of her hand, whispering, Do not be afraid. Then, he turned his cold gaze back to Song Yaozhi. Speak. What further trouble do you intend to cause? He had believed that Song Yaozhi had truly become docile, having not caused him any trouble for so many days. Yet now he realized how mistaken he was. This moment was precisely what Song Yaozhi had been anticipating. He regretted not having stationed someone at the entrance of her courtyard today to prevent her from going anywhere. Song Yaozhi paid no attention to Xiao Ziqian. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Raoer, then turned to Young Mama. Just a moment ago, Young Mama came to my courtyard to seek me out, warning me that I am merely a minister's daughter, of no comparison to the esteemed Ke Raoer, the princess. Once Princess Ke marries into the household, I must serve her well. Failing to do so would mean failing to serve the Empress Dowager. As she spoke, Song Yaozhi pinched her own thigh fiercely, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just days ago, my maid had dared to speak out against the princess regarding this marriage, and today, Young Mama brought people to beat my maid to the point of unconsciousness. I pleaded with them to stop, yet Young Mama claimed it was in the name of the princess. I have never wronged the princess. Why must she treat me so cruelly? Must she drive me to despair? You speak nonsense. Young Mama rushed forward to confront Song Yaozhi. When have I ever said such words? With tear-filled eyes, Song Yaozhi looked at Young Mama. If Mama says it is not true, then it must not be. I am merely a minister's daughter and dare not contest with someone who stands beside the Empress Dowager. I only ask for your kindness, General, to find a doctor for my maid. She is like a sister to me. If anything happens to her, I shall not wish to live. Young Mama, trembling with rage, pointed at Song Yaozhi, incredulous. What nonsense is this little wretch spouting? How could 20 slaps possibly harm anyone? She has not belittled any minister's daughter. This is clearly deliberate. Today, how many officials have gathered? How many of them have daughters? If the daughter of the prime minister is treated this way, how might their daughters fare? Especially since this princess is merely an adopted child. It was she who intruded, yet sought to suppress the legitimate wife thus. The princess's actions are truly ruthless. If she can bully Madame Xiao to such an extent before entering the household, will Madame Xiao be left with her life once the princess is wed? Mr. Zhou exclaimed in anger. Lin Rower shivered, wishing to unveil her veil to defend herself, yet fearing it might bring bad luck. She could only hurriedly explain, I did not do that. If the princess did not, then why did Young Mama bring so many people to confront us, ready to strike? Is it because the Empress Dowager dislikes me and wishes to punish me? Song Yaozhi lamented. General, have I done something wrong? I have waited here in this empty general's residence every day, hoping for your safe return. When you returned with the princess, I held no grievances. But why must you allow others to bully me? In the past, Song Yaozhi had not wished to engage in schemes against Xiao Ziqian and Lin Rower. She had no intention of doing so. But Lin Rower had crossed her line. Because of a single remark, Lin Rower had borne a grudge for so long, wanting to bring her down, to slap her face. Lin Rower was ruthless in her dealings, and thus she need not care for her survival. This time, she had to resist. If she did not make a scene today, she would forever be oppressed in this general's residence. Bullied by Lin Rower and suppressed by the Empress Dowager. Lin Rower certainly dared not say that the Empress Dowager wished to punish Song Yaozhi. She found herself at a loss for words amidst Song Yaozhi's pointed remarks, only able to endure her grievances in silence. General, I truly did not. Lin Rower clutched Xiao Ziqian's hand tightly, tears falling onto his hand, looking pitifully delicate. Xiao Ziqian wrapped his arm around Lin Rower in a gesture of comfort, then cast a complex look towards the kneeling Song Yaozhi. There may be some misunderstanding. Please rise. I will send for a doctor immediately. Song Yaozhi gazed at him. Is it truly possible to summon one? Just now, Mama Zhang prevented me, saying today is an auspicious day and a doctor cannot be summoned, as it would bring misfortune. Even if I were to die in this residence, a doctor cannot be called. Is it truly not inauspicious? The murmurs around them grew louder. Ji, rise now and come with me. I shall escort you back to the Prime Minister's residence. Mr. Zhou declared firmly. Upon hearing this, everyone voiced their agreement. Xiao Ziqian's expression darkened immediately as he turned to look at Song Yaozhi. She replied, all right. Thank you, uncle. She remembered that the original owner referred to this elder as uncle. Regardless of thanks or not, I am an old friend of your father's. His daughter is being bullied in this manner. I must intervene, Mr. Zhou stated. Let us leave now. Song Yaozhi stood up, preparing to depart with Mr. Zhou. Xiao Ziqian coldly interjected, wait. Lin Rower tightened her grip on his hand. Xiao Ziqian held her hand as he addressed Mr. Zhou. Uncle, Gigi is my wife. Is it truly appropriate for you to take her away just like that? Mr. Zhou's eyes widened in anger, clearly displeased. What is inappropriate about this? You left Gigi alone in the capital for 2 years. Did you consider what was suitable? You returned with a woman and even requested the Empress Dowager's decree for a legitimate wife. Does that seem appropriate? Is this something a person should do? Mr. Zhou. Yang Mama straightened her back, fixing a sharp gaze upon him. Are you implying that you are blaming the Empress Dowager? Mr. Zhou's eyes flickered, frowning. I did not say that. Yang Mama scoffed. I believe Mr. Zhou means just that. Song Yaozhi suddenly turned to Yang Mama. Mama, Mr. Zhou's implication is that General Xiao lacks honor, and the Empress Dowager, in her compassion for lovers, was deceived by schemers, arranging this marriage without knowledge of my suffering. Do you truly believe that the Empress Dowager would condone General Zhao's neglect towards his waiting wife, allowing him to act as a heartless and ungrateful fool? Outrageous. How dare you say the Empress Dowager is a fool? Young Mama exclaimed, frustrated. Song Yaozhi looked at Young Mama innocently. I have never said such a thing. It was you who admitted it. Young Mama regretted her words, wishing she could slap herself. What was she saying? Song Yaozhi's words were indeed sharp, filled with hidden traps. Young Mama could not deny them. To deny them would mean acknowledging that the Empress Dowager was enabling Xiao Ziqian to act as a heartless fool. She could only fall silent, allowing Xiao Ziqian to bear the blame alone. Xiao Ziqian looked coldly at Song Yaozhi. She was no longer the same as before. Every word she spoke accused him, and this scene would undoubtedly lead others to believe he had mistreated her. How cunning she was.
Mama.
I truly appreciate your presence at my wedding banquet with Rower today. Please convey my apologies to the Empress Dowager. I should not have deceived her into pitying me. granting me this marriage and making her a villain in the process. Xiao Ziqian responded to Song Yaozhi's remarks. He had to solidify his image as a heartless scoundrel, so that the Empress Dowager could maintain her good reputation. Young Mama looked at Xiao Ziqian with a complicated expression. General Xiao, your actions lack consideration. I will convey your message. After speaking, she glanced at the crowd. All eyes were upon this drama unfolding. Since the wedding banquet has concluded, I shall return to the palace to report, she stated. She needed to extricate herself quickly. Staying any longer, Song Yaozhi might accuse her of further wrongdoing. With a cold glance at Song Yaozhi, young Mama turned to leave. Take care, Mama. Xiao Ziqian bowed in respect. The surrounding crowd also offered their respects, as young Mama represented the Empress Dowager, and their farewell was also for her. Only Song Yaozhi watched young Mama's departing figure with cold eyes. Knowing they wielded their privilege to oppress, and after exerting their power, they could flit away lightly as if nothing had occurred. Yet the pain lingered, as she awaited the doctor's arrival. This matter shall not be dismissed so easily, nor should it be. Esteemed guests, the wedding banquet has concluded, and I, Xiao Ziqian, shall not keep you any longer. In due time, I shall invite you all to my residence for a toast. With a respectful gesture, Xiao Ziqian bid farewell to those present, adopting a demeanor befitting a host sending off his guests. Some, not wishing to be embroiled in the ongoing affairs, took the hint and departed. Yet, high-ranking officials like Lord Zhou remained, awaiting an explanation from Xiao Ziqian. Xiao Ziqian addressed them with utmost respect, stating, the union between myself and Yaozhi is a decree from His Majesty. Even if I have wronged Yaozhi, it is His Majesty who should decide. Should Yaozhi wish to return to her family, it ought not to be you, Lord Zhou, a mere acquaintance, who takes her back. Is there truly no one from the Song family available? Upon hearing this seemingly cautionary remark, Lord Zhou erupted in anger. I share a brotherly bond with Minister Song, and Yaozhi has called me uncle since childhood. What do you mean by mere acquaintance? What nonsense is this? Furrowing his brows, Xiao Ziqian was about to engage Lord Zhou in debate when Song Yaozhi interjected. Uncle, he speaks the truth. Even if I wish to go home, it should be my elder brother who comes for me. Please, uncle, convey to my brother that I shall await him at the general's residence. Taking a deep breath, Lord Zhou immediately acquiesced. Xiao Ziqian's gaze remained fixed on Song Yaozhi. I shall take my leave now, Lord Zhou declared curtly before turning to exit. With his departure, he took with him a cohort of officials who had close ties to Minister Song. The once lively banquet hall fell into a somber silence, an atmosphere of desolation permeating the air. Tears streamed down Lin Rower's cheeks as she sobbed, Sister, I did not intend to report to the Empress. It was merely that, a few days ago, the Empress inquired about me, and in a moment of sorrow, I let slip a word. I never meant to harm you. As she wept, she bent her knee to kneel before Song Yaozhi. But before she could reach the ground, Xiao Ziqian swiftly pulled her back up. What is the purpose of kneeling to her? She is cunning and deep-rooted in her schemes. Even if the Empress does not send someone to discipline her maidservants today, she would find another excuse to wreak havoc at this wedding. Xiao Ziqian harbored the most sinister suspicions towards Song Yaozhi. He regarded her with scorn, as if he had penetrated her facade. This display is merely an attempt to tarnish Rower South's reputation before the court, ensuring that you can bully her at will in the future, is it not? Song Yaozhi, you are nothing but a viper. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yaozhi stepped forward and slapped Xiao Ziqian across the face. The crisp sound echoed throughout the banquet hall. General,
Lin Rower exclaimed,
immediately lifting her veil to inspect Xiao Ziqian's face, now unconcerned with any notions of propriety. Xiao Ziqian, in disbelief, looked at Song Yaozhi. You dare strike me? Song Yaozhi nodded. Indeed, if you cannot endure this, you may divorce me for the 7 reasons. If you do not, it merely shows your cowardice. Song Yaozhi, sister, how can you treat the general this way? How can you strike him? He is your husband. Lin Rower rebuked, her eyes glistening with anger. Song Yaozhi regarded Lin Rower with a bemused smile. He is your husband, not mine. Do not call me sister. I have only 2 younger sisters, both of whom reside in the Prime Minister's household, and you do not. With that, she turned to return to her quarters, but paused. Glancing back at Xiao Ziqian and Lin Rower, 20 slaps will be repaid in kind. Lin Rower shivered under the chilling gaze of Song Yaozhi. Xiao Ziqian wrapped his arms around her as she nestled against him, trembling and sobbing. What a pair of shameless lovers, Song Yaozhi scoffed before striding out. Chapter 38. Is this not a humiliation? General, does my sister despise me? Lin Rower asked, her voice thick with emotion. Xiao Ziqian, his gaze steady upon Song Yaozhi's retreating figure, gently shook his head. Do not overthink it. Her actions are merely a spectacle for my eyes. Nervously clenching her hands, Lin Rower cautiously regarded Xiao Ziqian, but Lord Zhou and the others have gone to summon Minister Song. General, will you be reproached by him? Xiao Ziqian let out a derisive laugh, recalling the oppression and rebukes from the Prime Minister's family. What reproach can I fear? I have grown accustomed to it. Seeing his expression, Lin Rower grasped the underlying meaning and immediately felt remorse. It is all my fault. Xiao Ziqian looked at her, softly reassuring. Do not think that way. Even without your presence, she would not allow me peace. General, he took the veil from her hands, carefully placing it back over her head, and instructed a nearby maidservant. Take the lady back to her chamber to rest. I shall come shortly. With the vibrant red veil obscuring her face once more, Lin Rower felt her anxiety soothed by Xiao Ziqian's gesture. Regardless of Song Yaozhi's ruckus at the banquet, what did it matter if so many supported her? As long as the general's heart remained with her, Song Yaozhi would forever be the loser. Upon returning to her quarters, Song Yaozhi found a physician had already been summoned and was attending to Qingwu's injuries. As she entered, the maidservant who had been sent by Song Yaozhi earlier saw her disheveled hair but, still feeling the weight of Song Yaozhi's earlier threat, dared not inquire further, respectfully informing her of the situation. Nodding slightly, Song Yaozhi turned to the physician. May I ask, Dr. Liu, how is Qingwu faring? Dr. Liu clasped his hands in greeting. I have prescribed external herbal remedies and some internal anti-inflammatory medicine. Provided she follows the treatment, there should be no scarring on her face. However, the young lady's ears have sustained some damage. I can only do my utmost to treat her, but cannot guarantee a full recovery. Concern gripped Song Yaozhi's heart, as she recalled Qingwu mentioning a buzzing in her ears, already anticipating the worst. The blows from Yang Mama had been delivered with full force. Thank you, she replied bitterly, expressing her gratitude to Dr. Liu before sending him away with the maidservant. Entering her room, she found Qingwu gently applying a cloth to her swollen face. Upon seeing Song Yaozhi, Qingwu's expression shifted from worry to alarm. Miss, what happened to your hair? Has someone bullied you? Shaking her head, Song Yaozhi replied, No. I merely performed a little drama for them. Qingwu, straining to hear, asked, What drama? It is nothing, do not fret. Soon, we shall return home. Song Yaozhi enunciated with emphasis, ensuring Qingwu understood her intent. Qingwu's face brightened momentarily before concern returned. Miss, will His Majesty be displeased? I have my own plans. Song Yaozhi reassured her, stroking her head. Qingwu was younger than her and could not compare to the previous version of herself. Seeing her little sister so injured ignited a fierce anger within Song Yaozhi. She would not allow Qingwu to suffer in vain. With a plan forming in her mind, Song Yaozhi awaited the return of the maidservant with Qingwu's medicine when Minister Song and Song Qinghe arrived at the general's residence. Xiao Ziqian had been waiting at the entrance for some time. Initially, he had expected only Song Qinghe to come. However, upon seeing Minister Song disembark from the carriage, Xiao Ziqian's brow furrowed. If only Song Qinghe had come alone, there might have been room for negotiation. Yet, with Minister Song present, the Prime Minister's household was undoubtedly intent on taking their daughter back. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ziqian, still adorned in his resplendent red wedding robe, stepped forward. Clasping his hands in a deep bow, Ziqian pays his respects to my father-in-law. Minister Song raised a hand to halt Xiao Ziqian's gesture. General Xiao need not be so formal. I am unworthy of such reverence. Do not jest, father-in-law. I lost my father at a young age, and regard you as my own. Any courtesy I extend is well within your deserving, Xiao Ziqian replied. The expression on Prime Minister Song's face darkened, and despite the saying that one should not strike a smiling face, Xiao Ziqian found himself at a loss for how to respond to Song's lowly demeanor. Song Qinghe remarked, I never anticipated that General Xiao could utter such flattering words. If the general truly regards my father as his own, why then does he so humiliate my sister? Xiao Ziqian raised his gaze to Song Qinghe and asked, What do you mean by that, elder brother? Ziqian and Yaozhi treat each other with the utmost respect as husband and wife. Where is the humiliation in that? Is it not humiliation to abandon her on the wedding night and depart for the border? To return 2 years later with another woman by your side, reducing her to a laughingstock throughout the capital? To have 2 women serve one husband, is that not humiliation? Song Qinghe, a man usually composed and refined, struggled to contain his fury as he questioned Xiao Ziqian emphatically at the gates of the general's residence. Each of these instances, do they not constitute humiliation? To take a secondary wife in a grand ceremony, even exceeding the pomp of 2 years prior. On the wedding day, sending someone from the Empress Dowager's side to instruct her on etiquette and to beat her maid. General Xiao, does this not amount to humiliation? If not, then what does? Song Qinghe glared at Xiao Ziqian with righteous indignation. Though he had never seen battle nor possessed the fierce aura of Xiao Ziqian, his presence was formidable, fueled by his unwavering love for his sister, making him an indomitable force. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ziqian replied, "This matter is a misunderstanding." Song Qinghe let out a cold laugh, finding the words utterly absurd. Prime Minister Song subtly gestured to his son to remain calm before addressing Xiao Ziqian. "General Xiao, I have come to see my daughter. Is it appropriate for you to bar our entry at the door?" Xiao Ziqian stepped aside to grant them passage. "Of course. If my father-in-law wishes to see Yaozhi, I shall escort you." "Thank you," Prime Minister Song responded with a respectful gesture. His expression remained composed, concealing the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Xiao Ziqian led them to the courtyard where Song Yaozhi sat. The door stood wide open, and upon hearing the commotion, she rose to look outside. After such a long absence, she had yet to tidy her hair or attire, appearing as disheveled as she had on her wedding day. Xiao Ziqian's brow furrowed deeply. This was intentional. Chapter 39. Yaozhi acknowledges her mistakes. It had been quite some time since Prime Minister Song had last seen his daughter, and now witnessing her wretched state in the general's residence stirred a profound sense of sorrow and anger within him. His daughter, the cherished and esteemed young lady of the Prime Minister's household, had been nurtured with love and care, never having endured a moment of hardship. Yet since her marriage to this general, she had not known a single day of peace. Before seeing her father, Song Yaozhi had been anxious about how to interact with him, but upon observing his expression, she felt an overwhelming wave of paternal love. In the presence of family, there was no need for her to strategize. Instinctively, she understood how to connect with him. Taking a deep breath, Song Yaozhi knelt before Prime Minister Song, performing a respectful bow. Yaozhi greets her father. "Why are you kneeling? Quickly, rise," Prime Minister Song urged, rushing to assist her. Song Yaozhi lifted her gaze. Her eyes reddened. "Yaozhi is erred and feels remorse. This kneeling is to acknowledge my mistakes to father." Prime Minister Song gazed at her in astonishment. She pushed him away and knelt again, resting her forehead on her hands, raising her voice. "Yaozhi should not have been willful regarding marriage, causing father to worry. Today, I finally understand that marriage cannot be forced. I recognize my mistakes and implore father to take me home." Looking at his daughter on the ground, the usually stern eyes of Prime Minister Song glistened with unshed tears. Behind him, Xiao Ziqian's expression shifted abruptly, a mix of urgency and anger directed at the kneeling Song Yaozhi. "I came today to bring you home, Gigi. Stand up. I have never thought you were at fault. The fault lies with me for failing to discern character, resulting in your suffering for 2 years. Let us return home at once," Prime Minister Song declared. Song Yaozhi felt a wave of relief wash over her, her eyes brimming with tears. Previously, she had detested the original character's inability to cherish such a loving father, consumed by her own emotional turmoil. Now this wonderful father was hers. Rising to her feet, she nodded firmly. "I will call Qinggu, and we shall leave." She turned to head inside. "Yaozhi!" Xiao Ziqian called out sharply. Song Yaozhi glanced back at him. His demeanor was cold, his tone even chillier. "You may stay at your maternal home for a day or 2, but you must return afterward. Are you quite well?" Song Yaozhi scoffed at him. Xiao Ziqian replied, "We are not yet divorced." "You could end our marriage at any time," Song Yaozhi retorted. Xiao Ziqian clenched his fists, a tempest of fury surging within him. "General Xiao, I know you despise me, but I have not prevented you from writing a divorce decree. If you fear the Emperor's wrath, you are on close terms with the Empress Dowager. You could appeal to her for assistance in this matter," Song Yaozhi stated, and then entered the house to summon Qingwu. The two emerged with their bundles, and Song Qinghe immediately stepped forward to take the burden from Song Yaozhi's hands. Xiao Ziqian watched helplessly as Song Yaozhi seemed oblivious to his presence, following Song Qinghe and the others as they attempted to leave. He raised a hand to block her path, and the group regarded him warily. Song Yaozhi paused, breaking the silence. "Do you intend to strike me?" "General Xiao." "Enough is enough," Prime Minister Song interjected, displeased. Xiao Ziqian's gaze was fixed solely on Song Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi, if you dare leave the general's residence today, I will never come to retrieve you again. Song Yaozhi pursed her lips and smiled at him. General Xiao, you may seek me out in a grand procession in the future, but I shall never return. Xiao Ziqian's eyes bore into Song Yaozhi, desperately searching for a hint of her intent to play hard to get, suspecting this was yet another tactic of hers. But he found nothing. She radiated ease and joy. General Xiao, she derided, don't wear such an expression. Shouldn't you be happy? I have released you. Do you regret it? Do you wish for me to stay? Xiao Ziqian was wounded by her cheerful demeanor. Song Yaozhi, I have never thought that. If you wish to leave, then leave. But you cannot take anything from the general's residence. Everything must remain. Song Yaozhi was taken aback by his shamelessness. General, if you insist on such terms, should not Yaozhi's dowry also be promptly returned to the Prime Minister's residence? Song Qinghe interjected bluntly. Xiao Ziqian frowned. Elder brother, we are not yet divorced. If we were, I would certainly return it. Ji, do not take those things. We will buy new ones when we return, Prime Minister Song instructed his daughter. Song Yaozhi nodded in agreement. Upon hearing her father's words, Song Qinghe immediately discarded the bundle, and Qingwu followed suit. Prime Minister Song turned to Xiao Ziqian.
General Xiao.
May I take my daughter now? Xiao Ziqian's expression darkened. Unable to respond to Prime Minister Song's inquiry, his gaze fixed intently on Song Yaozhi. A single glance from Prime Minister Song revealed to him all of Xiao Ziqian's current thoughts, eliciting a sneer of disdain within himself. He then turned to Song Yaozhi. Ji, let us go. Very well, Song Yaozhi replied, following her father out. Song Qinghe shielded her from behind, wary of Xiao Ziqian's potential interference. Xiao Ziqian remained in the courtyard, watching as Song Yaozhi walked away without looking back, a taste of bitterness rising in his throat. As she saw others departing without a trace, Xiao Ziqian called out furiously, Song Yaozhi. Yet, Song Yaozhi did not pause even for a moment and continued her unwavering stride forward. Song Yaozhi, should you choose to leave today, you shall never again be the general's wife. I shall certainly petition His Majesty for a divorce. Xiao Ziqian's voice resonated loudly. Song Yaozhi halted briefly, without turning her head, replied, I await your decree of divorce. I trust that General Xiao will honor his word. With that, she resumed her departure, devoid of any lingering sentiment. Xiao Ziqian's eyes filled with rage. He had never anticipated that Song Yaozhi would leave without a backward glance. He stood in place for an extended period, long enough for the maids in the courtyard to timidly inquire, General, are you well? It was only then that Xiao Ziqian regained his senses. He glanced at the bundle discarded on the ground, which had partially come undone. Approaching it, he opened the bundle, expecting to find some jewelry he had gifted her, but discovered only a few garments. Not a single item from the general's residence had she taken. When had she prepared these things? Xiao Ziqian inquired of the attendants in the courtyard. The maid answered timidly. It was after the madam returned just now that she organized them herself. Clenching his fists, Xiao Ziqian resolved to gather everything. He had thought her outburst was a plea for him to care. Yet it became clear that her commotion in the wedding hall had signified her firm intention to leave. Chapter 40. A Script of Cherished Favor. Song Yaozhi settled into the carriage heading back to the Prime Minister's residence. As the carriage progressed along the street, she listened to the lively calls of vendors outside and could not resist lifting the curtain to gaze out. In this era, commerce was encouraged, and merchants held a respectable status, so the marketplace was bustling with activity. Since arriving here, Song Yaozhi had never ventured outside. Now, observing the vibrant street life, she found everything to be fascinating and alluring. Since you intend to divorce Xiao Ziqian, it would be prudent to discuss it thoroughly with our elder brother and father. Rather than act rashly, Song Qinghe remarked. Song Yaozhi lowered the curtain and turned to him. Elder brother, have you noticed? Song Qinghe smiled and shook his head. I did not realize it before, thinking you were genuinely aggrieved. However, witnessing your swift exit just now revealed your true intentions. She had staged such a spectacle that the world believed Xiao Ziqian, backed by the Empress Dowager, was bullying her as the legitimate wife. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the Song family to take her away. I am not acting rashly. The Empress Dowager has been excessively oppressive. I could not allow Qingwu to suffer such humiliation, so I resolved to take a stand. Song Yaozhi explained. Elder brother, I am not worried about the Empress Dowager harboring resentment towards you. Song Qinghe cautioned. We are subjects. The Empress Dowager is the sovereign. Should she wish to trouble Song Yaozhi, we would merely be fish on the chopping block. Rest assured, I am well aware of my position, Song Yaozhi reassured him. You have done well, and even if the Empress Dowager truly seeks to take offense, as long as our father remains in his position, she shall not be able to touch the members of the Song family. The Prime Minister spoke with gravitas. He had intended to bring his daughter back after she was unjustly punished in the palace, but since Yaozhi refused to return home, he had desisted. Song Yaozhi was deeply moved by her father's words. For the first time, she felt an unwavering defense, unconditioned by reasoning or consequences, from a family member, from her father. This sensation was extraordinary. She was overwhelmed with joy and could not help but shed tears. She had considered the possibility that the Song family might reproach her for this incident, understanding it as a natural reaction, especially in such an era where opposing the Empress Dowager and the royal family could endanger the entire clan. Yet her father was willing to stand against the Empress Dowager for her. What a narrative this was, clearly a script of cherished favor. Upon arriving at the Prime Minister's residence, as Song Yaozhi disembarked from the carriage, she noticed a throng gathered at the entrance. All the members of the Prime Minister's household awaited her return. Yaozhi, come, let us go home. Her father led her inside. Song Yaozhi nodded, following him up the steps. Her stepmother, Lin Wan-yi, looked at her with trepidation, her eyes red, yearning to comfort her like a mother but fearing rejection. She could only stand cautiously. Yaozhi, may I suggest you return to your old courtyard? It has remained empty since your marriage, and if you are in need of anything, please inform your aunt.
Lin Wan-yi spoke timidly.
She had never dared to address herself as a mother in front of Song Yaozhi, even though her husband had elevated her to the position of the rightful wife, making her the legitimate lady of the Prime Minister's residence. Song Yaozhi glanced at her two younger sisters and one younger brother beside her, all of whom seemed too fearful to meet her gaze. Even their furtive glances were filled with trepidation. It seemed the original owner of this body had not indulged in her household. The original owner had indeed been compliant with outsiders, but formidable towards her family. One could only wish to have such a daughter. She would gladly start anew. Yaozhi, is there anything you are dissatisfied with? If so, please tell your aunt where you wish to stay, Lin Wan-yi asked hesitantly, having waited in vain for response. Song Yaozhi smiled and replied, Thank you, mother. I am content to return to my previous courtyard. Your arrangements are quite satisfactory. Very well, that is good. Lin Wan-yi rejoiced at not having her daughter find fault with her. Halfway through her words, she suddenly realized what Song Yaozhi had just said. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Yaozhi, did you just call me? What did you just call me? Song Yaozhi replied, Mother. Lin Wan-yi was immediately overcome with tears. Grasping Song Ziqian's arm, her voice trembling with excitement. My dear, did you hear what Yaozhi just called me? Song Ziqian was equally surprised by Song Yaozhi's address. Patting Lin Wan-yi's hand in shared joy, Yes, she called you mother. Lin Wan-yi wept even more profusely, tears flowing freely as she desperately tried to wipe them away with her handkerchief, but it was futile. Song Yaozhi felt somewhat at a loss. She had never encountered such a fragile woman. If she were to step forward to comfort her, she feared she would drown in her tears. Meanwhile, her elder brother and younger siblings appeared remarkably calm, as if they were accustomed to such scenes. In the end, it was Song Ziqian who managed to calm her. All right. Wan-yi, did you not say that since Yaozhi has returned today, you would prepare her favorite lotus root and pork rib soup? Yes, I have already begun cooking. I must go check on it. Lin Wan-yi finally ceased her tears, quickly turning to the maid. Song Lu, please take the eldest miss back to her room to rest. Whatever the eldest miss desires, you need not report it. Just instruct someone to fetch it from the storeroom. If it is not available, then have someone go out to procure it. A graceful young maid bowed and nodded. I understand. I must hurry to the kitchen. Lin Wan-yi bustled away. Song Ziqian, witnessing her flustered demeanor, couldn't he help but shake his head and sigh. Your mother, she has such a temperament. Acting without any method. Though it sounded like criticism, his tone was filled with indulgence. Father, let Yaozhi rest in her room first, Song Qinghe suggested. She has had a long day. Song Ziqian nodded, then turned to his second daughter, Song Liqiao. Qiao, accompany your elder sister back to her room. And keep her company for a while. Song Liqiao, pale as a vegetable, could only comply with her father's command, responding affirmatively. No need, father. With Song Lu and Qinggu by my side, I wish to rest a bit longer. You may let my sister go play. Song Yaozhi interjected. After a moment of contemplation, Song Ziqian relented. Song Yaozhi noticed a visible sigh of relief from Song Liqiao. Following Song Lu, Song Yaozhi returned to her previous courtyard, which was larger and more splendid than the one in the general's residence. She once again lamented the folly of being infatuated. Miss, is there anything else you wish to request? Since Song Yaozhi had no baggage to unpack, Song Lu inquired. Song Yaozhi reclined on a chair in her room and said, Truffle, I need you to do me a favor. Truffle replied, Miss, how could you say such a thing? Please command me. Song Yaozhi continued, I would like you to keep an eye on the public opinion in the capital. Truffle paused, somewhat bewildered, and asked, What do you mean, miss? I'm not quite sure what you are referring to. I want you to gather information on what the influential figures in the capital are discussing during their leisure time, particularly regarding me and Xiao Ziqian. If there are any conversations about us, I wish to know the details, she explained. Understanding the gravity of the request, Truffle, though uncertain about Song Yaozhi's intentions, knew better than to question her orders. Yes, I will see to it immediately, she affirmed. Song Yaozhi shook her head gently. No, we cannot be too obvious about it. Ensure that the servants in our household are discreet and observant. Truffle nodded in agreement. Understood. I shall proceed with care. Song Yaozhi regarded Truffle with appreciation, recognizing her efficiency and capability. Is there anything else you require, miss? Truffle inquired. After surveying her surroundings, Song Yaozhi said, Please brew a pot of red date health tea for me, and prepare a plate of winter dates. Oh, and make sure to bring extra pig liver for dinner. Truffle was taken aback by her sudden interest in nourishing her health, but did not question it further, promptly attending to her tasks. As Song Yaozhi lounged in the courtyard of the Prime Minister's residence, savoring her hot tea and fruits, she felt a sense of contentment wash over her. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Xin was reviewing memorials while listening to Gao Xian report on matters from the general's residence. Xin's interest piqued, especially upon hearing about Song Yaozhi's bold disruption in the wedding hall, where she openly criticized the Empress Dowager. A smile spread across his face as he mused. I never expected Song Yaozhi to be so audacious, calling the Empress Dowager a foolish old woman in front of the court. Truly, only she could pull off such a stunt. Gao Xian nodded. Miss Song must have been pushed to her limits. She is a person of deep emotions. I observed how kind she was to her maid today. However, he knew his duty was to protect Song Yaozhi, not to interfere in her affairs or reveal his identity. Xin's discerning gaze remained fixed ahead, perceiving the underlying intentions of Song Yaozhi. Her actions today, even at the cost of becoming the laughingstock of the capital, served a greater purpose. When the Song family sought a divorce in the future, he would have no grounds for refusal, and the populace would not accuse him of inconsistency. Xin tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, pondering the implications of her actions. If she cannot secure the divorce, the princess will no longer be able to use the Empress Dowager's influence against her, especially with the officials watching over the Empress Dowager. He chuckled to himself, finding Song Yaozhi to be quite intriguing. Feline, have there been any interesting happenings at Sinang Palace today? Xin asked the attendant beside him. Feline chuckled. I hesitated to disturb your majesty, but I must share that upon Yang Mama's return from outside the palace, the Empress Dowager began throwing things in a fit of rage for half an hour, creating quite the commotion. Xin laughed heartily, to provoke the Empress Dowager to such fury. Song Yaozhi, you truly possess a remarkable talent. Gao Xian, do you think I should reward her? Gao Xian cautioned, if your majesty rewards her publicly now, the Empress Dowager may view her as a thorn in her side. If you wish to reward her, it would be wiser to do so discreetly.
Xin replied, Ah.
But she is not afraid of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager cannot match her. Gao Xian furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning, I do not understand. Miss Song is merely a young lady, seemingly powerless. Even if she were the Prime Minister, could he truly prevent the Empress Dowager if she decided to act? Just wait and see, Xin replied, his confidence unwavering. Did you not hear her declaration? She will repay those 20 slaps. She has vowed to do so. Gao Xian was astonished by Xin's assessment of Song Yaozhi, unable to fathom how a young woman could stand up to the Empress Dowager. Feline chimed in. Miss Song is both brave and cunning. It will be fascinating to see how she navigates this situation, avenging herself while extricating herself from it. Xin contemplated for a moment, maintaining his smile. Feline, instruct the imperial kitchen to prepare a table of medicinal dishes and have Lord Gao deliver them to Song Yaozhi. Until this matter is resolved, she must not come to harm. Feline promptly acknowledged, yes, I shall take care of it. Once Feline left, Xin found himself alone in the study, unable to concentrate on the memorials before him, as his thoughts were consumed by the image of Song Yaozhi mocking Xiao Ziqian and the others in the wedding hall. He regretted not attending the general's residence as the officiant that day, missing out on such an entertaining spectacle. Indeed, Song Yaozhi, who often knelt first to plead for mercy, had never truly bowed to him in submission. He had long perceived that in her eyes, imperial authority held no sway. Not only had the Empress Dowager humiliated her today, but he suspected she could also find a way to undermine him publicly if given the chance. Truly, she was a cunning fox. Upon awakening, Song Yaozhi sneezed. "Miss, are you alright? Have you caught a chill?" Truffle immediately inquired, having been the only one by her side since Qingwu had gone to rest and recuperate. Song Yaozhi shook her head. "No, I sense someone is speaking ill of me behind my back." Truffle was taken aback. Song Yaozhi added, "It must be that scoundrel Xiao Ziqian." "Oh dear, Truffle, you cannot imagine how petty he is. He is the only one capable of such backbiting." Truffle was astonished. Having grown up in the Song household and knowing how fond Song Yaozhi once was of Xiao Ziqian, hearing her describe him in such a manner was beyond her belief. "When is mealtime?" "I'm famished," Song Yaozhi inquired, patting her stomach. Truffle replied, "The meal is prepared and kept warm in the small kitchen, waiting for you to awaken." Song Yaozhi sprang from her bed. Quickly, "Bring it here. I'm ready to eat." "Yes, Mississippi." "Have father and mother eaten?" Song Yaozhi asked, assuming they would share the first meal together upon her return home. Truffle nodded. "The Prime Minister and Madam have already dined. Madam said you worked hard today, so she instructed me not to disturb you." How kind of her stepmother, Song Yaozhi thought to herself. "Next time, do wake me," she said, eager to share meals with her family, relishing the lively atmosphere. Truffle complied and hurried to fetch the prepared dishes from the kitchen. The table was set with an abundance of food, featuring not only the pig liver Song Yaozhi requested, but also many of the dishes the original owner had loved. Song Yaozhi marveled at her decision to return home, realizing it was indeed the right choice. This was precisely the idyllic life of leisure she had dreamt of, waking to eat, sleeping after a satisfying meal, living without worry. Chapter 42. A cautionary tale of being overly eager. The meals at the Prime Minister's residence were more delectable than those at the General's residence. Song Yaozhi indulged until she was completely full and blissfully reclined on her bed. She had intended to continue sleeping, but as soon as Truffle left, Gao Xian entered, carrying a food box. Song Yaozhi was taken aback and exclaimed, "Lord Gao, today is not the first day of the month, is it?" Gao Xian shook his head and placed the food box on the table, addressing Song Yaozhi. "Miss Song, this is the medicinal meal ordered by His Majesty to be delivered." Song Yaozhi paused in surprise. Gao Xian continued, "His Majesty has instructed that you must finish it." Song Yaozhi rubbed her stomach and asked, "Is it necessary to finish it?" "I just had dinner, and I ate quite a lot." Gao Xian looked at her earnestly. "Miss Song, this is His Majesty's command." It was evident that Xin was deliberately putting her in this position. While Song Yaozhi enjoyed food, the human stomach had its limits. Having just dined, she could hardly consume such a large quantity of medicinal food. Reluctant to eat, she found Gao Xian watching her closely, ensuring she did not leave a single bite uneaten. Struggling, she nearly retched but eventually managed to finish the medicinal meal delivered by Xin. That night, Song Yaozhi hardly slept, feeling bloated. The next morning, Song Yaozhi awoke to find that Song Lu had brought breakfast and noticed the dark circles under her eyes. She immediately surmised that Song Yaozhi had indeed forced a smile the previous day. Once night fell and everyone else was gone, she finally allowed herself to shed her defenses and reveal her pain to the darkness. Unable to hold back, Song Lu gently urged, "Miss, please take care of your health. If you wear yourself down for General Xiao, both the master and mistress will be heartbroken." Song Yaozhi replied, "I won't eat." Thinking she was refusing food for Xiao Ziqian, Song Lu quickly persuaded, "Today, I made red bean porridge. Please eat a little." Song Yaozhi rubbed her stomach, unable to stomach anything at the moment. "You all can have it. I truly don't want to eat. I'll sleep a bit more." She waved them away. Seeing this, Song Lu dared not insist further, but cast a deep, sorrowful glance at Song Yaozhi. It wasn't until noon that Song Yaozhi felt her stomach had digested somewhat. She was led by Song Lu to the front hall for lunch, where the Song family had gathered. However, upon entering, she distinctly sensed the lively atmosphere in the hall suddenly grow tense and subdued. It felt as though everyone in the family was gauging Song Yaozhi's mood to dictate their own actions. Gigi, come sit next to your father, Lin Wani initiated, inviting Song Yaozhi to take a seat. To her left sat Song Qinghe, while the seat to her right was conspicuously vacant, clearly reserved for her. Lin Wani, as Song Xiang's rightful wife, occupied a position beneath Song Yaozhi. No need. You sit over there and I will sit next to you, Song Yaozhi insisted, moving her stool to place herself between Lin Wani and Song Lijiao. Both Lin Wani and Song Lijiao were taken aback, especially Song Lijiao, whose eyes widened in panic as she tightly clutched Lin Wani's sleeve under the table, resisting the idea of sitting with Song Yaozhi. Lin Wani, feeling awkward, said, "There's no need. I will sit with Qiao Qiao. You should sit beside your father." "Are you really not changing?" Song Yaozhi asked. Lin Wani nodded. "Please sit down and eat." "All right then." Song Yaozhi moved her stool back to sit between Lin Wani and Song Xiang. Lin Wani sighed in relief, and upon seeing her settled, immediately began serving her dishes. "I heard from Song Lu that you didn't eat breakfast, so you must be hungry now. Try this sweet and sour fish. You used to love it." "Delicious," Song Yaozhi exclaimed after taking a bite. "Of course, it's delicious. Your mother made it for you." Three sisters Song Minxian interjected without reservation.
Xian.
"How can you speak to your elder sister like that? Quickly apologize." Lin Wani scolded. She felt a natural fear towards Song Yaozhi, and it extended to teaching her children to respect her. Song Minxuan's expression soured, her lips pressed into a thin line, defiantly refusing to back down. "Mother, I didn't say anything wrong. If elder sister has made mistakes, why should I and second sister suffer for her?" Song Minxuan's voice was clear and resolute. Song Lijiao cautiously tugged at Song Minxuan's hand, whispering, Xian, stop talking. "Second sister, what you said was quite right," Song Yaozhi said after finishing a piece of rib and sipping her tea. "You all should not suffer for me. But if the Jia family wishes to break off the engagement due to my situation, it merely shows that their son is weak and unworthy of you, second sister. If this engagement is cancelled, then so be it. I have no intention of imposing myself on others." Pointing at herself, she continued, "Do you see? I am the cautionary tale of such pursuits. Do you wish for your second sister to marry another Xiaoziqian?" Song Minxian was momentarily stunned. She never expected Song Yaozhi to take such a stance. "Elder sister, what does 20 mean?" the curious little Song Qinghe asked. "It refers to another heartless, feeble Xiaoziqian," Song Yaozhi replied. Song Qinghe immediately shook his head. "Second sister, do not marry." Song Minxian puffed her cheeks, arguing, "Elder brother Ziyuan is a good person. Don't compare him to Xiao Ziqian." Song Yaozhi laughed. "Since you think highly of him, he would certainly not blame you for my situation. So, what are you worried about?" Father did not instruct mother to take the initiative to the Jia family to break off the engagement. Song Minxian was momentarily speechless, her lips moving as she struggled to find a counter-argument to Song Yaozhi's reasoning. She despised her own clumsiness, having suffered a setback at the hands of Song Yaozhi, her eyes reddening in anger. Upon observing her expression, Song Yaozhi was immediately gripped by a sense of guilt. How could she, at her age, bully a young girl of merely 13 or 14? It was utterly shameless. "Let us eat. Your mother will decide what to do about this matter," Song Xiang declared, effortlessly sweeping the issue aside. Yet, after he spoke, he couldn't help but steal another glance at Song Yaozhi. He could hardly believe that the words he had just heard had come from her. She had certainly matured. However, the thought of the circumstances that had forced her to grow up filled him with an uncomfortable tightness in his chest. He had failed to protect his own daughter. After the meal, Song Yaozhi retreated to her room. She first checked on Qingwu, who bore a face marred with bruises, rendering her original appearance nearly unrecognizable. Most concerning was Qingwu's ear, which had been buzzing incessantly since the previous day. Song Yaozhi's heart sank at the news. In this era, medical technology was woefully underdeveloped, and if a person's organs fell ill, they were left to fate. Qingwu's ear was in jeopardy. Returning to the courtyard, Song Yaozhi summoned Song Lu to inquire about her investigation. "Miss, I have gathered information," Song Lu reported. "Many in the city are discussing yesterday's events." "What have they said?" Song Yaozhi asked. With trepidation, Song Lu replied, "I dare not say." "Speak freely. I can likely guess." "Are they saying I was abandoned by Xiao Ziqian, that I am a discarded woman, and that I made a scene at the wedding?" Song Yaozhi remarked with a hint of detachment. Song Lu looked at her in surprise. "Yes. Some have said so, but please do not take offense, miss. They are merely common folk who understand little. I am not offended. They are merely expressing what they think. What else did they say? Be detailed in your report, Song Yaozhi instructed. Understanding that Song Yaozhi was indeed unfazed, Song Lu continued. Many have labeled you a vengeful woman who destroyed others' happiness on a joyous day, claiming that General Xiao and Princess Kuro are a match made in heaven, and that you only married General Xiao due to the influence of the Prime Minister's household. They also suggested that you must be exceedingly unattractive, which is why General Xiao holds you in such disdain, or that your temperament is peculiar and jealous, prompting him to risk defying an edict to divorce you. Song Yaozhi laughed softly, leisurely sipping her tea. Look, Song Lu, this world is unreasonably harsh on women. It is evident that Xiao Ziqian wronged me, yet no one criticizes him. Instead, they seek to justify why he could not endure me. She set her cup down, her fingers lightly tapping the table. Appearance? Temperament? It is he who has elevated himself by associating with me, yet all believe I am the one who has overreached. This world truly devours the innocent. If it were anyone else facing such scorn, would they not be driven to despair? Miss, please do not dwell on this, Song Lu urged softly. Song Yaozhi shook her head. I will not overthink it. This is trivial compared to the fierce battles waged by modern fans. Song Lu, find a few trustworthy individuals, absolutely trustworthy, and have them assist me with the matter, Song Yaozhi instructed. Miss, you need only command, Song Lu replied. With a smile, Song Yaozhi said, have them publicly denounce me, calling me ugly and malicious. Additionally, let them spread a rumor that I bully Princess Kuro in our household, even attempting to drown her at a tea party. They should claim I oppress Xiao Ziqian, forcing him to kneel before me daily, as if I were utterly wicked. Song Lu's eyes widened in shock. Miss, I do not understand why you would want to tarnish your own reputation. Reputation holds great significance for women. This is simply a strategy of raising and then suppressing, Song Yaozhi replied. Unable to elaborate further, she added, I have my reasons. You need only carry out the task. Song Lu hesitated, fearing the consequences should the Prime Minister and his wife learn that she was conspiring against their daughter. Miss, you cannot demean yourself for General Xiao, she pleaded. Song Yaozhi chuckled. I am not demeaning myself. I am devising a plan to ensure he can never rise again. Song Lu remained puzzled. Go ahead and do as I say. If you are uncertain, you may ask my father for his approval first, Song Yaozhi suggested. Upon hearing this, Song Lu nodded. Very well, I shall do so. But if your father inquires, you must tell him it is merely my desire to expedite the divorce from Xiao Ziqian. Song Yaozhi contemplated that with her father's intellect, he would undoubtedly understand her intentions. Go now, she urged. As Song Lu prepared to leave, a round-faced maid hurried in, accidentally colliding with her. Why the commotion? Song Lu frowned. The maid immediately knelt. Forgive me, Song Lu, I urgently need to see the miss. What is it? Song Yaozhi prompted. The third miss has brought the second miss and is waiting outside for you, the round-faced maid replied hurriedly. What do they want? Song Yaozhi inquired, perplexed. Are they demanding justice? Have they hired thugs? No, they're simply waiting for Miss to provide them with an explanation. If you do not emerge, they refuse to leave. What explanation? If they seek justice, why not go to the constable? What use is it to come to me? Song Yaozhi felt a headache coming on. She had already tired herself out today. Song Lu urged, Miss, you should at least see what they want. If third Miss truly brings people in, it could escalate and draw the Prime Minister's ire, resulting in punishment for all three of them. Song Yaozhi leapt to her feet, lifting her skirt as she rushed outside. Where are they? What do they want? She hurried out to find Song Liqiao and Song Minxian standing at her courtyard entrance with several maids. Song Liqiao appeared anxious, tugging at Song Minxian, who wore a fierce expression. If not for Song Liqiao, Song Minxian would have likely stormed in by now. Sisters, what is the matter? What do you seek? Speak quickly, or I shall grow weary, Song Yaozhi remarked. Song Minxian, annoyed by Song Yaozhi's demeanor, glared at her with wide eyes. Eldest sister, I have come to retrieve something for second sister. Did mother not send you the lotus gold hairpin? Do you not know it was originally meant for second sister? Song Yaozhi feigned innocence. I truly did not know. I am not even aware of the hairpin you speak of. It turned out all this commotion was over a mere hairpin. Song Yaozhi gestured dismissively towards the courtyard. I have not touched what mother sent. You may take everything. Feel free to carry it all away. Her nonchalant response left Song Minxian momentarily speechless. You would let us take it all? Is this for real? Mother sent you a considerable amount of items. Can you bear to part with them? Observing her reaction, Song Yaozhi frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of regret. Linwan was a good person, but it seemed she had not taught her daughters well. Both had been raised with an air of pettiness. Eldest sister, are you attempting to trick us into taking these items, only to later tell father that we stole from you? Song Minxian eyed her suspiciously. Such a low tactic. Song Yaozhi scoffed. If I truly wished to scheme against you, I would not allow you to take anything at all. With your visit today, I could persuade my father to punish you. Song Minxian was taken aback, her expression shifting slightly, as she realized that her presence today could indeed provide Song Yaozhi with leverage against her. Sister, do you know how I would handle such a situation? Song Yaozhi inquired. Gazing at her, Song Minxian pressed her lips together, remaining silent, her eyes narrowing as she fixed her gaze on her sister. Ignoring the hostility in her sister's stare, Song Yaozhi earnestly replied, I would first endure the situation, and then, on a day when the noble families hold a banquet, I would adorn myself with a simple hairpin and wear the plainest attire to present myself before father, achieving my aim effortlessly. Song Minxian, quick-witted, processed the statement and understood its implication. Biting her lip, she felt torn. While she recognized the logic in Song Yaozhi's words, she was unwilling to concede to her sister, for that would imply her inferiority. Yet, she had always looked down upon Song Yaozhi. Unable to restrain herself, Song Minxian scoffed. You only say this because you don't want to return the hairpin to our second sister. Song Yaozhi chuckled. Why would I not want to? It is a hairpin crafted from pure gold, and naturally, you wouldn't want to give it back to her. Song Yaozhi scrutinized Song Minxian for a moment. Truthfully, Song Minxian was extraordinarily beautiful, even more so than Song Yaozhi, yet she exuded an air of timidness. A product of excessive parental control that fostered insecurities in both material and spiritual aspects. This rendered her devoid of any presence, making her susceptible to being bullied. Song Yaozhi had once been like her, constrained by parents who favored sons over daughters, relying on scholarships and loans to attend university, leading her to be overly cautious in her interactions, fearing both being taken advantage of and inadvertently taking advantage of others. Eventually, she earned some money, spending considerable time learning to be poised and gracious in her dealings with others. My dear sisters, let us choose a time to go out together, Song Yaozhi suddenly suggested. Her abrupt comment left both Song Liqiao and Song Minxian bewildered. What scheme is our eldest sister concocting now? Song Minxian frowned. No scheme at all. Merely a casual outing to shop. Are you afraid to accompany me, third sister? Song Yaozhi teased. Song Minxian immediately retorted, what is there to be afraid of? We shall go in a couple of days. After saying this, Song Yaozhi turned to call for Song Lu, instructing her to have the items gifted by their mother moved into her sister's rooms. Song Lu acknowledged and complied. Eldest sister, you mustn't. These are gifts from our mother to you. I cannot accept them, Song Liqiao hurriedly protested. Song Minxian, wishing to stop her, hesitated a few times but ultimately held her tongue. Indeed, if our mother were to find out, we cannot imagine the scolding that would ensue. We are merely illegitimate daughters. How can we claim what rightfully belongs to our legitimate sister? Song Minxian scoffed. Song Liqiao's face turned pale, her body trembling slightly as she lowered her head, saying, Today's events were our fault. Please do not be angry, eldest sister. We shall take our leave. She pulled Song Minxian away. Song Yaozhi intended to retain them but reconsidered and let them go. After they departed, she instructed Song Lu, take all those items to my two sisters and inform our mother that they are gifts from me, so she does not scold them. Understood. A daughter must indeed be nurtured with abundance, Song Yaozhi mused, reflecting on her sister's timidity, secretly planning to take them shopping in a few days. She was unwilling to reason with them. Reason bore no fruit. All human confidence is derived from either power or wealth. Possessing either grants one the ability to stride through the world, clad in casual attire, with an aura that commands respect. The following day, Song Yaozhi received real-time updates on the latest gossip from the capital through Song Lu. The gossip she had instructed Song Lu about the previous day had already circulated widely. And now people were discussing it even more fervently, with Song Lu casting a hesitant glance at Song Yaozhi. Speak freely, don't wait for my prompting, Song Yaozhi said, while munching on sunflower seeds. Yes, miss. Song Lu quickly replied, last night, General Xiao released 100 lanterns for Princess Kuro at Mo. And now many in the capital are saying that General Xiao is deeply loyal and that he and Princess Kuro are a match made in heaven. Many young ladies are envious of Princess Kuro for being able to marry General Xiao. He is indeed remarkable, Song Yaozhi commended. The male lead certainly knows how to be romantic. What shall we do now, miss? Song Lu inquired. Just as Song Yaozhi was about to respond, a young maid entered to announce, Miss, Princess Chong Lu has arrived. Song Yaozhi sat up from her reclined position and instructed Song Lu. There is no need to do anything. Confused, Song Lu remained silent. Song Yaozhi, not wishing to explain further, instructed the maid to take her to meet the princess promptly. Princess Chong Lu was there to witness the latest gossip. The most talked about issue in the capital recently was the engagement between Xiao Ziqian and Song Yaozhi. Just the previous day, Xiao Ziqian had released 100 lanterns for some princess, which had thrust Song Yaozhi into the spotlight, with the entire capital speculating about her character, wondering how she could manipulate such a loyal man as Xiao Ziqian. As soon as Princess Chong Lu learned of this, she hurried over to see if Song Yaozhi still possessed the grace she had displayed at the tea banquet. After waiting briefly at the gate of the Prime Minister's residence, she spotted Song Yaozhi emerging, adorned in a pink gown that accentuated her radiant complexion. Exuding beauty that was nothing short of breathtaking, a far cry from the image of a scorned woman. I have seen the princess, Song Yaozhi greeted as she approached the princess's carriage, bowing respectfully. The princess waved her hand, dismissing the formality, and urged her to rise quickly. I am heading to the Moon Pear Garden for tea. Would you care to join me? Certainly, I would love to, Song Yaozhi replied. Then hurry and get in the carriage, Princess Chong Lu beckoned generously. A nearby guard promptly provided a footstool for Song Yaozhi, who waved her hand, lifting her skirt and climbing into the carriage herself. The princess admired her nonchalant demeanor, exclaiming, I appreciate your carefree spirit far more than that of the princess. Did you know that Brother Ziqian took her to meet the empress? Song Yaozhi raised an eyebrow. He took her to the palace? Indeed. The day after their wedding, he brought her to pay respects to the empress. I happened to be in the empress's chamber and witnessed it myself. At this point, Princess Chong Lu gazed at Song Yaozhi with a hint of pity. Brother Ziqian has never taken you to meet the empress, has he? Song Yaozhi, recalling Xiao Ziqian's indifference toward the original owner, smiled and responded, No, he has not. He didn't even consummate the marriage on the wedding night. Don't be disheartened. There are plenty of men, Princess Chong Lu sighed. Song Yaozhi nodded. Indeed, men are just like that. They exchanged a knowing glance, sharing an understanding of their sentiments. By the way, princess, do you know who the most famous person in the capital is? Song Yaozhi asked. Famous? In what way?
Princess Chang Lu inquired, puzzled.
Whatever he says today is known by all in the capital by tomorrow, Song Yaozhi explained. A storyteller, perhaps? There is an excellent one at Moon Pear Garden. Is there anyone else? Song Yaozhi thought to herself that she could not possibly fabricate a story for the storyteller to recite. After pondering, Princess Chong Lu's eyes lit up. There is indeed. Who? The lovesick girl from the Red Apricot Pavilion. Princess Chong Lu winked at Song Yaozhi. You must know her. Your poem mentioned a branch of red apricots, did it not? Because of your line, the Red Apricot Pavilion has gained quite a bit of fame in the capital. Song Yaozhi was momentarily taken aback, then recalled her poem. She had no such intention, yet it seemed everyone assumed she did. She could only offer an awkward smile. Princess Chong Lu continued, You're also aware of how many suitors the lovesick girl has in the capital. If she were to say something today, at least in the circles of the high-ranking and wealthy, everyone would know what she said. Song Yaozhi took a deep breath and exclaimed, Princess, let us head to the Red Apricot Pavilion. Ah, such is the star effect. The patrons here are all from the circles of nobility and power. Compared to the Moon Pear Garden, which entertains with music and drama, Changle is undoubtedly more inclined towards the Red Apricot Pavilion, as it offers much more amusement. Changle immediately nodded. All right, let us change course to the Red Apricot Pavilion. Although the pavilion is open for business during the day, there are not many visitors. Changle is clearly a frequent guest. As soon as she entered the room, a familiar young gentleman approached her. Why did the princess not inform me of her visit today? I could have prepared myself better, he remarked. The young gentleman possessed a strikingly handsome appearance, and despite his humble words, he exuded an air of confidence and grace, rendering his comments an intimate exchange between the two. Changle smiled at him, saying, You look splendid as always. No need for further adornment.
Besides,
I am merely accompanying my sister today. The young gentleman turned his gaze towards Song Yaozhi. She smiled back at him, clearly pleased. The young gentleman, with a respectful nod, acknowledged her presence. I wish to meet Miss Xiangxi. Could you please summon her for me? Song Yaozhi inquired. As he poured tea for Changel, the young gentleman replied coolly. Miss Xiangxi does not entertain guests during the day. She is only available in the evening. Furthermore, she does not receive female visitors.
Upon hearing this,
Song Yaozhi was taken aback and quickly looked to Changel. Xiangxi, please inform her of my arrival. Do you know who my sister is? She is the esteemed Song Yaozhi, the author of A Branch of Red Apricot Beyond the Wall. The young gentleman seemed momentarily stunned, then looked at Song Yaozhi with surprise. Miss Song? I am indeed, Song Yaozhi replied, adjusting her demeanor to appear more like a poet. Realizing he had inadvertently offended her, the young gentleman bowed respectfully to Song Yaozhi. I shall go fetch Miss Xiangxi.
Ah.
Thank you, she replied as he exited. Once he was gone, Song Yaozhi remarked, that young gentleman's attitude changed quite swiftly. Changel huffed. That's because he learned you are Miss Song. Although many in the capital mock you now, numerous scholars and poets still speak highly of you, asserting that you are a talented woman capable of composing timeless verses like After My Flowers Bloom, All Others Shall Wither. Brother Ziqian is unworthy of you. Xiangxi, who often writes poetry, naturally treats you with respect. She continued, many patrons of the Red Apricot Pavilion admire you greatly, considering you a prodigious talent. Do not look down upon them. Many are trapped in their circumstances. Song Yaozhi nodded. I shall not disdain them. There is nothing to scorn. They are merely striving to survive. Who among us is truly noble? Changel smiled at her. I appreciate your clarity of thought. Soon, the young gentleman returned, accompanied by a lady dressed in a green gown, Miss Xiangxi. Upon laying eyes on her, Song Yaozhi was instantly captivated. Miss Xiangxi possessed exquisite features, with a delicate brow and lustrous lips, resembling a breathtaking beauty from a finely crafted painting. Her extraordinary presence left an indelible impression upon all who beheld her. With grace, Miss Xiangxi entered the room and, upon seeing Song Yaozhi, her face lit up with joy as she bowed respectfully. I have the honor of meeting Miss Song. Song Yaozhi hurried to assist her. There is no need for such formalities. Looking up at Song Yaozhi, Miss Xiangxi's enchanting eyes brimmed with admiration. I did not expect you to visit today. I apologize for making you wait. Song Yaozhi shook her head. Not at all. I have just arrived. Miss Xiangxi, somewhat shy, poured hot tea for Song Yaozhi. Did you come to hear me play and sing? What would you like to hear? On the branches or the beauty's ode or perhaps something else? I could perform for you. Song Yaozhi replied, no, Miss Xiangxi. Today, I merely wish to converse with you. Surprised and delighted, Miss Xiangxi said, what merit do I possess to warrant such a visit from you? Please do not be so humble. I am not as remarkable as you believe, Song Yaozhi said, wiping an imaginary bead of sweat from her forehead, feeling the weight of expectation. Miss Xiangxi gazed at her as if she had accomplished something extraordinary. Miss Xiangxi shook her head, her expression earnest. I admire the poetry you write. From your verses, I sense your extraordinary nature. To bring you to a place like this is a desecration, a tarnishing of your dignity.
How could that be?
Song Yaozhi responded. This place is merely a means for survival. What desecration or tarnish is there? In the vast world, as long as the heart strives for goodness, every corner is a pure land. Miss Xiangxi was momentarily stunned, her eyes reddening. Your words resonate with truth. You are indeed as transcendent as your poetry. Though many in the capital disparage you, I know you are beyond the comprehension of common folk like General Shao. Song Yaozhi's eyes brightened as she seized upon the subject. It is not a matter of understanding. General Shao and I share no connection. Miss Xiangxi bit her lip, frowning. The matters of love between men and women are mutual. It is not a question of worthiness. Song Yaozhi looked at her. Miss Xiangxi, I have recently composed a new poem. Would you care to hear it? Miss Xiangxi's face lit up with joy. I would be delighted. The young gentleman, Xiaoyan, also looked on with anticipation. Changel appeared slightly displeased with Xiaoyan's enthusiasm, huffing softly and glancing at Song Yaozhi, awaiting her next poetic creation. Song Yaozhi began reciting, as white as snow upon the mountain, bright as the moon among the clouds. Hearing of your indecision, I come to sever ties. Today we gather for wine, tomorrow by the creek's head. The waters of the creek flow east and west. Sadness begets sadness. No tears are needed for marriage. I wish for a kindred spirit, never to part until old age. The bamboo bends and sways. The fish tail flutters. A man values his sentiments. Why should he resort to gold and silver? As the poem concluded, the three within the room were left in stunned silence. After a long pause, a tear rolled down Miss Xiangxi's cheek. Hearing of your indecision, I come to sever ties. Truly, you are a great talent. Even though Changle did not comprehend poetry, her heart trembled at the line, I wish for a kindred spirit, never to part until old age. Chapter 46. The turn of fate today. Xiao Ziqian was summoned to the Red Apricot Pavilion by several officials from the Ministry of War. He had no desire to attend, but the officials teased him about whether he was too under the thumb of Lady Kuro to even step foot in such an establishment. Embarrassed by their jests, Xiao Ziqian felt compelled to join them. He initially intended to enjoy a drink, but upon arriving at the pavilion, he learned that Miss Xiangxi would be performing that evening. It had been quite some time since Miss Xiangxi last graced the stage. Her last performance was in March. Accompanying him, Lord Ji quipped, though General Xiao seldom visits. Today he arrives just in time to encounter Miss Xiangxi's performance. Could it be that Miss Xiangxi harbors deep feelings for General Xiao? Please, do not jest with me. Lord Ji, a rough fellow like myself could never win Miss Xiangxi's favor, Xiao Ziqian replied. Lord Ji smirked with mischief. General Xiao should not belittle himself. Is it not true that a talented woman like Miss Song is enamored with you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziqian's brow furrowed, his expression troubled. But he merely lifted his cup and took a sip of wine without responding. Here she comes. Miss Xiangxi has arrived. The commotion within the Red Apricot Pavilion rose. The sounds of pipa and guzheng filling the air. Dressed in a red gown, Miss Xiangxi gracefully leaped from the second floor, eliciting cheers from the audience. Her beauty and exceptional talent rendered her a star at the Red Apricot Pavilion. Her mesmerizing movements and powerful dance captivated all eyes. The tempo of the music shifted from fast to slow, and with her crimson lips parting, she sang, as white as snow upon the mountain, bright as the moon among the clouds. Hearing of your indecision, I come to sever ties. The sound of the pipa resonates deeply, while the zheng emits a piercing cry, as if narrating a tale of irrevocable separation. The audience within the hall is momentarily stunned by the lyrics, quickly followed by an enthusiastic applause. As the line wishing to find a soulmate, never to part until white-haired is sung, some toss flowers towards the stage, others exhibit longing expressions, and some shed tears when emotions run high. Once the song of yearning concludes, the hall erupts in cheers. Even Xiao Ziqian finds himself admiring the young lady of longing. Lord Ji cannot contain himself, exclaiming loudly, the lyrics of the young lady of longing are truly marvelous. She is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Upon hearing this, the young lady of longing gazes at Lord Ji, bows gracefully, and coldly replies, You have praised the wrong person, my lord. This poem is not composed by me, but by another. Immediately, someone inquires, May I ask which gentleman authored it? The young lady of longing does not keep them in suspense. She straightens her back, chin raised, exuding an innate pride. This poem was penned by Miss Song Yaozhi of the Prime Minister's residence. Upon hearing this, the audience is struck with astonishment. Some literati, who had previously heard Song Yaozhi's 5 poems recited at a tea party in the princess's residence, now hearing of another poem by her, sigh in unison, No wonder. No wonder. I have heard you possess 2 intentions, hence I have come to a resolute end. I wish for a single heart, never to part until white-haired. Miss Song Yaozhi is no jealous woman. Her heart is as pure as orchids, possessing her own convictions. How could a mundane individual ever be worthy of her? Indeed, wishing to find a soulmate, never to part until white-haired, is beautifully written, truly exquisite. If given the chance, who would not desire a soulmate, never to part? At this moment, in the private box where Xiao Ziqian resides, the officials led by Lord Ji all turn their gazes towards him, who in the capital is unaware of the connection between Song Yaozhi and Xiao Ziqian. Just days prior, people labeled Song Yaozhi as a jealous woman, a spiteful figure, but after she composed this poem, they began to deem Xiao Ziqian a man of fickle affections, unworthy of a woman who seeks a single heart, never to part. Amidst the mixed expressions of pity, mockery, or mere amusement directed at him, Xiao Ziqian clenches his fists tightly. Once Song Yaozhi hears from Song Lu about the ongoing gossip in the capital, public opinion has completely shifted in her favor. Many proclaim that the young lady has decisively severed ties with General Xiao, as he, being heartless and unfeeling, is unworthy of her. Numerous ladies are also speaking in support of the young lady, admiring her principled demeanor and asserting that a woman should act decisively when faced with a man of divided affections. Leading the charge is the wife of the Duke of Xia, who declares she will have no dealings with Princess Kuro. Just yesterday, when Princess Kuro encountered the Duke's wife while shopping for jewelry, the Duke's wife ignored her entirely. Song Yaozhi spat out a date pit, remarking, "What is a battle without bloodshed? This is a battle without bloodshed." If she were even a tad more ruthless, she could wield public opinion as a blade to eliminate Lin Rower. As Song Lu reflects on the events of the past few days, connecting the dots, a chill of cold sweat runs down her back. Had she initially disregarded Song Yaozhi's advice and spread unfavorable remarks about her, this matter would not have escalated to such proportions, and these people would not be defending her now due to a single poem. Everything has been under Song Yaozhi's control from the very beginning. "Miss, what shall we do now?" Song Lu inquires. Song Yaozhi shakes her head. "Not for now. Let's rest. The final spark requires my own touch." That evening, Song Yaozhi awaited the final spark. The royal family had arranged an autumn hunt, and the families of the prime minister were to attend together. Coincidentally, the autumn hunt coincided with the first day of bloodletting, and Song Yaozhi prepared several medicinal patches to carry with her, accompanying Prime Minister Song to the royal hunting grounds. Upon arriving at the hunting grounds, they were first led to a tent to rest briefly. Before long, they were summoned to greet the royal entourage. Following her father outside, Song Yaozhi had yet to see the carriage of Tsin when she heard a resounding salute. She quickly knelt with the crowd, her eyes only catching a glimpse of the wheels passing by, unable to see even a corner of Tsin's attire. After a moment, the command to rise was issued. Once standing, Song Yaozhi dared not meet Tsin's gaze, lowering her head in a daze. She had little interest in what Tsin might say until Lin Wani tugged at her sleeve, saying, "All right, Gigi, we can leave now." Song Yaozhi immediately followed Lin Wani out. The military officials had gone hunting with Tsin, while the ladies gathered to play throwing pots and polo. Unfamiliar with these games, Song Yaozhi accompanied Lin Wan-yi to the gathering of ladies, listening to their idle chatter. The ladies primarily discussed the latest gossip in the capital, with the most prominent topic being the affair between Song Yaozhi and Xiao Ziqian. However, with Song Yaozhi present, they dared not delve into that subject, instead discussing which young lady had made private commitments with which young master and which lady had given birth to a daughter and been sent back home. Song Yaozhi found the conversation quite engaging, munching on seeds, until not long after, Princess Chang'le sent someone to invite her, compelling her to regretfully leave the gathering. Chapter 47. The noble consort seeks trouble. Princess Chang'le awaited Song Yaozhi at the polo field, surrounded by a group of noble ladies eager to play polo with her. Upon seeing Song Yaozhi escorted by a palace maid, she waved, "Sister Yaozhi, come join us for polo." Song Yaozhi shook her head. "I do not know how." "Yaozhi, you aren't afraid of losing, are you?" And thus feigning reluctance? Xin Fangning, present as well, immediately sought to stir trouble upon hearing Song Yaozhi's response. Song Yaozhi sincerely replied, "Indeed, I do not only lack skill, but I also fear losing. In fact, I cannot even ride a horse." The noble lady's expressions grew complex upon hearing this. The nation cherishes martial prowess, and the founding emperor conquered from horseback. Although the status of military officials has gradually been overshadowed by civil servants over time, riding skills are esteemed among all in the court, regardless of gender. It is truly unimaginable that Song Yaozhi claims to be unable to ride. You cannot ride? Are you foolish? Or was no one in your family to teach you? Everyone knew that Song Yaozhi's mother had passed away early, making Xin Fangning's remark a direct jab at her. Song Yaozhi candidly replied, "To answer the princess, it is simply that I am both lazy and foolish, truly unable to learn to ride." Xin Fangning was taken aback. She aimed to further ridicule Song Yaozhi, but since Song Yaozhi herself had acknowledged her laziness and foolishness, what more could she say? Ultimately, Xin Fangning could only huff in frustration. "Xin Fangning, how can you still call her Sister Yaozhi? You, a defeated opponent, if Yaozhi is foolish. Then, what do you consider yourself? A reincarnation of a pig spirit?" Princess Chang'le interjected without reservation. Xin Fangning was incensed by this remark, ready to argue with Princess Chang'le, but Song Yaozhi quickly intervened. "Let us not quarrel any further. Please, no more disputes." How could Yaozhi be so fortunate to have both the princess and the noble lady arguing over me? How about this? Let us have a match of polo. And whoever wins can have me. Very well. Princess Changlu immediately agreed. Xin Fangning intended to respond as well, but suddenly realized the implication of Song Yaozhi's words. Glaring at her. Song Yaozhi, have you no shame? Who would want to possess you? Song Yaozhi widened her eyes, feigning great sorrow. Did not the princess just argue for me? I was not arguing for you. Xin Fangning stammered.
I
was merely angered, she conceded, reflecting that she had indeed been defending Song Yaozhi against Princess Changlu. Seeing her reaction, Song Yaozhi was enlightened. There is no need for the princess to elaborate. I understand. The princess's feelings for me cannot be expressed in mere words. I shall cherish them dearly. Upon hearing this, Xin Fangning's face flushed with embarrassment. Song Yaozhi, do you have no sense of propriety? Song Yaozhi smiled sweetly at her. Princess, why not join the princess in some delightful activities? I shall be here, cheering you on. Xin Fangning pursed her lips, her breath unsteady, and teasingly retorted, shameless. A rogue. Just as Song Yaozhi was about to respond, a sharp voice announced, the esteemed consort has arrived. Everyone in the polo field bowed in respect, and Song Yaozhi felt a surge of gossiping curiosity.
today.
She would finally behold the appearance of the consort. Everyone, please rise. No need for excessive courtesy, Zhao Shuiying interjected. Thank you, Your Highness. Song Yaozhi raised her gaze towards the consort, only to find Zhao Shuiying strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of Lin Roer, with a delicate, refined charm. Was it true that men favored such appearances? Though Song Yaozhi acknowledged Zhao's beauty, it did not captivate her heart as deeply as the enchanting Miss Xiangxi. You are Song Yaozhi? Zhao Shuiying suddenly directed her gaze at Song Yaozhi. Startled by the mention of her name, Song Yaozhi smiled and affirmed, indeed. However, a maid beside Zhao Shuiying reprimanded sharply, impudent. How can you speak to the consort in such a manner? Instantly, Song Yaozhi knelt before Zhao Shuiying, Your Highness. I beg for your mercy. I am unaware of the proper etiquette. Please do not hold it against me. Zhao Shuiying leisurely scrutinized her, not allowing Song Yaozhi to rise. Previously, she had heard that Song Yaozhi was a talented woman of remarkable intellect, praised by all the scholars in the capital for her ethereal grace and intellect. Yet upon meeting her, Zhao Shuiying found her to be rather unremarkable, dismissing her with a flippant remark. At that moment, everyone sensed that Zhao Shuiying had intentionally sought conflict. Consort, Sister Yaozhi has done nothing to offend you. What is your intent? Changlu frowned at Zhao Shuiying. Are you perhaps defending your dear friend Kuro? Zhao Shuiying paused momentarily, her expression faltering, yet she quickly retorted with a smile. Princess, you jest. I have yet to meet that esteemed Princess Kuro.
Changlu scoffed.
Then what is this all about? Are you jealous that Brother Huang favors Sister Yaozhi? Song Yaozhi's heart skipped a beat. Such words should not be uttered. If Xin heard this, he would surely be infuriated. Zhao Shuiying's expression darkened, but she maintained a feigned smile. Princess, you jest too much. Song Yaozhi is the wife of General Xiao, a member of the Xiao Song family. How could His Majesty have such a relationship with her? You must be cautious with your words, for if His Majesty were to hear this, you would face his wrath. As Zhao spoke, Song Yaozhi observed her closely and found herself pondering whether the consort was indeed envious. The memory of the recent assassination attempt flashed through her mind, recalling how Xiao Ziqian had charged in unexpectedly. Sen had mentioned that the consort was the one who had betrayed them. Suddenly, Song Yaozhi's eyes widened as she felt she had uncovered something monumental. It seemed the consort had conspired against Sin out of jealousy, believing that she and Sin were involved.
No wonder.
She always thought the consort and Sin were a match made in heaven. Her previous infatuation with that notion was not unfounded. It was all rooted in love. Haha, consort, does Brother Huang truly favor Sister Yaozhi? Your expression betrays you. Changlu exclaimed, unable to contain her delight as she noticed Zhao Shuiying's reaction.
Princess Changlu.
You should not make such insinuations about your brother. Do you know how scandalous it is to covet a minister's wife? Zhao Shuiying snapped angrily. Changlu regarded her with disdain. If you understand that, then why pursue matters with Sister Yaozhi? Song Yaozhi tugged at Chang Li's gown, Your Highness. The consort surely does not mean any harm. How could she believe I have any connection to His Majesty? He is like a celestial dragon. And the consort is a phoenix. They are a match made in the heavens, perfectly suited for one another. Zhao Shuiying's demeanor shifted slightly, her expression no longer as sour. Sister Yaozhi, please rise and ignore her, Chang Lu urged, pulling Song Yaozhi to her feet while casting a scornful glance at Zhao Shuiying. With her background, she will never ascend to be a phoenix. Chapter 48. Let's go eat together. Zhao Shuiying trembled with rage, for she loathed having her lineage scrutinized. Yet, being criticized by a princess left her with no recourse. Frustrated, she turned her gaze to Song Yaozhi. The Xiao Song family has not yet divorced from General Xiao.
Have they?
I heard just days ago that he released hundreds of lanterns in Mo. General Xiao truly knows how to cherish others, she remarked sarcastically. Song Yaozhi quickly interjected. Your Highness, do not be swayed by the frivolities of men. Though 100 lanterns sound romantic, they vanish in an instant, much like fleeting promises. If one truly desires something meaningful, it must be genuine and willingly given, unencumbered by the specter of divorce. Zhao Shuiying was momentarily taken aback, struggling to respond. Discussing love in terms of material wealth is rather mundane. Nay, Song Yaozhi addressed the gathered ladies. Do you all know what it takes for a bond between a man and a woman to endure and flourish? The majority of the attendees were young maidens, and upon hearing her inquiry, they all blushed, though the topic of romance transcended all boundaries of class and age, igniting their curiosity. Sister Yaozhi, do tell.
Chang Lu urgait excitedly.
Song Yaozhi, not wishing to keep them in suspense, declared, it is all for the sake of not wanting to concede. What does that mean? Zhao Shuiying inquired. Song Yaozhi elucidated, there is a term known as sunk cost. It implies that when we decide whether to pursue something, we consider not only the potential benefits but also the investments we have already made. These are retrievable costs, time, money, and effort, are referred to as sunk costs. As she spoke, she led Chang Lu and the consort to a nearby seat, munching on sunflower seeds as she continued. For instance, if General Xiao had spent a significant portion of his wealth to marry me and subsequently gifted me over 100,000 in gold, he would not treat me with such indifference, for he would not wish to see his investments go to waste, even if feelings were absent. The consort nodded in agreement. Indeed, General Xiao did not lavish you with riches. When you wed, I heard your household merely hung 2 red lanterns. Is that true?
Ah.
I also heard that the banquet was rather meager. My father contributed several hundred taels of silver, yet we left unsatisfied. Xin Fangning chimed in.
Chang Lu exclaimed.
Not only were we unsatisfied, but I also attended the wedding banquet. I left after bestowing my gift because there were only a few tables, and I couldn't find a seat. My uncle arrived early and managed to secure a spot. Song Yaozhi was genuinely unaware of these details and slapped her thigh. You didn't even get to eat? Then you should not have given gifts for a second wedding. You should have gone to eat for free. The last banquet at the general's residence was splendid. A nearby noble lady nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was splendid. My father returned with the finest tea from Wui Mountain as a gift. There were also 3 treasure ducks and Buddha jumps over the wall, another noble lady interjected. I heard Master Mu from Shengming restaurant prepared them. The taste was exceptional. Chang Lu lamented, really? What a pity. I missed it that day. Everyone felt a wave of regret. Song Yaozhi was equally disheartened. I too was at the general's residence that day and missed the banquet. Had I known, I would have stayed to eat before returning home. You acted impulsively, Zhao Shuiying commented. Indeed. Song Yaozhi replied. When is General Xiao planning to marry again? I wish to partake in the feast. A noble lady remarked. Even if General Xiao were to wed again, it is unlikely to be extravagant. He already has a legitimate wife and a concubine. Would he really take another concubine? Nay, Song Yaozhi is about to divorce him. Once they part ways, the position of his legitimate wife will be vacant. At that time, we will be able to dine together. Song Yaozhi, are you going? Xin Fangning glanced at Song Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi nodded repeatedly. I will definitely go. All right, then we shall sit at the same table, Xin Fangning said without hesitation.
Chang Lu immediately interjected.
Sister Yaozhi will not sit with you. She will sit with me. Xin Fangning scoffed. You have such a large bottom. Do you think you can occupy a table all by yourself? You audacious one. How outrageous.
Chang Lu exclaimed anxiously.
Xin Fangning retorted. Look at you when you cannot argue. You resort to using your status to suppress me. It's not a big deal for everyone to sit together. Let us all sit together. It's not a big issue, Song Yaozhi advised. Both of them huffed in disdain and chose to ignore each other. Your Highness, Your Highness. A young man rode in, calling out, Your Highness, My elder brother has caught a fiery red little fox for you. You must come see. The youth halted his horse amidst the gathering of noble ladies. Zhao Shuiying was troubled by her inability to insert herself into the conversation among the noble women, feeling overlooked. The arrival of the young man instantly made her stand taller. She sensed the envious glances directed her way. What were feasts or marriages compared to being addressed as Your Highness and having her elder brother catch a little fox for her? Zhao Shuiying elegantly addressed the young man. I appreciate Your Highness for informing me. I shall go at once. 13th brother, why have you returned so early? What have you hunted? Chang Lu inquired of Prince Duan.
Zhen Shu.
At just over 10 years old, Zhen Shu, whose mother was a mere palace maid, had unexpectedly become the most favored younger brother of the royal family due to his playful nature and lack of interest in power struggles. Even though Chang Lu and he did not share the same mother, she loved to play with Zhen Shu.
Zhen Shu replied.
My elder brother said a whole roasted lamb has been prepared for lunch, so he asked us to return early. We caught quite a lot this year. The hunting grounds are particularly abundant. You must go see the little fox my elder brother caught. It's a beautiful fiery red. Sister Yaozhi, let us go together. Chang Lu urged, pulling Song Yaozhi along. Song Yaozhi nodded, sure. She was not particularly interested in the fox. She merely wanted to see the roasted lamb. Seeing this, Xin Fengning also pulled along another noble lady. The remaining noble women hesitated until Zhao Shuiying turned to them with a smile, saying, Everyone, let us go and join the fun up ahead. I believe the adults have all returned. The noble women then followed suit. Chang Lu, linking arms with Song Yaozhi, whispered, Zhao Shuiying just wants to show off. As expected of a merchantess daughter, she simply cannot hold her ground. What's so special about a fox? Song Yaozhi comforted her. Indeed, it's just a fox. Chang Lu's eyes lit up. Great. Then we shall have spicy rabbit heads for dinner tonight. Song Yaozhi swallowed. Let us prepare the rabbit meat with fresh peppers. They exchanged a glance, both feeling hungry. Chapter 49. Why must you watch me? After the crowd followed Prince Duan, many people had gathered at the scene. Sin sat in the front, one hand resting on the black chair arm, the other propping his forehead. When he heard Fu Lin announce, Your Majesty, the noble consort has arrived. Sin then lowered his hand and looked up at the noble consort. He first noticed her, and then caught sight of Song Yaozhi, who was walking behind Chang Lu. He could not tell what Song Yaozhi had said to Chang Lu, but her laughter was so bright that her eyes seemed to disappear. Song Yaozhi had a knack for speaking nonsense. The humble servant pays her respects to Your Majesty.
Zhao Shuiying curtsied to Zhen.
Everyone turned to look, but after a prolonged silence, Xin did not rise. Fu Lin discreetly glanced at Xin and noticed that his gaze was entirely fixed on Song Yaozhi. Fu Lin quickly whispered, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Xin snapped back to reality, casting an annoyed glance at Fu Lin. Fu Lin hurriedly added, Your Majesty, the noble consort has already arrived. Xin finally seemed to realize and turned to Zhao Shuiying. Raising his hand, Come here. Zhao Shuiying's cheeks flushed as she took his hand, allowing him to pull her beside him. Xin initially intended to lift Zhao Shuiying onto his lap, but for some reason, he glanced at Song Yaozhi once more. Song Yaozhi was looking at him, her bright eyes fixed on him, as if waiting to see how he would embrace Zhao Shuiying. Xin's hand stiffened, and he abruptly settled Zhao Shuiying onto the armrest of a chair instead. Zhao Shuiying was feeling shy, and suddenly being placed on the armrest left her stunned. The crowd was equally astonished. What kind of seating arrangement was this? It was terribly awkward. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Yaozhi felt her toes curl in embarrassment. Why was Xin such a blunt man? How could he put the noble consort on the armrest instead of holding her in his arms? That would be more befitting of a tyrant and a seductive consort. On the armrest? Sister Yaozhi, sometimes I do feel sorry for the noble consort, Chang Lu remarked beside her. Song Yaozhi nodded in agreement. It's not easy for her. Chang Lu added, Indeed. Eventually, Fu Lin could no longer bear it and hurriedly instructed a nearby young eunuch to bring a stool, allowing Zhao Shuiying to be freed from the armrest. Zhao Shuiying felt her face stiffen. Fortunately, the guards soon brought up the red fox, which indeed looked exceedingly beautiful, its glossy, fiery red fur resembling molten lava, while the tip of its tail was adorned with white fluff, making it appear quite adorable. However, the fox's hind leg was stained with blood, likely injured during capture. Upon seeing the fox, Zhao Shuiying exclaimed with delight, Your Majesty, this fox is truly beautiful. May I keep it in the palace? Xin replied, If you like, keep it. Zhao Shuang's cheeks flushed. Your Majesty is so kind to me. I see it has bled quite a bit from its leg. May I take it out to treat its wounds? Sin looked at her. Do as you wish. It is a gift for you. Handle it however you see fit. Yes. Zhao Shuang immediately stood and approached the iron cage holding the red fox, commanding the guard beside her. Open this cage for me. The guard hesitated. Your Highness. This creature is inherently unruly. I fear it may harm you. It would be better to have the physician treat its injuries first, and once healed, we can bring it to your palace. Zhao Shuang frowned, displeased, and said, This red fox is a gift from His Majesty to me, representing his affection. How could it possibly harm me? Hurry and open it. Hearing this, the guard hesitated slightly, but the fear of royal authority compelled him to comply. And he quickly knelt to unlock the cage. The cage was nearly human height, and as soon as Zhao Shuang saw it open, she eagerly crouched down to embrace the red fox inside. Come here, my dear. I will take you to heal your wounds. Zhao Shuang spoke gently as she reached out to touch the fox's front legs. However, as her fingers brushed against the fox's fur, the previously calm creature suddenly sprang up, emitting a sharp hiss, its fur bristling in alarm. Zhao Shuang was startled, her expression changing. Your Highness, perhaps we should wait for the physician to treat it first, the guard suggested again. I said it's unnecessary. Zhao Shuang insisted, reaching out to grab the fox. The fox bared its teeth and swiped its claws, scratching Zhao Shuang's hand.
Ah!
Zhao Shuang let out a shriek and fell to the ground. The fox seized the opportunity to dash out of the cage. Quickly, catch that beast. Fu Lin shouted, and chaos ensued. The guards intended to capture it, but since it was the emperor's gift to the noble consort, none dared to harm it. The fox darted around the crowd, eluding capture. Everyone, step aside. Sin knocked an arrow, his sharp gaze scanning the crowd for the red fox. The crowd immediately dispersed, encircling the fox in the center. The fox cast a glance at Sin, appearing to flit about like a headless fly, unable to escape the throng of people surrounding it. Sin let out a cold chuckle, poised to release an arrow. Suddenly, the fox charged towards Song Yaozhi in the crowd, leaping into her arms. Chang Lu, standing beside her, gasped in fright. Song Yaozhi was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide as she looked toward Sin furrowed his brow, warning, Do not move. Be careful, it might harm you. Feeling the little fox trembling in her embrace, emitting soft whimpering sounds, Song Yaozhi sensed it was not inclined to harm her. After a brief pause, she tentatively reached out to touch it. The little fox quivered in her arms, but nuzzled her neck, seeking her affection. Sister Yaozhi, it seems it really likes you. Chang Lu observed, curiosity evident in her voice. Song Yaozhi nodded. It appears so. Animals have always been drawn to me. She recalled the stray cats in her previous neighborhood that would all come to her for food and warmth. Someone, skin that beast for me. I shall use its hide for a cloak. Zhao Shuang, now supported to her feet, seethed upon witnessing the fox's trusting demeanor in Song Yaozhi's arms. The usual facade of meekness she displayed vanished entirely. Chang Lu protested, Your Highness, this little fox seems quite fond of Sister Yaozhi. Why not gift it to her? I refuse. Zhao Shuang retorted through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with envy and hatred as she glared at Song Yaozhi. This fox was a gift from His Majesty to me. Whether I choose to keep it or dispose of it is entirely my decision.
Princess Chang Lu.
Even if you wish to protect the Shaosong clan, you ought not to assist her in seizing what belongs to me. With her eyes reddened, Zhao Shuang pointed at a guard, commanding, You go and kill that fox for me. The designated guard stepped forward immediately. Song Yaozhi frowned slightly, feeling a pang of regret as she clutched the fox closer. My lady, please surrender the fox to me, the guard implored as he approached her. The little fox nuzzled against Song Yaozhi's cheek. Her heart softened, and she addressed Zhao Shuang. Your Highness, might I request a favor? I would be grateful if you could allow me to keep this little fox. Zhao Shuang cast her a cold glare. Absolutely not. Release it. It belongs to me. The guard looked helplessly at Song Yaozhi. Miss, please hand it over. With her gaze downcast, Song Yaozhi did not relinquish the fox. If you do not comply, I will be forced to act, the guard warned, raising his hand. Sin's indifferent voice interrupted. Hold on. Everyone turned their attention to him. What is all this fuss over a mere beast? Is this the only one in the Xiao Mountains? Sin's tone was devoid of warmth, clearly displeased. At that moment, Zhao Shuang realized her expression was overly distorted and her actions rash. With tears welling in her eyes, she approached Sin, speaking softly. But this is a gift from His Majesty to me. He just said I could handle it as I wish. I shall hunt you a white one this afternoon. I do not favor the red, Sin replied dismissively. Let it be a gift to the Xiao Song clan. Zhao Shuiying pressed her lips together in a pout, her hands tightly gripping the handkerchief that a maid had used to wipe away her blood. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished by Sin's unexpected leniency. In the past, if a fox had harmed his favored concubine, he would have skinned it alive. Yet today, he simply declared it a gift to Song Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi was equally surprised by Sin's defense of her. She felt a mixture of relief for the fox's salvation and anxiety at becoming the center of attention. She truly wished to escape the scrutinizing gazes. If His Majesty says it is a gift, then so be it, Zhao Shuiying conceded, feigning generosity. Sin glanced at her hand and instructed, Fu Lin, take the concubine inside to tend to her injuries.
Fu Lin immediately complied. Chang le stifle d'alogue.
Winking at Song Yaozhi, whispering, Sister Yaozhi, your brother is indeed very kind to you. His Majesty is benevolent. He would have done the same for anyone, Song Yaozhi replied. Chang Le shook her head. If it were me, do you think he would bestow this red fox upon me? Unlikely. Sister Yaozhi, had you entered the palace earlier? Perhaps there would be no need for a concubine. Song Yaozhi quickly covered her mouth. Please spare me, princess. I wish to live a few more days. Chang Le huffed in mild annoyance, then bent down to poke the little fox's head, remarking, This little fox has quite the discernment, clinging to your legs so tightly. Song Yaozhi poked it as well. Indeed. Let us tend to its wounds. Come with me. I will summon the physician.
Chang le exclaimed cheerfully.
Song Yaozhi nodded in agreement, and the two girls discreetly made their way away from the crowd, cradling the fox. Once they reached Chang Li's tent, Song Yaozhi placed the red fox onto a makeshift soft couch and called for the physician to examine its injuries. Though the physician was not a veterinarian, it was likely that treating such an arrow wound would be similar to that of a human. In this era, the concept of veterinary medicine did not exist, so Song Yaozhi could only ask the little fox to endure the discomfort. Just as the bandaging was completed, a maid entered, reporting that the Empress Dowager had arrived and wished to see Chang Le. Enjoying the exquisite massage from Song Yaozhi, Chang Le was suddenly alarmed, exclaiming, Why isn't she in the Sinang Palace meditating? What brings her to the hunting grounds? Is she not afraid of retribution? The maid dared not respond. As Chang Le continued to grumble, she climbed off the bed, lamenting, Brother will be furious upon seeing her. I wonder which unfortunate soul will bear the brunt of his wrath today. Song Yaozhi's gaze flickered. She was aware of the Empress Dowager's impending arrival. She recalled the significance of this scene, knowing well the purpose of the Empress Dowager's visit. There were 2 reasons she had not declined this autumn hunt, and this was one of them. Princess, you should go greet her. The little fox's wounds have been treated, so I will take it to my tent, Song Yaozhi suggested. Chang Le nodded. I shall take my leave then. Sister Yaozhi, do not forget to catch rabbits for me this afternoon. Certainly, Song Yaozhi replied.
Chang le hurriedly departed.
And Song Yaozhi turned to the little fox resting on the soft couch, lifting it into her arms. The little fox did not struggle. Instead, it clung tightly to her shoulder with its tiny paws, nestling into her embrace. As Song Yaozhi exited the tent, she intended to head toward the Song family's quarters, but unexpectedly encountered Xiao Ziqian and Lin Ruer along the way. Xiao Ziqian had been holding Lin Ruer's hand, accompanied by 2 guards carrying rabbits. Observing the rabbits, Song Yaozhi noted they were unblemished, likely still alive. Xiao Ziqian frowned and released Lin Ruer's hand, causing her to look momentarily stunned and forlorn. I heard you argued with the concubine over a fox, he remarked disapprovingly. Song Yaozhi, why do you never think before you act? Song Yaozhi felt the little fox tremble slightly in her arms. She was unsure if it comprehended Xiao Ziqian's words or was simply intimidated by his imposing presence. You should be quiet. Not a single word you utter is pleasant to my ears. You, he retorted. Those rabbits look quite fine. Why not part with 2 for me? If you do, I will overlook your earlier nonsense. Song Yaozhi stated earnestly. Xiao Ziqian furrowed his brow, about to respond when a thought struck him. He glanced down at Lin Ruer, saying, These are a gift for Ruer. If she wishes to give you one, then so be it. Song Yaozhi turned her gaze toward Lin Ruer, who looked back at her and softly replied, Sister, it is not that I do not wish to gift you a rabbit. It is simply that these rabbits are from the same litter, and whichever I give you would mean the others suffer separation.
I truly cannot bear that.
Your words are so eloquent that even the Bodhisattva would yield a seat to you, sighed Song Yaozhi. Lin Ruru's expression faltered, her face clouded with distress. Sister, please do not be angry. If you desire it, then take it with you. No, if I were to take it away, you would surely curse my ancestors behind my back, Song Yaozhi replied, clutching the little fox in her arms. Perhaps I should find a way to catch one myself. Since Xiao Ziqian managed to capture so many, there must be plenty in these mountains, making it easier to catch. Lin Ruru, feeling wronged, insisted, Sister, I truly did not mean it that way. Husband, I assure you, my sister has misunderstood me. Xiao Ziqian placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Do not pay heed to her words, Ruru. She projects her own nature onto you. Song Yaozhi interjected. Indeed, she harbors a strong dislike for Xiao Ziqian, the notorious scoundrel. With a disdainful roll of her eyes towards him, she continued, By the way, Xiao Ziqian, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Would you mind stepping aside for a moment? Lin Ruru grasped Xiao Ziqian's hand, anxious that he might be alone with Song Yaozhi. After a moment of silence, he replied, Let us speak here. Very well, Song Yaozhi nodded. I shall speak plainly. I wish for you to petition the Emperor for our divorce. Xiao Ziqian's expression shifted sharply. His jaw clenched in suppressed anger, though he was uncertain of the cause. Why don't you go? He retorted coldly. Song Yaozhi responded with calm resolve. Because this marriage was sought by me. If I were to request the decree, the Emperor would surely think I disrespect the imperial authority. Thus, it must be you who goes. Fabricate any reason, claim I am jealous or that I have failed to bear you a son. Whatever you choose. The Emperor will certainly grant your request. You are aware that this union was your desire, and now you fear repercussions for the Song family, casting the burden upon me. Do you not see how selfish that is? Song Yaozhi challenged. Xiao Ziqian's voice turned ominously dark. I do not believe I am in the wrong, she countered. I genuinely wish for your happiness with the princess. Do you not desire a blissful life with her? Even if we do not part ways. Returning to the general's mansion would only lead to endless quarrels. Is that the life you envision? Xiao Ziqian scrutinized her, searching for any hint of other emotions on her face. Yet there was nothing. She was as she had penned. When one has two intentions, they come to a resolute decision. Is this the turmoil you have recently caused? To seek a heart that remains loyal for a lifetime? He inquired. In truth, it was not. She longed for inexhaustible wealth and the luxury of time at her disposal. She relished her solitary life, free from torment. Yet, this was merely a ruse to persuade Xiao Ziqian for the divorce. With feigned sincerity, she stated, Indeed, that is the life I aspire to. However, I no longer harbor hope. Once we are divorced, I shall retreat into seclusion, living out my days in tranquility. You need not worry about me seeking another. Though we part, my love for you will endure eternally. Having spoken, she felt a sense of triumph, believing her words had been sufficiently persuasive. It would be impolite for Xiao Ziqian to refuse her now. He regarded her with a complex gaze, her earnest demeanor, her heartfelt words. Such displays of affection had been rare from her. He recalled their wedding day, when she had timidly unveiled her face, her eyes filled with unspoken affection, yet restrained. When he announced his departure to the frontier, she had been heartbroken, yet never voiced a complaint, hastily instructing Qinggu to prepare his knee pads and cloak. At that moment, he had felt only disdain and loathing for her. 2 years apart had rendered her far bolder. She dared to say and do anything. Yet, the love-filled gaze she once bore him was absent, even as she professed her affection. Perhaps he had drained her capacity for love. My husband, Lin Ruru said cautiously, gripping his hand, leaning against his side. Xiao Ziqian looked down, seeing the adoration reflected in her eyes. I will consider it, he finally replied. He could not afford to cause Lin Ruru further pain. She had been so kind, so loving towards him. Song Yaozhi exhaled a sigh of relief. Then I shall take my leave. She quickly departed. Xiao Ziqian hesitated, wanting to call her back, but ultimately remained silent. In the original narrative, Xiao Ziqian had once contemplated abandoning Song Yaozhi during the autumn hunt, only to be swayed by the protagonist's pleading, with her father intervening to dissuade him.
Now,
Song Yaozhi merely needed to follow the storyline, omitting any actions to suppress Xiao Ziqian, and she would be able to successfully divorce him. Elated, Song Yaozhi returned to her tent, where Lin Wanqi awaited her. Upon her arrival, Lin Wanqi hurriedly inspected her from head to toe. You scared me. I just heard Lady Wang say that you had a quarrel with the Shu Fei. Are you alright? Song Yaozhi shook her head. I am fine. I did not argue with her. I merely rescued this little fox. She lifted it for Lin Wanqi to see. Lin Wanqi, having been overly worried about Song Yaozhi, had initially overlooked the fox in her arms. Now, upon seeing it, she recoiled a couple of steps. That sharp little beak looks fierce. Perhaps you should put it down. Be careful it doesn't hurt you. Song Yaozhi insisted. Mother, it is very gentle. It will not harm me. She brought the little fox closer for Lin Wanqi to pet.
See?
It is quite docile. Though hesitant, Lin Wanqi did not want to dampen Song Yaozhi's spirits and, suppressing her fear, cautiously extended her hand to stroke the fox's head. The little creature nuzzled against Lin Wanqi's hand and even licked it. Its gentle nature gradually eased her apprehension. How clever it is, she remarked, looking curiously at the little fox. Indeed, Song Yaozhi breathed a sigh of relief, internally commending the fox for its charm. It had effortlessly won over the matriarch, ensuring it would have a place to stay rather than wandering the mountains. Fortunately, the lady did not blame you, but if anything had happened, I would have been at a loss. Your father and the others were not around. I do not understand why your elder brother was not here to accompany you, Lin Wanqi chided, then immediately realized her error and shot a nervous glance at Song Yaozhi. Displaying indifference, Song Yaozhi replied, Nothing would have happened. I am well aware of my circumstances. Mother, do not worry. Lin Wanqi felt a wave of tenderness wash over her at the sound of mother. Shall we not first place this little one in the tent? They are all outside having lunch. We should join them. All right, Song Yaozhi agreed. At the dining area, where the seating was segregated by gender, upon her arrival, she found her two younger sisters already seated. Song Minqian shot her an annoyed glare. Song Yaozhi feigned ignorance and took a seat beside her. After a short wait, palace attendants brought forth the meal. In addition to roasted lamb, various small dishes, hot soup, and pastries were served. Just as Song Yaozhi was about to begin her meal, a girl of little more than 10 years exclaimed, Mother, why does our table have so much meat? Song Yaozhi turned to see that the other table had only a meager layer of roasted lamb, while her own was piled high with an abundance of food. Observing the other tables, she noted their scant portions as well. It seems today is my lucky day, she mused, relishing in the fortune that had favored her. The young girl's mother scolded her briefly, and then offered a polite smile to Lin Wanqi. She took a bite of the lamb, which was roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender within. To suit everyone's palate, it had been prepared in such a way that the gamey flavor was remarkably subdued. Even those unaccustomed to lamb could find it tolerable. Song Yaozhi indulged in a generous portion, yet her favorite dish remained the plate of glutinous rice lotus root. Fragrant and delightful, with a perfect balance of flavor, not overly sweet nor cloying, she finished it in one go, still yearning for more. As she contemplated ordering another serving of glutinous rice lotus root while visiting Sin for his bloodletting that evening, a maid approached, adding another serving to each table. Song Yaozhi's eyes sparkled with joy, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Today was indeed worthwhile. Suddenly, a rustling noise emanated from outside the banquet. As Lin Roa arrived late, guided by a maid, her seat was arranged according to her status as the general's wife, positioned in the same row as Song Yaozhi, specifically the second seat to her right. The moment Lin Roa settled into her place, she drew numerous glances from the guests, some filled with envy, others with jealousy, and some with disdain. Among them, Feng Shi, the daughter of General Zhen Yuan, regarded Lin Roa with utter contempt, her gaze laced with scorn. Once Lin Roa was seated, Feng Shi bluntly remarked, a country bumpkin climbs to a high branch and believes she can truly transform into a phoenix. Yet a chicken remains a chicken, forever incapable of becoming a phoenix. Sister Yaozhi, would you not agree? Suddenly addressed, Song Yaozhi glanced at Feng Shi and then at Lin Roa, who looked pale, her eyes cast down in silence. After taking another bite of glutinous rice lotus root, Song Yaozhi replied, If you wish to insult someone, do so on your own accord. There is no need to inquire if I concur. Feng Shi disdainfully retorted, Sister Yaozhi, is this all you amount to? No wonder a country bumpkin can oppress you to such an extent that you are even driven from the general's residence. Lin Wanqi, unable to tolerate such remarks, furrowed her brow, intending to reprimand Feng Shi, but Song Yaozhi restrained her hand. With a smile, she addressed Lin Roa. The esteemed Princess Kuro is so adept at flaunting her authority before me. Why is it that when others insult you today, you choose to remain silent? Lin Rower's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed pleadingly at Song Yaozhi, as if she had committed some unforgivable act against her. Sister, Rower has never sought to assert dominance over you. Why do you accuse me so? Rower has always regarded you as a beloved sister. Although I have taken some of your husband's affection, I never wished to steal him away from you. As she spoke, tears began to flow. A nearby maid promptly offered her a handkerchief. Song Yaozhi took a sip of tea, reflecting on how Lin Rower constantly targeted her, yet became as meek as a quail in the presence of others. Feng Shi, increasingly irritated, slammed her palm on the table. As the daughter of a martial general, she had trained in combat from a young age, and her strikingly bold demeanor was enough to make anyone uneasy. Why do you weep? Sister Yaozhi has lost her man and been schemed against, yet she does not cry, and you still have the audacity to do so? Lin Rower widened her eyes in innocent protest, declaring, Rower has never done such a thing. This sister must have misunderstood. All I seek is to remain by my husband's side, even as a maid. Then why not be a maid? Why must you demand General Shao to bestow a title upon you, going to great lengths to make him take you as a wife? Now that you've achieved your goal, you claim you only wish to be a maid. What a farce! Feng Shi scoffed. Sen Fongning, seated nearby, turned to observe them, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Rower before addressing Song Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi, your marriage to General Shao was personally bestowed by His Majesty. Anyone who drives you out of the residence is disregarding the Emperor's authority. If I were you, I would ignore her words. As long as His Majesty does not issue a decree, you shall forever remain the rightful wife of the general. A concubine? What significance does that hold? Indeed, a country bumpkin has no right to vie with the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household. Can she compete? Feng Shi sneered with derision. A concubine is but a concubine, what a laugh. Lin Rower grasped her dress tightly, her teeth clenched, holding back tears that threatened to spill. Once, she had been a respected physician, saving countless lives on the battlefield, where the soldiers addressed her as Miss Lin with utmost courtesy. Yet now, she found herself ridiculed and belittled, unable to retort. After a long silence, she turned to Song Yaozhi, saying, Sister, if you harbor such deep resentment, you could confront your husband directly. Why allow everyone to bully me? Song Yaozhi smiled sweetly at her. If you truly believe I am the one enabling everyone to bully you, you may go and complain to Shao Ziqian, asking him to divorce me. Let us see if he dares to do so for your sake. Lin Rower overturned her teacup, spilling tea across the table. She stared intently at Song Yaozhi, believing that she would not dare to act. Song Yaozhi was merely testing the waters, attempting to win Shao Ziqian's favor, fully aware of her intentions. Sister has a respectable family background and a good father, while Rower was born into a poor household and dares not envy you. But I ask you to spare my husband. You do not know the injuries he has endured at the border, and I doubt you truly care. All he desires is a peaceful life. If you truly care for him, stop tormenting him. Song Yaozhi recognized the emotional weight behind Lin Rower's words, though she wondered how much sincerity lay within. The sentiment was indeed rather compelling. She herself thought that if Lin Rower applied this strategy towards her, she would willingly take her home. Torment him? Why should Shao Ziqian be able to lead troops? Does he not rely on our Song family's influence? He yearns for glory and advancement, not for my eldest sister's sake. Why should she feel pity for him? Song Minxian, initially enjoying her meal, found herself unable to bear the unfolding scene. She harbored a dislike for Song Yaozhi, considering her rather foolish. Yet she believed that a daughter of the Song family should not be subjected to bullying by a mere country bumpkin. Shao Ziqian is where he is today thanks to our Song family. Now that he has you, he wishes to cast aside my eldest sister and chase after his grand dreams. My sister is the daughter of the Prime Minister. This marriage was granted by His Majesty himself. Let him try to divorce her. Song Yaozhi wanted to applaud Song Minxian. Her sister displayed a fierce spirit that she admired. Glancing toward the entrance, she thought it was about time for Shao Ziqian to make an appearance. Lin Rower, with reddened eyes, countered. My husband has never owed anything to your Song family. Why must you humiliate him so? Even without you, my husband could attain rank and title. Your family is truly excessive. Song Yaozhi noticed a flicker of fabric at the entrance, her eyes brightening as she turned to Lin Rower. Shao Ziqian climbs over me to rise in status, and now that he has gained rank, he wishes to cast me aside. He is nothing but a despicable wretch. My father is not to be trifled with. If he desires to divorce me, it depends upon my father and the emperor's approval. Do you truly believe he would dare to cast me aside? My father is the prime minister. With a loud thud, a screen at the entrance was kicked open, revealing Xiao Ziqian, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze on Song Yaozhi. She blinked innocently, appearing quite alarmed as she stood. General, what brings you here? Xiao Ziqian's forehead pulsed with anger as he exclaimed, Song Yaozhi, do you think I dare to divorce you? Chapter 53. Divorce. Song Yaozhi gasped, clutching her heart. General, you intend to divorce me? After the autumn hunt, I shall have someone deliver the divorce papers to the Prime Minister's residence. The threshold of your household is too high. I, Xiao Ziqian, cannot ascend it. Xiao Ziqian strode in, grasping Lin Rower by the hand and leading her out. Lin Rower obediently followed him. Just as they were about to exit, Xiao Ziqian suddenly turned to face everyone present. From this day forth, I, Xiao Ziqian, shall have but one wife, and that is Rower. I hope all the ladies and young women will exercise restraint and refrain from using their family's influence to bully my wife. To bully her is to bully me. With that declaration, he took Lin Rower and left. As he departed, the onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes finally settling with sympathy on Song Yaozhi.
Xian.
What nonsense did you just say? Lin Wanyi was the first to react, immediately scolding her daughter. Song Minxian felt the gravity of her words, pursing her lips and refraining from further rebuttal. Seeing this, Song Yaozhi interjected, what's the big deal? Third sister should eat and drink as usual. Mother. What she said was perfectly fine. Why blame her? Lin Wanyi's expression soured dramatically. Xiao Ziqian intends to divorce you. With a heavy sigh, Song Yaozhi replied, if he wishes to divorce me, I have no way to stop him. Should I resort to tears and tantrums to plead with him not to? Lin Wanyi grew frantic. No, that absolutely cannot happen. Then I am left with no options. Song Yaozhi sipped her tea, feigning discomfort, though inwardly she was elated. This was the very divorce she had been awaiting. Had it not been for this performance, she would not have orchestrated troubles for Lin Rower alongside Feng Shi and the others. Perhaps, Song Yaozhi, you should quickly apologize to Xiao Ziqian? Xin Fengning awkwardly suggested under her mother's gaze. Feng Shi was the first to counter, apologize for what? If Xiao Ziqian truly dares to divorce Sister Yaozhi, wouldn't he have agreed to this marriage 2 years ago? What is there to fear? Sister Yaozhi, you must not give him the satisfaction. A man who thrives on soft and hard tactics should not be indulged. Song Yaozhi nodded in agreement. I will certainly not indulge him.
Ha ha ha.
When these words reached Xiao Ziqian's ears, he smashed a set of teaware in his tent out of rage. Song Yaozhi belittled him, humiliating him. He had thought he had broken her heart, that he had wronged her, and had intended to make amends. Yet, Song Yaozhi believed she had him under her thumb, grinding his self-esteem beneath her heel. Did she think he would not dare to divorce her? He was determined to show her otherwise. Husband, please do not let your anger towards sister affect your treatment of me, Lin Rower began, but was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Ziqian's sharp retort. Lin Rower was taken aback. This was the first time he had raised his voice at her. Seeing her stunned expression, he too was momentarily taken aback. He furrowed his brow, inhaled deeply, and gently said, Rower, I am not angry with you. I just do not want you to speak on her behalf. I know you are kind-hearted, but Song Yaozhi does not deserve your kindness. Lin Rower bit her lip in agreement, concerned that her husband might harm his health out of anger, or make a decision he would later regret. Xiao Ziqian sneered, the one thing I regret most in this life is marrying Song Yaozhi. When Lin Rower looked up to see the expression on Xiao Ziqian's face, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, and a hint of secret happiness crossed her lips. Initially, she had worried that Xiao Ziqian might still hold feelings for Song Yaozhi, for she had always sensed his guilt towards her.
But now,
with Song Yaozhi eliminating that guilt herself, it seemed that from now on, Xiao Ziqian would have only her by his side. After lunch, Song Yaozhi returned to the Song family's camp, where the events of the afternoon had already become common knowledge. Upon his return, the Prime Minister inquired about the details, and after Song Yaozhi recounted the events, he asked her one question. Do you truly wish to divorce? Song Yaozhi nodded. Indeed, I do. The Prime Minister nodded, indicating his understanding. Song Qinghe, standing nearby, remarked, since Zhiji's thought it through so clearly, then Xiao Ziqian proposing a divorce would be most favorable. If he suggests it, His Majesty will not lay blame. The Prime Minister agreed. Lin Wan-yi grasped Song Yaozhi's hand. From now on, Gigi shall stay at home. As Song Yaozhi playfully patted the little fox's head, she smiled and nodded. She felt lighthearted, eagerly awaiting the chance to shed the burdens of her past and to distance herself from the intrigues of royal power. She was simply overjoyed. In the afternoon, the men followed Sin to the mountains for hunting. Since Song Yaozhi had promised Changle to catch wild rabbits for her, she set off with Song Lu and 2 guards to the foot of the mountain. Though she had camping experience, she had none in catching wild rabbits. However, she had read in a book that if one found a rabbit trail, they could set a trap along the path, as rabbits tend to move in straight lines. Song Yaozhi instructed the guards to ride around the mountain with her, and indeed, they discovered signs of rabbit activity. She dismounted her pony, took out a shovel, and began digging a hole. Seeing this, Song Lu rushed over, eager to help. "Miss, let me assist." Song Yaozhi shook her head. "You still have another shovel, right? Come help me instead. Don't take mine." Song Lu paused, then fetched another shovel and joined her in digging. The 2 guards, seeing them both at work, hurried to lend a hand. The 4 of them quickly dug the hole, and Song Yaozhi covered it with grass before they all hid behind a large tree. "Miss, what are we doing now?" Song Lu asked, crouching on the ground. Song Yaozhi replied, "We are lying in wait for the rabbit. When it comes out and jumps into the pit, we will catch it." Song Lu hesitated, looking at the excitement on Song Yaozhi's face. Song Yaozhi sat on the ground, pulled out a small bag of jujubes, and began eating, offering some to Song Lu. "Would you like some?" Song Lu declined. As Song Yaozhi munched away, halfway through her snack, she suddenly heard a rustling sound. She quickly turned to peek around the tree trunk towards the trap. Yet, when she looked, there was nothing, just an empty patch of grass, not even a grasshopper in sight. Disheartened, Song Yaozhi was startled when a swift arrow whizzed past her ear, striking the tree she was leaning against. Her eyes widened in shock as she turned, only to see Sin on a red horse, bow in hand, wearing a bemused smile. Song Lu spotted Sin as well and immediately knelt, bowing her head. "Your servant pays respects to your majesty." The guards quickly followed suit. Realizing the situation, Song Yaozhi hastily switched from sitting to kneeling, offering a deep bow. "I pay my respects to your majesty." Sin rode closer, looking down at Song Yaozhi. "Xiao Song, why are you not in the tent with the ladies, but here instead?" Song Yaozhi felt a surge of frustration over their unexpected encounter. "Have you killed that fox and come to bury it here?" Sin remarked, noticing the shovel on the ground. "No, I am here to catch rabbits. I was digging a trap," she quickly explained. Sin glanced at her, then stepped forward to inspect the clearly marked trap. Lifting the grass with his bow, he revealed a pit about half a meter deep, prompting him to chuckle. "Song Yaozhi, I find you truly remarkable." Chapter 54. What does he want? Song Yaozhi cautiously glanced at Sin, tentatively responding, "I thank your majesty for the compliment." Sin turned his gaze towards her. "Am I truly complimenting you?" Song Yaozhi replied. "Then what else could it be? If you can catch rabbits this way, then the citizens of our realm need not farm anymore. They can all go to the mountains to catch wild rabbits." Sin retorted, "What a sharp tongue you possess." Song Yaozhi fell silent. Sin continued, "Why are you not speaking?" Song Yaozhi knelt on the ground, saying, "Your majesty speaks truly. If I were to catch a rabbit this way, you could fervently promote such hunting methods. I am more than willing to impart my knowledge."
Ha!
Sin stepped forward, standing before Song Yaozhi, proclaiming, "I see that you truly wish to part with that tongue of yours." Song Yaozhi raised her hand to cover her mouth. Sin chuckled again, finding her ability to utter such bewildering words in his presence quite remarkable. Song Yaozhi felt her head spin, sensing that Sin was becoming increasingly unusual. "Get up," Sin commanded. Song Yaozhi remained still. Sin nudged her shoulder with his bow, insisting, "I command you to rise." Immediately, Song Yaozhi stood up. "Mount the horse. I shall take you to catch rabbits," Sin said, as he mounted his steed first. Song Yaozhi looked up at him on horseback, feeling quite troubled. "Your majesty, I cannot ride. Perhaps you might fetch the rabbit first, and I shall wait here." "Am I your bodyguard?" Sin replied coldly, exasperated by the situation. Song Yaozhi took a deep breath and reluctantly called for Song Lu to assist her onto the little pony she had just ridden. Song Lu, looking worried, said, "Miss, should I not accompany you with a guard?" Song Yaozhi glanced at Sin and asked, "Your majesty, may I bring a guard to help lead my horse? I truly cannot ride." "Give it to me," Sin raised his hand. Confused, Song Yaozhi clutched the jujubes in her arms and inquired, "What do you want?" "The jujubes?" Tsin replied, "The reins. You asked for help to lead your horse. I shall personally assist you." Song Yaozhi looked at him in alarm, suddenly recalling the subtle targeting from the noble consort earlier. Her heart raced. Goodness, could Tsin truly have feelings for me? Although the original text did not suggest such a plotline, one could not deny that Song Yaozhi possessed the aura of a heroine, and it was not entirely unreasonable for her to be admired. This was astounding. Song Yaozhi. Tsin called her name when he noticed her lack of movement, his brow furrowing in displeasure. In a fluster, Song Yaozhi hastily handed the reins to Tsin. As he grasped them, without allowing her a moment to react, he cracked the whip and galloped away, the little pony beneath her joining in the wild run. Song Yaozhi felt her heart leap to her throat, and she screamed, clutching the saddle and bending low over the horse's back. Madman! Tsin is absolutely out of his mind. Song Lu and the others, watching the frenzied horse from behind, felt their hearts race with trepidation. One guard asked Song Lu, "Do you think the young lady will be all right?" Song Lu gripped her hands tightly, feeling a tumult of anxiety within. Is His Majesty deliberately causing trouble for the young lady because of today's incident with the fox? Another whispered, "Don't speak nonsense. Do you want to lose your head?" Song Lu scolded angrily. The two guards fell silent. Song Lu bit her lip, unsure if she should report this matter to the lady. His Majesty's reactions today were indeed baffling. If he were intentionally troubling the young lady, one could not help but feel that Tsin was instead playfully trying to amuse her. Moreover, their tone suggested familiarity, as if they were old acquaintances. But how could the young lady know His Majesty? Taking a deep breath, Song Lu suppressed her chaotic thoughts, convincing herself to wait a while longer. If the young lady had not returned after an hour, she would then seek the lady to report the situation. As if an eternity had passed, Song Yaozhi felt as if she might faint. Finally, after a loud snort, the galloping horse came to a halt. Song Yaozhi. Tsin called her name. Song Yaozhi remained sprawled on the horse's back, unmoving. Is she dead?
Tsin frowned.
Song Yaozhi shook her head, just frightened. Tsin let out a cold scoff and dismounted.
Get down.
Song Yaozhi intended to express her weakness, but then recalled how Tsin had previously carried her into the palace despite her injuries. That felt quite unsettling. Hastily, she slid down from the horse's back. Tsin noticed her manner and moved to assist her, but before he could touch her hand, she stumbled back and fell unceremoniously onto the ground. Tsin frowned. What kind of reaction is that? Song Yaozhi, finding herself on her knees, sincerely declared, "Your Majesty, I am deeply devoted to General Shao. My love for him is profound. I cannot live without him." Tsin scrutinized her, his brow furrowing tighter.
What do you mean by that?
Song Yaozhi explained, "I do not wish to part ways with General Shao. If he requests a decree tomorrow, would your Majesty kindly refuse?" She had considered that she could not outright reject Tsin, as it would be a serious offense punishable by death. Thus, she would use Xiao Ziqian as a shield for now. After a moment of silence, without a response from Tsin, she lifted her gaze only to find his expression cold and menacing. A shiver ran down her spine. Could it be that Tsin was about to become enraged? Song Yaozhi, do you understand what you are doing? You are defying imperial authority. Do you think you can achieve this marriage and separate at will? This realm is not solely yours, but rather the Song family's? Tsin spoke in a chilling tone. Song Yaozhi swallowed hard and earnestly replied, "Yaozhi acknowledges her mistake. She is simply overwhelmed by her affection for General Shao. It is unrelated to my father. I implore your Majesty not to take offense. If your Majesty truly agrees to General Shao's request to separate us, Yaozhi will accept it." Tsin's expression faltered as he scrutinized her closely. Song Yaozhi, what are you testing me for? She feigned innocence. I do not understand what your Majesty is saying. Tsin recalled how she had just expressed her deep love for Xiao Ziqian, yet could so readily comply with orders to separate without complaint, as if she were toying with him. Song Yaozhi indeed did not show much respect for imperial authority, but she was not foolish. She was well aware of the consequences of her actions. Yet she chose to proceed regardless. What was her intention? Reflecting on how she had just dismounted without allowing him to touch her, Tsin laughed. Song Yaozhi, do you think I have an interest in you? Song Yaozhi remained silent. Song Yaozhi, your cleverness will one day lead you to great misfortune. Chapter 55. Futile Efforts. Inevitable Demise. Song Yaozhi obediently nodded. Your Majesty is right. Yaozhi shall be more cautious with her words and actions in the future. Sin glanced at her, aware that while she spoke thus, her heart did not align with her words. Get up. I do not wish to watch your performance. Sin looked at her impatiently. I specifically brought you here today to draw blood. Song Yaozhi paused, lifting her skirt as she stood, asking now. Wasn't it supposed to be in the evening? Today. I have no time. Besides, you were nearly assassinated last time. Do you wish to face another attempt? Sun regarded her. Song Yaozhi acknowledged. Then, Your Majesty, please bring out that jar. I shall begin. We cannot be away for too long, lest we incite misunderstandings. She recalled Zhao Shuiying's trouble with her and felt wronged. If she were truly here to engage in a secret affair with Sin, it would be far better. At least that would be pleasurable. But now, she was here to draw blood, and each time it was a substantial amount, leaving her weak. Afterward, she would face baseless accusations, which felt like a tremendous loss. Lead the horse and follow me, Sin commanded. Oh. Song Yaozhi took the reins and followed Sin forward. They walked along a mountain path, soon veering into a narrow woodland trail. Sin instructed her to tie the horse in the woods and then guided her deeper. After a while, Song Yaozhi sensed they had reached a stone wall with no path ahead. She watched as Sin pressed a spot in a crevice at the base of the wall, causing a crack to open. Oh, a secret passage. How cautious. Song Yaozhi followed Sin into the narrow mountain path, which gradually widened as they walked. Upon emerging, she discovered that this secret passage led to a Buddhist hall. In the hall stood a woman, Juanfu, whom Song Yaozhi had encountered before at Dong'an Temple. Juanfu nodded slightly upon seeing her, greeting her with a soft Miss Song. Song Yaozhi smiled in return. Sin retrieved a small wooden jar from his sleeve and handed it to Song Yaozhi. She took it in her hands, noticing that it could be tightly sealed, ensuring that the blood inside would not spill out in case of an emergency. Filled with joy, she remarked, Your Majesty, I still need a dagger. Sin then presented her with a dagger he had on him. This time, Song Yaozhi switched wrists, making a decisive cut on her arm. Blood flowed freely as she gritted her teeth, clenching her fist to hasten the flow. Miss Song, this is a scar-removing ointment. You may apply a little on your wrist, and it will not leave a scar, Juanfu offered, presenting a jade vial to her. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Song Yaozhi exclaimed, Thank you. You are truly a good person. Sin scoffed nearby. Juanfu glanced at Sin, intending to explain that the ointment was prepared at his behest, but was interrupted. Juanfu, first take my pulse. We cannot remain here for too long, Sin stated. Juanfu nodded lightly, instructing him to sit as she began to check his pulse. Song Yaozhi observed Sin, pondering whether he harbored other ailments, something the original text had not mentioned. Her memory of the so-called curse was vague, yet she distinctly remembered Sin's eventual demise. Your Majesty, shall we move to a side chamber or discuss it here? Juanfu asked, her brow furrowing deeper as she continued to examine Sin's pulse. Here is fine, Sin replied. Without hesitation, Song Yaozhi asserted, I will go to the side chamber to draw blood. If she were to overhear their confidential matters, she would be unable to escape the clutches of imperial power even if she drained her own blood. Seeing Song Yaozhi dash to the side chamber, Sin could not help but remark, such a coward. Unbeknownst to him, she did not hear his words. Juanfu regarded Sin with a look of mild surprise at his attitude, a hint of indulgent affection in her gaze. Miss Jun, please tell me, is my health failing? Sin turned his attention back to her. Juanfu, regaining her composure, inquired, Your Majesty, have you lost your sense of smell? Sin nodded, and taste as well. Juanfu's expression grew grave. You should have come to see me sooner. Do you have a remedy? Sin asked. Juanfu shook her head. I can only suppress it temporarily. Sin laughed lightly. I am well aware of my condition. Even if you can suppress it, for how long? Juanfu's gaze darkened. A few days is better than neglecting it. Sin fell silent. Juanfu continued, Next, it may affect your vision, hearing, and sense of pain. If Miss Song does not nurture the larvae within 3 months, I will become incapacitated. Correct?
Sin spoke.
Juanfu gently nodded. Leaning back in his chair, Sin smiled. This was precisely what he desired, and he felt satisfied. I will do my utmost to heal you, Juanfu promised. Sin looked at her. Heal me? I have never heard of anyone completely curing the life-death curse, unless the larvae are still present. He glanced toward the side chamber, recalling how much blood she had used to nurture the larvae. However, the one she had fostered was merely a substitute, incapable of saving him. Oh, but wait. The one she had killed in the palace was indeed a substitute. The one she was nurturing now was just a replacement for the replacement. This had little impact on his condition. He spoke with an air of calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome and was prepared to face the worst. Juanfu furrowed her brows. Your Majesty, as healers, we never abandon our patients. Please do not give up. You are the ruler of a nation, and the people of Qi depend on you to survive. Please take care of your health. Sin chuckled nonchalantly. Juanfu, only you seem to believe I am a good monarch. Do you know how many people I have killed recently? He lifted a teacup beside him. Earlier today, I heard she had arrived, and in a fit of rage, I executed a dozen of her guards. Juanfu remained silent, her gaze lowered as she retrieved a golden needle. Your Majesty, I will administer acupuncture. Sin did not resist, sitting still as she inserted the needle into his head. Meanwhile, in the side chamber, Song Yaozhi was taken aback. The soundproofing was non-existent. She heard everything they had just discussed. To her astonishment, the larvae she had painstakingly nurtured could not save, and was his fate inevitably sealed? She was further shocked to realize that the one who had cursed Sin was none other than the Empress Dowager. Though Sin did not mention her name, she knew that only the Empress Dowager had visited the hunting grounds that day. But wasn't she Sin's biological mother? What enmity could exist that would lead her to treat her own son in such a manner? Chapter 56. He is truly difficult to serve with such thoughts. Song Yaozhi shook her head, dismissing the matter from her mind. To ensure her safety, she must distance herself from conspiracies. After drawing her blood, she quickly applied the ointment and bandaged her wrist, then used the healing salve Juanfu had given her on her other wrist. After waiting for some time, she finally saw Sin emerge. Sin looked at Song Yaozhi. Is it done?
She nodded yes.
Sin collected the jar and coldly instructed, let us go. Song Yaozhi hurried to follow him, both of them re-entering the secret passage. She diligently kept a couple of steps behind Sin, obediently trailing him. As they walked, Sin suddenly asked Song Yaozhi, did you hear what I discussed with Juanfu? Startled, she blinked and replied, what? Did your Majesty speak with Juanfu? I was unaware. Sin stopped abruptly and turned to face her. The passage was dim and narrow, with Sin holding only a fire stick for illumination. He raised the flame to cast light on Song Yaozhi's face. The flickering glow illuminated her expression of innocence. Seeing her demeanor, Sin couldn't help but chuckle. Song Yaozhi, do you know I have also spent time in the side chamber? Song Yaozhi blinked, puzzled. What does your Majesty mean? I do not understand. Sin, with a casual smile, withdrew the fire stick, his expression enigmatic. If you do not understand, then so be it. With that, he fell silent, leaving Song Yaozhi anxious in his wake. She mused that Sin was truly adept at reading people. His words made her wonder if he knew she was lying or merely sought to tease her. Song Yaozhi felt a chill run down her spine. After exiting the passage, they rode back on horseback. This time Sin did not urge the horse into a gallop. Instead, he rode leisurely. After a short while, Song Yaozhi spoke up. Your Majesty, shall we not hunt for rabbits? Sin glanced at her. Do you really dare to have me catch you a rabbit? With a complex expression, she quickly processed her thoughts and sincerely said, but your Majesty just said that if we return without a rabbit, what will others think of you? I am considering your reputation, she added earnestly. Sin scrutinized her with a half-smile. Song Yaozhi, do you wish to be on familiar terms with me? Taking a deep breath, she thought, he is truly difficult to serve. Your Majesty, I do not understand the rules and may have offended you, but I assure you, I am genuinely concerned for your well-being. Sin averted his gaze, stating, I believe you are more concerned for yourself. Well, that may be true, but your Majesty is still my primary concern, Song Yaozhi replied. Sin chose not to respond further, redirecting the reins as he steered the horse in another direction, leaving Song Yaozhi to speculate that they might indeed be hunting for rabbits. She let out a sigh of relief. Sin is indeed adept at hunting rabbits. He directly stormed their lair and captured an entire nest in one fell swoop. It was Song Yaozhi's first time witnessing Sin shoot arrows, and even as the rabbits dashed about, his aim was unerring. Each arrow found its mark with precision. Suddenly, Song Yaozhi recalled the morning when she held that fox. Had Sin shot an arrow at her then, her life would have been forfeit. She patted her chest, silently resolving to exercise greater caution in the future. Should Sin decide to shoot an arrow at her, she would be in grave danger. Anxiously, Song Yaozhi grasped the rabbits Sin handed her, placing them all on her horse's back, remaining silent as Sin led her home. As they walked, Sin suddenly turned to her and remarked, Song Yaozhi, you seem more like an emperor to me. Startled, Song Yaozhi quickly responded, Your Majesty, would you like me to dismount and hold your horse? Unnecessary.
Tsen coldly declined.
Song Yaozhi, in a fluster, insisted, perhaps I should dismount. I am utterly devoted to your majesty, who is my everything. Tsen retorted, could you kindly be quiet? Song Yaozhi, with her mind filled with mischief, spoke more sweetly than a song. Tsen cracked the whip, striking the horse's rear, and urged it into a gallop, racing away. Song Yaozhi let out a shriek. When Song Yaozhi's companions, such as Song Lu, awaited her return, they beheld two spirited horses charging towards them, with Tsen riding gallantly, while the other was riderless. Song Lu was worried about her young mistress's whereabouts, and as Tsen called for a halt, Song Yaozhi tumbled off her horse. Only then did Song Lu rush forward to support her. Internally, Song Yaozhi cursed Tsen 1,000 times. No wonder he met an early demise. Such a vile temperament would ensure his swift end, allowing everyone else to live in peace. We greet your majesty, Song Lu said as she helped Song Yaozhi, bowing respectfully. Tsen tossed the reins of Song Yaozhi's horse to Song Lu, casting a fleeting glance at Song Yaozhi before riding away without uttering another word. Once he departed, Song Lu dared to inquire in a flurry, Miss, are you unharmed? At least 10 years have been shaved off my life. Song Yaozhi replied. Seeing her distressed state, Song Lu abandoned her notion of Tsen teasing Song Yaozhi. Miss, you aren't injured, are you? We should hurry back so the court physician can examine you. In a haste, Song Lu asserted, when the Prime Minister returns, this matter must be reported to him. Song Yaozhi waved her hand insistently. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Let it pass. There's no need to inform father. Song Lu furrowed her brow, expressing concern, but I fear your majesty may harbor resentment against you. You shouldn't have competed with the empress for that fox. Song Yaozhi shook her head. Truly, it's nothing. If there were any issue, his majesty would not have allowed me to return this way. She pointed to the rabbits on her horse. Look, his majesty even caught these rabbits for me. Seeing the rabbits, Song Lu gradually relaxed, somewhat reassured by Song Yaozhi's words. Furthermore, should this incident reach their father, he might confront his majesty, which could lead to repercussions for the Song family. They could not withstand such turmoil. You must keep this secret, Song Yaozhi urged. Song Lu nodded, her lips pursed, dismissing the thought of reporting to the Prime Minister. Let us hasten home. Song Yaozhi sighed with relief. This must remain a closely guarded secret, should others learn of it and His Majesty takes offense. Not only would you be unable to bear the responsibility, but the entire Prime Minister's residence would be unable to withstand the fallout. The two guards nearby immediately fell silent. After instructing them, Song Yaozhi led her companions back. Initially, the guard suggested she continue riding while they led the horse. But she resolutely refused to mount again, her legs trembling. Instead, she leisurely strolled back. Upon arriving at the camp, she heard Lin Wanyi mention that Changlo was searching for her. Song Yaozhi quickly went to find Changlo, bringing along the rabbits Tsen had caught. Chapter 57. Even if it is the Empress Dowager, upon seeing the abundance of rabbits, Changlo did not exhibit the expected joy. Sister Yaozhi, what is the matter? Did we not agree to feast on rabbit tonight?
Chang le ciguait deeply, reclining on a soft couche.
Sister Yaozhi, do you know what I saw just now when I returned from the Empress? Song Yaozhi sat beside her. Curious, what? Changlo propped her head in her hands, gazing at Song Yaozhi. I saw Lord Zua actually gifting a hawk to Tsen Fangning. Goodness, he gifted a hawk to Tsen Fangning. Song Yaozhi gasped. Is he implying that Tsen Fangning is fierce like a hawk? Changlo paused, then abruptly sat upright, crossing her legs on the couch. Is that what you mean? Song Yaozhi, pondering for a moment, replied earnestly, is it not? Changlo contemplated briefly, her earlier gloom transforming into excitement. It is indeed, Sister Yaozhi. I only noticed that Lord Zua gave a hawk to Tsen Fangning, never considering that it held such a meaning. Ha ha ha, Tsen Fangning was just beaming, what a fool. She was being insulted. Song Yaozhi frowned. Lord Zua is indeed clever. Others might insult without using vulgarity, yet he managed to convey contempt without uttering a word. His implicitness is a level of artistry we can only aspire to. Changlo nodded in agreement. I must go witness Tsen Fangning's folly. She stood up immediately. Song Yaozhi seized her arm. Princess, do not rush. What is the point of going now? Let us wait until evening. Evening? Changlo inquired, puzzled. Why wait until then? Are you interested in the bonfire party? Song Yaozhi asked. A bonfire party? It involves 2 bonfires, one for the men and one for the women, where everyone can eat, drink and sing and dance together, Song Yaozhi explained. Chang Li's eyes brightened, That sounds delightful. If the fires are positioned close enough, my dancing will surely captivate those men. Song Yaozhi nodded. Your dance is indeed beautiful. Everyone should witness it. Hiding it away is simply dull. Changlu looked at Song Yaozhi. Sister Yaozhi. You wouldn't also want to dance, would you? If you do, then my performance would pale in comparison. Song Yaozhi chuckled softly. Princess. You may not realize that I have not danced in many years. My skills have long since faded, and I have grown so stiff that I can hardly dance anymore. Very well. Let us organize this bonfire party tonight. I shall mesmerize Lord Zhua, and then mock Xin Fangning. Changlu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Excitedly, she rushed to her wooden chest. I must see what I shall wear tonight. Sister Yaozhi, come help me choose. Song Yaozhi promptly complied. That evening, while everyone dined, Changlu announced the bonfire party, insisting all must attend. The young men and women responded with enthusiasm. Xin Fangning, initially reluctant to join, was compelled when Changlu approached her. Xin Fangning, Lord Zhou will also be attending tonight.
Xin Fangning scoffed.
Having barely eaten a few bites of her meal before retreating to change her attire, Changlu had already instructed preparations for the bonfire. Song Yaozhi skillfully prepared the rabbits, skinning and roasting them for everyone to enjoy. Her careful oversight ensured the delicious flavor, and after Changlu sampled the rabbit meat, she devoured it eagerly, nearly straining her red gown. Once satiated, the noble ladies began to sing and dance around the bonfire, holding hands as they twirled in delight. Amidst the laughter, Song Yaozhi quietly slipped away from the festivities, withdrawing from the throng. She walked forward until she reached the rear of a tent, confirming no one was around before retrieving a fire starter from her pocket and tossing it onto the grass behind the tent. This autumn has been devoid of rain, leaving the grass parched and yellowed. When a firecracker was tossed aside, flames erupted, spreading rapidly without the need for Song Yaozhi to intervene. The fire soon devoured the white tent nearby, igniting a fierce blaze. Unperturbed, Song Yaozhi returned to the bonfire gathering. Upon seeing her, Changlu rushed over, exclaiming, Sister Yaozhi, where have you been? I've been looking for you. With a calm demeanor, Song Yaozhi replied, I overindulged in my meal and had to visit the restroom.
Changlu.
Surprised, admonished Sister Yaozhi, you mustn't speak like that. It lacks decorum. Seeking guidance, Song Yaozhi asked, Princess, how should I phrase it? Just say you took a moment to return to the mortal realm, Changlu suggested. Typically, they were akin to celestial beings, drinking only morning dew. Understanding the implication, Song Yaozhi immediately gave Changlu a thumbs up, remarking on her cleverness. Changlu beamed with satisfaction. What was the matter you wished to discuss, Princess? Song Yaozhi inquired.
Oh, right.
It's about Xin Fangning, who incredulously dismissed my words. She claimed that Lord Zhou gifted her an eagle as a compliment, likening her to the bird's wisdom and agility. Can you believe it? Has she been kicked in the head by a donkey?
Changlu exclaimed dramatically.
Xin Fangning, nearby, overheard and rushed over, retorting, You are the one who has been kicked. Changlu, you're just jealous that Lord Zhou only bestowed gifts upon me, and not you.
Changlu scoffed.
It's merely an eagle meant to insult you. If it's an insult, why does it only target me and not you?
Xin Fangning countered.
Changlu pointed at her, speechless, and turned to Song Yaozhi, Sister Yaozhi. What do you think Lord Zhou intends? Song Yaozhi replied, I believe that if Lord Zhou has caused such misunderstandings between you, he must be an exceedingly muddled individual. Personally, I find him unworthy. Both Changlu and Xin Fangning fell silent, exchanging glances, and found her words quite reasonable. Just as Xin Fangning was about to respond, a voice cried out, Fire!
Fire!
Everyone quickly turned their gaze to see flames roaring in the distance, painting the sky a bloody hue. Where's Captain Liu? Someone call him to extinguish the flames. Someone shouted. The crowd scattered, and guards directed them to safer, open areas. Ladies and gentlemen, please move to a safer location to avoid the fire reaching here. Changlu urged as she pulled Song Yaozhi away. Song Yaozhi lowered her gaze, concealing all emotions within her eyes. She had vowed not to spare anyone, even if it were the Empress herself. Chapter 58. Tomorrow es divorce. Do not entangle further. The crowd was ushered to an open area, with those from the tents also called out. After a short while, Song Yaozhi heard Lin Wani calling her, Zhizhi, Zhizhi. Lin Wani squeezed through the crowd, grasping Song Yaozhi's hand tightly. You scared me to death. Song Yaozhi quickly reassured her, Mother, I'm fine. Do not worry. Are my two sisters well? Lin Wani nodded. They're fine. They are over there with your elder brother. Only then did the tension in Song Yaozhi's expression begin to ease. Lin Wani, now relieved, noticed that Chang Lo was standing beside Song Yaozhi and hurriedly bowed. Chang Lo raised her hand to stop her, saying, "No need for such formalities." Lin Wani stood up, anxious to take Song Yaozhi away, but unsure how to address Chang Lo. Just then, another group of women arrived. From a distance, Song Yaozhi spotted Xiao Ziqian leading Lin Rower at the forefront. Lin Rhoda nestled against Xiao Ziqian, presenting herself as a delicate wife. While he exuded an aura of a great hero, they appeared to be well suited to one another. However, upon seeing Xiao Ziqian, Lin Wani let out an exasperated sigh, furrowing her brow as she pulled Song Yaozhi aside, saying, "Gigi, let us go to your elder brother. We shouldn't linger here." Song Yaozhi nodded slightly and turned to Chang Lo. "Princess, I am going with my mother to my elder brother's side. Would you like to join us?" Chang Lo immediately agreed. "Yes, I'll go with you." With a smile, Song Yaozhi linked arms with Chang Lo and then with Lin Wani. Yet, before they could take more than 2 steps, Xiao Ziqian suddenly called out, "Song Yaozhi, I need to speak with you." Alarm bells rang in her mind. This scoundrel wouldn't be having second thoughts about the divorce. Would he? "Brother Ziqian, what do you wish to discuss with Sister Yaozhi?" Chang Lo asked curiously. Noticing their intimate posture, Xiao Ziqian's expression soured as he coldly stated, "I merely have a few words for her. Song Yaozhi, come with me." His tone was commanding. Lin Wani, instantly agitated, interjected, "General Xiao, what is this attitude? Our Gigi is not one of your subordinates to be ordered around." Though she appeared delicate, she was fiercely protective when it came to Xiao Ziqian. She stood resolutely, shielding Song Yaozhi behind her. Xiao Ziqian looked at Lin Wani with disdain. He had never respected her, viewing her merely as a concubine of humble origins, weak in character, and thus beneath his notice. "What I have to say to Song Yaozhi is none of your concern," he retorted. Song Yaozhi's expression darkened slightly as she calmly placed herself between Lin Wani and Xiao Ziqian. "Xiao Ziqian, I expect you to show some respect towards my mother," she said, her tone indifferent but her eyes filled with a warning. Xiao Ziqian was taken aback. Previously, he had seen her as nothing more than a spoiled, unreasonable girl. But in that moment he sensed a shift. The gravity of the situation sank in, and he stated, "I have something important to discuss with you. There is nothing between us that warrants a conversation so private that my mother and the princess cannot hear. If you wish to speak, do so now." Song Yaozhi replied coolly. Although she often sought to maintain peace, she had her limits. Anyone who crossed her would face her wrath. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ziqian finally said, "Fine. Since you insist, I won't bother with pleasantries anymore." Song Yaozhi chuckled lightly, mocking, "I wasn't aware you had ever shown me any courtesy. Should I be grateful for that?" Clenching his fists, Xiao Ziqian pressed, "Do you really wish to oppose me so stubbornly?" "You speak without thinking," she retorted. Xiao Ziqian, agitated, struggled to contain his temper. "Brother Ziqian, please get to the point. We need to find Sister Yaozhi's elder brother and cannot waste time," Chang Lo urged impatiently, having grown tired of their banter. Shocked, Xiao Ziqian glanced at her. He had always relied on her support, yet now she sided with Song Yaozhi. Over the past 2 years, Song Yaozhi had made considerable progress, learning how to win people over. Xiao Ziqian's disdain for her deepened. "Song Yaozhi, I merely wish to inform you that I will petition the Emperor for a divorce tomorrow. I hope you won't cling to me any longer. I assure you, I harbor no feelings for you whatsoever. The more you pressure me, the more I will despise you." Upon hearing this, Lin Wani nearly stepped forward to confront Xiao Ziqian, but Song Yaozhi restrained her. However, she could not stop Chang Lo. Changle widened her eyes and furrowed her brows, asking, "Brother Ziqian, why do you dislike Sister Yaozhi? Have you been injured at the border, perhaps your eyes or your mind?" Xiao Ziqian ignored her. Song Yaozhi reached out and pulled Changle close, looking up at Xiao Ziqian. "Rest assured, I will not cry or cling desperately. In fact, I have long ceased to harbor feelings for you. After all, one cannot be infatuated with a single person forever, can they? There is no need for the general to overthink." Xiao Ziqian's brows knitted deeply, casting a disdainful glance at Song Yaozhi, silently wishing her words were genuine this time. In the past, Song Yaozhi had boasted about never liking Xiao Ziqian again, but each time she would turn back to seek him out, ultimately compelling him to marry her. She never allowed him to escape her grasp. "Song Yaozhi, this must be the end of our entanglement. I hope you can comprehend the wisdom in parting amicably. With that, Xiao Ziqian turned and walked away, joining Lin Ruer nearby. Lin Ruer immediately embraced Xiao Ziqian, seemingly anxious about him being taken away. Xiao Ziqian stood momentarily stunned before gently pushing Lin Ruer away while holding onto her hand. Song Yaozhi watched from a distance, her heart bubbling with joy. She could finally break free from this scoundrel and return to the Prime Minister's residence to enjoy a beautiful life. The thought of her future brought her nearly to laughter. Seeing her silent for a while, Changle, mistaking her contemplation for sorrow over Xiao Ziqian, couldn't help but advise, Sister Yaozhi, you needn't be upset. There are plenty of handsome men. What type do you fancy? I can find one for you, even one each day. Song Yaozhi's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? As long as he is handsome, any character is welcome for a visit. Chapter 59. A Major Incident. The fire was extinguished quickly as the commander of the Imperial Guard, Commander Liu, was absent. Subsequently, Song Qinghe and Xiao Ziqian organized the firefighting efforts and coordinated the search for the injured. Fortunately, the fire started on the western side, where officials with young families resided. Due to a bonfire gathering, no one was in their tents, resulting in no casualties. Only one individual broke their leg in a frantic escape from the flames. Prime Minister Song first ensured the safety of the women of the Song family and Song Qing'an before heading to assist. Song Yaozhi occupied a separate tent, and, to her surprise, the red fox was still inside. She approached and sat down, and upon noticing her, the fox nuzzled her affectionately. Why haven't you left yet? Afraid of being caught again? Song Yaozhi asked, laughing as she stroked its head. Will you follow me from now on? I can take you home, she suggested. The fox let out a couple of soft sounds, seemingly in response. Song Yaozhi couldn't contain her laughter. In her previous life, she had longed for a pet but had never been able to keep one, only feeding stray cats in her neighborhood. If this little fox was willing to accompany her home, she could certainly care for it. That night, Song Yaozhi fashioned a nest for the little fox using her cloak, allowing it to sleep on the ground while she washed up and settled down. The thought of finally escaping Xiao Ziqian filled her with excitement, keeping her awake. She envisioned her future life. Upon returning, she would plant a cherry tree in her courtyard and, in 2 years, enjoy the fruits of her labor. She also planned to build a swing beside a tub filled with lotus flowers, where she would relax in the summer. How delightful her tranquil retirement life would be. Just as Song Yaozhi was drifting into slumber, a sudden gust of wind brushed her face. As she opened her eyes, she found herself being carried. Though initially startled, she quickly regained her composure. In times of crisis, she must not panic, fear, or rush. Fear is the enemy of reason. While many sought her demise, given her role as the protagonist of a tragic tale, she believed she would ultimately survive. Carried all the way, she was deposited onto the ground inside a tent. Straightening herself, she caught sight of Xin seated on a soft couch, dressed only in a white undergarment, the front left open, exposing a swath of his chest. He lowered his head, eyes cast downward, silent. Upon seeing him, Song Yaozhi instinctively knelt. Your servant greets your majesty. May I inquire why your majesty seeks me? Have we not completed our tasks for today? Xin raised his gaze, and it was then that Song Yaozhi noticed the redness in his eyes, his expression heavy with pain. A sinking feeling gripped her heart. Your majesty? Xin propped one hand on his knee and tossed a dagger onto the ground, succinctly commanding, let it bleed. Song Yaozhi hastily picked up the dagger, unwrapped the bandage from her daytime injury, and without a flicker of hesitation, made the incision. Once finished, she hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, where shall I let it flow? Xin paused momentarily, taking a deep breath as if making a monumental decision. Come here, beside me. Song Yaozhi cast a wary glance at Xin, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Pressing her lips together, she dared not speak further as she approached him, cautiously extending her hand. Xin tilted his head slightly, as if using his ear to discern her position. He slowly raised his hand and gently touched her bleeding wrist, feeling the damp warmth, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from her. Xin quickly withdrew his hand, gripping her arm tightly. In that unmistakable gesture, Song Yaozhi realized one undeniable truth. Xin had lost his sight. Holding her breath, she brought her wrist closer to his lips, not daring to utter a word.
Xin.
Noticing her action, let out a cold laugh. Song Yaozhi, you claim to have heard nothing, yet you are quite aware. Resigned, she closed her eyes. Your Majesty, I simply wish to heal from the poison and return to my life. If you fear I might speak of this outside, I can find a temple and never emerge again. Your Majesty, I truly do not wish to die. I beg for your mercy. Even though she did not kneel. Sin could not see her expression, yet he understood the sincerity behind her words. He fell silent, pressing his lips to Song Yaozhi's wrist. The crimson blood flowed into his mouth, the metallic taste overwhelming his senses. Internally, he felt an intense revulsion, his frown deepening. Why must I endure such a mother? Why must I suffer this poison? Sin's earlier anger resurfaced as he knocked a nearby teacup to the ground. Song Yaozhi was taken aback, innocently blinking her eyes. She initially intended to kneel but suddenly remembered that Sin could not see. Thus, what was the point of kneeling? Song Yaozhi, why do you not kneel? Do you believe that since I am blind, there is no need for you to kneel? Sin spoke coldly. Song Yaozhi thought to herself. He must be a worm in my belly. Well, that is not the case. I did not kneel simply because I lost too much blood today and felt faint. I feared that if I knelt, I might not be able to rise again, and that would require your Majesty to carry me, which would be rather embarrassing. She sincerely added, I was actually considering your Majesty's feelings.
Sin scoffed. Nonsense.
Oh my, I speak nothing but the truth, Song Yaozhi retorted. How could I possibly carry you? On what grounds?
Sin countered.
Song Yaozhi, feigning innocence, replied, But your Majesty, you have carried me before.
Sin snorted coldly.
That was but once. Do not even think about me carrying you again. Very well then, Song Yaozhi conceded, unless the circumstances are exceptional. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, a sudden commotion arose from outside. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Your Highness, Captain Liu is in the Empress Mother's tent. Something significant has occurred. The voices of Changlu and Sin Shu echoed as they burst into the tent, disregarding the protests of those outside. Upon entering, they immediately locked eyes with Song Yaozhi and Sin. Both Song Yaozhi and Sin were momentarily stunned. Song Yaozhi trembled and began to kneel. Your Majesty, she could no longer fabricate an excuse. Elder Sister Yaozhi, what are you doing here? Changlu exclaimed in shock as she looked at Song Yaozhi. What is this, Your Highness? Sin Shu's gaze shifted back and forth between Sin and Song Yaozhi.
Sin,
with his gaze lowered, replied, She came to request that I issue an edict for Princess Kuro to divorce Xiao Ziqian. Changlu glanced at the disheveled appearance of Sin and Song Yaozhi, hesitating to speak. But Your Highness, you are not dressed appropriately, Sin Shu remarked. Sin remained silent for a moment, then lifted his gaze to Sin Shu, who allowed you to barge in here. Do you not value your heads? His face was stern, and his eyes dark and profound, causing both Sin Shu and Changlu to tremble with fear. Changlu hastily pulled Sin Shu backward, saying, Your Highness, we actually have no significant news. We merely wish to inform you that Captain Liu is in the Empress Mother's tent, and the ruckus is quite loud. You might want to send someone to check. We shall take our leave now. As Changlu slowly retreated, her gaze fell upon the kneeling Song Yaozhi.
Today.
Song Yaozhi was dressed lightly, wearing only a sheer garment. If she had indeed come to plead with Sin for an edict, she should not have been dressed this way. Did she intend to seduce Sin? That seemed highly improbable. Moreover, Sin displayed no reaction to the explosive news earlier. In the past, he would have rushed out immediately. Once outside, Changlu exchanged glances with Sin Shu and sighed, 13th brother, soon we shall have a new imperial sister-in-law. Sin Shu frowned, expressing concern, but elder sister? That Song Yaozhi is still General Xiao's wife. Changlu scoffed. And so what? The princess you marry in the future may have once been someone else's wife as well. You cannot harbor discrimination. Sin Shu looked at Changlu, half understanding. Is that truly the case?
Indeed, Changlu affirmed confidently.
Sin Shu seemed to grasp the concept, nodding. Oh. Inside the tent, Song Yaozhi furrowed her brows tightly. She looked up at Sin. Your Majesty, do you think they will spread rumors? Sin chuckled coldly. What do you think? Song Yaozhi pressed her lips together.
Fu Lin.
Sin called, summoning Fu Lin to enter. Upon entering, Fu Lin knelt. Your Majesty, spare my life. Just now, the princess and the prince brought in many people. I could not stop them, nor did I expect Miss Song to be here. Had I known, I would have risked everything to prevent their entrance.
Fu Lin.
I do not execute you merely because you have served me for some years. Changing servants is often troublesome. However, that is no excuse for your growing audacity. Sin spoke coldly, his gaze lowered. After you return, face your punishment. How much and how you are punished, you shall decide.
Fu Lin immediately bowed in gratitude.
I thank your majesty for sparing my life. He felt a cold sweat trickling down his back, his forehead beaded with fine droplets of perspiration. Recently, he had been too indulgent. He had actually heard news from the Empress Dowager's side and intentionally allowed people to enter, thinking Xin would appreciate the information. Little did he know that Song Yaozhi was present. He had no idea when she had come in. What is happening in the Empress Dowager's quarters? What is Lu Ping doing in the Empress Dowager's palace? Xin mocked with a cold laugh. Do these two still have illicit matters? Fu Lin trembled as he answered. I do not know the specifics. I only heard the princess and the prince say that Captain Liu is in the Empress Dowager's palace, likely for some important matter. Does your majesty wish to go and see? With such a commotion, someone will surely come to summon you shortly. I shall not go, Xin replied coldly. Fu Lin was taken aback, not expecting him to refuse. Just then, someone came to convey another message from outside. His Highness, the Prince of Rui, requests your majesty to come to the Empress Dowager's tent. The tent fell silent, and Fu Lin, trembling with fear, awaited Sin's response. After a moment of silence, Sin slightly turned his head, his gaze seeming to fall upon the kneeling Song Yaozhi beside him. He said, Fu Lin, go out and tell the Prince of Rui that I have matters to attend to and cannot go.
Fu Lin immediately complied.
Song Yaozhi shivered, cautiously grasping Sin's pant leg. Your majesty, perhaps you should go. You have no pressing matters. If you do not attend, the reason for your absence tonight will be questioned. Chong Lo and Sin Shu will see you. If he did not go, it would be rumored that due to Song Yaozhi's presence in his tent, he chose not to attend the significant event occurring in the Empress Dowager's quarters. Her reputation would be utterly ruined. Whether or not her reputation mattered was inconsequential. Her primary concern was that Xiao Ziqian was supposed to request a decree for their divorce tomorrow. This incident would undoubtedly influence Xiao Ziqian's decision and would also affect Sin's decision. I shall not go, Sin stated succinctly.
Fu Lin promptly exited.
Song Yaozhi watched him hurriedly retreating, her heart plummeting. Your majesty, are you aware that if you do not go tonight, the news of you spending the night with me will spread among the officials? I am aware. Song Yaozhi clenched her fists. Then, why would your majesty act in this manner? Sin paused for a moment before responding. I am blind and cannot go. He could not attend. He could only remain in the tent. Had Song Yaozhi not come, he would have found another excuse not to go. However, since Song Yaozhi was present and had been seen, she became his perfect excuse. No one would suspect any physical ailment. They would merely assume he was indulging in debauchery. Thus, if Xiao Ziqian were to request a divorce from the emperor tomorrow, Sin would not acquiesce. Have you ever considered me? Song Yaozhi asked him, addressing him simply as you. Her cold gaze fixated on Sin. Though Sin could not see, he seemed to sense her piercing gaze, as if it were a sharp needle. I can allow Xiao Ziqian to divorce her concubine, Sin stated. Song Yaozhi rose to her feet, adjusting her skirt, and smiled nonchalantly. There is no need. He harbors feelings for his beloved, and you are forcing me to be the villain. Song Yaozhi looked at him. Is that enough bloodshed for you? If so, I shall take my leave now. Song Yaozhi, what temper are you throwing? Sin furrowed his brows tightly. No, how could I dare? Song Yaozhi turned and walked out. Sin listened to the sound of her footsteps fading away, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration, his fists clenched tightly. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he would not have wished to reach this point. Song Yaozhi,
what do you want?
I can grant you one request. Feel free to ask for anything, Sin declared. Song Yaozhi blinked. All right, then you can go back and stamp a seal for me. Whenever I wish to make a request, I will write it myself. Sin wanted to scold her for being too demanding, but, recalling her earlier attitude toward him, he swallowed the words. If you're unwilling, then forget it.
Fine.
Chapter 61, he was not dressed at the time. The Imperial Guards, led by Lu Ping, were supposed to organize firefighting efforts, but instead appeared in the Empress Dowager's tent. It was only when the Duke Rui, accompanied by his guards, sought to relocate the Empress Dowager to safety that they discovered the situation. The Duke Rui had brought many attendants, all of whom witnessed Lu Ping emerging from the Empress Dowager's tent disheveled. How was this matter resolved in the end? Lin Wani asked in astonishment. The Minister Song took a sip of tea and replied, the Duke Rui sent someone to request the Emperor's presence. But the Emperor did not go. It is said that there were also people hidden within the Emperor's tent. Ultimately, the Duke Rui dealt with it himself, stating that a palace made from the Empress Dowager's quarters was involved with Lu Ping, and both were dragged out. Lin Wani covered her mouth. her face filled with fear. Being dragged out meant that to keep this matter secret, the only outcome was death. We should not mention this matter again in the future, Lin Wani stated. Song nodded, frowning. What puzzles me is the Emperor's reaction tonight. In the past, if the Empress Dowager faced such a situation, the Emperor would rush in to make it public, yet today, he didn't even go. Who knows, perhaps the Emperor is simply fatigued and does not wish to attend. Lin Wani said while pouring tea for Song. Just then, a voice from outside called, "Father, Mother, may I come in?" Lin Wani immediately replied, "Come in." Song Yaozhi entered. Lin Wani stood up and approached her. "Gigi, why are you up so early? It's not even dawn yet. If your father hadn't tea returned and woken you, you would still be asleep. Is it cold? Quick, have some hot tea." Lin Wani pulled her to a seat, lifted the kettle, and poured her a cup of hot tea. "Drink up to warm yourself." Holding the cup, Song Yaozhi looked at Song. "Father, I came to tell you something." Song nodded and asked, "What is it?" "Last night, I was with the Emperor," Song Yaozhi stated. Song, who was holding the teacup, abruptly dropped it on the table. "What did you say?" Lin Wani also looked at Song Yaozhi in shock. "Gigi, please don't scare us." Taking a deep breath, Song Yaozhi replied, "It's true, I was really with the Emperor. As for why I was there, it's inconvenient to explain because he forbade me from speaking of it, saying if I did, he would kill my entire family." "Then don't say anything," Lin Wani hurriedly urged. Song Yaozhi nodded. "Coincidentally, while I was there, someone saw me, so I suspect the rumor about me and the Emperor will spread today. But don't worry, nothing happened between us." Both Song and Lin Wani were left speechless. Lin Wani's hands and feet felt stiff, mechanically lifting the teacup to take a sip. "Husband, I might still be dreaming," she murmured. Song's expression grew solemn as he stood up, pacing inside the tent. "What did the Emperor say about this?" Song Yaozhi assured him. "You needn't worry. The Emperor feels quite guilty about me." "And then, is there nothing else to say?" Song pressed anxiously. "For instance, to clarify things, to testify that nothing happened between you." Song Yaozhi shook her head. "I suspect even if he issued an edict stating nothing happened, no one would believe it." "Why is that?" Lin Wani inquired. Song Yaozhi replied, "Because he was not dressed at the time, and I was only in a sheer garment." Song nearly lost his footing, staggering several steps, while Lin Wani felt her vision blur, her hands and feet turning icy. A solitary man and a woman, disheveled. Gigi, did the Emperor? Did he truly do something? Lin Wani grasped Song Yaozhi's hand. Song Yaozhi shook her head. "No, nothing at all. Father, Mother, I share this with you merely to prepare you. By dawn, this matter will likely spread. There's no need for alarm. After all, it's a matter involving the Emperor, not someone else. Even if someone wishes to harm me, they must consider I am half an imperial consort, right?" Song and Lin Wani exchanged glances, feeling dizzy. What a nonsensical theory. Why did it sound somewhat reasonable as they listened? "I will head back to catch up on sleep now. I haven't slept a wink all night." Song Yaozhi rose. Song walked several more circles, wanting to say something but unsure what to express, and could only nod silently. At this point, what could he intervene in? Song Yaozhi was correct. One must consider she was half an imperial consort. After bowing to her parents, Song Yaozhi returned to her own tent. Lying on her bed, she pondered quietly. Are the affairs of this world truly predestined? Every day she wished to divorce Zhao Ziqian, seeing victory in sight, just as he was about to request a divorce. A series of events stemming from the fire she set led to her likely never being able to divorce him. Her intention was to expose the affair between the Empress Dowager and Lu Ping, which is why she made Changlo hold a bonfire party, gathering so many people in one place, fearing the fire would harm innocents. In the end, she did indeed take revenge on the Empress Dowager. Their affair was uncovered, and those 20 slaps were repaid. Yet, the butterfly effect brought the plot back on track. Because of her revenge, she and Sin were caught in the act. Does this mean she cannot escape her destined fate? Is she doomed to die? She waited in deep worry until dawn, anticipating Chang Li's visit. "Sister Yaozhi, are you awake?" "I am." As Chang Lo entered and saw her still in bed, she rushed over to hug her, calling her imperial sister. Song Yaozhi's lips twitched. "Princess, this matter is a misunderstanding. I assure you, my relationship with the Emperor is completely innocent." Chang Lo smiled at her. "Then why was Sister Yaozhi in the Emperor's tent last night?" Song Yaozhi found herself at a loss for words. Chang Lo laughed. "Sister Yaozhi, you need not worry that I will blame you or look down upon you. In fact, I think you and my brother together is splendid. I wish you to be my imperial sister. Song Yaozhi, unable to refute, said, but we really are innocent.
Ah?
Song Yaozhi shook her head. Princess, let us not discuss this matter any longer. Changlu regarded her for a moment before saying, all right, let us go out and have some fun. Song Yaozhi was pulled out of the tent by her. As she emerged, the gazes of passers-by scrutinized her with disdain. Changlu dragged Song Yaozhi to participate in a game of throwing arrows, where many young men and women had gathered. Upon seeing Song Yaozhi, they exchanged smiles and began to whisper. As she anticipated, rumors were spreading like wildfire. Sister Yaozhi, come and throw one. Changlu squeezed through the crowd, encouraging Song Yaozhi to take her turn. Song Yaozhi received the arrow from her hand, raised it, and threw, but missed entirely. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Song Yaozhi turned to look and saw two young noblewomen behind her sneering at her. What are you laughing at? Chapter 62. Astonished, they awkwardly shook their heads. Nothing. Just having a laugh. Song Yaozhi replied, oh, and continued to throw arrows, still missing the mark. This was expected. She couldn't even hit the target at a street stall. The noblewomen behind her laughed even louder, but Song Yaozhi ignored them, raising her hand and earnestly throwing the arrow again, yet once more, it failed to hit. A soft laugh emanated from behind. Madame Xiao, perhaps you should go play elsewhere and not delay everyone here. Song Yaozhi, with her eyes cast down, felt a wave of embarrassment. She tugged at Changlu, intending to leave, when someone called out from behind, Liao Rujia, you truly possess audacity, daring to chase Madame Xiao away, regardless of her playing skills. You cannot drive her off. Do you wish to lose your head? The round-faced girl who had just attempted to expel them, Liao Rujia, feigned surprise. Ah, indeed. Madame Xiao. It was my lack of courtesy. Please do not be angry with me. You may play as long as you desire. I would not dare to chase you away. Song Yaozhi cast her a glance. Madame Xiao, do come over. I shall make room for you, Liao Rujia said deliberately. Do I bear any grudge against you? Song Yaozhi asked. Liao Rujia paused, shaking her head. None at all. Then why do you target me? Song Yaozhi inquired candidly. Her straightforwardness left the noble ladies present momentarily speechless. They had indeed intended to stir trouble, hoping to see Song Yaozhi's embarrassment. However, her reaction was entirely unexpected. After a moment of hesitation, Liao Rujia replied, Madame Xiao, that was not my intention. You must have misunderstood. Song Yaozhi regarded her intently, making Liao Rujia feel flustered. As if Song Yaozhi could see right through her. Yet, Song Yaozhi soon smiled gently and sweetly responded, then I shall assume I misunderstood. I hope there will be no such misunderstandings in the future. Upon witnessing her smile, Liao Rujia inexplicably felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Her father was a second-rank minister, and she was the legitimate daughter of the family. Why should she fear someone like Song Yaozhi? Liao Rujia's brows furrowed deeply. Just as she was about to lash out, Xin Fengning's voice suddenly rang out, Song Yaozhi, your sister is in a scuffle by the riverbank. Shouldn't you go take a look? Xin Fengning rode in on a fine steed, holding the reins with an air of gallantry. Song Yaozhi's expression shifted slightly. Sister Yaozhi, I can ride and take you there. Changlu promptly offered. Thank you, princess, Song Yaozhi replied to Changlu. Shaking her head, Changlu ordered the guards accompanying them to fetch a swift horse. Swiftly helping Song Yaozhi onto the animal before mounting herself and holding onto her from behind as they galloped away. Xin Fengning followed closely behind. Upon arriving at the riverbank, they spotted a large gathering of people, both men and women, all positioned as if to witness a spectacle. Song Yaozhi hastily dismounted and squeezed into the crowd, only to see Song Minxian grappling with a girl in a purple dress, while Song Liqiao stood nearby, anxiously watching and attempting to push through to intervene. However, as she took a step forward, she was shoved back, stumbling and feeling increasingly flustered. Stop it! Song Yaozhi rushed forward and embraced the girl in the purple dress. Please, cease this fighting. Realizing that Song Yaozhi had restrained her opponent, Song Minxian took the opportunity to slap the girl twice across the face, feeling a sense of relief. Once she had finished, Song Yaozhi pushed the girl aside, positioning herself between them. Stop! The girl in the purple dress, her face contorted from the blows, was unwilling to relent and lunged forward to strike again. Song Yaozhi quickly pulled Song Minxian aside, dodging the girl's relentless pursuit. Song Minxian, frustrated and nearly furious, felt as though she might explode from the urge to retaliate. Song Yaozhi, let me go. Release me, she shouted. Song Yaozhi held onto her tightly, and as the girl in the purple dress lunged once more, Song Yaozhi deftly sidestepped and extended her leg, causing the girl to fall painfully. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Song Miqian froze for a moment before erupting into laughter. Qingning, are you alright? Song Liqiao exclaimed, rushing to assist her. Jia Qingning scrambled to her feet, shaking off Song Liqiao's hand. Let go of me. Stay away. Her face flushed with anger as she glared at Song Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi, was this deliberate? Song Yaozhi feigned innocence. What are you saying? I do not quite understand. Jia Qingning, gritting her teeth in fury, glanced at her scraped hand and shot a resentful look at the three Song sisters. Then her gaze fell on Song Liqiao. With the behavior of your Song family, do you think we would ever consider marrying into the Jia family? It is nothing but a fantasy. It will never happen. Upon hearing the name of the Jia family, Song Yaozhi suddenly realized who this girl was. She turned to Song Liqiao, recognizing her as the one betrothed to the Jia family. King Nink. My elder sister did not mean any harm. Please do not be upset. I will have someone fetch some medicine for you, Song Liqiao hastily explained. No need. I would never dare accept anything from your family. You will soon be royal relatives. Jia Qingning scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Song Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi regarded Jia Qingning coolly. Sister, such words should not be spoken lightly. If the emperor were to hear, we would all face dire consequences. Jia Qingning sneered. Song Yaozhi, do not try to intimidate me. Who does not know of your affairs? You must be delighted, hoping I would expose these matters. King Nink. Please do not escalate this further. Can we not discuss this privately? Song Liqiao pleaded, her eyes reddening with worry. She had always been timid and meek, having lived within the confines of the Prime Minister's residence, shielded by her mother in her youth. As she grew, she suddenly transitioned from a concubine-born daughter to the legitimate firstborn, gaining a younger sister to protect her. She had never experienced such turmoil before, caught between her future sister-in-law and her own sisters, unwilling to offend either. Second sister, let her speak. I want to see what nonsense she can utter. Song Minqian fumed, bouncing beside Song Yaozhi. Had it not been for Song Yaozhi restraining her, she would have charged at Jia Qingning to tear her apart. Song Liqiao anxiously glanced at Song Minqian. Xian, please do not escalate this further. Let us return and cease this commotion. We are all family. Let us not quarrel. Jia Qingning interjected immediately. Song Liqiao, do not speak so carelessly. Whether we can be family is still uncertain. Chapter 63. Indeed, we share a past. Song Liqiao's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression betraying her alarm. Upon hearing this, Song Minqian grew even angrier. Jia Qingning, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? I mean exactly that. Your Song family's daughters are not suitable for my family. Jia Qingning crossed her arms, disdainfully looking down at Song Minqian, calling her a common ruffian, and then her gaze shifted to Song Yaozhi, labeling her a promiscuous woman. At her words, the surrounding women turned pale. Such terms were exceedingly harsh, especially the latter descriptor for Song Yaozhi, leaving the listeners in disbelief. Song Minqian, ready to charge at her, was halted by Song Yaozhi's raised hand. Flushed with anger, Song Minqian exclaimed, Did you hear what she called us? Let me go. I want to tear her apart. Song Yaozhi smiled gently, soothing her. Little sister, would you really bite back if a dog bit you? I absolutely would. Song Minqian retorted, still seething. Song Yaozhi reached out to pat her head. You can retaliate with a stick instead, not your mouth. Song Minqian paused, taken aback. Song Yaozhi then turned her attention to Song Liqiao, standing beside Jia Qingning. Second sister, come here. Song Liqiao hesitated, her mind racing with thoughts. If she sided with Song Yaozhi and bullied Jia Qingning, would the Jia family withdraw their engagement? Second sister, do not make me call you again. Come here. Song Yaozhi urged, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Upon meeting her gaze, Song Liqiao's heart jolted with surprise. Despite Song Yaozhi's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Song Liqiao sensed an undeniable urgency to approach her. Otherwise, she feared that Song Yaozhi would not let her off easily. Though she was uncertain of the consequences that might ensue, the mere weight of Song Yaozhi's stare instilled a profound dread within her. Slowly, Song Liqiao stepped closer to her side. Satisfied, Song Yaozhi nodded before turning her attention to Jia Qingning. Do you not think your earlier remarks were somewhat excessive? Jia Qingning's disdainful gaze met hers. Excessive? Am I not merely stating the truth? Indeed, It is the truth, yet you should refrain from expressing it so harshly. Song Yaozhi replied with a light laugh. Since you are aware of my current standing, you must also comprehend that if I desired your demise tonight, you would scarcely survive until dawn. Instantly, the arrogance on Jia Qingning's face froze. Song Yaozhi surveyed the crowd with an air of nonchalance. You all know that I, Song Yaozhi, possess a kind heart and am not inclined toward cruelty. I often wish to befriend everyone. However, among good friends, one must be cautious with their words. Do not intimidate me, Song Yaozhi, Jia Qingning exclaimed, straightening her back in a facade of composure. What gives you the right to threaten me? What gives me the right? My reputation as a woman of loose morals. Do you not understand? Song Yaozhi raised her hand to smooth her hair. She had admitted it. The crowd was now awash with shock, and they exchanged glances, each reflecting a keen curiosity. Jia Qingning swallowed hard, wanting to counter Song Yaozhi's words, yet suddenly found herself unable to do so. It was not the rumors that silenced her, but the confidence radiating from Song Yaozhi. She was far too calm, too audacious, and too self-assured, as if she knew that no matter the uproar, she would emerge victorious from this conflict. From where did she draw such audacity? It could only stem from the power of royalty. Taking a deep breath, Jia Qingning fell silent for a moment before turning to leave.
Stop.
Song Yaozhi called out to her. Jia Qingning halted, glaring at her in fury. What more do you want? Song Yaozhi smiled sweetly. You struck my sister and expect to leave just like that? Naturally, I demand an apology. Hastily, Song Liqiao tugged at Song Yaozhi's sleeve. Sister? Let it go. Isn't it true that I also struck Qingning? Song Yaozhi cast a fleeting, indifferent glance at her. Startled, Song Liqiao withdrew her hand, distractedly averting her gaze. Song Yaozhi understood that Song Liqiao wished to avoid offending the Jia family, as she still hoped for a future marriage. However, Song Liqiao failed to grasp that if the Jia daughter could treat her with such disdain before the marriage, allowing the Song family to endure humiliation would only lead to a grim fate should she eventually wed into the Jia family. Do not bully me too much, Jia Qingning shouted, her eyes reddening. Song Yaozhi shook her head. The one bullying is not me, but you. You may choose not to apologize today, but you must be prepared to bear the consequences of that choice. She was determined to pressure Jia Qingning into submission. Hearing these words, tears welled in Jia Qingning's eyes, and her fierce gaze towards Song Yaozhi seemed to burn with a desire to consume her whole. Song Yaozhi, feigning ignorance, awaited Jia Qingning's apology from her elevated position. Under the haughty scrutiny of Song Yaozhi, Jia Qingning lowered her head and addressed Song Minxian. Miss Song, I should not have laid hands on you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Song Yaozhi nodded slightly, then turned to Song Minxian. Sister, do you accept? Shock etched across Song Minxian's face as she realized that Song Yaozhi had not come to reprimand her, but rather to aid her. Witnessing Jia Qingning's humble demeanor, her previous frustrations dissipated. Sister, I accept. Song Yaozhi nodded. Since my sister accepts, you may rise. As Jia Qingning stood and attempted to flee, Song Yaozhi called out. By the way, a chill ran down Jia Qingning's spine, and she felt an icy dread envelop her. Today, I may overlook your insults, but should I hear such words from you again, I will personally remove your tongue. Though directed at Jia Qingning, her gaze swept over everyone present, asserting, Do not doubt my resolve. If I have spoken, I shall follow through. The crowd, once poised to interject, swallowed their words upon hearing her declaration. That concludes my speech. You may leave now, Song Yaozhi stated. Immediately, Jia Qingning pushed past the crowd and fled. Once she was gone, Song Minxian exclaimed excitedly, Sister, you were truly impressive just now. I've never seen Jia Qingning like that. She used to look down on us. Third sister, one must tread carefully, Song Yaozhi replied, ruffling her hair. Before losing one's temper, remember there are always those more formidable than oneself. Chapter 64. She is still a child. Song Minxian, having just felt that her elder sister had changed somewhat, found her exuberance deflated by Song Yaozhi's admonishing tone. She huffed lightly, feeling that Song Yaozhi had dampened her spirits. Song Liqiao, with reddened eyes, twisted the hem of her garment, looking at Song Yaozhi with a face full of grievance. Sister, why must you be so aggressive? Qingning is still just a child. Song Yaozhi cast her a discreet glance, nodding slightly. Precisely because she is still a child. She only needs to utter a few insincere words to express her apologies. Were she my age, she would not leave here unscathed today. Song Liqiao's face paled. And meeting Song Yaozhi's warning gaze, she anxiously lowered her eyes, her myriad of resentments and confusions retreating in the face of fear. This matter ends here. Everyone should disperse. Song Yaozhi instructed the onlookers. Most of the crowd chuckled awkwardly before scattering. Once they departed, Chang Lo and Xin Fangning approached. Chang Lo looked at Song Yaozhi with admiration. Sister Yaozhi, you were magnificent just now. No one will dare gossip about you again. Xin Fangning, leading her horse, smiled knowingly. Now, everyone knows that you have some connection with His Majesty. Song Yaozhi shrugged nonchalantly. Let them know. It's good for everyone to understand that I have powerful backing. Since Xin had no qualms about using her, and as she was destined to become Xin's consort, she intended to leverage this identity to her advantage. She hoped that her decisive handling of Jia Qingning would afford her some peace in the days to come. So you truly wish to become a royal consort, which is why you want to sever ties with Xiao Ziqian so quickly. Xin Fangning inquired with curiosity. Song Yaozhi hesitated, pondering for a moment before asking, do you believe Xiao Ziqian would still consider divorce now that he knows about my relationship with the emperor? Chang Lo and Xin Fangning exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Sister Yaozhi, men are very concerned with their face. Had he been unaware of your connection with the emperor, he might have considered divorce. But now that he knows, do you think he would allow you to be with the emperor? I think that's impossible, Chang Lo asserted. Song Yaozhi shared this sentiment, sighing as she looked at Chang Lo. Speaking of which, princess, was it you who spread this news? Absolutely not. Chang Lo quickly shook her head. It was all the 13th princess doing. He has a big mouth and cannot keep secrets. Seeing her earnest defense, Song Yaozhi couldn't help but smile wryly. Forget it. I shall not dwell on this. What has happened. Overthinking is futile. Regardless of what transpires, I shall face it without fear. Princess, I shall first escort my 2 younger sisters back. You may proceed to enjoy yourselves, Song Yaozhi stated. Chang Lo nodded in agreement. All right, then Sister Yaozhi, do come find me soon. I shall teach you how to ride. Very well. After bidding farewell to Chang Lo and Xin Fangning, Song Yaozhi returned to the tent with Song Minxian and Song Liqiao. The red fox was still within the tent, and upon seeing it, Song Liqiao was startled, retreating to the side in fear. Though Song Minxian felt some trepidation as well, she possessed the audacity of youth, unafraid of danger. Song Yaozhi seated herself on a chair and turned to Song Minxian, inquiring, Sister, please explain why you quarreled with Jia Qingning today. Noticing a hint of reproach in Song Yaozhi's tone, Song Minxian felt a flicker of displeasure. Yet, due to her apprehension towards Song Yaozhi's status, she reluctantly replied, I overheard Jia Qingning insulting you and second sister. In a moment of impulse, I confronted her, and as the argument escalated, we ended up fighting. Song Yaozhi regarded her seriously. Such behavior cannot be repeated in the future. Why not? Song Minxian protested defiantly, raising her chin. I did nothing wrong. You are indeed not at fault. Whether in fighting or in cursing, you have every right to retaliate against those who bully you. However, Song Yaozhi paused, her gaze penetrating into Song Minxuan's eyes. If your words are reckless, uttering things you ought not to say, or if your blows lack restraint and injure others, can you bear the consequences? Song Minxian fell silent, a bitter taste spreading in her throat. Yes, I know I am merely a concubine's illegitimate daughter. Even though my mother has been elevated to the status of a legitimate wife, a concubine remains a concubine, and a born-out-of-wedlock child is still a born-out-of-wedlock child. Thus, I am deserving of being beaten and scolded, and I should not retaliate even if killed. Is that what I mean? Song Yaozhi leaned back in her chair, sighing as she took a date from a jar on the table. I wish for you to be wiser. Since you have decided to fight back, you must strike decisively, ensuring that your opponent is utterly defeated and never given a chance to rise again. Moreover, it must be executed cleanly, without leaving any evidence. Song Yaozhi continued, looking at her age, she ought to be considering marriage soon. Think, she accuses me of being promiscuous. Why can we not claim she is fickle? Women of her age are particularly concerned about their reputation. Only by returning her insults in kind can we truly make her feel the sting. At first, Song Minxian appeared confused, but as Song Yaozhi spoke, enlightenment dawned upon her. Her gaze towards Song Yaozhi filled with admiration. Sister, having a temper is commendable, but lacking wisdom can easily lead to one's downfall, Song Yaozhi remarked. Song Minxian no longer contested. Despite her aversion towards Song Yaozhi, she could discern right from wrong. recognizing that Song Yaozhi's words were intended to guide her. Seeing that her message had been received, Song Yaozhi turned her attention to Song Liqiao. Song Liqiao, with her delicate features, stood quietly, exuding an air of fragility that evoked sympathy. Yet, placed in a predatory environment, her delicacy rendered her seemingly weak and irksome. Aware that Song Yaozhi was about to address her, she braced herself, yet Song Yaozhi remained silent. Anxiety grew within Song Liqiao, her cheeks flushing with nervousness. "Sister, you should return and rest well," Song Yaozhi finally spoke. Song Liqiao's heart tightened, her pulse racing. She had anticipated more than just this brief comment. She believed Song Yaozhi would reprimand her for her lack of resolve or for veering away from propriety. Yet, Song Yaozhi had said nothing at all. Was it due to her profound disappointment that she could not even muster a word of advice? "Long sister, I wish to apologize," Song Liqiao thought. Yet the words clung in her throat, refusing to escape. Instead, Song Yaozhi interjected, "By the way, should the Jia family withdraw their proposal due to my actions, I will find a way to compensate you with a better match. Do not dwell on it. There are many men in this world. If one is unworthy,
we shall simply seek the next." Ah!
With your beauty, you should wield power over men, but do not let love cloud your judgment, Song Yaozhi advised earnestly. Chapter 65. A grand betrayal. Xiao Ziqian had intended to conclude the autumn hunt today and seek the emperor's permission for a divorce before his majesty returned to the palace. To this end, he had specifically hunted a red fox, which resembled the one Sun had caught the day before. His intention was to present it to consort Shu, subtly bribing her in hopes that she might advocate for him during the divorce request. He arranged for the red fox to be delivered to consort Shu's tent, but it was swiftly returned. Xiao Ziqian inquired of his subordinate what happened. "Has the consort refused to accept it?" The subordinate nodded yes. "When I mentioned it was sent by the general, I was dismissed. The consort also conveyed a message." "What did she say?" Xiao Ziqian furrowed his brow. The subordinate replied, "She said for the general to manage his wife properly." Xiao Ziqian's frown deepened. "What has Song Yaozhi done now? She cannot be still for a day." "General, should we still deliver the red fox?" the subordinate asked. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ziqian replied, "Do not send it for now. Let it remain." "Understood." Xiao Ziqian took a deep breath, his heart heavy with frustration. In the afternoon, as the autumn hunt was drawing to a close, everyone returned to the camp to pack their belongings. Lin Roa had long prepared her luggage and awaited Xiao Ziqian's return in the tent. She was aware of his intent to request a divorce from Song Yaozhi, but was uncertain about the timing. She eagerly hoped it would occur soon, allowing her to become the sole mistress of the general's household, free from the bullying she had endured due to her status. However, she waited a long time without seeing Xiao Ziqian return. Instead, her personal maid, Ying Dong, rushed in breathless. Ying Dong was slender, her hollow cheeks giving her a sharp and shrewd appearance. "Madam, something terrible has happened," she exclaimed in a panic upon entering. Lin Roer felt her heart constrict and immediately looked at her. "Ying Dong, do not rush. Speak slowly and tell me what is going on." Ying Dong's face was pale as she stammered, "I just heard outside that it seems the eldest lady." Ying Dong's fear rendered her unable to finish her sentence, prompting Lin Roer to urge her, "Ying Dong, speak clearly. Do not frighten yourself." After swallowing hard, Ying Dong finally managed, "People are saying that the eldest lady spent the entire night in the emperor's tent last night. There was an incident with the Empress Dowager, and the emperor did not go over. He remained in the tent." Lin Roer's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Ying Dong, her heart plummeting. And she grasped Ying Dong's wrist, asking, "Is what you say true?" "Yes, it is said that today Jia family's Qingning confronted that illegitimate daughter of the Song family by the river, and the eldest lady admitted to it to protect her, claiming she had displayed great authority." Chang Lo, who had been nearby, dared not speak. Ying Dong's hands grew cold as she anxiously observed Lin Roa, who had always treated the servants with kindness and courtesy. And everyone hoped she would have a good life with the general. They wished that Song Yaozhi would never return, but now, with such a scandal, how could it possibly end well? When Song Yaozhi was still the prime minister's legitimate daughter, she had been exceedingly arrogant, looking down upon Lin Roer. Now, if she truly garnered the emperor's favor, Lin Roer could only imagine the difficulties that lay ahead. "Madam, should we inform the general? If we do, he will undoubtedly seek a divorce from the eldest lady immediately. Once he divorces her, whom she ends up with will be of no concern to you," Ying Dong suggested. Lin Rower shook her head. No, Ingdong, this matter must remain between us. The general must not learn of this from us. Ingdong was perplexed. Lin Rower pressed her lips together. The general is a man and has his pride. If he were to discover that his sister engaged in such behavior with the emperor, he would feel deeply embarrassed. The rumors outside must be rampant, and he has faced ridicule from others, but he shall not endure any further mockery in my presence. I will feign ignorance regarding this matter. Ingdong suddenly remarked, Madam, you truly care for the general. He is indeed fortunate to have you. Lin Rower did not respond, her hands and feet growing cold as she sat on the chair. Deep down, she understood that her silence was not to uphold Xiao Ziqian's dignity. Rather, she feared that once he learned of the incident, he would no longer entertain the idea of separation. They were so close to divorce, and she could not let this opportunity slip away. After a brief moment of contemplation, someone called for her, announcing that His Majesty wished to reward the bravest hunter. As Lin Roa stood, she felt a bit dazed, and it was only with Ingdong's assistance that she regained her balance. Madam, are you all right? Ingdong inquired. Lin Rower shook her head and was supported by Ingdong as they made their way out. The positions of the civil and military officials had been predetermined. Upon finding her place, Lin Rower spotted Xiao Ziqian. He reached out to steady her, asking, What is the matter? You look unwell.
Lin Rower shook her head,
Mustering a smile as she replied, I am fine, just a bit chilled. Xiao Ziqian took her hand, frowning. Why did you not dress more warmly? It felt quite warm at noon, but the wind caught me off guard, she softly explained. You need not worry about me, General. Rather, you should take care of your own health, she added. Xiao Ziqian nodded, I understand. At that moment, Song Yaozhi stood where the Prime Minister had been assigned, with Chang Lu beside her. They were not far from Xiao Ziqian and could see what he was doing. Chang Lu clicked her tongue in admiration, saying, Sister Yaozhi, I used to think that Brother Ziqian treated you poorly, especially when I saw him being kind to that princess. However, now I find myself sympathizing with him. Song Yaozhi, munching on red dates, glanced at Xiao Ziqian, who was warming Lin Rower's hands. He seemed unaware of the significant betrayal she had inflicted upon him. You shouldn't say that. Princess, I believe I have done nothing wrong to him. After all, I have not warmed His Majesty's hands in public, Song Yaozhi retorted, discarding the date pit into a bag. It cannot be that I alone bear this burden. It would be fair for him to experience it too. She continued, You and Brother Ziqian truly make a perfect match. Chang Lu nodded in agreement and, noticing Yaozhi popping another date into her mouth, asked, Sister Yaozhi, why do you love dates so much? At that moment, many around them had already learned of the affair between Song Yaozhi and Tin. Since Tin had not yet arrived, their gazes shifted between Song Yaozhi and Xiao Ziqian, whispering among themselves. His Majesty has arrived, announced Feline, prompting everyone to kneel in respect. Song Yaozhi, amidst the crowd, continued eating her dates while pondering whether Tsin's vision had improved today and whether Xiao Ziqian would mention their separation. Rise, you may be excused, Tsin declared, and upon hearing this, the crowd stood up after thanking His Majesty. Song Yaozhi glanced at Tsin, who sat in a high position with a dark expression, staring vacantly ahead. She couldn't discern whether he could see anything at all. Perhaps her intense gaze caught his attention. As he turned to look at her, his brows furrowed, his eyes filled with unspoken words. At that moment, Feline was reporting to Tsin about the autumn hunt, detailing who had captured the most game, but after finishing, he awaited Tsin's response in vain. Unable to contain himself, Feline lifted his gaze to Tsin, following his line of sight to find Song Yaozhi amidst the crowd. Alarm bells rang in Feline's mind. Meanwhile, some attendees who were privy to the situation noticed the exchange of glances between the two, their expressions betraying a mix of amusement and pity directed at Xiao Ziqian. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Feline hastily called out twice. Tsin snapped back to reality, turning to Feline.
What is it?
Your Majesty, during this autumn hunt, it was His Royal Highness the Rue Wang who captured the most game, Feline reported with utmost respect. Tsin glanced at the Rue Wang standing at the forefront, rewarding him with a sword forged from mysterious iron, along with a grant of 100 taels of gold, 1,000 bolts of silk, and 2 boxes of pearls from the South Sea. The Rue Wang, Tsin Chi, bowed in gratitude, saying, Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. Tsin waved him off dismissively, signaling for him to rise. Who is the second highest? Tsin inquired of Feline. Your Majesty, it is General Xiao, Feline replied. Sin's expression briefly faltered but quickly returned to normal as he prepared to bestow a reward. Just then, Xiao Ziqian emerged from the crowd, kneeling before Sin with a flourish of his robe. Your Majesty, I do not desire any reward. I merely ask for your permission to allow me to divorce Song Yaozhi. Gasps filled the air as the crowd's expressions shifted to one of incredulity. Their ears perked up in anticipation of Sin's response. Changlu grasped Song Yaozhi's hand tightly, exclaiming, Sister Yaozhi, if you separate from Brother Ziqian, will you not become my royal sister-in-law? Song Yaozhi shook her head. That is unlikely.
Why not? Changlu asked.
Because my affair with His Majesty was merely a fleeting encounter, a one-night union. Neither of us wishes to bear any responsibility towards one another. Song Yaozhi replied with a smile. Chang Li's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Song Yaozhi. Although the Emperor is indeed quite handsome and well-built, Sister Yaozhi, you are incredibly bold to have entangled yourself with him. Chang Lu reassured herself, noting that with the Emperor's looks, it was hard to determine who truly bore the greater loss in this arrangement. Song Yaozhi casually glanced at Sin as she continued to consume her dates. Since Sin was determined to exploit her, she resolved to take the initiative and maintain control over the situation. She was not someone to be easily manipulated. Sin could not simply use her reputation for his own gain. As Sin felt her gaze upon him, his expression darkened further. He could have outright rejected Xiao Ziqian's request, thereby distancing himself from any association with her. Regardless of how others perceived his relationship with Song Yaozhi, it would not affect him, for he had already conveyed to the world that she was insignificant to him. Yet now he hesitated. If he refused Xiao Ziqian today, Song Yaozhi would forever remain the general's wife. Henceforth, he would be unable to interfere in their affairs, having publicly denied their separation.
Sin sighed deeply.
Glancing once more at Song Yaozhi, who remained blissfully unconcerned as she munched on her food, her nature allowed her to navigate any situation with ease. Should he grant Xiao Ziqian's request, it would be a fulfillment of his desires, and she would be overjoyed. If he refused, Xiao Ziqian might seek retribution against her, prompting her to wield their absurd past against him, allowing her to continue thriving in the general's residence. Your Majesty, I hold no affection for Song Yaozhi. Remaining together would only lead to mutual torment. I beseech you to grant me a divorce from Song Yaozhi. Xiao Ziqian exclaimed, not waiting for a response. Your marriage was bestowed upon you by His Majesty. Now you claim that you and the Xiao Song family can only torment each other. Does that not imply that His Majesty has erred in uniting you, rendering you a pair of ill-fated companions? The silent consort Shu finally spoke. Xiao Ziqian replied, I harbor no such intentions. My heart belongs elsewhere. I merely wish to live a good life with Princess Kuro. There is no room left for Song Yaozhi between us. Consort Shu scoffed, no room? Then why did you marry her all those years ago? Why did you not refuse the marriage back then?
General Xiao,
do you not understand how significant marriage is for a woman? You cannot simply speak of divorce as if it were a trivial matter. You are driving the Xiao Song family to despair. Xiao Ziqian defended himself. I have already discussed this with Song Yaozhi. She has no feelings for me. I implore His Majesty to permit our divorce, allowing her to seek another suitable partner. Consort Shu, feeling agitated, turned her gaze to Sin and discerned the hesitation on his face. She grasped his hand and implored, Your Majesty, the feelings between the Xiao Song family and General Xiao are truly profound. 2 years ago, Song Yaozhi risked her life to marry General Xiao.
And he was moved at that time.
If I may say, they have simply been apart for too long, and now with Princess Kuro in the mix, it is only natural that friction has arisen. These are mere trifles. She continued anxiously, Your Majesty, please do not ruin their auspicious union. As the sovereign, how could you possibly be mistaken in a marriage you have personally bestowed? The last sentence she uttered in a whisper, uncertain of how deep Sin's feelings for Song Yaozhi truly ran. However, if Song Yaozhi and Xiao Ziqian were to divorce, given Sin's character, he would certainly take Song Yaozhi into the palace. If they did not divorce, Song Yaozhi would remain the wife of Xiao Ziqian, and Sin, regardless of his feelings, could not act against a subject's wife. General Xiao should seek another reward, Sin said coldly, lightly tapping the armrest. I see you as a perfect match with the Xiao Song family. There is no need to discuss divorce further. A new partner should not lead you to forget the old. Do not forget that Song Yaozhi waited for you in the capital for 2 long years. Sin turned his gaze to Song Yaozhi, who appeared to have anticipated his response. She sat coldly, eating dates, her expression indifferent as she gazed at Xiao Ziqian. Her thoughts a mystery. Sin averted his gaze, contemplating that there was no possibility for him and Song Yaozhi. He need not concern himself with whether she and Xiao Ziqian would divorce in the future. He ought to think solely of himself. Chapter 67. Your wife is having an affair with the Emperor. Just as Xiao Ziqian was about to voice another request, Sin abruptly stood, impatiently stating, As for the remaining matters, you shall arrange them, for I am weary and shall return to the palace. Feline immediately bowed in response. The others quickly knelt to bid farewell to His Majesty. Xiao Ziqian felt a tightness in his chest as he observed Sin's unyielding demeanor, and he could only bow in respectful farewell as Sin departed. Once Sin's carriage had left, the remaining individuals dared to rise, casting sympathetic glances at Xiao Ziqian. He felt puzzled, yet he had no time to dwell on their looks as he hurried towards Song Yaozhi. Seeing him approach, Song Xiang immediately positioned himself in front of Song Yaozhi. General Xiao, let us speak civilly. Song Xiang maintained a composed expression, though a hint of unease flickered within him. He could not allow anyone to lay a finger on his daughter, regardless of her faults. Xiao Ziqian took a deep breath, glancing at Song Yaozhi behind Song Xiang, and lowered his voice. Father-in-law, I merely wish to exchange a few words with her, nothing more. Then let it be said here, Song Qinghe interjected, stepping in front of Song Yaozhi. They all understood the matter between Song Yaozhi and Sin, and instinctively believed that Xiao Ziqian sought to confront her about it. Xiao Ziqian, a man returning from battle, could potentially act out in anger, and they feared for Song Yaozhi's safety. Xiao Ziqian, speak your mind here. There are no outsiders present. Song Yaozhi looked at him. Very well. Xiao Ziqian, filled with anger, fixed his gaze upon Song Yaozhi. Did we not agree on a divorce? Why did you not speak up just now? You were the one who suggested divorce, yet now you hesitate. What do you truly desire? Song Yaozhi sighed. I wish for a divorce, but His Majesty will not consent. Xiao Ziqian countered, You have not even tried. How can you know? Xiao Ziqian, I have told you countless times that there will never be any feelings between us. I, Xiao Ziqian, refuse to be trampled upon by your Song family for a lifetime. Why can you not let me go? Song Yaozhi appeared taken aback. Oh. Do you not know about my affair with His Majesty? She had assumed he was aware, thinking he had a good capacity for emotional endurance. Seeing his grim expression, Xiao Ziqian pressed, What have you done? With a complex expression, Song Yaozhi replied, Nothing. It would be better if someone else told you. I fear you might strike me if I reveal it. Song Yaozhi. General Xiao. Hearing Xiao Ziqian's harsh reprimand, Song Qinghe immediately interrupted. His eyes were filled with disdain as he regarded Xiao Ziqian, even though he had previously thought Song Yaozhi had wronged him. Witnessing Xiao Ziqian's attitude made him feel that his sister's actions were minor in comparison. Even if you have no feelings for her, should you not treat my sister with some courtesy? When has my Song family ever trampled upon you? If we truly wish to harm you, do you think you could speak to my sister in such a manner? Song Qinghe's eyes glinted with anger. He yearned to drag this man to the Ministry of Justice and subject him to every torture imaginable to compensate for the suffering his sister had endured over the years. Xiao Ziqian fell silent after facing Song Qinghe's rebuke. Lin Ruer hurriedly approached and grasped Xiao Ziqian's hand. My lord, do not be angry. Let us speak with my sister civilly. Princess, qu'est-ce qui vi court? Song Qinghe's voice was sharp, his piercing gaze sweeping over Lin Ruer. Ji has only two sisters, both surnamed Song. Do you not know to whom this sister you speak of refers? Lin Ruer's face turned pale. I am sorry. There is no need for apologies. Xiao Ziqian held Lin Ruer's hand, casting a derisive glance at the Song family, finally resting his gaze upon Song Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi, I should have never believed your words. With that, he turned and left. Song Yaozhi felt he had misunderstood her. She was the one who longed for a divorce. Ji, it is all right. Even if you cannot divorce, you may stay at home. We will not return to the General's residence. Your father and the others will protect you, Lin Wani comforted her. Song Yaozhi nodded. But Ji, about you and His Majesty Lin Wani's words were veiled. Song Yaozhi replied, It may still continue. Ah? The Song family members looked at her in astonishment. Lin Wani, anxious, pressed, Is His Majesty truly sincere towards you? If so, why did he not agree to your divorce with Xiao Ziqian? Her eyes were red with worry. Song Yaozhi hurriedly explained he, does not agree to my divorce with Xiao Ziqian because he wishes to play a different game. What do you mean? Lin Wani asked. Song Yaozhi elaborated. He believes that as the wife of Xiao, it would be more interesting for us to engage in a relationship, thrilling even. Lin Wani comprehended the implications of her words, her face turning crimson. Song Xiang and Song Qinghe exchanged glances, their expressions far from normal as they averted their gazes. Song Yaozhi added, so there is no need to worry about me. Although His Majesty does not agree to my divorce with Xiao Ziqian, he will certainly protect me. Lin Wanyi hesitated, her lips quivering for a while before she ultimately said nothing. The others too wished to say something but found themselves at a loss for words. Only Changle sighed beside her, realizing that her royal brother indeed had a penchant for excitement. Song Yaozhi remarked, isn't that so? He certainly indulged himself. Changle took a deep breath, as if she had uncovered some significant revelation. Xiao Ziqian had returned with Lin Rower to retrieve their belongings, preparing to head home. The two remained silent throughout their journey. Lin Rower contemplated offering words of comfort, but uncertain of how to proceed, she simply clasped his hand, sharing the silence with him. Upon reaching the tent, Xiao Ziqian spotted Prince Rui, Xin standing outside and immediately bowed in greetings, Your Highness.
Lin Rui followed suit.
Xin promptly raised his hand to assist him, saying, General Xiao need not be so formal. There is no need for such formality between us in private. Xiao Ziqian shook his head, responding, Your Highness is jesting. Regardless of the setting, etiquette must be observed. Noticing the distance in Xiao Ziqian's demeanor, Xin regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before breaking into a reluctant smile, casually stating, Actually, I came to inform you of something. For I could not bear to see you kept in the dark. Xiao Ziqian looked at Xin. What is it you wish to convey, Your Highness?
Lin Rui frotze.
Tightly gripping Xiao Ziqian's hand, he cast a puzzled glance her way. Xin did not keep him in suspense, bluntly stating, General Xiao, are you aware that your wife, Song Yaozhi, has been involved with the Emperor? Chapter 68. The annulment of engagement. Xiao Ziqian's pupils constricted, his brow furrowing deeply. Your Highness. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Xin chuckled. Does General Xiao truly believe I would engage in idle gossip? It is likely that all the civil and military officials are already aware that your wife spent the entire night in the Emperor's tent. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire with anyone. Veins throbbed on Xiao Ziqian's forehead, his complexion turning dark. Is Your Highness informing me of this for some purpose? He struggled to suppress his emotions, his hands clenched into fists. Lin Rower sensed a shift in Xiao Ziqian's demeanor. Xin continued, Do not misunderstand, General. I merely wished to prevent you from being the subject of ridicule. Hence, I came to enlighten you. I have no intentions of intervening. With that, he inclined his head and said, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell, General. Xiao Ziqian stiffly raised his arms in salute. I bid you farewell, Your Highness. Xin cast a lingering glance at him before departing leisurely. Once Xin had left, Xiao Ziqian found himself mechanically entering the tent. Lin Rower followed closely behind, worry etched on her face. Are you all right, my husband? Upon hearing her voice, he turned to look at her, asking, Did you know?
Lin Rui appeared startled.
Xiao Ziqian, being astute, discerned the truth from the expression on her face. Why did you not tell me?
Lin Rui bowed her head.
Unable to meet his gaze. I did not know how to explain it to you. In fact, I only learned of it recently. You clearly knew yet chose to remain silent, even joining others in watching me become a fool. Though Xiao Ziqian ought to have been enraged. An unexpected urge to laugh overcame him. I wondered why everyone looked at me so strangely when I requested a divorce earlier. And how the consort reacted. It seems you all were aware of this matter. Dear husband, I did not wish to see you humiliated. I never believed you to be the one at fault. The disgrace lies with Song Yaozhi, not with you. Lin Rower reached out to take his hand. Please do not be angry with me. Xiao Ziqian coldly brushed her hand away, inhaling deeply as he said in a frigid tone, Please step outside. Lin Rower's eyes reddened. She longed to offer further comfort but, being perceptive, recognized that staying would only invite his disdain. She softly replied, I will wait outside. Dear husband, call for me if you need anything. Do not let your anger harm your health. With his back turned to her, Xiao Ziqian offered no reply.
Lin Rui,
feeling desolate, retreated outside. The wind was brisk that day, and as she emerged, the autumn breeze chilled her, causing her to wrap her arms around herself. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from within the tent as Xiao Ziqian hurled an object in anger. Startled, Lin Rower flinched, her lashes fluttering as she raised her eyes. A tear falling in the wind. She quickly wiped it away. Inside, Xiao Ziqian had shattered a set of tea utensils Lin Rower had brought for him. Shards and tea scattered across the floor. With one hand braced against the table, he closed his eyes tightly. Song Yaozhi, what are you truly after? He wanted to annul their engagement, yet she ascended the dragon bed. Was it merely to provoke him? Did she wish to see him humiliated, to turn him into a laughingstock? Xiao Ziqian suddenly stormed out of the tent. Outside, Lin Rower saw him hastening away and hurriedly called out, "Husband." But he did not pause, continuing onward without a moment's hesitation. Xiao Ziqian intended to confront Song Yaozhi, but upon arrival at the Song residence, he discovered they had already departed, failing to catch even a glimpse of their wheels. Song Yaozhi had returned to the Prime Minister's residence, having slept through the journey. Upon her return, Song Yaozhi first visited Qinggu, whose injuries had healed considerably, though one ear remained affected, likely due to a ruptured eardrum. Song Yaozhi peeled an orange, sharing half with Qinggu. She gazed intently at Qinggu's face, asking, "A life for an ear. Qinggu, do you think it was worth it?" Qinggu tilted her head slightly, using her intact ear to listen, somewhat perplexed by Song Yaozhi's words. "Miss, what life are you referring to?" Song Yaozhi smiled and shook her head. It was during the autumn hunt when the Empress Dowager also attended. Qinggu's eyes widened in alarm as she looked at Song Yaozhi. "Miss, are you all right? Did the Empress Dowager side with that princess and bully you?" Song Yaozhi shook her head. "No, I did not see her. I only heard from my father that something occurred in the Empress Dowager's tent, and the wet nurse who had struck you was executed. Perhaps it was retribution." She spoke these words with an air of indifference. Qinggu was taken aback, taking some time before she nodded in realization, returning the half-orange Song Yaozhi had given her and peeling a new one for her. "Qinggu, are you not happy?" Song Yaozhi inquired. Qinggu replied softly, "I am indeed happy, but I worry about you, Mississippi. That wet nurse was so formidable, yet just like that, she was executed. I now understand what kind of place the general's residence is. All I hope is for you to return to the Prime Minister's residence and live peacefully and happily before your father." Song Yaozhi chuckled. "Do not fret. I, your miss, am like a lucky fish. As long as I wish it, no one can bully me." Although Qinggu nodded, her worry for Song Yaozhi lingered. After leaving Qinggu, Song Yaozhi made her way back to her courtyard. She asked Song Lu to light some calming incense before lying down to rest. She did not awaken until the following morning. The loss of blood had left her head spinning and her body weak. After having a bowl of red bean porridge for breakfast, she instructed Song Lu to set up a swing in the courtyard. Song Lu promptly set about her task. Previously, Song Yaozhi had intended to release the red fox that had followed her back to the Prime Minister's residence, but it had remained by her side. She instructed Song Lu to prepare some dried meat for it. As she reclined in a chair basking in the sun, the little fox lay beside her, occasionally nudging her hand to request more treats. When Song Lu returned to the courtyard, she remarked, "No wonder this fox has followed you, miss. It seems to share your lazy disposition. Miss, the second miss and madam have quarreled. Would you like to go and see?" Song Lu informed Song Yaozhi. Recalling Song Liqiao's temper, Song Yaozhi replied in surprise, "They actually quarreled? What was the cause?" Truffle said, "The Jia family came to the residence to withdraw the engagement, and the lady consented." Thus Song Yaozhi suddenly understood. Chapter 69. You have an elder sister. After contemplating for a moment, Song Yaozhi rose to her feet, declaring, "I shall go and see." This matter had originated because of her. It was imperative that she did not turn a blind eye. "Lead the way," she instructed Truffle. Nodding in acknowledgement, Truffle guided Song Yaozhi to the courtyard where Lin Wani resided. Before stepping into the courtyard, Song Yaozhi overheard Song Liqiao's grievances. "Mother only cares about my elder sister, always protecting her, never considering me. Why does mother treat me this way when I am her biological daughter? Does she only find joy in my suffering?" With a soft and gentle tone, Song Liqiao expressed her discontent. Despite the turmoil within her heart, her disposition did not allow her to raise her voice like Song Minxian. With such a temperament, if she did not withdraw from the engagement, how could she find a way to live after marrying into the Jia family? "Qiao Qiao. Mother's consent to withdraw the engagement is for your own good. The Jia family has come today. If I insist on not withdrawing, how will they treat you once you marry into their family?" Lin Wani implored. "Even if you withdraw from the engagement, mother will seek a better match for you." Tears streamed down Song Liqiao's face. Is there really a better match? Did mother not say that the Jia family is already a lofty prospect for me? Upon entering the courtyard and stepping into the room, Song Yaozhi interjected. What do you mean by lofty? It is the Jia family that should consider themselves fortunate to marry you. As her words echoed, Song Liqiao momentarily froze, turning her face away, wiping her tears, unwilling to confront Song Yaozhi. Lin Wani, witnessing this, felt constrained and stood up, saying awkwardly, Gigi, what brings you here? There's really nothing of importance. Your second sister is just being stubborn. I will talk to her, so do not pay attention to her words. I will comfort her, Song Yaozhi insisted. Lin Wani was taken aback. Huh? Song Yaozhi reiterated, Mother, I said I will comfort my second sister. Leave it to me. Lin Wani's brows furrowed with evident concern, her face betraying hesitation. My dear, your second sister is of similar age. We might converse better. You need not worry. I will not harm her, Song Yaozhi assured. Lin Wani hastily responded, That is not my concern. I merely feel I am troubling you. Qiao has always been reserved. I fear that no matter how much you say, she will not heed your words. Song Yaozhi hesitated momentarily. She glanced at Song Liqiao, who appeared increasingly distressed upon hearing this remark. She will listen to me. Trust me, Song Yaozhi said, turning to Truffle. Help my second sister to stand and bring her to my courtyard. Truffle promptly assisted Song Liqiao to her feet. Song Liqiao wished to voice her thoughts, but upon seeing Lin Wani's glance, she bit her lip and fell silent, accepting the situation with resignation. As Song Yaozhi led Song Liqiao out, she inquired, Second sister, why are you so unwilling to withdraw from the engagement with the Jia family? With her eyes cast down, Song Liqiao paused for a long moment before softly replying. The Jia family is prominent, and Brother Ji Yuan is a good person. Mother has always said so. That day, did not Jia Qingning treat you poorly? Do you still wish to marry into the Jia family? Song Yaozhi pressed. Song Liqiao's head drooped even lower. After a prolonged silence, without a response, Song Yaozhi began to grasp her sister's thoughts. You believe you can endure this, do you not? After all, Jia Qingning will eventually marry someone else, and you will not have to live with her. Song Yaozhi chuckled helplessly. But have you considered this? If a junior dares to humiliate you like this, how will the elders of the Jia family treat you? In a soft voice, she continued, They will only look down upon you further, granting you no respect. Is this the life you aspire to lead, second sister? Song Liqiao bit her lip, her eyes reddening as she gazed at Song Yaozhi, a sudden surge of courage igniting her ire and resentment. Elder sister, you speak of how the Jia family's elders will look down on me. Yet when you acted as you did you not consider how my sister and I would be affected by your actions? Uncle Jia and Aunt Jia were once very fond of me. They were pleased with me. Why did they come to withdraw the engagement? It is because of you. She lamented how she could have happily married into the Jia family, becoming Jia Ji Yuan's wife, living a life of ordinary happiness. But everything changed because of Song Yaozhi. Elder sister, you would go to great lengths to have father request someone you fancy, yet when you do not like someone, you can simply say you are going home. Have you ever considered how your actions have impacted me and our younger sister? Song Liqiao's tone was low and soft, yet it concealed her deep-seated resentment towards Song Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi observed her quietly, allowing her to vent before responding. But have you ever pondered why Uncle Jia and Aunt Jia were once kind to you? Looking at her sister, she continued without waiting for a reply. It is because of father, because of the Prime Minister's residence, and also because your elder sister is the wife of a general. You should understand the principle of shared fortunes and shared misfortunes. Song Liqiao's eyelashes trembled, and tears fell once more. Song Yaozhi gazed at her indifferently. You accuse me of recklessness, of not considering you and our younger sister. I accept that. But I also accept that if you and our younger sister ever face any grievances in your marital home, I will bring you both back, along with our elder brother. As daughters of the Song family, we have a good father and a good elder brother. We should not endure injustices. Elder sister, that is you. Those are your father and elder brother, not mine. Song Liqiao sobbed softly, her fears and insecurities stemming from the fact that everyone in the Prime Minister's residence regarded Song Yaozhi as the center of their universe, showing no concern for her well-being. Song Yaozhi began to understand that the original owner had monopolized too much love, leaving her two sisters devoid of any sense of belonging to this family. Then your elder sister can merely be your and our younger sister's elder sister, Song Yaozhi suggested. Song Liqiao momentarily froze. not comprehending the meaning behind her words. Song Yaozhi turned to Truffle. Truffle, send someone to summon the third young lady. Have her come out. I will take her out to play. After giving her instructions, she turned back to Song Liqiao. I mentioned taking you both out for a stroll. There is no better day than today. With tears still fresh on her face, Song Liqiao was utterly bewildered by Song Yaozhi's swift change of heart. Song Yaozhi added to Truffle, return with more money. We shall indulge today. Second sister, you shall experience that having an elder sister is not much different from having a good elder brother. Song Liqiao bit her lip. Elder sister, I do not wish to go. She was unwilling to accept any kindness from Song Yaozhi, knowing that if she did, mother would undoubtedly blame her. She could already envision the scolding she would receive. Chapter 70. Young lady, you have no money. Song Yaozhi looked at her and said, with an elder sister here, she will not blame you. Perhaps it was because Song Yaozhi had just arisen from bed, her face unadorned and her attire exceedingly simple. Song Liqiao had never seen her like this. Previously, Song Yaozhi had been aloof and condescending, her gaze towards them filled with disdain. Even without her mentioning it, both she and their younger sister could see the label of a concubine in Song Yaozhi's eyes. But Song Yaozhi was not like that. Elder sister, I truly do not want to go. I have matters to attend to today. Song Liqiao was intent on avoiding the situation, suspecting that Song Yaozhi intended to create trouble for them outside, which could lead to great embarrassment. Song Yaozhi shook her head, resolutely stating, you must go. Her words silenced all of Song Liqiao's objections. With her head lowered, Song Liqiao clutched at her garments, lips pressed tightly together, her face a mask of endless worry. Song Yaozhi first allowed Song Liqiao to return and change her clothes, and she herself also changed into a brightly colored dress. Once Song Liqiao and Song Minxian arrived, she took both of them out of the residence.
Truffle accompanied them as well.
As for the venture outside, Song Minxian was elated, leaning against the carriage window to gaze at the street vendors and shops. Song Yaozhi was filled with joy, as she had yet to experience the pleasures of shopping. Only Song Liqiao wore a frown, her countenance betraying a hint of sorrow. Their first stop was a jewelry shop, where Song Yaozhi encouraged Song Liqiao to join Song Minxian in selecting their favorite pieces, assuring them that she would cover the expenses. Song Minxian, unabashed and eager, immediately began to choose, selecting a variety of exquisite items ranging from hairpins to earrings, necklaces, and bracelets, each appearing splendidly opulent, as if to brandish the title of a wealthy patron. In contrast, Song Liqiao took her time, ultimately opting for a singular, simple white jade hairpin. Seated comfortably in a designated area, sipping tea, Song Yaozhi observed their selections and addressed Song Liqiao, second sister. Is this the only piece you wish to acquire? Do choose a few more like third sister. Song Liqiao hesitated, her expression revealing uncertainty. Elder sister, I am not particularly fond of these items. There is no need for me to select further. Song Minxian, exasperated, murmured, second sister, if elder sister is urging you to choose, you should comply.
Today,
we are not spending our own money. Song Liqiao's countenance darkened further. She tugged at Song Minxian's hand in a plea for silence. Song Yaozhi interjected, second sister. Third sister is right. If given the opportunity, you should indulge. Despite her initial resistance, a glance from Song Yaozhi made her reconsider, and she reluctantly returned to the selection process. Once she had persuaded Song Liqiao, Song Yaozhi turned her attention to the items chosen by Song Minxian. Picking up a stunning hibiscus gold hairpin and smiling inquired, third sister, are you certain about these choices? You must not change your mind. Song Minxian nodded eagerly, of course. I won't change my mind. Is elder sister regretting her promise to purchase them? Not at all, Song Yaozhi replied, placing the hairpin down. As long as you are pleased. She noted the stark contrast in the personalities of the two sisters. Song Liqiao was cautious and self-doubting, while Song Minxian was assertive and unabashedly opportunistic. Yet, neither had any significant faults. Song Liqiao, once second sister has made her selections, proceed to settle the bill, commanded Song Yaozhi. At this, Liqiao's expression turned grave, and she hesitantly addressed Song Yaozhi. Miss, I have something to discuss in private.
What is it?
Speak freely, replied Song Yaozhi. Liqiao glanced at Song Minxian before saying, Miss, I wish to speak to you alone. Upon hearing this, Song Minxian huffed and turned away to assist Song Liqiao in choosing jewelry. With a sigh of relief, Liqiao leaned in closer and whispered, Miss, we do not have sufficient funds. Song Yaozhi, mid-sip of tea, nearly choked at this revelation, coughing violently. Toluo quickly patted her back. "Miss, are you all right?" Taking a deep breath, Song Yaozhi replied, "There is indeed a serious matter at hand. Should we hurry to find a doctor?" Toluo inquired, alarmed. Song Yaozhi grasped Toluo's hand, her expression serious. "This is not something a doctor can resolve. Toluo, am I not the daughter of the Prime Minister? How can I possibly lack money? It is simply unthinkable. As the daughter of the Prime Minister, she should embody a character that disregards wealth, someone who counts coins until her hands cramp. Why then did she find herself devoid of funds?" Toluo hastily explained, "Since your marriage, your monthly allowance has been halted. The last time you returned from the general's residence with Qinggu, you did not bring any money, although the madam recently gifted you 100 taels for your expenses. Upon observing the items third sister has chosen, we cannot afford even a single hairpin." The items selected by Song Minxian were not only visually luxurious, but also exorbitantly priced. Song Yaozhi nearly choked again, realizing she had failed to account for her own financial limitations while attempting to treat her sisters to a day of indulgence. "What shall we do now?" Toluo suggested. "Perhaps we can have the shopkeeper charge the expenses to the eldest son. He would certainly pay for you." Toluo was eager to prevent Song Yaozhi from facing humiliation before her sisters and immediately sought a solution. Song Yaozhi's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she interrupted. "Charge it to the general's account." Toluo was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Miss, isn't that inappropriate?" "What is inappropriate? My dowry is still with the general, and I am still the wife of Xiao. Charging it to the general's account is entirely justified," Song Yaozhi reassured her, patting Toluo's hand. "Now go and help mother select a few items as well, all to be charged to Xiao Ziqian's account." Upon hearing this, Toluo nodded in agreement and promptly set off. As Song Yaozhi sipped her tea, she found herself quite content with this arrangement. If only Xiao Ziqian were to meet an untimely end, her life would ascend to the pinnacle of having a car, a home, and savings while being a young widow. After purchasing the jewelry, Song Yaozhi led her sisters to acquire several of the latest fashion garments, and then they moved on to a cosmetic shop. She bought everything available, once again charging it to the general's account. Following this, they visited Xingming restaurant for a meal. Song Minxian was unable to conceal her excitement over her new acquisitions, while Song Liqiao, in stark contrast, wore an expression of deep melancholy. The prospect of dining at Xingming restaurant filled her with reluctance. Once seated in a private room, Song Liqiao voiced her concerns. "Elder sister, is it truly wise for us to be so publicly visible today? I fear that people outside will have much to say." As Song Yaozhi poured herself more tea, she inquired, "Are you afraid of idle gossip?" Song Liqiao's eyelashes fluttered, her face a mask of despondency. "As a woman, how can one not fear? Why should one fear simply for being a woman?" Song Yaozhi replied coldly, cradling her teacup. "Women are already shackled by countless societal constraints. If they further impose moral chains upon themselves, life will be a perpetual struggle, forever confined by the expectations of others, merely a puppet in the eyes of society." Song Liqiao's lips trembled as she softly responded, "But is that not how it is meant to be?" "Second sister, there is no such thing as how it is meant to be," Song Yaozhi countered, placing her teacup down and delicately picking up a piece of osmanthus cake. After savoring a bite, she continued, "What you perceive as the natural order is merely the imposition of standards by those in power, dictated by their own preferences. That is not the correct answer, it is merely individual taste." A hint of amusement appeared at the corner of Song Yaozhi's mouth as she spoke. "Typically, those who set such standards are men. Do they care how women live?" Song Liqiao's lips parted slightly, her eyes widening, as if she had just heard a profound truth. She wished to argue against this notion but found herself at a loss. "Elder sister is absolutely right. I have read that those who propagate such ideas are all men." Song Minxian chimed in, "I always found it peculiar, but I couldn't pinpoint why. Now I finally understand. Their notions of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues are merely for their own benefit." With a huff, Song Minxian added, "Everything they say serves to benefit themselves while suffocating us women." Song Yaozhi chose not to respond, leisurely enjoying her treats, finishing one piece before reaching for another. She had no desire to alter Song Minxian's and Song Liqiao's perspectives, for they belonged to different eras. Yet, she did not wish for them to be burdened by societal dictates that could lead them down a path of despair. As for whether they might engage in rebellious acts, she was indifferent. She would protect them. She would not allow the prime minister's household to fall into ruin. Nor would she stand idly by while her hard-won family faced calamity. If such a day were to come, the ruler of this realm could certainly be someone else. A knock on the door interrupted their conversation as the waiter arrived with their meal. Song Yaozhi ordered only blood-nourishing dishes. She merely hoped that sin would not trouble her. This young woman harbored no ambition. Were it not for being driven to the brink, she would simply wish to live a tranquil life like a salted fish. As the waiter was serving the dishes, a sudden clamor erupted from outside the private room. "Hey, have you heard? That General Xiao who returned from the border a few days ago, his wife is the prime minister's legitimate daughter. I heard that during the recent royal autumn hunt, she had an affair with the current emperor."
Ha!
Zhao heir, don't spout nonsense. Fabricating royal matters is a grave crime. I'm not lying. My elder brother works at the Duke's residence and accompanied the Duke to the autumn hunt. That night, many saw the prime minister's daughter leave the emperor's tent disheveled. Moreover, it's said that General Xiao himself offered his wife to the emperor. I've heard this too. I also heard that the emperor initially intended to take the prime minister's daughter into the palace, but was stopped by consort Shu, who was utterly unwilling. The emperor, surprisingly, heeded her words. But what about that Mr. Song who wishes to win a heart? Not at all. Don't be fooled by her sweet words. She is also known for her promiscuity, claiming to desire one heart, yet before even parting with General Xiao, she climbed onto the dragon bed. Song Minxian slammed her hand on the table and stood up, looking ready to rush out and argue with the crowd. Song Yaozhi grasped her hand. "What are you doing?" "Elder sister, didn't you hear what they said?" Song Minxian's chest felt tight with anger. Song Yaozhi nodded. "I heard, but what can you do by going out? Yell at them, insisting that I'm innocent and have no ties with the emperor?" Song Minxian pursed her lips, clearly thinking along those lines. "How many would believe you?" Song Yaozhi chuckled. "Third sister, most people prefer to believe what they think is true. If you argue with them, they won't see it as you proving your innocence. Instead, they perceive it as you being guilty. So let us just eat. This is not a significant matter." Saying this, she bit into a chicken leg. The joy of dining outweighed all. No one could disrupt her enjoyment of delicious food. Song Minxian was seething with suppressed anger, unable to express it. She was pulled back to her seat by Song Yaozhi, holding her chopsticks but unable to touch the feast before her. After a long moment of frustration, she slammed her chopsticks onto the table and angrily exclaimed, "Elder sister, why aren't you angry? They're saying such things about you. Because it's not worth it." Song Yaozhi replied earnestly. "Girls shouldn't get angry. It can disrupt their cycles and lead to health issues." Song Minxian stared at her in disbelief. "What issues?"
Oh.
"It just leads to an early demise," Song Yaozhi said nonchalantly. Song Minxian had previously looked down on her elder sister, but recent events had shifted her perspective. At the very least, she couldn't match Song Yaozhi's composure in the face of such slander. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside, a voice ringing clear. "Is royal business something you can casually discuss?" Song Yaozhi's ears perked up. That voice sounded familiar. "What nonsense are you spouting? You seem to know everything so well. I suppose you were eavesdropping under the dragon bed when my sister climbed up?" Song Yaozhi set down her chopsticks and said to her two younger sisters, "I'll step outside for a moment." She rose and opened the private room door, looking down from the second floor, where she immediately spotted Feng Shi, poised with a whip, and Xin Fangning standing beside her. Xin was speaking. "That Xiao Ziqian is heartless. If he can marry a princess, why can't Song Yaozhi climb the dragon bed? They're of the same ilk. As for being promiscuous, I see him as nothing more than a big fool." Song Yaozhi leaned against the railing and laughed heartily. "Princess, you truly have a way with words." Feng Shi and Xin Fangning looked up, and Xin Fangning's expression changed to one of complexity upon seeing Song Yaozhi. "Why are you here, Song Yaozhi? Why didn't you come out sooner? Had I known, I wouldn't have interjected." The people nearby also noticed Song Yaozhi, their expressions shifting dramatically as they quickly averted their gazes, pretending they had said nothing. "I've been here dining for quite some time," Song Yaozhi emphasized the last four words. The one who had been most animated with chopsticks suddenly trembled. Song Yaozhi turned to the two below. "Princess, Miss Feng, care to join me for a meal?" Feng Shi glanced at Xin Fangning, who replied, "Let us go, after all. She's paying." The two hurried upstairs. As Xin Fangning approached, she wore an impatient expression and looked at Song Yaozhi. "Why didn't you come out to scold those people? You could listen so calmly while they insult you. You truly are intriguing." The imperial authority cannot silence every voice. Let alone someone like me, Song Yaozhi replied while welcoming them into her private room. She then called for the waiter to add 2 more sets of chopsticks and asked Sun Fangning and Feng Shi to order again. Sun Fangning casually ordered a couple of dishes and turned to look at Song Liqiao and Song Minxian. Song Yaozhi, are these your 2 half-sisters? The term half-sisters made Song Liqiao and Song Minxian visibly stiffen. Song Liqiao lowered her head and stood to greet Sun Fangning. This humble girl greets the princess. Afterward, she reached for Song Minxian, attempting to have her bow as well, but Song Minxian reluctantly inclined her head. Sun Fangning chuckled. Song Yaozhi, your 2 half-sisters are certainly more well-mannered than you. Song Yaozhi nodded with a smile. Princess, they are my sisters, not half-sisters. As her words settled, both Song Minxian and Song Liqiao stared at Song Yaozhi in astonishment. They hadn't expected her to acknowledge their identities. Previously, Song Yaozhi had been the least welcoming toward them. Although she would not publicly demean them for their illegitimate status, she never intervened when others belittled them.
Ah, well.
Their mother has been legitimized, so they can hardly be called illegitimate, Sun Fangning remarked. That was a slip of the tongue. Don't stand there, sit down quickly. How can one eat while standing? Feng Shi found their formalities tedious and waved them off. Song Liqiao glanced at Song Yaozhi, and upon receiving her tacit approval, she pulled Song Minxian down to sit. Sister Yaozhi, why do you still have the mood to dine out today? Everyone in the capital is gossiping about your alleged scandal with Xiao Ziqian and the emperor. They're saying the most dreadful things. Aren't you afraid of being pelted with rotten eggs? Song Yaozhi raised an eyebrow. Who would dare throw eggs at me? I am the general's wife, soon to be the royal consort. They can only whisper behind my back. She glanced outside. Look how animated they were just now. The moment I stepped out, all fell silent. It's human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. If she were merely climbing into the bed of some impoverished young master, she would undoubtedly be showered with rotten eggs. These people might fear her, but Xiao Ziqian certainly would not. Sun Fangning observed Song Yaozhi with a hint of schadenfreude. Before I came out, I overheard my father say that Xiao Ziqian's face was ashen during the morning court session, almost confronting the emperor. Song Yaozhi laughed heartily. And what was the emperor's expression? The emperor, as always, wore that don't-provoke-me look. However, my father said that just before the court session ended, the emperor suddenly called out Xiao Ziqian's name, asking if he was unwell since his face was so pale, and advised him to rest more. Why do I feel like the emperor did that on purpose?
Sun Fangning inquired.
Based on Song Yaozhi's perspective, it was undoubtedly intentional. What was Xiao Ziqian's reaction? Feng Shi, intrigued, immediately inquired. Sun Fangning replied, what reaction could there be? It must be a heartfelt thank you to His Majesty for his concern. Does he dare to accuse His Majesty of harboring a vendetta for a stolen wife? Not necessarily, Song Yaozhi interjected. I suspect that if His Majesty were to sleep with Lin Roer, Xiao Ziqian would indeed dare to curse. Since time immemorial, the male protagonists in tragic romances have always showered their care and protection upon the secondary female characters, while the primary female lead is often left with nothing but a dry declaration of love from the male lead. Hearing this, Sun Fangning cast a sympathetic glance at Song Yaozhi. Your plight is far more tragic than mine. Your husband does not love you, and neither does your paramour protect you. Song Yaozhi was momentarily at a loss for words. Sister Yaozhi, heed my advice. Do not waste your thoughts on these individuals. Look elsewhere. Feng Shi proclaimed boldly. Consider those charming, obedient young ones. Song Yaozhi's eyes sparkled. Sister Shi, do you have a special channel? Feng Shi lowered her voice and leaned closer to Song Yaozhi. In a couple of days, the Red Apricot Pavilion will be selecting a new male courtesan. Sister Yaozhi, would you care to join? Song Yaozhi was taken aback. She had never anticipated that selecting male courtesans was in vogue. However, it made sense, as she had encountered men during her previous visit to the Red Apricot Pavilion. When is it? I shall surely be there on time, she exclaimed. Sun Fangning added, I shall come to your residence to escort you. Song Yaozhi nodded eagerly. Song Minxian, who had been listening, looked on with envy, unusually docile, almost resembling a little rabbit. She timidly asked, sisters, may I go too? Just as she finished her question, Song Liqiao shot her a disapproving look and admonished softly, Xian. What nonsense are you speaking? Is that a place for you to visit? Song Minxian clenched her hands nervously. Second sister, I merely wish to take a look. Though she typically exuded an air of defiance, the reprimand from her family made her falter. Song Liqiao was about to speak again when Song Yaozhi patted Song Minchuan's hand. If the third sister wishes to go, then she should. It is not a den of danger. There is nothing to fear. Indeed, the Red Apricot Pavilion is a respectable establishment, unlike those sordid places. There is no need for such anxiety, Feng Shi casually chimed in. Many noble ladies in the capital discreetly visit for tea and music. What is there to fear? Song Liqiao awkwardly forced a smile. She wished to retort, but given that one was a princess and the other a general's daughter, both with strong personalities, she swallowed her words. Instead, she murmured, "What my sisters say makes sense." Song Liqiao thought to herself that while she could not dissuade them now, she could surely convince their mother later. "Sister, please do not mention this to our parents." Song Yaozhi seemed to read Song Liqiao's thoughts, fixing her gaze upon her. "If our mother learns of this, she will be furious," Song Yaozhi stated lightly. Song Liqiao's heart sank, and she awkwardly shook her head, stammering, "Eldest sister, I won't say a word." After finishing dinner at Shengming Pavilion, Song Yaozhi bid farewell to Cinfangning and Feng Shi, returning to the Prime Minister's residence with her two younger sisters. Upon arriving at the entrance, she immediately spotted a carriage with the Xiao family insignia parked outside. "Is Xiao Ziqian here?" Song Yaozhi asked the guard at the gate. The guard confirmed her inquiry. Hearing this, Song Yaozhi's maid, Song Lu, stepped forward. "Miss, perhaps you should return to your courtyard to avoid the commotion. I will inform the lady that you are tired today, and she will find a way to send General Xiao away. He will not leave. Do you believe he would refrain from seeking me out once he knows I have returned?" Song Yaozhi's understanding of Xiao Ziqian was profound. Upon hearing Xin Fangning mention the events of the court earlier, she had deduced that he would soon come looking for her. A man as proud and arrogant as Xiao Ziqian could not possibly tolerate such indignation. Unable to vent his frustrations at Xin, he would surely seek to confront her instead. Turning to her sister, Song Liqiao, she said, "Second sister, you and third sister should return to your courtyard and rest." Song Liqiao looked at her with concern. "Eldest sister, why not inform father and have him send him away? You need not confront him." Song Yaozhi shook her head. "It is fine, you go back." After saying this, she turned to Song Lu. "Let us go. I shall meet my husband who has come to find me." With a smile, Song Yaozhi strode into the residence. Song Minxian, behind her, rolled her eyes and attempted to follow, only to be firmly grasped by Song Liqiao. "Third sister, what do you intend to do?" Song Minxian exclaimed. "I wish to assist eldest sister. What if Xiao Ziqian, looking like a fearsome deity, harms her?" Song Liqiao bit her lip. "He should not, for father is here."
Oh.
"Second sister, please let me go. I cannot allow eldest sister to be harmed." "No, you must return with me." Song Liqiao shook her head. Her grip on Song Minchuan's hand gentle yet firm. Even if something were to happen to their eldest sister, they had their parents. Their presence would only complicate matters. They had to return. Reluctantly, Song Minxian followed Song Liqiao back to their courtyard. Upon entering the residence, a maid from Lin Wan's side approached to guide Song Yaozhi.
"Miss,
The lady did not wish for you to meet your husband, but he arrived this afternoon and refused to leave, stating he would not depart without seeing you. The lady had no choice but to discuss this with the Prime Minister and concluded that you must face this matter." Song Yaozhi nodded. "Very well." The maid continued. "Do not worry, Mississippi. Both the Prime Minister and the lady are present, and the eldest young master is also here. Your husband would not dare to act improperly towards you." A wave of warmth washed over Song Yaozhi's heart. Her family was genuinely concerned for her safety. Following the maid, she entered the main hall and immediately spotted Xiao Ziqian seated in a chair, clad in his customary plain white robe, his expression stern. Song Yaozhi averted her gaze, first bowing to her father, mother, and elder brother, as Lin Wan hurriedly urged her to rise. Xiao Ziqian's gaze was fixated on Song Yaozhi, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. "General Xiao, since Zhiji has arrived, please feel free to express your thoughts," Song Xiang commanded, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Xiao Ziqian. Xiao Ziqian spoke. "Father-in-law, I have come specifically to take Yaozhi back home. She has resided with her family long enough. It is time for her to return." As he spoke, his eyes flickered towards Song Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi met his gaze with calm resolve, a light-hearted smile gracing her features. Xiao Ziqian's anger flared at her mirth. "What are you laughing at?" Song Yaozhi replied, "I find it amusing that you speak without conviction, Xiao Ziqian. Do you not remember what you said when I left the general's residence?" Xiao Ziqian's brow furrowed. Song Yaozhi's smile widened. You stated that once I left the general's residence, you would never take me back. So now, what is your intent? Xiao Ziqian clenched his fists, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. If it were not for your fickleness and infidelity, scurrying into another's bed, I would consider taking you back. How many more beds do you intend to climb into?
Xiao Ziqian.
What nonsense are you spouting? Song Qinghe slammed his fist on the table, glaring at Xiao Ziqian. Xiao Ziqian inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze solely on Song Yaozhi. You have orchestrated this farce for a reason, have you not? Now, hurry and gather your things to return with me. With a resounding slap, Song Yaozhi struck Xiao Ziqian across the face. Xiao Ziqian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Song Yaozhi.
Song Yaozhi.
Why the fuss? This is hardly my first time striking you. You ought to be accustomed to it by now, Song Yaozhi remarked, shaking her hand, which had grown numb from the impact. This man truly had a thick skin. What more do you intend to stir up? Song Yaozhi adjusted her dress and swayed before Xiao Ziqian, urging him to look down. With a furrowed brow, he complied, his gaze falling upon the circular jade pendant at her waist, intricately carved with a 5-clawed golden dragon, secured with a bright yellow cord. Xiao Ziqian's eyes turned crimson as he reached for the pendant. Song Yaozhi stepped back, eyeing him defiantly. What are you trying to grab? Do you think you can just take it? Song Yaozhi. How dare you? Xiao Ziqian seethed, his words coming out in a fierce whisper. She looked him in the eye. Responding boldly, I dare to do anything. Come with me, he commanded angrily as he strode towards the exit, unwilling to discuss private matters in front of the Song family. Song Qinghe was the first to block his path. Where do you intend to take my sister? Speak your mind here. Xiao Ziqian snapped. I need to ask her if she has been in the Emperor's bed. Must I say it in front of you all? Song Qinghe momentarily faltered, while Song Xiang and Lin Wani exchanged awkward glances. Yaozhi, come here, Xiao Ziqian insisted, his eyes fixed on her. After a moment's thought, Song Yaozhi followed, but stopped just outside the door. All right, let's talk here. If we go further, I fear you might hit me. I cannot match your strength. Xiao Ziqian felt a mix of anger and heartbreak, seeing her demeanor. Why have you changed so much? You were once different because of you. Song Yaozhi winked at him. You killed the past version of me with your own hands, so do not question why I have transformed. You are the architect of the present me. Are you saddened, regretful, remorseful? You will never reclaim the Song Yaozhi, who loved you deeply. Chapter 74. Let them both be wounded. Xiao Ziqian's pupils trembled, and in that moment, he sensed something gradually fading from his life. It was intangible, leaving him ensnared in an endless void, feeling colder than ever in the biting autumn wind. Is this your aim? To instill guilt in me? To draw my attention and make me look at you again? He said coldly, his brow furrowed. Is everything you did with the Emperor merely to provoke my anger and prevent me from divorcing you? Song Yaozhi found herself momentarily speechless, taken aback by his confidence. She had struck him, insulted him, even humiliated him, yet he believed these actions were meant to capture his attention. What an extraordinary talent for imagination he possessed. How naive was the original to have indulged him so recklessly. If I say otherwise, would you think I am merely being obstinate? She challenged. Xiao Ziqian's gaze remained fixed on her, his eyes revealing his belief. Song Yaozhi fell silent, realizing that even if she were to stab him now, he would interpret it as a twisted expression of love turned to hate. Yaozhi, cease this nonsense. I know you have nothing to do with the Emperor. Come back with me tonight, he insisted. Actually, that was not my first time on the Emperor's dragon bed. There was another occasion, in the Emperor's Fei Shuang palace, when he was attacked, and you rushed in to save him. Do you remember? The concubine he carried away was me. Xiao Ziqian's eyes flared red. Song Yaozhi. He swung his fist, striking the wall beside her. She immediately crouched down and swiftly sidestepped. Song Qinghe rushed in upon hearing the noise. Yaozhi, are you all right? He shielded her behind him, glaring at Xiao Ziqian. Do you intend to cause a scene in the Prime Minister's residence? Xiao Ziqian was oblivious to the commotion, his focus solely on Song Yaozhi. She appeared unfazed, as if this affair held no significance for her, as if she had every right to share another man's bed. How long has it been? Song Yaozhi, how long have you been with him? He demanded, recalling the day he had recognized her embroidered shoes and learned she had bathed late at night, only to be misled by her words. He had never doubted her then. You need not be so enraged. After 2 years of being a widow, you sought out Lin Roa, did you not? Song Yaozhi retorted with a smirk. Xiao Ziqian grasped her meaning instantly.
2 years. How dare you? Song Yaozhi sighed.
You cannot blame me. It was the emperor who forced my hand. What choice did I have? I am but a woman. Could I refuse him? Stop pretending. Xiao Ziqian shouted angrily. I wondered why you wanted a divorce upon my return. It turns out you have climbed to a higher branch, no longer content to be a general's wife, but desiring to become an imperial consort. But will he marry you? Who opposed our divorce? It was him. Lin Wani could no longer contain herself, her emotions swirling in response to the explosive revelations.
General Xiao.
Yaozhi marrying you was a step down. I opposed this union from the outset. If not for Yaozhi's insistence, do you truly believe you could have wed her? Madam Song, do you think your family holds all the power? Why could I not refuse this marriage? Why can we not divorce now? Hasn't Prime Minister Song informed you? Did the eldest son of the Song family not say anything? Xiao Ziqian mocked. He turned to Song Qinghe. Regarding the Jin Wang embezzlement case, it should have been presided over by the Dali Si. Why was it suddenly handed to you? You know very well why. Your family has flaunted its power for so long. Do you truly believe the world belongs to the Songs? Xiao Ziqian. My family's matters are none of your concern. Song Qinghe retorted coldly. Now that you have finished speaking, I ask you to leave. Xiao Ziqian turned to Song Yaozhi. I ask you one more time. Will you come back with me? Song Yaozhi gently touched the jade pendant at her waist, her voice soft yet resolute. I will not return. Song Yaozhi. There will come a day when you will cry your way back. Xiao Ziqian declared icily, striding towards the exit. Song Yaozhi laughed, calling after him. If ever I return to your general's residence, it will be because you, Xiao Ziqian, have come to my prime minister's door, stripped of pride, seeking my forgiveness. Standing in the courtyard, the cold moonlight enveloped him, accentuating his chilling aura. He was a living embodiment of death returning from the battlefield. His pristine attire unable to conceal the bloodlust within.
Dream on,
he coldly replied. Then let us see. Song Yaozhi responded playfully. Xiao Ziqian cast her one last deep glance before turning to leave. As he departed, Lin Wani immediately grasped Song Yaozhi's hand, concern etched on her face. Yaozhi, are you all right? Did you get frightened? I will have Taolu fetch a doctor for some calming medicine. Before Song Yaozhi could respond, Song Xiang, who had remained silent, spoke up. Rest assured, madam. Yaozhi is certainly unharmed. He gestured for Song Yaozhi to follow him. Yaozhi, come inside. We need to have a private conversation. Song Yaozhi nodded slightly. Lin Wani and Song Qinghe watched her anxiously as Song Xiang instructed, you two should return and rest. Reluctantly, they complied and stepped away. Inside, Song Xiang took a seat while Song Yaozhi stood straight. He smiled at her. Why do you not sit before your father? Am I more fearsome than Xiao Ziqian?
Of course not, father.
You are kind and gentle, far more amiable than Xiao Ziqian, she replied promptly. Please take a seat and do not feel so constrained, suggested Song Xiang. Song Yaozhi nodded and settled into the chair beside him. Once she was seated, Song Xiang inquired, why do you compel Xiao Ziqian to rebel? Song Yaozhi's eyes flickered. Had her father discerned her intentions? As my daughter, I can naturally perceive your thoughts, Song Xiang continued. You push Xiao Ziqian to turn against his majesty for his benefit, hoping he will ally himself with the more esteemed Prince Rue. Or have you aligned yourself with Prince Rue, aiding him in causing the emperor to lose such a formidable general as Xiao Ziqian? Song Yaozhi shook her head, her lips curling into a smile as she replied, Father, I stand with neither side. I merely wish for them both to suffer mutual destruction. Chapter 75. A paragon among women. Xiao Ziqian, relying on the Empress Dowager's protection, sought only to clear his name, having thoroughly exploited her. These two individuals had thrust her into the murky waters of the capital, and she realized that it was impossible to extricate herself or the Song family unscathed. Thus, she resolved to act in her own best interest. And what of your relationship with His Majesty? Is it genuine or false? Song Xiang asked gravely. False, Song Yaozhi answered. But I intend for the world to believe it is true. Branch, do you understand the consequences of your actions? Song Xiang inhaled deeply. Yes, she affirmed, but the idle gossip pales in comparison to the benefits I stand to gain. Song Xiang gazed at her for a long moment, recalling a time when Song Yaozhi was merely a naive child enamored with love. Suddenly, she had transformed into a figure of composure and rationality. Branch, I wish to pose a question, Song Xiang began. Please, Father, ask away. Even if you cannot sever ties with Yaozhi, as long as I am here, you can still live as a carefree general's wife. Why, then, have you chosen to involve yourself in these courtly matters? Song Yaozhi remained silent for a while before responding. Because I cannot escape, nor can the Song family. She could not alter the fate of her separation. And every action she took could trigger a chain reaction affecting the entire situation. She could not foresee the future of the Song family, nor whether they would meet the tragic fate depicted in the books they read. Thus, she resolved to take the initiative into her own hands. Song Xiang interpreted her words as a reflection of the escalating tensions within the court. Branch, regardless of circumstances, your father and brother will ensure your safety. You must refrain from recklessly intervening in these matters henceforth, lest you bring harm upon yourself. Song Yaozhi appeared to comply, but her inner thoughts remained a mystery. Very well. Return and rest, Song Xiang said. She nodded, and as she rose, a thought regarding Xiao Ziqian crossed her mind. She asked, Father, what is happening with my elder brother? Your brother, being an official in the Ministry of Justice, should not involve himself in the prince's case, Song Xiang replied, shaking his head. The emperor trusts him and has permitted him to adjudicate. You need not concern yourself with this. Song Yaozhi pursed her lips. Then I shall take my leave. Go ahead, he replied. As Song Yaozhi exited, she understood that the situation was far from as simple as Song Xiang had suggested. In matters involving royal relatives, any misstep could ignite a conflagration. She suspected that Sin had assigned Song Qinghe to oversee the case as a warning to the Song family. If they complied, there would be no repercussions, but if they resisted, Song Qinghe would inevitably err in his judgments regarding the case. Song Yaozhi glanced at the wound on her wrist concealed by her bracelet, realizing that Sin was a man with countless ulterior motives. The following day, Song Yaozhi anticipated Xiao Ziqian would make some gesture to assert his presence, yet he remained conspicuously silent, much to her relief. On that day, she instructed Song Lu to prepare a modest carriage, disguising herself before heading to the Red Apricot Pavilion. Upon her arrival, she sought out Miss Xiangxi, with whom she had befriended on a previous occasion. Miss Xiangxi had gifted her a red bean bracelet as a token of their friendship, and with the bracelet in hand, she could enter without prior announcement. Displaying the bracelet, she was promptly escorted to Miss Xiangxi's quarters. After a brief rest, Miss Xiangxi soon appeared. Upon seeing her, excitement lit up her face, her eyes slightly reddened. She rushed to Song Yaozhi and bowed. Xiangxi pays her respects to Miss Song. Song Yaozhi hastily approached to assist her, saying, Oh dear, there is no need for such formality between us. You may call me by my name or even sister if you wish. Miss Xiangxi hesitated, feeling bashful. As someone of my humble background, how could I dare call you sister? You are a rising star. Calling me sister would merely benefit me, Song Yaozhi replied. In modern terms, Miss Xiangxi's popularity would undoubtedly attract a massive following. She would be a veritable sensation. Miss Xiangxi appeared perplexed. What do you mean by a rising star? It means many people admire you, Song Yaozhi clarified. Miss Xiangxi blushed further. No, that is an exaggeration. They are merely fickle admirers who are attracted to my appearance. Then I too am among those fickle admirers, Song Yaozhi jested. Miss Xiangxi's expression froze, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. You jest, Mississippi. Song Yaozhi shook her head. I speak only the truth. I am indeed captivated by your beauty. If I could see you every day, I would have an appetite for more. Miss Xiangxi was both flattered and shy, and Song Yaozhi mused that had Miss Xiangxi lived in modern times, she would undoubtedly be a celestial beauty, amassing countless admirers. By the way, Miss Song, have you been well lately? Miss Xiangxi inquired with a concerned look. Are you referring to the rumors surrounding me and His Majesty? Song Yaozhi asked. Miss Xiangxi quickly clarified. I did not mean to imply that. I firmly believe you are not that kind of person. Those are merely fabrications circulating outside. Not so, Song Yaozhi interrupted. It is indeed true.
Ah?
Miss Xiangxi's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Song Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi felt a pang of guilt under her scrutiny, as if her idol had fallen from grace, and the fans were scrambling to defend her. Only for the idol to declare, what they say is true. Just as she was about to offer a defense, Miss Xiangxi interjected. Miss Song is indeed a person of genuine character, truly unlike ordinary women. Song Yaozhi was taken aback. Miss Xiangxi continued, if General Xiao treats you poorly, it is only natural for you to seek a better partner. It is unreasonable for women to remain loyal to someone unworthy for a lifetime. Miss Song is setting an example for all women. We two can pursue our own happiness. Song Yaozhi found herself at a loss for words. Flattered by Miss Xiangxi's praise, she suddenly understood why some idols might lack self-awareness. Such excessive adulation could easily lead one astray. I hardly consider myself an example, she replied awkwardly. Miss Xiangxi insisted no. You truly are. Very well, Song Yaozhi conceded, feeling buoyed by her compliments as she took a seat, momentarily forgetting the purpose of her visit. Miss Xiangxi, I have heard that the Red Apricot Pavilion will soon host a gathering for male courtesans. Is that true? Miss Xiangxi turned to her. Are you looking to select a few individuals? What type do you prefer? I could help you scout and have them come to serve you. Chapter 76. Truly heartless, actually. I am not here to select anyone. I wish to discuss a small collaboration with the owner of the Red Apricot Pavilion, Song Yaozhi explained. Miss Xiangxi suddenly realized so. Miss Song wishes for me to introduce you to Yunyang, the owner? Song Yaozhi nodded eagerly, precisely. Miss Xiangxi smiled. If you ever require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. There is no need for formality between us. Miss Song and I are being so courteous. It truly saddens me. Song Yaozhi gazed at the beauty with her downcast eyes, masking her sorrow with a smile, and an immediate sense of guilt surged within her. She quickly reflected, this is my fault. I assure you it will not happen again. Then she added, will Miss Song come to see me again, when she has nothing else to attend to? I hope you will not only remember me when you are in need. Xiangxi murmured softly. She was exquisite, her enchanting eyes radiating a captivating charm. Typically strikingly beautiful at this moment, with her lowered gaze and pitiful demeanor, she evoked in Song Yaozhi a thought of self-reproach. Song Yaozhi immediately nodded in agreement. Only then did Xiangxi smile, saying, I shall now fetch Yunyang for you. After she hurriedly exited, Song Yaozhi waited in the room. The previously silent Songlu finally spoke, inquiring, what does the young lady wish to discuss with the owner of the Red Apricot Pavilion? Song Yaozhi replied, just a small business matter. She then raised her gaze to Songlu, saying, this must not be disclosed to my father or mother. They would worry. After a brief silence, Songlu asked, will what the young lady is doing implicate the Song family? Will it cause harm to you? No, I am bound to the Song family's fortunes. I would never undertake a fruitless endeavor. As for myself, I assure you, I will be fine, Song Yaozhi reassured her. Songlu nodded in agreement, saying, then I shall keep silent. Assigned by her mistress to serve Song Yaozhi, her loyalty belonged solely to her. As long as the matter posed no threat to the Song family or to Song Yaozhi herself, she could feign ignorance. Song Yaozhi nodded in satisfaction. After nearly half a TS time, footsteps echoed from outside. Xiangxi knocked on the door, and upon receiving permission from Song Yaozhi, she entered with Yunyang. Upon seeing Song Yaozhi, Yunyang exclaimed, is this the renowned Mr. Song? Such beauty! Truly a paragon of talent and grace. Song Yaozhi rose to greet her, humbly responding, you flatter me, Yunyang. I do not deserve such praise. The true paragon of talent and beauty is Miss Xiangxi. A shy smile graced Xiangxi's lips. Yunyang, a forthright and candid person, sat down, poured herself a cup of tea, and after taking a sip, said, please forgive my rudeness, Mr. Song. I have been busy all day, and this is my first chance to drink. Not at all. I appreciate your straightforwardness and grace. I enjoy the company of such individuals. Song Yaozhi replied naturally as she poured more tea for Yunyang. Yunyang glanced at Song Yaozhi's delicate hands and remarked, it is a pity for someone with such hands to be serving tea to a humble person like me. Song Yaozhi's hands were fair and tender, resembling those nurtured in luxury, untouched by hardship. With an air of nonchalance, she responded, it is merely good fortune, benefiting from my ancestors' glory. I cannot compare to remarkable women like you and Miss Xiangxi, who rely on their own strength to thrive. Yunyang burst into laughter at her words. Xiangxi said Mr. Song was remarkable. I was initially skeptical, but having met you today, I see why Xiangxi praises you. Such eloquence and grace. Many looked down upon her business, unable to feign respect. Yet, Song Yaozhi's calm demeanor and indifferent expression revealed a genuine respect for her. Xiangxi said, Mr. Song wishes to discuss business with me. May I inquire what sort of business it entails? Yunyang asked straightforwardly. Song Yaozhi looked at her, saying, it's not quite business in the traditional sense. I recently heard that the Red Apricot Pavilion is selecting a new courtesan, and I thought of a more intriguing approach. Yunyang raised an eyebrow. What approach? Song Yaozhi divulged without hesitation. Selecting just one courtesan is rather mundane. Choosing four would be far more engaging. Yunyang asked in confusion. How so? Song Yaozhi explained. Select 4 men of exquisite appearance and physique, each with distinct personalities, all designated as courtesans. However, only one can claim the true title of courtesan each month, determined by who generates the highest revenue during that time. Revenue is accrued through patrons requesting their performances and purchasing their merchandise. What merchandise? Yunyang inquired earnestly. Song Yaozhi continued. We could hire an artist to create their portraits and launch clothing and accessories in their name. For instance, if one wears a blue robe today, we could introduce a similar blue dress. As for accessories, we could promote items as gifts from them, enticing patrons to purchase hairpins, earrings, necklaces, and even cosmetics. After taking a sip of water, she added, moreover, we must inform the patrons that the sales will influence the monthly selection of the courtesan. If a man fails to secure the title within 4 months, he will be replaced. Song Yaozhi looked at Yunyang, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. What do you think? I assented. It fascinating? We could also introduce surprise unlocks. Once a man reaches a certain sales figure, he could don a specific outfit to perform for the highest spender, or even dance. Additionally, those who spend could be ranked, with the top 10 names displayed, either publicly or anonymously. Yunyang swallowed hard, staring at Song Yaozhi in awe. Having operated the Red Apricot Pavilion for many years, she was no fool. She understood how much profit Song Yaozhi's proposal could yield. Mr. Song, you truly possess a mercilessly shrewd mind, she exclaimed, playfully slapping Song Yaozhi on the shoulder, laughing. Why didn't I think of this? They wouldn't even need to show their faces while earning riches for me, and whether it's through the courtesan's revenue or the unlocking system, spending becomes a competition, enticing the wealthy to pour money into this venture. Who wouldn't want to be the richest, helping their favored courtesan unlock surprise outfits? Who wouldn't want their chosen courtesan to reign as the top courtesan? Chapter 77. Mutual utilization. Yunyang's satisfaction with the idea was evident. Song Yaozhi remarked, I am glad you find it agreeable. Yunyang smiled at her, saying, I am indeed satisfied, but I wonder what Mr. Song hopes to gain from me. Is it money, people, or something else? To be frank, Yunyang, I simply wish to earn some money, but I want to charge the Red Apricot Pavilion. I want to take charge of the entire series of peripheral products, Song Yaozhi stated plainly. Yunyang scrutinized Song Yaozhi, discerning that she was no ordinary girl. After all, someone who could make Xiangxi so joyous must be exceptional. That is certainly acceptable. After all, this was your idea. I have no objection to sharing profits with you. However, there is one matter that puzzles me. Song Yaozhi looked at Yunyang. What is it? Yunyang replied. You are the wife of a general and the legitimate daughter of a chancellor. I have also heard rumors that you have an ambiguous relationship with the current emperor. Logically, you should not lack for money. Why then do you seek to earn more? Song Yaozhi shook her head, her expression resigned as she said, Yunyang, had I been truly affluent, I would not be exposing myself like this. Yunyang regarded her thoughtfully. Song Yaozhi continued, although rumors abound about my supposed relationship with the emperor, suggesting I might become a consort, the truth is he has no intention of bringing me into the palace. Even with our connection, he would never accept me. A woman of second marriage. Yunyang was taken aback, unable to fathom that she would hear such sentiments from Song Yaozhi. She lowered her voice and inquired, is it true that the gentleman has an affair with His Majesty? Song Yaozhi did not respond directly, merely lowering her gaze and gently nodding. Yunyang gasped. So, what is the situation between you and General Shao now? Is it true that General Shao sent you to His Majesty's dragon bed to win his favor for the sake of promotion? Xiangxi, unable to bear it any longer, reached out and tugged at Yunyang's clothing. Observing her action, Song Yaozhi interjected, this is not something to be ashamed of. Since we are all allies now, I shall speak plainly. She looked at Yunyang with sincerity. Indeed, it is true. Yunyang slammed her fist on the table, infuriated. How could that Xiao Ziqian be such a person? He deserves to die for using a woman to gain power. Xiangxi's eyes widened with anger. He has always despised me, and after marrying the princess, his disdain for me only grew. Just a few days ago at the autumn hunt, upon seeing His Majesty glance at me twice, he drugged me and sent me to His Majesty's tent. Song Yaozhi sighed, lamenting, I have only myself to blame for having fallen for such a petty man. Yunyang immediately grasped Song Yaozhi's hand, urging, you still have a chance to rid yourself of him. As the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister, you can have your father facilitate your separation from that Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi shook her head. That is impossible. If I were to divorce him, my affair with His Majesty would become a topic of gossip among the common people. And they would believe that His Majesty desires to take a woman from his minister. His Majesty would never want to embroil himself in such scandal. Yaozhi bit her lip, trembling with rage. So, Miss Song, you'll be trapped in the general's mansion for the rest of your life? Song Yaozhi nodded slightly, however. I have gained some advantages from this situation. She paused before softly adding, though His Majesty does not wish to marry me, he actually holds a fondness for me. Therefore, I now have the support of the current emperor, which makes many things more convenient. This time, Yaozhi Qian's scheme has backfired. Now, due to His Majesty, he dares not bully me any longer. This outcome is, for me, a stroke of fortune. The worst that can happen is that I may never marry again. She raised her hand to smooth her hair and said to Yunyang, however, I have long since abandoned the thought of marriage. I now only wish to earn some silver for a future escape route. After all, although I still reside in the Prime Minister's mansion, once my elder brother marries, I fear I will no longer have a place there. Upon hearing this, Yaozhi immediately seized Yunyang's hand, looking at her earnestly. Yunyang, you must help Miss Song. Yunyang patted Yaozhi's hand reassuringly. Miss Song has a talent for business. She will not suffer wherever she goes. The gentleman chose my Hongxing Pavilion, and for that, I should be grateful. Song Yaozhi shook her head. Yunyang, it is not merely that I chose Hongxing Pavilion. I have great admiration for Miss Yang, which is why I wish to conduct this business with you. Yaozhi was taken aback, her eyes brimming with gratitude. With Song Yaozhi's words, she had firmly established her position in Yunyang's esteem. As long as Song Yaozhi was present, no one in Hongxing Pavilion would dare mistreat her. Yunyang understood the implication of Song Yaozhi's words. She nodded, I understand. Then, Miss Song, I wish us a pleasant cooperation in advance. Yunyang lifted a teacup from the table and offered it to Song Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi also raised her cup and clinked it with Yunyang's. By the way, Yunyang, I have a penchant for watching plays and hearing gossip. In the future, if you happen to hear about any engagements or divorces in Hongxing Pavilion,
Do share them with me.
Song Yaozhi gazed at Yunyang. Yunyang's eyes narrowed slightly, and after a moment, she smiled. Very well. Whatever Miss Song wishes to know, I shall have Yaozhi tell you. Song Yaozhi nodded with a smile. One more thing. I hope you will keep my identity confidential. Aside from those who must be informed, I would prefer that no one else knows. You know my reputation is already tainted. If any more rumors spread, I fear I shall be drowned in public scorn. She set down her teacup and added, without waiting for Yunyang to speak, however, if you ever require my assistance, I will certainly help. She lifted her robe slightly, revealing a circular jade pendant at her waist. Yunyang caught sight of the pendant and was struck with astonishment. This seemingly innocent and harmless Song Yaozhi had a hidden agenda. Claiming a miserable existence and needing silver for security, she wore a pendant unmistakably belonging to the emperor. Perhaps the rumors outside were true. The current emperor indeed enjoyed a thrill and preferred the allure of the forbidden. But this was a good thing. With Song Yaozhi favored by the emperor, it would be wise for Yunyang to befriend her. More connections would mean more escape routes. The longevity of Hongxing Pavilion relied on this very principle. Should Yunyang ever need assistance from Miss Song, she would not hesitate to ask. Of course, if Miss Song required anything from Yunyang, she need not hold back either. Song Yaozhi's eyes brightened. She had been waiting for this very statement. In the world of commerce, interests reign supreme. A place like Hongxing Pavilion could not thrive for so long without some power backing it. Everything she had done was aimed at gaining access, revealing a false front, hoping to unlock the door to the protective umbrella behind Hongxing Pavilion. After leaving Hongxing Pavilion and riding back to the Prime Minister's mansion, Song Yaozhi took a sip of tea as Shirtru hesitantly asked, Miss, I do not understand why you wish to engage in business with Hongxing Pavilion? Song Yaozhi sipped her tea and gazed at Shirtru. Shirtru was more astute than Qinggu and could maintain composure. The tasks Song Yaozhi had entrusted to her had been executed excellently. She was indeed an outstanding subordinate. Since she could not live a leisurely life, she needed capable subordinates by her side. After all, without the ability to lead a team, one could only work oneself to death. Desiring to cultivate Shirtru, she replied candidly because Hongxing Pavilion has existed long enough. It signifies that its owner possesses influence and a network in the capital. Unlike ordinary pleasure houses, Hongxing Pavilion emphasizes elegance. Its clientele is positioned as mid to high-end, consisting of individuals with either power or wealth. Having said this, she smiled at Shirtru, asking, "What does this imply? Do you understand?" Shirtru bit her lip, tentatively responding, "Miss. Are you saying that Yuanyang knows many prominent figures and has good relations with them?" Song Yaozhi pinched Shitru's chin, praising her. "You are quite clever, my dear." Shirtru blushed at the sudden attention, lowering her head. Unaware of Shitru's expression, Song Yaozhi continued, "I specifically sought to cooperate with Yuanyang and cultivate a good relationship with her for her connections. If I could obtain even half of her connections and utilize them, it would make future endeavors much easier." Shirtru nodded in realization, but then suddenly furrowed her brow, confusedly asking, "But if we are to befriend her, why does Miss need to say such things that could tarnish her own reputation?" Her hesitation indicated her fear of displeasing Song Yaozhi. "Silly girl, this is not slander." Song Yaozhi chuckled, offering Shirtru a segment of orange she had peeled. She took a piece for herself and, under Shitru's puzzled gaze, explained, "You must remember, there are no eternal friends in this world, only eternal interests." Finishing her orange, she continued leisurely, "If I were to befriend Yuanyang merely as a friend, all she could offer me would be trivial pleasantries and seasonal greetings. But now, I am the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter, the General's wife, and a potential imperial consort." She delicately adjusted the jade pendant at her waist as she spoke. "To her, I was merely a client of utilitarian value. I sought her connections while she coveted the power I possessed. Our relationship was a mutually beneficial exchange, allowing us to attain our desires from one another." Truffle gazed at Song Yaozhi, her words resonating profoundly, akin to a sudden enlightenment. "Just as I had become the personal maid to the young lady, I had gained a modicum of networking privilege, prompting others to curry favor with me. However, I only feigned interest in those devoid of ability. It was the talented spring sister in the kitchen whom I genuinely wished to assist, as I hoped she would prepare more delightful dishes for the young lady." Truffle swallowed hard, pondering whether this was the very exchange of interests the young lady had spoken of. Indeed, Song Yaozhi acknowledged, her gaze filled with admiration for Truffle. Recognizing her keen intellect, "Truffle, I have a task for you. Listen carefully and let me know if you wish to undertake it. If not, feel free to decline." "I will not compel you," Song Yaozhi said. Without hesitation, Truffle replied, "I am willing to do anything, my lady." Song Yaozhi smiled. "First, did you hear what I mentioned earlier about the area surrounding the Red Apricot Pavilion?" Truffle nodded. Continuing, Song Yaozhi instructed, "I need you to help me acquire a tailor shop. This business is essential to me. Seek out a suitable establishment and a master tailor of exceptional skill, willing to accept wages twice the market rate. However, you must not disclose your identity as a member of the Chancellor's household. Keep your status concealed from everyone except your father and elder brother." Truffle's heart raced as she sensed the significance of the task at hand, her excitement fueled by the trust the young lady placed in her. "I will ensure it is done." Song Yaozhi nodded. "If traveling is inconvenient, you may select a trustworthy man to accompany you, but I must approve your choice first." Truffle agreed. "As for the funds to acquire the shop, I will provide them in 2 days." A pained expression crossed Song Yaozhi's face as she contemplated the difficulty of securing initial capital. She needed to reclaim her dowry in full, as the original owner had married Xiaoziqian with a considerable dowry from the Prime Minister's estate. Little did anyone know the current grandeur of the general's residence was built upon the sacrifices of the original owner's dowry. A sigh escaped Song Yaozhi's lips. Women must never be impoverished. As the carriage arrived at the Chancellor's mansion, Song Yaozhi disembarked. Lin Wan, her anxious maid, rushed to her side, exclaiming, "Miss, you have finally returned. The mistress requests your immediate return to your quarters." "What is it?" Song Yaozhi frowned, suspecting Xiaoziqian was causing trouble once more. The maid replied, "No, it is not that. Someone from the Empress Dowager's palace has come, requesting your presence for a family banquet. The mistress informed them you were unwell and declined on your behalf, but the matron insists on seeing you. The mistress is currently negotiating in the front hall." Song Yaozhi fell silent for a moment, surprised by the persistence of the Empress Dowager. It had not been long since her husband passed, yet she was already causing trouble for her. "Miss, you should return quickly. I will inform the mistress that the matron wishes to see you, and we will find a way to send her away," the maid urged. Song Yaozhi, recalling the Empress Dowager's ways, smiled. "If the Empress Dowager wished to see me, even if I were bedridden, she would have me carried in. After all, I was merely slightly unwell." There is no need to hide. I shall meet this new matron, she declared, striding towards the front hall. The maid grew anxious.
Miss.
Please do not act impulsively. With the mistress and master present, even the Empress Dowager would not dare to act against you. Ignoring her maid's words, Song Yaozhi thought, if the Empress Dowager truly feared the Chancellor, she would not have made me kneel for so long the first time I was summoned to the palace.
Today.
Her insistence on sending someone to the mansion signifies her determination to invite me in. Chapter 79. The Imperial Family Banquet. Madame Du Rgg has been unwell and is resting in her chamber. Please convey our gratitude to the Empress Dowager for her kindness, and once Ji is well, I will ensure she visits the palace to apologize, Lin Wan said. The middle-aged woman in imperial attire sneered, Madame Song, I mean no offense. However, since you claim the Lady Xiao is ill, I must see for myself how serious her condition is. If it is severe, I shall report to the Empress Dowager and request a physician. There is no need for your concern. We have already consulted a doctor. The Chancellor responded coldly after a long silence. If there's nothing else, I kindly ask you to take your leave.
Madame du Feignet d'Arbre de Mianor.
Please do not take offense, my lord. I am merely following orders. Before leaving the palace, the Empress Dowager specifically instructed me to ensure the Lady Xiao attends the family banquet today, as His Majesty, the Crown Prince, the Princess Changla, and General Xiao will all be present. It would be ill-received if she were to be absent. May I inquire, am I attending this banquet as the general's wife or as the emperor's consort? Song Yaozhi's voice rang out before she even entered the room. Madame Du turned to see Song Yaozhi, clad in a flowing azure gown, gracefully entering. Her beauty was striking, exuding calm and poise.
Even Madame Du,
who had seen many beauties in the palace, was captivated by Song Yaozhi's serene elegance. Yet, she had previously encountered Song Yaozhi, perceiving her then as merely a naive beauty. How had she transformed into such a vibrant presence? I wonder which son of the Empress Dowager has requested my presence, she inquired mockingly. Madame Du snapped back to reality, contemplating Song Yaozhi's words and the recent rumors, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. She was astonished by Song Yaozhi's audacity in speaking so freely, just as the Empress Dowager had described. After a moment, Madame Du replied, It is indeed on behalf of General Xiao that the Empress Dowager requests the Lady Xiao's presence. She treats the general as her own child and, by extension, the Lady Xiao as her daughter-in-law. Ji, you are unwell. Why have you risen? Lin Wan urgently signaled to Song Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi looked at her, offering a reassuring glance, then addressed Madame Du. The Empress Dowager has summoned me. And even if I were bedridden, I must crawl there. Otherwise, I cannot imagine how long I would be made to kneel the next time I encounter her. Madame Du's lips twitched. Lady Xiao, you jest. I never jest, Song Yaozhi replied with a smile. Madame Du, unsettled by her gaze, felt a twinge of irritation. If you are well enough, then please accompany me. We must not keep His Majesty and the Empress Dowager waiting. Before Song Yaozhi could respond, her father interjected, Ji, do you wish to go? If you do not wish to attend, then you may stay due to your illness. Madame Du, overhearing this, hesitated, casting a meaningful glance at the Chancellor. Song Yaozhi declared, Father, I will go. Even if I were to perish, it would be within the Empress Dowager's palace. Ji. Lin Wan rushed to cover Song Yaozhi's mouth, urging her not to speak such words. Quick, spit it out. Seeing the concern in her eyes, Song Yaozhi's heart softened immediately, and she quickly admitted her fault, exclaiming, No. I was merely speaking nonsense. I shall refrain from uttering such words in the future. Lin Wanni's eyes reddened as she grasped Song Yaozhi's hand, unwilling to let her enter the palace. She had heard of the events that transpired during the last visit. Do not worry. Everything will be fine this time, especially with His Majesty present, Song Yaozhi reassured her, gently patting Lin Wanni's hand. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanni's expression grew exceedingly complex, uncertain whether the presence of the Emperor was a blessing or a curse. After a moment of contemplation, Prime Minister Song stated, If you must go, let your elder brother escort you to the palace gates, and have Qinghe wait for you there. He instructed a nearby maid to summon Song Qinghe. Should time elapse without his return, Qinghe would be able to enter the palace to find her. The Prime Minister cast a casual glance at Granny Du, who smiled with a hint of mockery. Surely, there is no need for such concern, my lord. Would the Empress Dowager truly do anything to Lady Xiao? Prime Minister Song chuckled. I have never thought in such a manner. I merely pity my daughter and cannot bear to see her suffer even the slightest. Granny Du smiled but refrained from further commentary. When Song Qinghe arrived, Granny Du led Song Yaozhi out of the Prime Minister's residence. Although the palace had dispatched a carriage, Song Yaozhi chose not to use it and instead rode in the Prime Minister's carriage, with Song Qinghe riding alongside to protect her. As they made their way, passers-by took notice. Upon reaching the palace gates, Song Qinghe dismounted and assisted Song Yaozhi out of the carriage. Zhizhi, if you truly face any bullying, do not hesitate. Do not worry about causing trouble for the family. If anyone dares to harm you, even if the entire family is exiled, neither father nor I will allow you to suffer any harm, he whispered to her. Song Yaozhi bit her lip, her nose tinged with sorrow. In such a feudal era, to find a family that wholeheartedly protects her, how could she bear to let them down or watch the Song family decline? They could not bear her suffering, and neither could she. Elder brother, rest assured, I shall be fine. Granny Du stood at the palace entrance, urging, Lady Xiao, we must hurry. If we delay, we shall miss the evening banquet. Only then did Song Yaozhi bid farewell to Song Qinghe and step toward the palace. After taking only a few steps, another carriage halted beside her. Isn't this Miss Song? A clear male voice called out, as a pair of fair hands lifted the curtain, revealing Xin Qi's face. Upon seeing him, Granny Du immediately bowed. This servant pays her respects to His Royal Highness. Hearing Granny Du's voice, Song Yaozhi knelt to pay her respects. But before she could fully lower herself, Xin Qi interjected, Miss Song need not be so formal. I greatly admire your poetic talent and hold you in high esteem. It would be an embarrassment for you to bow to someone as ordinary as myself. Let us dispense with such formalities in the future. Song Yaozhi was momentarily taken aback, expressing her gratitude to His Royal Highness before rising. Are you also attending the family banquet?
Xin Qi inquired.
Indeed, Song Yaozhi replied with a nod. Coincidentally, I am also attending. Why not accompany me? I can take the carriage inside today, Xin Qi offered. Song Yaozhi regarded Xin Qi's handsome face and found his proposal perplexing. What was this prince trying to accomplish? Did he wish for her to straddle two boats? Surely the royal family should not indulge in such recklessness. No, thank you. Your Highness, I prefer to walk, she replied, stepping aside. Xin Qi studied her for a long moment before suddenly smiling and stepping down from the carriage. In that case, I shall accompany you for a while. Song Yaozhi hesitated, and Granny Du's expression shifted, visibly distressed as she looked at Xin Qi. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has been waiting for you in the palace. Perhaps you should take the carriage to see her sooner. She would surely be delighted. Did I ask for your opinion? Xin Qi shot a glance at Granny Du, silencing her, who stammered an apology. Your Highness, I spoke out of turn. There shall be no next time, he replied before turning back to Song Yaozhi, his expression softening. Miss Song, let us be on our way. Song Yaozhi responded. Since your Highness is so intent on walking, how about this? You walk ahead, and I shall take your carriage. Upon hearing this, Xin Qi gazed at her, chuckling. Why do you fear me? Am I some sort of monster? Xin Qi was courteous and amiable, making one feel as if basked in a gentle spring breeze. Yet, as a prince, he held immense power. Managing to maintain such demeanor was indeed extraordinary. Song Yaozhi smiled, saying, As long as your Highness is not concerned about my reputation. Such gossip is mere idle chatter. Who truly takes it to heart? I believe Miss Song possesses a heart of virtue, Xin Qi replied, leading the way. As they walked, Xin Qi inquired, I heard that yesterday General Ziqian visited the Prime Minister's residence to escort you home, but you declined? Song Yaozhi forced a smile. General Xiao merely came to pay a visit. Xin Qi chuckled. So, Miss Song has firmly decided to part ways with Ziqian? His directness caught Song Yaozhi off guard, leaving her speechless. Suddenly, he halted, turning to her. You need not overthink it. I merely admire your poetic talent and wish for you to find true love, one that endures through the years. If you genuinely wish to part with Ziqian, I can assist you. However, I wonder. He paused, his eyes sparkling with mischief. The heart you desire, is it Ziqian's or that of my elder brother? The playful mockery in his gaze betrayed any genuine admiration. After a moment of silence, Song Yaozhi met his gaze earnestly. In truth, I desire His Royal Highness. Xin Qi's expression stiffened in surprise. I wonder if His Royal Highness would be willing to grant Yaozhi that favor? She said, her smile radiant as she gazed at him, as if at someone she had long admired. Xin Qi's smile deepened, should I dare to offer, would you have the courage to accept? Song Yaozhi blinked, responding, "It is not that I lack the courage, but rather that His Majesty forbids me." She nearly suggested they engage in a duel, after all. They were destined to clash in the future. Since she regarded her with a knowing look, "Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. To assist someone as enchanting as you is a privilege I would cherish." If Xin Shi were not so strikingly handsome, she might have been overwhelmed by his flattery. Thankfully, his appearance was so captivating that even if he made a crass remark, she would find it easy to forgive him. Xin Shi fell silent, and Song Yaozhi, amused, followed him in quiet companionship to Xinang Palace. This time, Empress Dowager Luo did not trouble her. Upon her arrival, she was allowed to enter the palace without delay. This was Song Yaozhi's first visit to Xinang Palace. Upon entering, she was greeted by the strong aroma of sandalwood, reminiscent of incense in a bustling temple. If the Empress Dowager is truly bored, she may seek out a few more men for amusement, as long as she avoids being caught like last time. I can turn a blind eye to other matters, Song Yaozhi mused internally. Upon entering the inner chamber, she heard Xin's voice. Her heart raced, realizing the audacity of the tyrant. There was a loud crash as pottery shattered on the floor, and the Empress Dowager exclaimed in anger, "What kind of words are these? His Majesty is my son. Do I not have the right to select a few concubines for you? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Seeing the tense atmosphere, the esteemed eunuch Tong quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, do not be angered. The Emperor has been preoccupied with state affairs and must surely be fatigued." Preoccupied with state affairs? I believe he has been ensnared by certain beguiling individuals. The Empress retorted furiously. At the entrance, Song Yaozhi heard these words and blinked, wondering if they were directed at her. The palace maid outside, noticing Song Yaozhi and Xin Shi's arrival, cautiously entered to announce, "Your Majesty, His Highness the Rui Wang and Madame Xiao have arrived." Xin, seated to the side, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Empress Luo's eyes widened in alarm as she asked, "The Rui Wang has come with that Song Yaozhi?" The maid, perplexed by the Empress's sudden outburst, nodded nervously. Empress Luo nearly choked on her breath, clutching her chest as she gasped for air. Eunuch Tong quickly advised, "Your Majesty, do not fret. It is likely that His Highness merely crossed paths with the Xiao family. Surely, you are aware of the Rui Wang's character, are you not?" Upon hearing this, the Empress's mood lightened slightly. Xin Shi had remained unmarried for many years and had no concubines, displaying a notable disinterest in women. She doubted he would have any further dealings with Song Yaozhi. "Go, summon them in," Empress Luo commanded. The maid promptly complied. Xin Shi discreetly lifted a cup of tea to his lips. When Song Yaozhi received the summons, she stepped inside. Her gaze first fell upon Xin, who held a teacup, his attention directed toward the Rui Wang beside her. At that moment, Song Yaozhi couldn't help but notice how strikingly different the two brothers appeared, despite sharing the same mother. Their facial features bore no resemblance, which was quite astonishing. Suddenly, she felt as though she had overlooked a crucial plot point. Sensing her gaze, Xin's eyes shifted toward her. His expression unusually cold, brows tightly knitted, as if she had committed some grievous offense. The mood was unpredictable. Song Yaozhi lowered her eyes and followed Xin Shi to bow before Empress Luo. "I pay my respects to Mother. I pay my respects to the Empress," she added. Xin Shi stood while Song Yaozhi knelt. Empress Luo did not spare her a glance, instead eagerly gesturing to Xin Shi. "Quick, dispense with the formalities. There is no need for such etiquette here."
"Come, sit down."
Xin Shi nodded and returned the gesture to Xin. "I pay my respects to my elder brother." Xin ignored him, casually placing his teacup on the table. Empress Luo, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, Xin Shi is bowing to you. Did you not see?" Xin turned to Empress Luo. "Song Yaozhi is also bowing to the Empress. Did you not notice?" The kneeling Song Yaozhi felt a jolt in her heart. This man truly knew how to incite her animosity. It was clear he held disdain for the Rui Wang and wished to disregard him. Yet he insisted on redirecting the hostility toward her. Empress Luo, immediately agitated, retorted, "Your Majesty, Song Yaozhi is still the wife of Zi Qian. You should address her as Madame Xiao." Xin Shi, unfazed, replied, "Shall the Empress not allow her to rise? Do you wish for her to kneel here for hours?" Empress Luo gazed at her son, her head pounding with frustration. She cast a glance at the kneeling Song Yaozhi. "Madame Xiao, why do you not rise?" Upon hearing this, Song Yaozhi replied, Thank you, Empress. She stood, striving to diminish her presence. Your Highness, you may dispense with the formalities as well, Xin Qi said impatiently. Thank you. Your Highness, Song Yaozhi responded. Xin Qi observed her standing timidly in the center like a quail, his irritation growing. He stated, Changlu is in the side hall. Fu Lin, take her to Changlu. Just as Fu Lin was about to respond, Empress Luo interjected. At this hour, Ziqian should be arriving shortly. Let him escort her. Xin Qi looked at Empress Luo. Did you not invite Princess Kuro as well? With her by Ziqian's side. Will he have time for her? Then let Princess Kuro take her. It is not for His Majesty to send someone. Empress Luo retorted angrily. She gazed at Song Yaozhi's face, utterly bewildered by why both Xiao Ziqian and Xin Qi were so entangled with her. Mother, allow me to take her. Xin Qi suggested, I wish to speak with Changlu as well. Without waiting for the Empress or Xin's response, he turned to Song Yaozhi. Madame Xiao, let us go. Now he addressed her as Madame Xiao, but she was genuinely grateful that Xin Qi was taking her away. Throughout history, when deities clashed, the innocent suffered. If the conflict between Xin and Empress Luo were to be directed at her, she could only passively endure. It was unfortunate that she was merely a prime minister's daughter and not a prince or princess. She found herself without the means to resist. Even though she was well aware of the fates of the characters within the story. Song Yaozhi bowed to Xin Qi. Thank you, Your Highness. Xin Qi cast her a glance and led her out. Once outside the hall, Xin Qi expressed some regret. I had assumed my elder brother held affection for you. But it seems that is not the case. Song Yaozhi blinked. This humble servant does not comprehend Your Highness's meaning. Xin Qi looked at her pointedly. Your elder brother placed you between himself and the Empress, entirely disregarding your feelings. You wish to part ways with Xiao Ziqian, yet desire his heart? Song Yaozhi felt he had misunderstood something. Your Highness, you may harbor some misconceptions. It is not that I have any aspirations for the Emperor's heart. Our relationship is purely physical. I do not dare to covet the Emperor's affections, as his heart undoubtedly belongs to Consort Shu. I am quite self-aware about this matter. Xin Qi chuckled, seemingly mocking her words. Miss Song, it would be wise for you to remain true to your heart. Historically, the imperial family has been heartless. My elder brother is not a virtuous man. With that, he strode ahead. Song Yaozhi watched his retreating figure, contemplating how this man would one day join forces with Xiao Ziqian to eliminate Xin in the Feishuang Hall. Yet at this moment, he appeared as a benevolent figure full of compassion. If today's benevolence stemmed from genuine empathy, would he not, once seated on the throne, treat her as a mere pawn to be oppressed like Xin? She followed Xin Qi to the side hall, where only Changlu waited. Upon seeing Song Yaozhi, Changlu joyfully rushed over. Sister Yaozhi, you finally arrived. I have been so bored. She grabbed Song Yaozhi's hand.
Sans Qi interjected, Changlu.
Your attention seems solely on Sister Yaozhi. Only then did Changlu notice Xin Qi, fifth brother. You are here too. How did you come with Sister Yaozhi? As she spoke, her eyes lit up, as if she had stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. Goodness.
Changlu gasped.
Covering her mouth and glancing between Xin Qi and Song Yaozhi.
Xin Qi clarified.
I merely brought your sister Yaozhi away from the conflict between my elder brother and the Empress to prevent her from being caught in the crossfire. The light in Chang Li's eyes dimmed momentarily, but she quickly asked, Are my elder brother and the Empress still arguing? How long has it been?
Xin Qi replied.
When have they ever ceased? Chang Li nodded in agreement, indeed. She shook her head, dismissing the topic, and pulled Song Yaozhi to sit on the stool she had just vacated. Sister Yaozhi, come try this rose pastry. It is delightful. After tasting it, Song Yaozhi found it indeed soft and delicious, sweet without being cloying. Sister Yaozhi, soon brother Ziqian will arrive, Chang Lu informed her. Song Yaozhi nodded. I am aware. She wondered if that princess would also make an appearance. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Roer entered the room. Seeing the three of them in the side hall, Lin Roer respectfully greeted them. I pay my respects to His Highness the Rui Wang, to Princess Chang Lu, and to my sister. Rise, since she commanded from a seat. Lin Roer, I am grateful, Your Highness. She gracefully moved her steps and took a seat at the far end, remaining silent. Song Yaozhi, in no mood to acknowledge her, continued conversing with Chang Lu. Before long, Gong Gong Tong approached, stating, Your Highness, Princess, the Empress Dowager has instructed everyone to take their seats as all are gathered. It was only then that they broke the stalemate and followed Gong Gong Tong into the banquet. Today's gathering was a family affair. Thus there was no restriction on seating arrangements based on gender. The seating was quite casual. Song Yaozhi, as the wife of Xiao Ziqian, was seated beside him, while Lin Rower took her place on his left, effectively flanking him. Only he was afforded such a privilege of being surrounded. As she pondered whether to squeeze in next to Changlu, Xiao Ziqian suddenly raised his gaze towards Song Yaozhi. He looked at her coldly, as if to say, "Why are you standing there foolishly? Hurry and come over. Sister Yaozhi, sit beside me." Changlu chimed in, urging Song Yaozhi to join her. When Xiao Ziqian saw Song Yaozhi genuinely moving in that direction, he said in a deep voice, "Song Yaozhi, this is not in accordance with propriety."
Lin Rower,
Seated beside Xiao Ziqian, lowered her head, her eyelashes concealing a profound sense of melancholy. Song Yaozhi was in a quandary when Xin unexpectedly entered, walking in while saying, "It's merely a family banquet. Sit wherever you like." As he spoke, he did not cast a single glance at Song Yaozhi. Yet, she understood this to mean she was permitted to sit wherever she wished, and without a second thought, she settled beside Changlu. Xiao Ziqian clenched his fists, his expression exceedingly dark. Song Yaozhi glanced at him and perceived that Xiao Ziqian's allegiance to Prince Rui, conspiring alongside him, was indeed understandable. Chapter 82. Becoming one of her paramours. Not long after Song Yaozhi took her seat, Xin Qi sat beside her. Changlu, noticing his position, expressed surprise. "Fifth brother, why are you sitting here? This isn't your designated seat, is it?" Xin Qi replied, "The emperor said today is a family banquet, so we can sit freely." Song Yaozhi cast a glance at Xin Qi, who was also looking at her, his dark eyes penetrating her with an aggressive gaze. She could not help but observe Xiao Ziqian's expression, which was notably more irate. If Xin Qi were indeed to become one of her paramours, then Xiao Ziqian's distress would only deepen. Would he contemplate the absurdity of the royal family and decide it would be better to seize the throne for himself? It was a terrifying thought, one she dared not dwell on. At that moment, Empress Dowager Luo also entered. Once she took her seat at the head of the table, everyone bowed to her. "You may rise," she said with a smile. "Now that everyone is present, let us begin." Her gaze swept across all those present, finally landing on Xin Qi and Song Yaozhi. The Empress Dowager's expression changed dramatically. "Cheer. Why are you seated there?" Xin Qi replied calmly, "The emperor said today is a family banquet, so we can sit wherever we please. I noticed no one was here, so I took the seat." The Empress Dowager felt a surge of anger rising within her, her grip on the prayer beads faltering. "Mother, is there a problem with the seat?"
Xin Qi inquired.
The Empress Dowager's lips twitched. She could not articulate that the seat itself was problematic, but Song Yaozhi sitting beside him was indeed a significant issue. "No problem," the Empress Dowager said, then turned to Song Yaozhi. "Song, why are you not sitting with Ziqian? What kind of decorum is this?" Song Yaozhi respectfully replied, "Your Majesty. It was His Majesty who instructed me to sit here." The Empress Dowager's expression darkened further. From his elevated position, Xin Qi cast an unreadable glance at Song Yaozhi. She certainly knew how to shift the blame onto him. "Your Majesty, does it not violate propriety for Song to sit in this position?" The Empress Dowager was nearly beside herself, tightly gripping the prayer beads. Xin Qi casually replied, "When the Empress Dowager accepted a foster daughter and arranged a marriage for Ziqian, did you not consider such things? It is merely a seat. Is it worth such a fuss?" The Empress Dowager's expression twisted, yet she was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lin Rower, hearing this, froze momentarily, burying her head lower, afraid to make any sound that might draw undue attention in such a setting. Xin then coldly declared, "Let us begin dining." This was a clear indication that the matter should not be revisited. The Empress Dowager felt a weight in her chest that could not be released. She remained seated, her face cold, refusing to eat. However, her demeanor was evidently ignored by those around her, who continued to eat and drink without a care, oblivious to her discontent. Especially Changlu and Song Yaozhi, who found an abundance of delectable dishes on the table, most of which were their favorites. They busily indulged while occasionally exchanging whispers. For instance, after eating for a while, Song Yaozhi quietly asked, "Princess, isn't today a family banquet? Why didn't consort Shu come? Is it inappropriate for her to miss such an important occasion?" Changlu shook her head with a smile. "In such circumstances, my brother would never allow her to suffer." Initially puzzled, Song Yaozhi quickly realized the implications. Indeed, with the Empress Dowager present, she would inevitably create trouble, Bringing consort Shu along would only serve to make her suffer. Speaking of such gossip, Chang Lu momentarily paused her meal, whispering to Song Yaozhi, Sister Yaozhi, despite my brother often wearing a cold expression, he actually knows how to care for people. Over the years, he has favored consort Shu exclusively. Whenever ministers or foreign envoys presented valuable gifts, they were first bestowed upon consort Shu. If it weren't for her family's lack of status, my brother would have likely made her empress by now. Upon hearing this, Song Yaozhi felt reassured. This was indeed the narrative she was familiar with. The tyrant and enchanting consort were a match made in heaven. However, I see that my brother seems to treat Sister Yaozhi even better now. After all, you are both beautiful and intelligent, and he has no reason not to favor you. Consort Shu's fortunate days are surely numbered. Chang Lu, observing Song Yaozhi's complex expression, hastily added, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings with that comment. Song Yaozhi smiled quietly and shook her head. She could only be considered an out-of-character side story, far from the official pairing. Utilizing Sin was about all she could manage. Loving the Emperor and being loved by him were equally painful experiences she wished to avoid. Just as they were engaged in their hushed conversation, the hall suddenly filled with the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments. A group of dancers surrounded a graceful young woman, entering with an alluring sway. Song Yaozhi was instantly captivated, watching the woman at the center as she danced, her flowing sleeves creating an enchanting spectacle. Mother has truly lost her mind, Chang Lu suddenly remarked in a whisper to Song Yaozhi. Confused, Song Yaozhi turned to Chang Lu. What is it? Sister Yaozhi, do you know who this woman is?
Chang Lu inquired.
Song Yaozhi shook her head. This is my cousin, Luo Xiaoya, Chang Lu explained, glancing at Sin. Mother wishes for her to serve my brother in the palace. Song Yaozhi's eyes widened. Isn't that a bit inappropriate, marrying close relatives? However, she soon recalled that such unions were not uncommon in ancient times. She then objectively remarked, His Majesty is truly fortunate to have so many beauties surrounding him.
Chang Lu,
looking worried, said, But my brother does not like her. He has rejected her several times. There will surely be trouble today. As she finished speaking, they saw Luo Xiaoya toss her flowing sleeves toward Sin, the fragrant fabric brushing against his nose. This scent was concocted by Luo Xiaoya herself, irresistibly enticing, and she was confident it would linger in one's memory. Yet, Sin remained expressionless. Witnessing this, Song Yaozhi internally cried out, Isn't this just casting glances at a blind man? He can't even smell it. His eyes seemed to gaze into an abyss of uncertainty. Yet, Luo Xiaoya appeared remarkably self-assured as she gracefully approached, boldly reaching out to brush against Sin in front of the gathered crowd. Sin cast a glance her way and smiled. He was undeniably handsome, and that smile was utterly bewitching, captivating Luo Xiaoya in an instant. However, the next moment, a long sword was pointed directly at her face. In response to her terrified expression, the cold tip of the blade lifted her chin. Your Majesty, what are you doing?
Put the sword away, at once.
Do not harm Xiaoya. The Empress Dowager's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Sin regarded Luo Xiaoya with an amused expression and coldly inquired, Cousin, what is your intention in approaching me? Do you seek to assassinate me by standing so close? Chapter 83. I am unadorned, so are you? Luo Xiaoya was rendered speechless. Her fear-stricken gaze fixed on Sin. She was drenched in cold sweat, wanting to shake her head but fearing that the sword pressed against her chin might slice her throat, leaving her frozen in place. Her voice trembled as she stammered, And no, I have no such intention. Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager raised her voice in an attempt to intervene. Yet, it seemed that Sin's irritation was piqued by her outburst, causing the sword's tip to graze Luo Xiaoya's neck, a thin line of crimson oozing forth. In a panic, Luo Xiaoya shut her eyes and cried out, Aunt, help me. Why are you screaming so loudly? It's unbearable, Sin said, lightly tapping the sword against Luo Xiaoya's cheek. If you scream again, I may just slice your face. His tone lacked any menace, almost casual, as if discussing mundane matters. Seated below, Song Yaozhi observed the scene. Taking a sip from her teacup, her gaze laden with unspoken implications. She caught a glimpse of Sin's madness. Cousin, did the Empress Dowager send you? Or did you come of your own accord? Sin asked Luo Xiaoya. A tear fell from the corner of her eye as she cast a fearful glance at Sin before turning to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's expression was grim, her brows knitted tightly. Your Majesty, is it not excessive to treat Xiaoya this way? After all, she is your cousin. You should lower your sword. Whom was the Empress Dowager addressing? Sin's gaze swept toward her. When the Empress Dowager met Sin's icy stare, her heart sank.
Indeed.
He was no longer her eldest son but the reigning emperor, the ruler of the realm. She fidgeted with the prayer beads in her hand, suppressing her rising agitation, and spoke with remarkable calmness. Your Majesty, Xiaoya was summoned by me to perform a dance at the family banquet. She momentarily lost her composure, and I apologize on her behalf. Do you take me for a fool?
Sin retorted.
The Empress Dowager's lips twitched. She had long sought to place Luo Xiaoya within the palace, and today, Sin was determined to clarify matters. No woman from the Luo family shall step into the palace. He tossed the sword onto the table with a resounding clang, causing Luo Xiaoya to collapse in fright. Sin looked at her mockingly. Especially someone like my cousin, who flaunts herself in public. If she were to enter the palace, there wouldn't be room for even a tomcat. Upon hearing this, the already pale Luo Xiaoya turned ghostly white, her painted lips devoid of color. The Empress Dowager's face darkened. She understood that Sin's words were not aimed at Luo Xiaoya but at her. Sin had never shown her any kindness. But to do this before so many witnesses was a direct affront. The Empress Dowager tightened her grip on the prayer beads, which suddenly snapped, scattering the beads across the floor. Silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the sound of beads rolling on the ground. After a long pause, the Empress Dowager smiled. My son has truly grown. She turned her gaze to the prostrate Luo Xiaoya and instructed the steward, help Xiaoya up and escort her out of the palace. The steward immediately complied. After issuing her command, the Empress Dowager suddenly turned her attention to Song Yaozhi. Xiao Song, I hear you have been residing in the Prime Minister's manor daily of late. Indeed, Your Majesty, Song Yaozhi replied. The Empress Dowager glanced at the scattered beads and addressed Song Yaozhi. Since you have no pressing matters, why not remain in the palace today and help me restring these beads? It could serve as a means of self-cultivation. Your Majesty certainly knows how to keep me occupied, not allowing me a moment's respite, Song Yaozhi remarked. However, I fear I cannot remain in the palace today to assist you. My elder brother is waiting for me at the palace gates, so I must leave after dining. I cannot tarry, or he will grow anxious. The Empress Dowager glared at Song Yaozhi, her expression darkening. Xiao Song, are you attempting to use the Prime Minister's manner to intimidate me? Do you think I am afraid? She shouted in fury. Isn't your anger indicative of fear? Song Yaozhi retorted, her voice steady. After a moment of silence, she respectfully rose and approached the center of the hall, kneeling before the Empress Dowager. I have no such intention. Your words truly humble me, Your Majesty. The general regards you as a mother, and I, too, consider you as such. I would gladly serve you. If you truly lack a companion, I would be willing to stay, not just for a day but for a lifetime, even to shave my head and become a nun to accompany you in your twilight years. I am unadorned, so are you. Let us see who can endure longer. She then turned to Xiao Ziqian and said, General, you and the princess should cherish your time together. I shall remain in the palace to accompany the Empress Dowager. Xiao Ziqian's expression darkened. You wish to stay in the palace with the Empress Dowager? He spat through clenched teeth. What filial piety do you possess towards her? He could see through her intentions. She merely sought to remain close to Sin. Song Yaozhi was taken aback and earnestly defended herself. Of course. The Empress Dowager has requested me to stay. General, please do not misunderstand. Listening to Song Yaozhi's words, the Empress Dowager felt a sharp pain in her head. This Song Yaozhi spoke with such nonsensical bravado. While claiming to serve her, there was not a shred of respect or reverence in her tone. She sounded just like Sin, each word dripping with mockery. Since your elder brother is waiting for you, you should finish your meal and leave at once. Do not keep him waiting. The Empress Dowager said coldly. What shall become of the beads? Song Yaozhi asked, glancing at the scattered prayer beads. That is not for you to worry about. The Empress Dowager shot her a glare that could pierce. It was as if, should Song Yaozhi utter another word, she would not hesitate to take her head. Very well. I thank you for your consideration, Your Majesty, Song Yaozhi replied. As she spoke, she noticed the Empress Dowager rolling her eyes at her. Song Yaozhi realized that she had likely angered the elderly woman greatly. Just as she was about to ask if she could rise, the Empress Dowager interjected, Xiao Song. You and Ziqian are indeed husband and wife. You may stay at the Prime Minister's manor for a few more days, but do not linger too long, otherwise, rumors may spread. Ah, so that is the purpose of today, Song Yaozhi sighed. Your Majesty, Please do not be angry. I truly cannot comply with this request. The Empress Dowager slammed her hands on the table twice, her temper clearly fraying. Song Yaozhi, what are you trying to achieve? Do you not realize how people are speaking about you outside? Do you truly wish to become a calamity to the nation? Song Yaozhi innocently replied, Your Majesty, I am genuinely thinking of the general. Xiao Ziqian glared at her, his eyelids twitching violently. He sensed that her next words would not be favorable. In truth, the lady moved out of the general's residence to make way for the general and the princess. The Empress Dowager was aware that the lady and the general had not been blessed with children, which filled her with immense guilt. She understood that the fault lay solely with her, and not the general. Therefore, upon hearing of the general's marriage to the princess, she felt a surge of joy, for finally, there would be someone to carry on the general's lineage. Without delay, she consulted a fortune-teller. Song Yaozhi turned to the Empress Dowager, asking if she knew what the fortune-teller had said. The Empress Dowager frowned. What? Song Yaozhi, filled with excitement, exclaimed that the fortune-teller had warned that her presence in the general's residence would hinder the general's ability to have offspring, which was utterly unacceptable. How could she be the cause of such a transgression? Thus, on the day of the general's wedding, she hastily vacated the residence, intending to return once they had children. Song Yaozhi, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Ziqian glared at her, incredulous that he and Lin Rower could possibly have children. Song Yaozhi innocently replied, General, while I may not bear children for you, I certainly will not obstruct the princess from doing so. I believe our childlessness is not your fault, but entirely mine. Xiao Ziqian nearly suffered a heart attack. Chapter 84. Haven't you kneel enough? Xin sat in a high position, mockingly observing Song Yaozhi as she spouted her nonsensical claims. Her tongue was indeed venomous. She seemed unwilling to relent until Xiao Ziqian and the Empress Dowager spoke directly about her residing in the Prime Minister's residence. The expression on the Empress Dowager's face was complex. She felt Song Yaozhi was speaking absurdities, yet she worried that if it were true, allowing her to return to the general's residence could ruin the family's prospects. The Empress Dowager glanced at Song Yaozhi, who appeared respectful and obedient. Yet an unsettling thought crossed her mind. A barking dog doesn't bite. Whether Song Yaozhi was merely hiding her capabilities or truly foolish, her words in such a setting were far from trivial. The affairs of the Xiao family should not be so openly discussed. It would not bode well for either you or Ziqian if word got out, the Empress Dowager stated coldly. Since the fortune-teller has spoken, you shall remain in the Prime Minister's residence for now. I believe the princess is capable of bearing children, and it won't be long before you can return to the general's residence. Lin Rower remained silent, her head bowed. Xiao Ziqian wished to speak, but was silenced by a mere glance from the Empress Dowager. I am weary. Let us conclude for today, she said, turning her gaze to Rui Wang. Cheer after dinner. Come to my palace. I wish to speak with you. Since she responded, I will escort mother back to rest. Hearing his filial words, the Empress Dowager finally displayed a hint of a smile, instructing for dinner to be brought to the hall. Song Yaozhi knelt on the ground, watching as Rui Wang assisted the Empress Dowager away, while the frail Luo Xiaoya was also supported by palace maids. The hall fell into sudden silence. Haven't you kneeled enough? Sin's voice rang out from the front. I have, she replied, rising from the ground and retreating to her previous seat. Chang Lo hurriedly massaged her legs upon her return. Sister Yaozhi, are you all right? I'm fine. I'm used to it, Song Yaozhi replied nonchalantly.
Chang Le whispered, Sister Yaozhi.
Is it really his fault that you and Brother Ziqian have no children? Song Yaozhi replied, Princess, we shouldn't gossip about such matters in front of the main parties. You might get scolded. Who would dare scold this princess? Chang Lo retorted, though she noticed Xiao Ziqian's displeased expression and fell silent. Xiao Ziqian was eager to question Song Yaozhi about her fabrications, but with the emperor present, it was not an appropriate setting for such discussions. He could only suppress his words and direct his gaze fiercely at her. Meanwhile, Xin sat at a high position, leisurely enjoying his meal, showing no signs of his earlier violent actions. Once dinner concluded, Xin finally departed. In the hall remained only Xiao Ziqian, Lin Roa, Song Yaozhi, and Chang Lo. Having finished her meal, Song Yaozhi bid farewell to Chang Lo, saying, I must leave the palace. My elder brother is waiting for me outside. Chang Lo, eager for gossip, quickly responded, Sister Yaozhi, I'll go with you. Let us leave the palace together. Very well, they agreed, departing together. Song Yaozhi, wait. Xiao Ziqian rose to follow.
Lin Ruea.
Noticing this, rushed after them. However, when she saw Song Yaozhi resolutely walking ahead, she bit her lip and pretended to trip, falling to the ground. Servants hurriedly rushed to assist her, causing Xiao Ziqian to pause and turn back. Seeing Lin Rower on the ground, he instinctively approached, offering his hand to help her up. "Are you all right?" Lin Rower shook her head in embarrassment, urging him to pursue his sister. "Do not worry about me. I merely twisted my ankle. It's nothing serious." Xiao Ziqian glanced at her ankle, his brow furrowed. After a moment of internal conflict, he resignedly picked Lin Rower up. "Aren't you going to chase after your sister?"
she asked.
"Really, you needn't bother with me." He shook his head. "What good would it do to chase? It would only give her the chance to berate me further. I shan't pursue her." At that moment, Xiao Ziqian understood that engaging with Song Yaozhi was futile. He felt a moment of confusion. Realizing that despite knowing he would be scolded, he still wanted to understand why she spoke so foolishly. What madness! After exiting the hall, Song Yaozhi intended to leave with Changlo, who was eager to gossip. However, upon reaching the palace gates, she found herself separated from Song Yaozhi. Stunned, she immediately turned back to search for her. Feline, who was following closely behind Changlo, hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Princess, Miss Song will return shortly. You should head back first." Changlo was taken aback by his words, and her eyes widened in surprise as she covered her mouth. "Goodness, Feline, is it the Emperor?" Feline did not respond directly but urged, "Princess, the night is deep and the dew is heavy. You should return to the residence to rest." Chang Li's eyes sparkled with delight, and she nodded eagerly. "Oh, you should have told me sooner, Feline. Had you mentioned it earlier, I wouldn't have asked. In that case, I shall take my leave now." Feline wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved, and said, "I humbly escort the princess." Chapter 85. Life and Death Together. "Do you think it's false?" Song Yaozhi was carried into the Flying Frost Hall. Once inside, she confidently strode forward, expecting Sin to be waiting for her, as usual, in disheveled attire. However, today, he was impeccably dressed, standing inside with a bow and arrow in hand, drawing back the string towards a target hanging on the wall. Alas, no sight of a beautiful physique. Upon noticing her entrance, Sin did not release the arrow, suddenly easing his grip and remarking, "You have become so bold that you do not kneel even before me." Song Yaozhi quickly knelt, replying, "How could that be? I was merely awestruck by your majesty's regal presence and momentarily forgot to kneel. I beg your forgiveness." "Rise," Sin said, dismissing her flowery words, knowing none of it was sincere. As she stood, Song Yaozhi glanced at a nearby table, searching for a dagger and a worm, but found nothing. "What are you searching for?"
Sin inquired.
"Your Majesty, you summoned me here to draw blood, did you not?" "I was looking for a dagger," she explained.
Sin chuckled.
"You are quite eager. I have not commanded you to draw blood, yet you are already prepared." "Your Majesty, my elder brother is still waiting outside. Hasn't he eaten yet? Please allow me to finish quickly so I may return home," Song Yaozhi implored. "No need for that. I have already sent Feline to inform your brother to return," Sin replied. A wave of anxiety washed over Song Yaozhi, uncertain of what Sin intended to put her through tonight. "Why must one work overtime in ancient times? What does your Majesty wish for me to do?" she asked, smiling. Sin looked at her and handed her the bow, saying, "Step over here and shoot an arrow for me to see." He seemed to exhibit a touch of madness. "Your Majesty, I do not know how to shoot," she protested. "Draw back the string and aim at the target. It's that simple," he instructed. With a forced smile, Song Yaozhi gazed at the bow in his hands. After a brief moment of silence, she reached out to take the bow, but its weight was overwhelming, causing her to struggle to lift it. She quickly wrapped her arms around it to prevent it from crashing to the ground. Sin laughed, visibly amused by her embarrassment. "Your Majesty, I truly cannot. I possess no strength," she said, her expression one of resignation. "Come here," Sin instructed, stepping back 2 paces. Uncertain of his intentions, Song Yaozhi hesitantly approached the spot where he had just stood, still clutching the bow. Before she could inquire what she was to do, Sin suddenly enveloped her from behind, grasping her hand and guiding her to lift the bow, placing an arrow against it. "Use your eyes to see where the center of the target is," he whispered in her ear. Taken aback, she glanced at the target ahead and said, "It's slightly to the left." Adjusting with Sin's support, she aligned the arrow tip with the center of the target. Once she was satisfied, Sin seemed to comprehend her intent, pulling back the bowstring and releasing the arrow, which struck the target dead center. He released her and reclaimed the bow, looking toward the target and asking, did it hit? Yes, Song Yaozhi replied. An oppressive silence followed. She had assumed that after the previous incident of bloodletting, Sin's vision might be unaffected, given that he had shown no signs of distress in subsequent encounters. However, at this moment, she realized that his eyesight had indeed deteriorated. Your Majesty, she hesitated to speak. Speak your mind, he urged. Are you blind? Sin laughed, glancing at her. Do you truly believe I am blind? Despite his imposing stature, Song Yaozhi met his gaze with unflinching calmness, dismissing any notions of imperial intimidation. At that moment, she recognized that not only was Sin blind, but he also lacked taste and smell. The next senses to falter would likely be hearing, leaving him a half-diminished being. After a lengthy contemplation, Song Yaozhi asked gravely, Your Majesty, may I pose a question? Is there anything you hesitate to ask? She nodded, then recalled that he could not see her affirmation, so she declared firmly, Indeed, there is. Sin, pausing for a moment, regarded her with a teasing glint in his eye. I am not entirely blind. You are close enough for me to see you nod. Oh, Song Yaozhi thought to herself, so he is akin to someone with severe myopia? What do you wish to inquire? Sin prompted. She finally spoke. I wish to say, since we are now bound together in life and death. If 2 months pass and the insects within you remain unresolved and you are defeated by them, what will become of me? Sin regarded her for a long moment, then chuckled. You wish to ask if, should I perish from these insects, you too would die, correct? What a skillful way to phrase it. She truly has a way with words. Song Yaozhi nodded. You certainly would perish, he stated, leaving her momentarily stunned. Life and death together, Song Yaozhi. Do you think this is a jest? Sin leaned closer, his expression filled with mockery. Regretting it now. After a prolonged silence, she shook her head. I do not regret.
Nor should I.
Had she not allowed the insect to bite her that day, she would not have lived to this moment. Then, Your Majesty, did you summon me to reveal a method to rid us of these insects? Song Yaozhi inquired, believing he must have a purpose beyond mere idle chatter. Chapter 86. My relationship with Your Majesty is pure. Sin acknowledged her question with a simple He retrieved an arrow from a nearby quiver, knocking it to the string, aiming at the target. However, his aim was off, the arrow tip straying far from the target. Upon noticing this, Song Yaozhi was about to caution him when he suddenly adjusted his aim, aligning the arrow tip with the center of the target and releasing it. Did it hit? Sin asked. As Song Yaozhi observed the arrow strike true, she marveled at his memory, nodding. It hit the center. It was no wonder no one had yet realized his eyesight was failing. Hearing her response, Sin then placed his bow down and sat leisurely in a nearby chair. Addressing her with a relaxed demeanor, in a couple of days, Miss June's master will enter the palace to treat my ailment. You will need to accompany me for a few days. Turning to him, Song Yaozhi asked, Your Majesty, this treatment, it isn't a matter of exchanging life for life.
Is it?
Such a transaction was not uncommon. Sin looked at her, his half-blind gaze carrying a fierce intensity. Song Yaozhi met his gaze, her expression one of apprehension. You truly intend to use my life in exchange? Sin laughed. What is going on in that head of yours, Song Yaozhi? Confused, she awaited his clarification. You are well aware that our fates are now intertwined. If you were to die, could I possibly survive? Even if it meant exchanging lives. It would be impossible to trade yours. Upon hearing this, Song Yaozhi finally exhaled in relief. After a brief moment, she realized that Sin was still gazing at her. And she wondered why he, being partially blind, continued to fixate on her. Thus, Song Yaozhi boldly inquired, Your Majesty, is there nothing else regarding this matter?
Sin replied.
What else do you wish for? Without waiting for her answer, he added, with a hint of a smile. Shall you explain why so many outside are spreading rumors about our alleged affair? Song Yaozhi looked at him in surprise. Is that so? How did I remain unaware of this? Are there indeed such rumors circulating? Your Majesty, you must quickly find a way to put an end to these baseless tales. I cannot allow them to tarnish my reputation. Do you still possess a reputation?
Sin retorted sarcastically.
Innocently, Song Yaozhi nodded. Isn't my relationship with Your Majesty entirely pure?
Ha!
Sin scoffed, ignoring her further. Song Yaozhi blinked and, sensing the atmosphere, chose to remain silent. Soon after, a voice from outside broke the tension. Your Majesty, the Imperial Kitchen has sent over the nourishing soup. May I come in? Stealing a glance at Sin, Song Yaozhi pondered. Given that his physical ailment was primarily due to the poison of the insects, He surely could not be in such a frail state to require a nourishing soup at his young age. Was something amiss?
Ah,
She recalled from the original story that although Tsin favored the consort, they had not produced any offspring.
oh, dear.
It seemed she had stumbled upon something significant.
Come in.
Tsin commanded, oblivious to Song Yaozhi's thoughts. As Fu Lin entered, he caught sight of the tray in his hands and exchanged a knowing glance.
Fu Lin immediately understood.
Placing the tray on the table nearest to Song Yaozhi, he respectfully addressed her, Miss Song. This soup is best enjoyed while still warm. Please do have a taste. Suddenly called by name, Song Yaozhi froze, her emotions a tumultuous mix. Is this for me? Indeed, it was personally ordered by His Majesty from the Imperial kitchen. Fu Lin responded. Tsin furrowed his brow, warningly calling Fu Lin's name. Fu Lin promptly smiled and fell silent, retreating outside. Once he departed, the room was left with just the two of them. Song Yaozhi stared at the bowl of nourishing soup, hesitant to move. What are you standing there for? Afraid I might poison you?
Tsin inquired.
She shook her head, moving to the table and, under Tsin's gaze, ladled the soup into a fine white jade bowl. Taking a sip, she found the soup to be flavorful and aromatic, quite palatable for a nourishing concoction. After a few more sips, she declared, Your Majesty's kindness will be forever etched in my heart. I shall always be grateful and never forget. Hearing her words, Tsin let out a cold laugh. Song Yaozhi, could you perhaps employ a more subtle approach in your attempts to test me? With his half-blind eyes, he scrutinized her from head to toe, pondering what merit she possessed to warrant his affection. Yet, even in a blurred silhouette, he could not utter such insincere words. It was undeniable that Song Yaozhi was beautiful, but she must not presume that her beauty granted her unbridled freedom. Even if he had other intentions, her reaction suggested she viewed him as a formidable threat, repeatedly reminding him of her marital status and urging him to reconsider his feelings. Song Yaozhi, should I truly harbor feelings for you, rest assured that even your marriage would not deter me from bringing you into the palace. My restraint signifies my lack of such intentions. Cease your little schemes, for your calculations are too transparent. Tsin spoke with irritation. Ah, she replied, hastily drinking the soup. Once I finish, I shall take my leave, Tsin added. Upon hearing this, she disregarded the spoon and gulped down the entire bowl. Tsin watched her actions, his frustration mounting. Wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, Song Yaozhi addressed him. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now. Tsin averted his gaze, unwilling to look at her any longer, even though he could barely make out her face. Sensing his disinterest, Song Yaozhi quickly slipped away. Fu Lin stood outside, surprised to see her emerge so soon. Miss Song, are you leaving already? Yes, she nodded. By the way, Fu Gonggong, has my elder brother returned? Could you kindly arrange a carriage to escort me home? Snapping back to reality from his astonishment at her quick exit, Fu Lin replied, A carriage has already been prepared for you, miss. I shall escort you. Joy lit up Song Yaozhi's face. Thank you, Fu Gonggong. Fu Lin, delighted by her amiable demeanor, responded respectfully, You are too kind, miss. It is my duty. The consort had just heard from the Imperial kitchen that His Majesty had ordered the nourishing soup, perhaps intending to summon someone for the night. She immediately gathered her attendants and headed towards the Fei Shuang Palace. Since her previous unauthorized entry into the Fei Shuang Palace had resulted in punishment for the palace staff, and the guards had been entirely replaced, she could not approach without Tsin's permission. Therefore, she had to wait outside. After a considerable time, her attendants urged her, Your Highness, perhaps His Majesty is weary tonight and will not summon anyone. The consort clenched her fists, shaking her head. His Majesty dined with the Empress Dowager this evening. His mood must be foul, and he will surely summon someone for the night. This has been his pattern after dining with the Empress Dowager. It is unreasonable for him to suddenly change. Just as she finished speaking, a graceful figure emerged from the Fei Shuang Palace. The consort's eyes widened. Which palace does she belong to? She whispered, her voice tight with tension. One of her attendants rushed to look, but none could identify the person. As the figure drew nearer, the consort could see her more clearly. Song Yaozhi. She seethed through clenched teeth. Chapter 87. You are an expert in raising men in Sinang Palace. Empress Dowager Luo knelt on a mat, holding 3 incense sticks, and sincerely bowed 3 times to the Buddha statue within the palace. Once she completed her prayers, she opened her eyes and handed the incense to the ever-ready Gonggong Tong beside her. He promptly placed the incense into the burner. Xin Shi assisted the Empress Dowager to her feet. Mother, you have been fasting and praying all day. You must eat more nourishing food. The Empress Dowager chuckled softly. Young Mama's 7th day has yet to pass. I must honor her memory by observing a few more days of vegetarianism. As she spoke, she settled onto a soft couch, sighing. Ever since I entered the palace, young Mama has always been by my side for decades. I had intended to let her leave the palace in a few years to enjoy a better life, but alas. Xin Shi, lowering his eyelashes, replied solemnly, Mother. I had no other choice at that time. Had she lived, my brother would have pursued the matter relentlessly. I bear you no ill will. It is merely that I feel a lingering sadness within me, the Empress Dowager confessed, recalling the past events with a surge of anger.
Kia?
Have you managed to uncover how that fire started? She inquired. On the day of the hunt, had it not been for that fire, the absence of Commander Liu during his watch would not have been discovered, nor would Deputy General Zhai have found Commander Liu in her tent. To silence the gossip and keep Sin's mouth shut, she had no option but to sacrifice young Mama and Commander Liu. It was imperative that no one discovered her connection with Commander Liu, and she replied, There has been no progress in the investigation thus far. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. Why has there been no progress? The fire was so peculiar. A blaze of such magnitude ignited within an empty tent and burned for so long without a single casualty. It is indeed suspicious. Many were at the bonfire gathering organized by Chang Le, and when the fire broke out, no one was present in the tent. With a soft voice, Xin Shi remarked that he had already sent someone to investigate, and there was truly nothing suspicious. If the Empress Dowager did not believe him, she could verify it again. Upon hearing this, Empress Dowager Luo's eyelids twitched slightly. Suddenly smiling, she grasped Xin Shi's hand and said, What are you saying, my dear Qi? How could your mother doubt you? I am merely overly saddened and a bit overly concerned. Xin Shi poured a cup of tea from the green jade teapot and handed it to Empress Dowager Luo, softly advising, Mother should take good care of herself. He stood behind her, gently massaging her forehead, reminding her to pay more attention to her health. Empress Dowager Luo nodded slightly and smiled, saying, You are indeed thoughtful, Qi. Xin Shi smiled without further comment. After Xin Shi departed, Empress Dowager Luo sat in her palace, deep in thought for a while, then spoke to eunuch Tong. Little Tong, convey a message to Lord Zhang. Instruct him to thoroughly investigate who suggested the bonfire party to Changle on the night of the hunt. I know Changle's character well. She would never conceive such an idea. She was uncertain whether she was overthinking. But she had always been like this, better to err on the side of caution than to overlook something. She never believed in coincidences. Upon returning to the residence, Song Yaozhi found her family waiting for her. Seeing her return, they sighed in relief but did not ask any questions, allowing her to rest. The next morning, Song Yaozhi summoned Qingwu and Songlu to her side. I remember there are several shops among my dowry, correct? Qingwu nodded, having counted them herself back then. Song Yaozhi turned to her. Qingwu, do you recall which shops they are and their addresses? I remember, Qingwu replied. Her injury had nearly healed, but she could only hear faint sounds with one ear, often tilting her head to catch Song Yaozhi's words, lest she miss anything. Then lead me there, Song Yaozhi instructed. I intend to reclaim these shops. Were the accounts of these shops handed directly to the general's manor or to me? Qingwu looked at Song Yaozhi in surprise, blinking in confusion, and explained, the accounts were directly handed over to the general's manor. Because you previously said that your belongings are the general's, and the general's are also yours. You do not distinguish between the two. Hearing this, Song Yaozhi nearly choked on her indignation. Not distinguishing, she thought. How generous of her. Just with Xiao Ziqian's meager assets. He would certainly prefer that I not distinguish between us. Lin Wan's initial concern of shortchanging Song Yaozhi had led to an extravagant dowry. So much, so that the whole capital was abuzz with discussions about the chancellor's wedding gifts. Yet, this sister had filled the general's manor with it all. Though Song Yaozhi had braced herself for this, she still clutched her heart, feeling as if she had lost a fortune. Miss, are you all right? Qingwu hastily inquired, noticing her distress. Song Yaozhi waved her hand dismissively. I am fine. You go tidy up. We are going directly there. Though Qingwu harbored doubts, she dared not question further. Recently, Songlu had shared much with her, and after having endured a beating from Mama Yang, she no longer acted as she once did. She merely responded affirmatively and returned to her room to prepare before leading Song Yaozhi onward. The shops in the chancellor's dowry had all been the finest in the family. The first shop Qingwu led her to was situated at the bustling southern market entrance, a jewelry store. Despite its prime location, the foot traffic was scarce. Song Yaozhi asked Qingwu, "Are all the shops my mother gave me managed by people from the General S manor?" Qingwu nodded in affirmation. A sigh escaped Song Yaozhi's lips as she entered the store with Qingwu and Songlu. The shopkeeper glanced at them from the counter but, due to the backlighting, failed to recognize their faces and casually remarked, "Feel free to look around if you wish to buy something." Qingwu was incensed by the shopkeeper's attitude and almost stepped forward to reprimand him, but was restrained by Songlu. "Don't," Songlu signaled her with a shake of her head. Qingwu bit her lip, suppressing her anger. As Song Yaozhi surveyed the shop, she noted the meager selection of jewelry, which seemed outdated. Even she, with minimal knowledge of such items, recognized that the styles had long fallen out of fashion. The entire store exuded an air of desolation. "Is this all you have?" Song Yaozhi inquired. "No new arrivals?" None, the shopkeeper impatiently replied. "If you want to buy, then buy. If not, please leave." Advancing a few steps, Song Yaozhi approached the counter, addressing the shopkeeper coldly. "What kind of business is it to chase away customers? If you do not wish to conduct trade, perhaps you should cease operations altogether." The shopkeeper was about to glare at her to warn her to mind her own business. But upon seeing her face, his eyes widened. "Miss you, how have you come here? Please take a seat." His demeanor shifted instantaneously as he flattered her from behind the counter, inviting her to sit on a nearby chair. Song Yaozhi ignored his pleasantries and directly asked, "How long have you been working here?" The shopkeeper wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stammered, "In response to your question, miss, I have been here for nearly 10 years. Then you, as a person from the Chancellor's manor, have not been replaced by the General's manor? For these 10 years, have you been running the shop in this manner?" Song Yaozhi inquired coldly. Hearing this, the shopkeeper fell to his knees before her, pleading, "Miss, please do not be angry. I have no choice in this matter." Song Yaozhi leisurely settled into the chair beside her, lifting her gaze to the kneeling man, chin slightly raised, and asked lightly, "I am giving you an opportunity to explain yourself. Speak." The shopkeeper, trembling in fear, recalled having seen Song Yaozhi a few times before. After this shop became part of her dowry, she had visited once more, but at that time, she had barely glanced at him, hastily declaring that all accounts should henceforth be managed by Mama Zhang. She had treated money with utter disregard, like it was nothing significant. Yet today, despite saying little, her mere presence exuded an overwhelming pressure. The shopkeeper quelled his rising panic, thinking to himself that at this age, he had nothing to fear from a young girl, and he had not committed any grave error. He simply needed to speak the truth. With clarity now, the shopkeeper explained to Song Yaozhi, "I did not wish for it to be this way, but I alone manage the shop. I work from dawn until dusk, and Mama Zhang has been withholding my wages, leaving me with no heart to continue managing the store." Song Yaozhi frowned. "Why is there no one else?" "Everyone else has been driven away by Mama Zhang." The shopkeeper cautiously observed Song Yaozhi's expression and, noticing her lack of protection for Mama Zhang, quickly added, "Originally, Mama Zhang intended to expel me as well, but since I was brought in by the lady herself, she feared I would seek out the Chancellor's manor, so she refrained from doing so." Song Yaozhi tapped her fingers thoughtfully on the wooden table. "Then the staff of the other shops in my dowry must have been replaced as well?" The shopkeeper nodded. "To my knowledge, indeed." "Outrageous. The General's manor is truly filled with scoundrels." Qingwu exclaimed indignantly. Song Yaozhi shot her a glance. Qingwu froze. Song Yaozhi admonished, "Qingwu, do you not understand that trouble arises from one's words?" Qingwu bit her lip, feeling remorseful. "Miss, I was wrong. Being wrong is of no use." "It must be corrected," Song Yaozhi softly replied. "If you act in such a manner again, you need not remain by my side in the future." Qingwu's eyes widened, and her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Song Yaozhi did not look at her, but instead turned her attention to the kneeling shopkeeper. "You may rise," she said. "By the way, what is your name?"
"Have forgotten."
The shopkeeper replied, "My surname is Wang, with the given name Zhong." Nodding, Song Yaozhi surveyed the outdated jewelry in the shop and inquired, "Is the state of these pieces also due to Granny Zhang?" The shopkeeper nodded in affirmation. Originally, the business was thriving, but because Granny Zhang insists on collecting debts at the end of each month and fails to pay the workers, it has become difficult. Only after much urging on my part does she settle some payments. Over time, the craftsmen we once collaborated with have become unwilling to work for us. She treats the shop as if it were her own. Song Yaozhi remarked casually, brushing her forehead lightly. You will accompany me to visit other shops shortly. You must know the new shopkeepers in the area. Pick one that you find most disagreeable, the one with the worst temper. Wang Zhong's eyes lit up at her words, and he expressed his excitement. Miss, are you planning to reclaim all the shops? Indeed, Song Yaozhi replied nonchalantly, her expression remaining impassive. She then turned to Qingwu, instructing, Qingwu, please return and fetch the third miss, and bring along more guards from the Prime Minister's residence. I intend to stir up some trouble. Qingwu, who had been feeling distressed over attracting Song Yaozhi's ire, was suddenly invigorated by the command and quickly responded, yes, I will go at once. Song Yaozhi nodded. We shall wait for you here, no rush. Qingwu, her face set with determination, turned and exited with a purposeful stride, as if embarking on an important mission. Once she departed, Wang Zhong hurriedly prepared tea for Song Yaozhi. As Song Yaozhi raised her hand, Song Yaozhi's maid, Song Lu, presented her with a bag of honey dates. With her eyes closed, she munched on the dates while asking Wang Zhong, do you have the account books? Wang Zhong replied, I shall fetch them for you right away. After Wang Zhong retrieved the account books, Song Yaozhi did not even glance at them. She simply directed Song Lu to take them. Upon returning to the Prime Minister's residence, Qingwu immediately sought out Song Minxian. Today, Song Minxian was being compelled by her mother to practice needlework, and Qingwu's arrival was a timely rescue. Although Song Minxian was reluctant to accompany Song Yaozhi, it was preferable to staying at home learning needlework, so she promptly followed Qingwu out. Song Liqiao, who was with her, looked on in surprise, her expression tinged with melancholy. When Qingwu returned to the jewelry shop with Song Minxian and a dozen guards, Song Yaozhi called for Wang Zhong and exited the shop. Wang Zhong led the way directly to the silk shop associated with Song Yaozhi's dowry. The silk shop was located on another street and was flourishing. According to Wang Zhong, it was managed by Granny Zhang's son. His name was Tian Song, and he had grown arrogant, taking advantage of his mother's influence and the protection afforded him as the son of the Prime Minister's daughter, behaving like a tyrant in the area. As Song Yaozhi listened to Wang Zhong recount Tian Song's misdeeds, occupying other shops, driving away competitors, and even being involved in incidents of abduction, she realized that all these matters had gone unpunished, for he had the backing of the military and the Prime Minister's residence. Who would dare intervene? When Song Yaozhi reached the silk shop, the doors were wide open, but the guards outside stopped them. What are you doing? Have you read the sign? This is the Song family silk shop. If you can read, then leave at once. Do you want trouble? The guard shouted. Without batting an eye, Song Yaozhi commanded, charge in. The Prime Minister's guards swiftly advanced, easily dispersing the guards at the entrance, creating a path for Song Yaozhi to enter. The commotion drew the attention of those inside, who rushed out. The shop was managed by a woman dressed provocatively, and upon seeing her, Song Yaozhi thought of the phrase captivating grace. What is the meaning of this? Do you not know where you are? Fan Ruyan, hands on her hips, shouted at Song Yaozhi, which little vixen dares to cause trouble here. Be careful, or I will tear your mouth apart. The nearest guard quickly stepped forward and slapped her, followed by a swift kick to her knee, causing Fan Ruyan to collapse to the ground. The silk shop's guards attempted to intervene, but the Prime Minister's guards brandished their wooden sticks threateningly. Fan Ruyan cried out in pain, her mind racing with doubts. This group did not seem like ordinary troublemakers. Miss, may I ask where Tian Song is? Song Yaozhi inquired. Fan Ruyan stared at her, her eyelashes trembling. Who are you? Did Tian Song get into trouble outside? He hasn't come in today. He might be home sleeping or perhaps at the Red Mansion. I don't know where he is. And whatever he did has nothing to do with me. I am innocent. Song Yaozhi nodded. I did not come to trouble you. It was merely your words that displeased my guards. Fan Ruyan trembled, unsure of Song Yaozhi's identity. Surely someone here knows where Tian Song is? Who can fetch him for me? Those who assist me may remain here and serve, and I will overlook any embezzlement he may have committed over the past 2 years. With a smile that lit up her eyes, Song Yaozhi introduced herself. By the way, I have not introduced myself. My name is Song Yaozhi. At her declaration, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. One guard stepped forward, stammering, I know where Manager Tian is. I will go get him. Song Yaozhi regarded him kindly. Excellent. Please do. The guard rushed to leave. Standing still, Song Yaozhi added lightly, should you dare to alert the general's residence or let Tian Song escape during this opportunity, Know that you will no longer have a place in this capital. The guard trembled, nearly kneeling in fear. Song Yaozhi maintained a calm demeanor, her expression serene. Yet the indifference in her smile evoked trepidation. The guard gulped and promptly assured, "I will return immediately." After he left, Song Yaozhi turned to Fan Ruyan. "Miss, you are in charge here, correct?" Fan Ruyan nodded timidly, cold sweat trickling down her back. "Fetch all the account books for me," Song Yaozhi ordered. Fan Ruyan hesitated for a moment. "Unwilling, are we?" Song Yaozhi said regretfully. Upon meeting her gaze, Fan Ruyan felt a shiver run down her spine. She was no fool and understood that Song Yaozhi had come prepared. Even if she refused to hand over the account books, they would still be submitted to Song Yaozhi once Tian Song returned. "I shall go get them," Fan Ruyan replied. Song Yaozhi nodded. "That is much better for communication." She surveyed the surroundings. The shop was not very large, but its location was undeniably valuable for a silk shop. "Bring out 2 chairs," she instructed the guards who stood idly by. They promptly complied. Song Yaozhi and Song Minxian seated themselves in the center, facing the entrance, ensuring that Tian Song would see them as soon as he arrived. Realizing the situation, Song Minxian turned to Song Yaozhi with excitement. "Elder sister, what are we doing? Are we robbing something?" Song Yaozhi remarked, "This is not theft. It is merely taking." She turned to Song Minxian and said, "I specifically summoned you today to impart a lesson on the nature of power and its oppressive force." Upon recalling Song Yaozhi's demeanor moments prior, a profound yearning flickered in Song Minxian's eyes. Song Yaozhi, arms crossed, waited in silence for Tian Song's arrival. After a considerable time, not only did she wait for Tian Song, but also for Lin Rower. The half-open door of the satin shop was pushed aside, and Lin Rower entered, flanked by Zhang Momo and others, followed by the guard who had just gone out to fetch them, as well as a man bearing a resemblance to Zhang Momo. Leaning against the back of her chair, Song Yaozhi regarded Lin Rower with an indifferent gaze. Lin Rower stepped forward and, upon reaching Song Yaozhi, bowed low, saying, "Rower pays her respects to the lady," no longer daring to call her sister after enduring numerous reprimands. Song Yaozhi did not bid her to rise but instead glanced at Zhang Momo. "Did the princess inform you that I wished to see her, prompting you to bring her to me?" Zhang Momo displayed no modicum of respect towards Song Yaozhi, her chin raised defiantly as she looked down upon her. "This old servant greets the madam, yet I am unaware of the commotion she is causing today." Song Yaozhi laughed softly. I do not appreciate your tone." Turning her gaze towards the guard who had struck Fan Ruyan, she commanded, "Go, strike her. If I do not call for it to cease, it must not cease." The guard immediately complied, stepping forward. Zhang Momo's eyes widened in terror as she recoiled, exclaiming, "Madam, what are you doing?" "I am the general's wet nurse." Lin Rower quickly stood in front of Zhang Momo, saying, "Madam, what are your intentions? What has Momo done?" Song Yaozhi leisurely surveyed Zhang Momo. "Do not think that merely being a wet nurse exempts you. Even if you were Xiao Ziqian's biological mother, I would still dare to strike you today." She addressed the guard again. "Why do you hesitate?" Lin Roa immediately shielded Zhang Momo, insisting, "Madam, you cannot act in this manner." Song Yaozhi smiled at her. "If there is someone obstructing, simply drag her away. I need not instruct you on such matters." The 2 guards promptly seized Lin Roa and pulled her aside. Her maid attempted to intervene, but was also taken away. "You cannot strike me. If you dare to do so, the general will." A loud slap resounded as it struck Zhang Momo's face, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Madam, how could you? Zhang Momo is your husband's wet nurse. Your actions will have consequences," Lin Rower shouted angrily at Song Yaozhi. Song Yaozhi interrupted. "On the day the princess married General Xiao,
it was precisely like this."
She looked at Lin Rower, and amidst the sound of flesh meeting flesh, she added, "The wet nurse beside the empress treated my maid in a similar manner." With a smirk, she continued, "Had you not come today, I might have refrained from striking her. But since you are here, I thought it fitting for you to experience my feelings on that day." As the wheel of fortune turns, Lin Rower, who once wielded power to oppress others, would now understand the meaning of such oppression and the feeling of helplessness. Lin Rower's complexion drained of color, and although she initially struggled, upon hearing Song Yaozhi's words, she suddenly ceased her resistance. Meanwhile, the guard who had rushed out earlier could barely stand, believing he had brought reinforcements, only to find Zhang Momo kneeling and being struck, leading him to despair. Sensing his gaze, Song Yaozhi turned to him and, Noting his pale face, said with a smile to Wang Zhong, "Do you know most of the proprietors in this capital?" Wang Zhong, who had been silently standing at the back, stepped forward upon being called, confirming her inquiry. Song Yaozhi pointed at the man who had just been struck, instructing, "Remember this individual. Inform those proprietors you know that they must not employ him. If anyone insists on using him, say it is my command." Wang Zhong glanced at the man, who looked as though he might weep. Although he felt sympathy, he deemed the man foolish for mistaking a swindler for a gem, choosing to align with a general's concubine lacking any reputable background instead of the legitimate daughter of a minister. Wang Zhong respectfully acquiesced. The man, now trembling, fell to his knees, pleading, "Madam, please show mercy and spare a life. A chance has already been given. You did not accept it." Song Yaozhi sighed. "What a pity. I beg you. I have elderly and young ones depending on me," he stammered. "Silence him," Song Yaozhi commanded softly. A guard promptly approached and, under the man's terrified gaze, rendered him unconscious with a swift blow. The action was decisive and efficient. As for Tian Song, witnessing his mother being struck, he remained silent, trembling in a corner, fearful of drawing attention to himself. "Enough," Song Yaozhi declared, observing the situation had reached its limit, and instructed the guards to cease their actions. Zhang Momo, her face swollen and bruised, slumped to the ground, softly moaning. Song Yaozhi regarded her with amusement and asked, "Momo, do you still discern between auspicious and inauspicious today?" Zhang Momo glared at her, a mixture of fear and resentment in her eyes. Despite her fear of Song Yaozhi's status, she had grown accustomed to her former authority, believing that had Xiao Ziqian been present, Song Yaozhi would not dare treat her in this manner. "How dare I speak of auspiciousness?" Zhang Momo, her face swollen, struggled to articulate her words. Song Yaozhi found her predicament amusing. At that moment, Lin Roa was released, and she hurried to assist Zhang Momo, anxiously inquiring, "Momo, are you all right?" Zhang Momo ignored her, no longer daring to utter a word in front of Song Yaozhi. Lin Roa bit her lip and turned to Song Yaozhi, asking, "Madam, what exactly do you intend to achieve today? Is it merely to strike someone?" She endeavored to project an air of authority, but her origins and experiences limited her. And despite her efforts to assert herself, her words lacked conviction. "I have come to collect debts and, incidentally, to send that man to face justice," Song Yaozhi replied, glancing at Tian Kong. His round face bore a pallid hue, and upon hearing this, he suddenly sprang towards Zhang Momo, grasping her hand tightly. "Mother, please save me." Zhang Momo, naturally pained for her son, stammered, "Madam, what do you mean? Collecting debts? Sending someone to face justice?" Song Yaozhi stated, "Indeed, for creating false accounts and embezzling." She signaled to the guard, "Take him to face justice." Zhang Momo panicked, "You dare? I am the general's wet nurse." This time, the guards disregarded her pleas, forcefully pushing her aside as they dragged Tian Song away. Zhang Momo ran a few steps after them, crying out in despair, realizing she could not impede their actions. She turned to Lin Roer, "Young madam, what will you do?" Under her insistence, Lin Roer called out, "Halt!" Yet no one heeded her. With no other recourse, she turned to Song Yaozhi, "Madam, regardless of what Tian Song has done, we are family. Such matters should be resolved within the family. Your actions will only bring scrutiny upon you and the general's household. What harm could it possibly bring to me?" Song Yaozhi replied with a light laugh, "Pray, enlighten me." She fixed her gaze on Lin Roer, who hesitated, her lips moving but no words emerging. Song Yaozhi regarded her with disdain, finding her utterly tedious. She had grown weary of paying attention to Lin Roer, instead directing her gaze towards Granny Zhang. "Granny, today I shall only examine this household. As for the rest, I hope you will deliver the account books to the Prime Minister's residence tomorrow, including the total earnings from the shops over the years, all to be converted into cash and sent over, preferably without a single discrepancy. I would rather not bring so many people to calculate household accounts, allowing the entire capital to know that the general's residence has devoured my dowry." Song Yaozhi furrowed her brow in distress, contemplating the detrimental impact this would have on the general's residence. Granny Zhang glared at Song Yaozhi, her breath uneven.
Lin Roa clenched her fists, rendered skittleless.
Finally, Song Yaozhi rose from her chair, leisurely adjusting her dress as she addressed the assembly. "I shall take my leave now. You may carry on." Upon finishing her words, the guards promptly ushered Lin Roer and Granny Zhang aside, clearing a path for Song Yaozhi, who, accompanied by Song Minxian, strode out. Only Lin Rower and the others remained, each lost in their thoughts within the courtyard. After a considerable pause, Granny Zhang hastily dashed out without waiting for Lin Rower. Chapter 91. She is too fragile. As Xiao Ziqian returned to the residence, Granny Zhang emerged, wailing as she knelt before him. General, help. Please save Song. She cried out in despair. Xiao Ziqian furrowed his brow, reaching out to assist Granny Zhang to her feet. Granny, please explain what has happened. Take your time. Granny Zhang raised her swollen face to look at Xiao Ziqian. Upon seeing her visage, he was taken aback, his expression reflecting surprise. Preoccupied with worry for her son, Granny Zhang failed to notice Xiao Ziqian's reaction and hurriedly continued. Songa has been taken to the magistrate by the big man. Xiao Ziqian's brow furrowed deeply, pondering for a moment before comprehending her words. Are you saying that Song Yaozhi sent Tian Song to the officials? Granny Zhang nodded frantically. General, please save Song. Why did she suddenly send him to see the officials? Xiao Ziqian inquired. Granny Zhang nervously averted her gaze, stammering, It's just that. The silk shop Songa managed was previously entrusted to me by the big man. I was overwhelmed with work, so I let Songa take charge. But he doesn't know how to manage the accounts. There were some discrepancies, and the big man accused Songa of embezzlement. At this point, Granny Zhang immediately protested loudly. General, you must understand what kind of person Songa is. He wouldn't dare do such a thing. The big man has made a mistake. Hearing this, Xiao Ziqian instinctively felt that this was yet another scheme by Song Yaozhi. Furthermore, the big man insisted that we deliver all the accounts from her dowry shops to the Prime Minister's residence, as well as the profits earned over the years. General, what is she trying to accomplish? Xiao Ziqian scoffed. If she wants it, then let her have it. Do you think I would covet her meager funds? As for Tian Song, the general's residence would cover the debts of the silk shop, and the officials would naturally not pursue further action against him. Granny Zhang need not worry excessively. Granny Zhang, however, grew increasingly anxious. She felt as if she were a grasshopper on a hot pan. General, but the madam is already a member of the general's residence. Her dowry shops are also the property of the general's residence. This money rightfully belongs to the general's residence. How can we simply hand it over to her? Granny Zhang spoke rapidly, her words tumbling over each other. Xiao Ziqian disregarded her protests, asserting her dowry is hers alone, and has nothing to do with the general's residence. Granny, you are to deliver the account books and her earnings to her right away. The general's residence does not lack for that sum. After saying this, he turned to enter the house. Granny Zhang, recalling the accounts from the past 2 years, felt her heart racing. If she were to hand over the true account books to Song Yaozhi, not only would her son be unable to be saved, but she herself would also end up in trouble. Where would she find the funds to repay Song Yaozhi? Clenching her fists, Granny Zhang hurried after Xiao Ziqian, saying with difficulty, General, but previously, the madam said that the funds from her shops could be used by the general's residence. Thus, over these 2 years, the residence has spent a significant amount of her money. If we convert everything into cash, as the madam requested, we simply do not have that much in the treasury at the moment. Xiao Ziqian's eyelids twitched violently. His expression shifted dramatically as he glared at Granny Zhang. The general's residence has spent her money? Granny Zhang trembled under his fierce gaze, stammering, Why yes. Why should we spend our money? Does the general's residence lack for funds? Xiao Ziqian reprimanded. He was particularly sensitive to the rumors that he had married into the Prime Minister's family, that he had gained a tremendous advantage by marrying Song Yaozhi, and that the dowry, which had caused a stir throughout the capital, had ended up in the general's residence's coffers. Each time this topic arose, he felt a surge of anger, rising to refute the notion that he had ever taken a penny of Song Yaozhi's dowry. But now, Granny Zhang had just informed him that the general's residence had indeed spent it. Whatever has been spent, return it all to her. Xiao Ziqian exclaimed angrily. Granny Zhang had never seen Xiao Ziqian so furious. She quickly responded, This old servant will go and tally it up immediately. Xiao Ziqian, with a grim expression, ordered, Ensure that all accounts from the past 2 years are settled before nightfall. Granny Zhang nodded vigorously. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Ziqian found Lin Roa already waiting inside. As he entered, she offered him a cup of warm tea. Husband. Xiao Ziqian did not accept the tea, instead sitting silently in the chair. Lin Rower moved closer behind him, beginning to massage his shoulders. Do not be angry, husband. We will repay the madam for all the funds she has provided. We would never take advantage of her. Xiao Ziqian replied coldly. Used is used. Even if we repay her now, I have still used her money.
Lin Rue gently urged.
But husband and the madam are married. Between spouses, how can it be so clearly divided? The madam must still harbor resentment towards us. That is why she made such a fuss at the silk shop today, to embarrass you. Xiao Ziqian's brow tightened deeply. She made such a scene at the silk shop to demand money? Yes, she brought many guards with her, Lin Rue replied. Xiao Ziqian clenched the armrest tightly, veins protruding on his forehead. Was it her doing that caused Granny Zhang's face to look that way? Lin Rue hesitated for a moment before softly affirming, yes. I wanted to intervene, but the madam had someone hold me back, and I couldn't break free. Did you receive news of her bringing people to the silk shop? And that is why you accompanied Granny Zhang? Xiao Ziqian suddenly asked. Lin Rue, momentarily taken aback, hesitated before nodding in agreement. Xiao Ziqian frowned. With so many guards at the general's residence, why did you not bring any along? Lin Rue froze, her hands, which had been massaging his shoulders, instinctively stopping their motion, her expression betraying a hint of panic. She had considered bringing guards, but ultimately felt that Xiao Ziqian did not appreciate her being as bold and sharp as Song Yaozhi. After a brief pause, she finally said apologetically, I truly did not think to bring guards. After all, I thought we were all family. What kind of scene would it create if we made such a fuss? I was only trying to prevent her from becoming more upset. Even if the madam were to hit or scold me, I could endure it. Xiao Ziqian inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue wash over him. She was indeed too fragile, like a vine that could only survive by clinging to a sturdy tree. In the face of adversity, she only knew how to yield, lacking any capacity for managing affairs. Yet he distinctly remembered that she had not always been so. On the battlefield, when she encountered the bloodied and wounded, she remained composed, tending to their injuries. At that time, though her exterior resembled that of the present, her spine was straight, and her gaze was resolute. She was a healer dedicated to saving lives. Are you angry, husband?
Lin Rue asked softly.
Even at this moment, Xiao Ziqian felt exhausted. Yet he could not express a hint of his frustration, for she could not bear even the slightest manifestation of his anger. She was such a delicate flower, incapable of withstanding his wrath.
No.
Xiao Ziqian spoke gently, attempting to comfort her and urging her not to overthink. He patted the back of her hand. Lin Rue's eyelashes trembled as she lowered her gaze. Chapter 92. To be loyal to the crown until the end? Zhang Mama, accompanied by a group of people, stumbled in with the account books. She fell to her knees with a thud, trembling as she addressed Xiao Ziqian. General, must we truly deliver these accounts to the first madam? She struggled to articulate her words clearly. Xiao Ziqian furrowed his brow, looking at Zhang Mama. What do you mean? Zhang Mama, in a state of anxiety, replied, Our household has had little income in recent years and owes considerable external debts. After the first madam married in, she used the profits from her shop to repay these debts. For the past 2 years, the household expenses have also relied on these funds. Xiao Ziqian's voice turned cold. Whatever sum she contributed, we shall repay her in full. Not a single coin less. Zhang Mama was startled by his tone, her heart racing as she stammered, But what? Xiao Ziqian pressed. Zhang Mama, visibly tense, explained, We lack sufficient funds in our household. Xiao Ziqian's expression darkened. Lack of funds? How much have we used of hers? Zhang Mama signaled to the servant holding the account book, who promptly placed it on the desk beside Xiao Ziqian. She continued, In total, it amounts to nearly 5,000 taels. Xiao Ziqian's face grew grave as he picked up the account book, meticulously scanning each page detailing the household's expenditures, the renovations of the general's residence, the wages of maidservants and guards, and the various tributes to the court. With each page he turned, his countenance deepened in solemnity. Since returning from the border, although the emperor had granted him rewards, they primarily consisted of jewels and an estate outside the city, not cash. Even if he poured every last coin from the household into this financial abyss, it would still fall woefully short. As he read, Lin Rue peered over his shoulder. Upon reaching the page detailing the general's marriage, her heart quivered. The lavish wedding, with its grand sedan chairs and elaborate bridal procession, had been funded entirely by Song Yaozhi's dowry. Lin Rue bit her lip, her face stinging as if struck by a resounding slap. I recall that the general's estate holds a property at Shirley-Pa. Have it sold and converted into cash to repay Song Yaozhi, Xiao Ziqian declared, slamming the account book onto the desk. Even if the price is low, It must be sold quickly. The remaining dowry in the residence must not be touched. Zhang Mama hesitated, but General, that estate at Shirley Po was left by the master. Xiao Ziqian inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he intoned, I said to sell it. Hearing his cold voice, Zhang Mama dared not argue further and promptly replied, this old servant will find someone to handle it at once and ensure the money reaches the Prime Minister's residence within these 2 days. Go, he commanded. Once they had departed, Lin Roa poured a cup of tea for Xiao Ziqian. Husband, have some tea to calm your temper. Xiao Ziqian did not reach for the cup, but quietly urged, you should leave as well. Lin Roa hesitated, her gaze on Xiao Ziqian filled with complexity. She softly acquiesced and carefully exited. With a creaking sound, the door closed behind her. Xiao Ziqian remained seated in the room, and after a prolonged silence, he let out a self-mocking cold laugh. After leaving the silk shop, Song Yaozhi returned home in a carriage with Song Minxian. Inside the carriage, Song Minxian looked at her sister with admiration. Elder sister, you are so impressive just now. I want to be like you when I grow up. Song Yaozhi turned to her and gently stroked Song Minxuan's head. I hope that you will grow to be a person of dignity, unafraid of power, and never bullying others. Song Minxian appeared puzzled. Did you see Lin Roer just now? Song Yaozhi continued. Do you understand why I struck her maid? Song Minxian replied. Yes. Because she once struck Qinggu, your maid. Song Yaozhi nodded. Indeed. Back then, she wielded her influence by relying on the Empress Dowager. And now that she has fallen from grace, I am avenging myself using the Prime Minister's power and the Emperor's support. This is the cycle of fortune. Those who wield power will ultimately be ensnared by it. Therefore, never be complacent. One must leave a path for future encounters. If you choose not to, remember the principle of eradicating threats at their roots. Song Minxian was struck by the chilling tone of her sister's words, staring at her in shock. After a long pause, she finally said, but elder sister, you have not eradicated them. What if they? I will eradicate them, Song Yaozhi asserted. Song Minxian gazed at her sister, gradually absorbing every detail of her presence. From that day forth, she regarded Song Yaozhi as her guiding star. She aspired to become someone as composed and unyielding as her elder sister. Upon returning to the Prime Minister's residence, they disembarked from the carriage and saw several officers escorting Song Qinghe out. Song Yaozhi's expression changed at the sight, and Song Minxian immediately cried out, wanting to rush forward. Elder brother. Song Yaozhi swiftly grasped Song Minxuan's arm. Third sister remained calm. She tightened her grip, casting a serious glance at her sister. Song Minxian, distraught and anxious, was merely a young girl. Having never encountered such a situation, she felt overwhelmed. However, upon seeing Song Yaozhi's composed demeanor, she instinctively swallowed hard, struggling to suppress her emotions. Hearing Song Minxuan's voice, Song Qinghe turned to look at them. Ji, he called out to Song Yaozhi, giving her a reassuring glance before focusing on Song Minxian. Xian, don't worry. I'm just going to the Dali Temple to investigate a case. I will return soon. Song Minxian bit her lip, glancing at the stern officers surrounding him, anxiously asking, when will you be back, elder brother? 3 to 5 days at the earliest, or it depends on how quickly the case is resolved, Song Qinghe replied. Before Song Minxian could respond, Song Yaozhi interjected. Xian, you should return. I have a few words to discuss with elder brother. Song Minxian hesitated for a moment, looking at Song Yaozhi, who remained composed and unperturbed, which oddly reassured her. She nodded in agreement. Song Yaozhi then instructed Qinggu to assist Song Minxian back into the Prime Minister's residence. Stepping forward, Song Yaozhi addressed a tall, thin officer standing beside Song Qinghe. Sir, I have a matter to discuss privately with my elder brother. May I request your leniency? The officer hesitated. Miss Song, the Dali Temple has its regulations. Such leniency may not be possible. Song Yaozhi smiled. Please be accommodating. I am merely a woman who knows nothing of your affairs. Besides, this case is not yet concluded, and you are merely taking my elder brother for questioning, correct? What harm is there in allowing me to speak with him for a moment? The officers exchanged glances, and the tall officer finally conceded. Very well, Miss Song. But be quick. Do not make it difficult for us. Song Yaozhi nodded in acknowledgement. Song Qinghe, somewhat puzzled by what Song Yaozhi wanted to discuss, was usually indulgent towards her. Though he hesitated to climb into the carriage, he knew these men would not allow him to return home for conversation. Thus, The carriage seemed the safest option, and he followed her inside. Once inside the carriage, the guard stepped back at Song Yaozhi's command. Zhizhi, what do you wish to discuss with elder brother? Did Xiao Ziqian bully you again? Song Qinghe inquired. Song Yaozhi shook her head, stating, Elder brother, have the Dali Temple officials come regarding the matter of the Jin Wang? Song Qinghe was taken aback, his brow furrowing tightly. You need not worry about these affairs. Elder brother, how can I not worry? You are my brother. Song Yaozhi interrupted, looking intently at him. If you do not wish to discuss the details, then let me ask you the most crucial question. Will the Prime Minister's residence remain loyal to the crown until the end? Song Qinghe's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 93. The ruler is the wise King Zhizhi. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Such statements cannot be spoken lightly. Song Qinghe furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. Song Yaozhi replied, Brother, I am fully aware of the question I pose. I am not speaking recklessly. She paused slightly, gazing intently at Song Qinghe. Brother, you know in your heart that to safeguard the Chancellor, the decisions made by the Chancellor's residence must be taken. And the sooner, the better. Therefore, you must tell me whether you and father intend to remain loyal to the Emperor. This is pertinent to my forthcoming actions. Song Qinghe was seldom privy to such a resolute version of Song Yaozhi. Her unwavering gaze seemed to convey that even if thorns lay ahead, she would lead him through unflinchingly. Zhizhi, both father and I desire for you to enjoy a life free of worries as the most carefree young lady in the capital. Matters of the court are for me and father to handle. Song Qinghe looked at his sister, who suddenly seemed so much more mature, and felt a wave of comforting affection. The Chancellor's residence would be safe, and he urged her to trust him. Song Yaozhi shook her head. If there were truly no issues, the officials from the Supreme Court would not have come knocking today. Brother, we are family. I wish to contribute to the Chancellor's residence. Please tell me. For a moment, Song Qinghe was at a loss for words. He gazed at Song Yaozhi's determined expression, which conveyed an unwavering resolve to pursue answers. After a long pause, he nodded. The Chancellor's residence shall remain loyal to the Emperor. Song Yaozhi's clenched fists suddenly relaxed. I understand, she said. Song Qinghe looked at her, reminding her, Zhizhi, you must not do anything foolish. Song Yaozhi nodded. I will wait for you to return at the residence. Relieved, Song Qinghe gazed at Song Yaozhi, wishing to pat her head, but ultimately refrained. His sister had grown. She was no longer the little girl who would endlessly follow him around, seeking his embrace. A voice from outside the carriage called, Miss, they are urging us from outside. Song Yaozhi acknowledged with a sound. She turned to Song Qinghe, retrieving a circular jade pendant from her bosom, and reached out to tie it around his waist. Song Qinghe looked down and gasped upon seeing the 5-clawed golden dragon engraved on the pendant. Zhizhi, you must keep this jade pendant with you at all times. Song Yaozhi urged him. Recalling the unpleasant rumors circulating in the streets, Song Qinghe instinctively reached for the pendant to remove it, fearing what tales might arise if the officials from the Supreme Court caught sight of it. Song Yaozhi stopped him. Let them talk. Haven't they already said enough? I only wish for your safety, brother. Song Qinghe hesitated to respond, but Song Yaozhi added, if you are unwilling to wear it, I shall don this pendant and loiter at the Supreme Court's gates daily. Zhizhi, Song Qinghe called her exasperatedly. Song Yaozhi refused further discourse, lifting the curtain of the carriage and stepping out. Brother, you should accompany those officials. Song Qinghe also exited the carriage, standing before it and locking eyes with Song Yaozhi for a prolonged moment. Perhaps sensing her determination to act upon her words, he sighed, allowing the royal symbol of the jade pendant to dangle from his waist as he approached the officials of the Supreme Court. The officials were astute individuals. Initially, it was the tall, thin one who first noticed the object at Song Qinghe's waist. Upon discerning the design of the pendant, he widened his eyes and nudged the person beside him. All eyes shifted towards Song Qinghe's waist, and several faces paled. Rumors had long circulated that the Chancellor's legitimate daughter had an unusual relationship with the Emperor, but they had merely considered it gossip, until now, witnessing the emblem of the Emperor. Has Master Song concluded his conversation with Miss Song? Should we not extend it further? The tall, thin man smiled ingratiatingly. Song Qinghe shook his head. It is over. Let us proceed. The thin man nodded but suddenly recalled something and turned to Song Yaozhi. Miss Song, should we arrange a carriage for Master Song? The Chancellor's residence is still a distance from the Supreme Court. Song Yaozhi looked at Song Qinghe. Song Qinghe sighed and replied, No need. Let us go. Song Yaozhi addressed the thin man. Thank you for your understanding. You are truly a kind person. After my brother arrives at the Supreme Court, I kindly ask you to look after him. She then turned her gaze to Song Lu, who promptly stepped forward, producing the silver coins they had divided earlier while she conversed with Song Qinghe, handing them to the officials. You have worked hard, gentlemen. You are too courteous, miss. We cannot accept this. The thin man protested, attempting to return the coins. Song Yaozhi insisted. You have worked hard along the way, and the Chancellor's residence ought to provide warm tea. However, as you arrived in haste, I feared to delay you. Thus, I could only trouble you to procure some water for your journey. I hope you understand. Her words were impeccably articulated, and her demeanor was notably humble. As they were not high-ranking officials at the Supreme Court, such commendation from a noblewoman filled their hearts with a sense of satisfaction. Although the bags they held were not heavy, they felt as though they had received the most precious of gifts. Miss Song is too courteous. Rest assured. Once we have delivered Master Song to the Supreme Court, we will have someone inform you. The thin man assured. Song Yaozhi performed a slight bow. Then, I shall thank you all in advance. You are too kind. Mississippi Song Qinghe observed the scene, taking in the meticulousness of his sister's actions. He should have felt gratified that his sister had matured. Yet, after a fleeting moment of joy, an indescribable bitterness rose within him. How much hardship had his sister endured in these 2 years to transform into the person she was now? He had failed to protect Zhiji. After watching the officials escort Song Qinghe away, Song Yaozhi returned to the Chancellor's residence with Song Lu. She did not head to her own room, but instead sought out her father. The Chancellor was in his study, seated at his desk, pen in hand, engrossed in writing. Father, was brother taken away due to matters concerning the Emperor? Song Yaozhi inquired. The Chancellor paused, Branch Shi, this is not a matter for you to concern yourself with. Song Yaozhi replied, I just asked brother if the Chancellor's residence remains loyal to the Emperor, and he affirmed. However, if brother's detainment by the Supreme Court is due to the Emperor's words, then I do not believe loyalty to this Emperor is necessary. The Chancellor slammed his brush down with a thud, his gaze intensely scrutinizing Song Yaozhi. Do you understand the weight of your words? Indeed, father. I possess no allegiance to the nation nor to lofty principles. I only wish to preserve the Chancellor's residence. And thus I hope it chooses a path that ensures our survival. If loyalty to the Emperor cannot secure life, then it is no loyalty at all. Song Yaozhi declared coldly. The Chancellor's breathing became rapid, his eyes narrowing as he assessed Song Yaozhi. After a long silence, he steadied himself and asked gravely, if not loyal, which path do you wish to pursue? The wise king, Song Yaozhi replied. The final ruler in the tale is the wise king. This was the path she would undoubtedly choose upon knowing the outcome. Chapter 94. The courtesan gathering the Chancellor remained silent for a prolonged period. Father, do you know why your brother was taken by the officials from the Supreme Court? The Chancellor sighed softly. Song Yaozhi frowned. Why? Because the Jin Prince suddenly fell gravely ill, accusing your brother of coercion before the Supreme Court. Do you understand, Branch Shi, that the Jin Prince is aligned with the wise king? The Chancellor explained. 3 years ago, the Chancellor's residence chose its side. Historically, loyal ministers do not serve 2 masters, nor can they. Now, to seek a path to survival, the Chancellor's residence must remain loyal to the Emperor. Song Yaozhi fell silent. She understood the Chancellor's implication. Even if the Chancellor's residence were to defect and align with the wise king now, he might graciously accept them. But once the wise king ascended, would he tolerate former traitors in positions of power? Thus, for the Chancellor's residence to seek a path to survival, it could not be under the wise king's rule. Was the Jin Prince's accusation against brother instigated by the wise king? Song Yaozhi inquired. Song Xiang neither nodded nor shook his head. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally spoke. After Cheng He took over the case of Jin Wang's embezzlement, Rui Wang once sent someone to seek out Cheng He, but he did not meet with Rui Wang. I am uncertain whether this is solely Jin Wang's initiative or if Rui Wang is covertly orchestrating matters from behind. However, it is evident that Cheng He will inevitably endure some trials. Song Yaozhi lowered her eyelashes, understanding the gravity of the situation. The accusation of coercing a prince into confession is a severe charge. Moreover, it remains unclear whether this is a targeted maneuver against Song Qinghe by Jin Wang or if Rui Wang has ulterior motives towards the Prime Minister's residence. Cheng He is bound to face difficulties within the Daili Sea. Zhiji, you must not act recklessly, Song Xiang cautioned her. Song Yaozhi nodded. Father need not worry. I will not. Song Xiang scrutinized her for a while, seeing no other emotions on her face. He finally felt reassured, interpreting her words as merely concern for Song Qinghe. You need not dwell on these court matters. Your father will resolve them, he said gravely, turning his gaze towards Song Yaozhi. But you must sever ties with His Majesty as soon as possible. He is not a virtuous man. Father, rest assured, my relationship with His Majesty is entirely innocent, Song Yaozhi replied. Hearing this, Song Xiang hesitated, thinking to himself, you and His Majesty are hardly innocent. Before he could offer further admonitions, Song Yaozhi said, Father, please take care of yourself. I shall return to my quarters. Song Xiang nodded. Go. After leaving the study, Song Yaozhi returned to her small courtyard. Upon entering her room, she instructed Song Lu, please inform Mother to assign the swiftest guard from today's events to our courtyard. Song Lu nodded in affirmation. Also, select a few reliable stewards. I want them to take charge of the shops in my dowry. After speaking, she turned to Qingwu, you also select a few maidservants to join us. When choosing, ensure they are obedient. Their abilities are secondary. They must be compliant. Both Song Lu and Qingwu promptly acknowledged her orders. Song Yaozhi approached the desk and instructed Qingwu to prepare paper and ink. She took up her brush and drew an umbrella, inscribing the character Tsin upon it. Beneath the umbrella, she sketched several branches, but wrote no further words. Seeing the umbrella, Qingwu anxiously inquired, Miss, what is this? Song Yaozhi replied, this represents the Song family's future umbrella. She added a small figure beneath the umbrella, declaring, as long as the umbrella stands, the Song family shall never fall. She then inscribed the character Jean beside the umbrella and crossed it out heavily with red ink. Though Qingwu could not comprehend its meaning, she felt a chill from Song Yaozhi's actions. The following day, the general's residence delivered the account books and cash to Song Yaozhi. She promptly sought Lin Wan-yi to request a maidservant skilled in accounting, named Chen Shi. She instructed Chen Shi to meticulously verify the account books, and then asked Song Lu to procure a shop, establishing a ready-to-wear clothing store. Additionally, she conferred with Yun Yang from Hongxing Pavilion about the specifics of the courtesan competition. Initially, Yun Yang intended to host the event at Hongxing Pavilion, but Song Yaozhi proposed an alternative. She suggested erecting a wooden bridge over the Mo River, allowing participants to perform music and songs upon it, ensuring visibility for the entire city, thereby truly enhancing its prominence. For this plan, Song Yaozhi specifically requested Song Lu to commission several large glass mirrors. On a night devoid of moonlight, they set up the mirrors in the courtyard of Hongxing Pavilion. When the candlelight from the pavilion was reflected upon the mirrors, the courtyard was illuminated as brightly as day. Yun Yang readily agreed and inquired where the site should be constructed. Song Yaozhi chose a location near the middle of the Mo River, where the terrain was level and the water flowed gentle. However, this area coincidentally lay adjacent to Jin Wang's villa, and initially, the officials opposed the bridge's construction at that site. Ultimately, Song Yaozhi arranged for a banquet at Hongxing Pavilion, making a brief appearance, which secured the location for their use. At that moment, Yun Yang was so delighted that her eyes nearly closed into slits. On the day of the male courtesan competition, Chang Lu finished lunch and hurried to the Prime Minister's residence to escort Song Yaozhi to the banks of the Mo River. The appointed location was narrow, with tables and chairs already set up on either side of the river, and many attendees had already gathered. The riverbank spots were competitive, and those who arrived early had already claimed prime positions. Chang Lu had, of course, reserved an excellent spot well in advance, perfectly situated in the middle. Once they arrived, she led Song Yaozhi directly onto the boat. Sister Yaozhi, did you hear? This year, the rules for the courtesan competition at Hongxing Pavilion have changed, Chang Lu excitedly inquired. Song Yaozhi nodded. Indeed, the stalls at the front on the riverbank sell tangpozi, with different colors representing different individuals. It is said that the one who sells the most tangpozi will ultimately be crowned the courtesan. Furthermore, the portraits of the 4 young masters had already been displayed outside Hongxing Pavilion. Have you found anyone you fancy today, princess? Of course, but wait. I must first see how they compare to their portraits, Chang Lu replied. Song Yaozhi smiled knowingly. It was indeed a fear of being misled by appearances. However, she had seen all 4 of them, and each was strikingly handsome, all standing at 8 feet tall with well-defined abs. Yet, she could not divulge this to Chang Lu. As they conversed, a maidservant suddenly entered, reporting, Princess Fong Ning and Miss Fong have arrived and are seeking an audience. Chang Lu scoffed. Sin Fongning must have failed to secure a boat. After a moment's thought, she added, "Let them come. The more, the merrier." The maidservant exited to bring in Sin Fongning and Fengshi. Sin Fongning expressed her frustration. "Why is it so difficult to secure a boat? I tried to reserve one yesterday, but it was gone." Chang Lu chuckled. "Sin Fongning, don't make excuses for yourself. If you lack funds, just admit it." Today, Sin Fongning found herself beneath the eaves of the boat, forced to lower her head and refrain from arguing with Chang Lu. Chapter 95. A grand performance at the hour of you. As dusk descended, music resounded from outside the boat. These small vessels had been specially modified. Once the music began, the boatmen would retract the canopies, allowing those inside to gaze upon the scene upon the bridge. Though referred to as a bridge, it resembled more of a makeshift circular platform constructed over the river. The courtesan competition was initiated by Xiangxi. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a drum was placed upon the platform, and Xiangxi donned a blue dance outfit adorned with silver threads, paired with orange-yellow trousers and a cascade of blue tassels. Barefoot, she embraced a pipa while standing on the drum, with two peculiar three-leaf fans positioned at the riverbank. As the music played, the wind rustled through Xiangxi's hair. The drum music was novel, and Xiangxi's dance was even more innovative. Her unusual steps and exaggerated movements departed from the light and airy dances she had previously performed. This dance was filled with vigor. The golden rays of twilight cast a luminous glow upon her, and as she stomped her bare feet on the drum, deep resonant sounds echoed. As the music swelled to a crescendo, she spun gracefully, while still holding the pipa, resembling a celestial maiden from Dunhuang, radiating purity and nobility. The crowd on the shore erupted in applause, and even the noble women aboard the vessel were left in awe. "Is this a new dance that Miss Xiangxi has rehearsed?" Chang Lu remarked. "It is simply breathtaking. I fear my imperial brother has never witnessed such beauty." Song Yaozhi observed Xiangxi on the platform, discreetly sipping water. As Xiangxi's performance concluded, the crowd surged with excitement. Amidst the clamor, voices echoed, inquiring if there existed tokens representing longing. As many men arrived with the intention of spending for love. Once the longing subsided, it was time for men to step forth. The first to grace the stage was named Heroine. Unlike the usual gentleman of the red apricot pavilion, who favored singing and playing, he showcased the art of sword dancing. Clad in black, his eyes radiated a chilling ferocity. As he drew and sheathed his sword, a beam of white light illuminated him, highlighting his resolute features and upright stature, especially the strength evident in his waist as he wielded the sword. Alas! The selection at the red apricot pavilion had truly astonished Chang Lu, who pondered for quite some time to find fitting words. Beside her, Sin Fongning remarked, "I wish to redeem him." She chimed in, "This is exhilarating." The next performer appeared, donning white attire, with features as delicate as jade. He stood upon the stage, strumming the guqin, as soft cotton-like flakes drifted from the shore, enveloping him like snow, creating an atmosphere rich in ambience. That night, 4 individuals took the stage, each performance causing the audience's hearts to flutter anew. By the conclusion of the 4th act, the stalls outside selling tokens were nearly overwhelmed. With a lack of sufficient tokens, patrons first paid for slips of acknowledgement to be redeemed at the red apricot pavilion the following day. Chang Lu and Sin Fongning were captivated by Heroine's performance. Upon learning that those who purchased among the first 10 could inscribe their names on a list, they immediately began to spend voraciously. Fengshi, however, preferred the seemingly gentle Su Yi from the 2nd act. She invested a fair amount, yet her resources paled in comparison to Chang Lu and Sin Fongning, and soon her enthusiasm waned. As for Song Yaozhi, she symbolically purchased 1 token representing each of the 4 performers, claiming that her affection was equally distributed among them. While the crowd busily acquired tokens, 2 additional maidens performed dances upon the stage, followed by the reappearance of the Maiden of Longing. She had changed into a red gown, a golden tassel veil adorning her face, cradling a red flower ball in her arms. She sang and danced, tossing the flower ball high into the air only to catch it gracefully once more, resembling a bride joyfully awaiting her marriage. Song Yaozhi sat quietly in the boat, observing the scene unfold. She listened to the lively music of strings and winds, noting the tempo shift from brisk to gentle as the audience erupted in cheers. Suddenly, the Maiden of Longing leaped to the edge of the circular platform, casting the flower ball skyward, and leapt onto the nearest boat. A cry arose from the crowd. Fetch the flower ball. And the nearest men surged toward the stage in a frenzy. They rushed to seize the flower ball, and amidst the clamor, the noise abruptly ceased with a sharp crack. The platform gave way, sending the throng tumbling into the water like dumplings. The scene was so chaotic that several nearby boats capsized, splashing water that even reached Song Yaozhi's vessel. Heavens, this is madness! Cries for help echoed from the water as chaos erupted on the shore. Fengshi hastily commanded the boatmen to steer them away from the turmoil. Soon, soldiers arrived to rescue the drowning. As people flailed in the water, the soldiers extended long poles to pull those within reach to safety, while others dove in to save lives. There are too many people. The performance has ended. Should we not return? Suggested Sin Fongning.
Chang le hésitated.
But we do not yet know who the courtesan of the night is. Fengshi replied, it seems tonight will yield no results. The authorities are involved. Chang Li's face fell with disappointment. Very well then. Just as she was about to instruct the boatmen to approach the shore, a voice rang out from the river. There is gold in the water. So much gold. Upon hearing this, Song Yaozhi's eyelashes fluttered. She turned to gaze at the river, where heads bobbed together. The flickering candlelight reflecting upon the water, creating a shimmering spectacle. Such a splendid scene, such a captivating play. The Prince Jean could wrongfully accuse her brother, asserting that he had been coerced into a confession. Likewise, she could expose his embezzlement, ensuring his imprisonment, regardless of his high status, in the contest of power. He too would be burdened by the opinions of the common folk. The Prince Jean was doomed. Chapter 96. Entering the palace within the Jean Prince's residence. He reclined upon his bed, indulging in the attentions of a beautiful companion, the air thick with fragrant incense, lulling him into a tranquil stupor. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was violently thrust open, startling those within. The prince sat up irritably, exclaiming, "Who the hell?" before his words were cut short by the entrance of Tsinchi. Panic washed over the prince's fifth brother. "What brings you here?" He hastily rose from his couch, donning a nearby garment, and rushed to greet Tsinchi. Tsinchi regarded him with cold disdain, inquiring, "Last year's drought in the northwest, did you hide the disaster relief funds at the bottom of the Mo River?" The prince was taken aback. "Fifth brother, how do you know of this?" "How do I know? The entire city knows now." Tsinchi looked at him with disappointment. "Do you even use your brain? Hiding the silver is one thing, but did you truly think no one would recognize it as belonging to the Jean Prince's estate, especially with the Jean character burned into the lock? Are you a fool?" The prince was thoroughly alarmed, grabbing Tsinchi's sleeve. "Fifth brother, please help me. If this reaches our elder brother, I will have no way out. The Ministry of Justice is on its way. How can I save you?"
Tsinchi replied coldly.
The prince, in a frenzy, paced back and forth, before suddenly having a brilliant idea. "Fifth brother, I must leave now. I need to pack my things. If I don't go now, when will I?" Tsinchi's brow furrowed. "If you run now, even the king of heaven couldn't save you." The prince's face turned pale, stumbling back to collapse onto the soft couch. "Then what am I to do?" "Fifth brother, I do not wish to die," Tsinchi stated. "I will think of a way to preserve your life, but you will inevitably face some hardships."
He spoke solemnly.
"I came early today to ask who knows about your hiding the stolen funds, and why the Red Apricot Pavilion just happens to host the courtesan competition right above that spot. How can such coincidence exist?" The prince felt a chill run down his spine. It must be someone who betrayed me. The Red Apricot Pavilion is under whose control? They must be doing this on purpose. He looked eagerly at Tsinchi. "Fifth brother, once I'm taken to the Ministry of Justice, none of my people can be spared. If my affairs are fully exposed, I will have no way to live." As he spoke, he glanced at the beauty who had just fed him. She trembled as she knelt on the ground. Suddenly, the prince stood, drew a sword from the wall, and with one swift motion, sliced the beauty's throat, blood spraying forth, some even splattering onto Tsinchi's garments.
Tsinchi frowned, visibly displeased.
"Jean Prince, your inability to remain composed will lead you to your demise one day." Tsinchi's voice was cold. The prince sheathed the sword, looking to appease Tsinchi. "Fifth brother knows I cannot change my temperament. You will always save me." Tsinchi shot him a cold glance. "If you continue this way, I will not always come to your rescue. I have yet to settle the matter of your false accusations against Song Chung-hee. After being taken by the Ministry of Justice, you better keep your mouth shut about what should not be spoken." The prince felt discontent within, yet did not show it, lowering his head in silence.
Tsinchi warned.
"I do not wish to offend the Prime Minister's residence for now. If you act recklessly again, it would be better for His Majesty to revoke your title and reduce you to a commoner. It would bring me peace." Hearing this, the prince dared not speak further. Lowering his voice in response, "Fifth brother, rest assured, I will not say more. I have no choice but to cling to the matter regarding Song Cheng-he." Sin Chi glanced at him, not acknowledging his words. Sin Chi has articulated his concerns quite clearly. Should the king of Jin remain unresponsive, his existence would indeed seem superfluous. The following day, Song Yaozhi learned that officials from the Dali Temple had besieged the king of Jin's residence overnight. The locks bearing the king's insignia were unmistakably declaring to the world that those treasures belonged to him. This revelation significantly expedited the authorities' investigation. The king of Jin, having enjoyed numerous privileges since childhood, had concealed his ill-gotten gains at the riverbed to evade the recent scrutiny from Song Qinghe. Yet, he was reluctant to leave such wealth unguarded, fearing it might be discovered by others. Thus, he secured every chest with locks from the king of Jin's household, ensuring that any potential discoverer would hesitate to tamper with them upon seeing the royal insignia. When Song Yaozhi had previously instructed Xuemin to inspect the riverbed, he uncovered this very situation. Xuemin was one of her guards who had accompanied her on outings. Upon her directive, he pried open a chest, unveiling the hidden gold and silver within. The ruckus surrounding the flower ball incident, with gold found in the river, had been orchestrated by her in advance. This solidified the allegations of embezzlement against the king, paving the way for her elder brother's safe return. In the afternoon, the long-absent Gao Xian unexpectedly tapped on Song Yaozhi's window. She was sipping chicken soup when she heard the sound, raising her brows slightly. She instructed Qinggu and Songlu to step outside before setting down her bowl and approaching the window to open it. Upon returning to her seat, she turned to find Gao Xian accompanied by a woman who had already entered the room. "Sir Gao, what brings you here?" she inquired, startled. Gao Xian replied, "Miss Song, His Majesty has sent me to escort you to the palace, where you will be required to stay for an extended period. This is Ru Nyang, who will temporarily take your place for the time being." Song Yaozhi glanced at the woman beside him, noting their striking physical resemblance, save for the difference in facial features. Sensing her skepticism, Ru Nyang opened a nearby wooden box and carefully affixed a human skin mask to her face. When she turned to face Song Yaozhi again, she bore a striking resemblance to her, enough to potentially deceive those who viewed her from a distance. Moreover, "You must instruct your personal maid to refrain from going out for the time being. Otherwise, our ruse may be compromised," Lan Yen interjected. Song Yaozhi nodded in agreement. "Understood." She then turned to Gao Xian. "Sir Gao, how long will this arrangement last?" Gao Xian shook his head. His Majesty did not specify. Song Yaozhi comprehended the implications. She would likely be away for at least 10 days to half a month. "I need to advise my maids. Could you two step outside?" she requested. Gao Xian promptly led Ru Nyang away. With a sigh of relief, Song Yaozhi called Qinggu and Songlu back into the room. "For the next few days, I will be transcribing Buddhist scriptures for my brother's well-being. Only the two of you may enter this room. No one else is permitted." Songlu nodded in acknowledgement. Qinggu frowned slightly, recalling a prior incident involving bloodletting, but chose not to mention it. "Furthermore, while I am occupied with the scriptures, the shops outside must be diligently managed. Neglect is unacceptable," Song Yaozhi instructed, her gaze fixed on Songlu. "Songlu, the ready-made clothing shop is crucial. You must not be careless." Songlu affirmed her understanding and then addressed Song Yaozhi. "Miss, Chenxi has reviewed the accounts and noted some discrepancies. Would you like to address them now?" Song Yaozhi's brows arched, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "Let it be for now. I will deal with it once I am finished. It is my money, and I intend to reclaim it from Xiao Ziqian. Please refrain from disturbing me during these days. If I seem unwell, bear with me for a time. I wish for no one outside my courtyard to be aware of our affairs. Do you understand?" Song Yaozhi's frigid gaze swept over Songlu and Qinggu. Both responded immediately in affirmation. Chapter 97. Overloaded, are we? After issuing her commands, Song Yaozhi allowed them to leave. She gathered some clothing and personal items, expecting Gao Xian to escort her immediately. However, when he returned, he informed her, "Miss Song, His Majesty has decreed that Song Gongzi will return to the residence today. You may meet him before departing." Song Yaozhi's eyes brightened at the news. "My elder brother is coming back?" "Yes," Gao Xian confirmed. Joy surged within her. She had feared she would have to wait until after her palace visit to see her brother. It was unexpected that Sin had finally shown some consideration, allowing her to meet her brother first. As she awaited his arrival, it wasn't too long before Qinggu knocked at the door. "Miss, the eldest young master has returned." Without hesitation, Song Yaozhi dashed out. "Where is he? Has he returned to his courtyard?" she asked. Qinggu quickly replied, "The eldest young master is with our parents. He mentioned he would come to see you shortly. Perhaps you should wait in the courtyard." Song Yaozhi could hardly contain herself. It had been several days since she last saw her brother, and she was anxious to ascertain his well-being. Although she had given him Sin's jade pendant, the court was rife with unrest and power struggles. The Dali Temple was not one to heed the Emperor's authority unconditionally. As she made her way to the residence of Song Xiang, she encountered Song Qinghe approaching. "Elder brother," she exclaimed, rushing towards him. "Why the haste?" Song Qinghe called out, "Slow down, or you might fall." Song Yaozhi paid no heed to his caution, scrutinizing him closely. He appeared somewhat gaunt, though thankfully unharmed. "Were you mistreated at the Dali Temple?" she asked. Song Qinghe chuckled wryly. "Who would dare lay a hand on me? You've draped the Emperor's jade pendant around my neck. Who would risk disrespecting the Emperor?" Song Yaozhi couldn't help but feel that this was somewhat disparaging towards him. After speaking, Song Qinghe retrieved the jade pendant from his robes and handed it to Song Yaozhi. "You must keep this safe, Zhizhi." Song Yaozhi shook her head, declining to accept it. "Elder brother, keep it for now. If any trouble arises, having the pendant will deter anyone from acting against our family. There should be no need for concern. You should safeguard it. It should not be brandished casually, as it could tarnish your reputation." Song Qinghe insisted, "You must take it. Zhizhi, the Prime Minister's residence is in my and our father's hands. You need not worry. If the day comes when this pendant is truly needed, then you can retrieve it." His tone left no room for argument, and seeing his determination, Song Yaozhi relented. "Very well then. Did you step over the fire basin to ward off bad luck?" she inquired again. Song Qinghe nodded. "I did. Our mother prepared everything, including pomelo leaves in my courtyard."
"Good," she replied.
"I will be transcribing Buddhist scriptures in my room for your well-being, hoping for your good fortune and safety, leading to promotions and accolades." Song Qinghe chuckled at her antics. "Just don't tire your hands." "I won tea," she declared, fully aware that her intention was merely to use the scriptures as a pretext. After their conversation, Song Yaozhi returned to her small courtyard. Upon her return, Gao Xian, perceiving that she had concluded her discussion with Song Qinghe, addressed her, "Miss Song, are we ready to depart?" "Indeed," she replied, struggling to lift a bulging bundle that filled half a bed. Gao Xian hesitated, eyeing the makeshift package. "Miss, we may not be able to carry so much." Song Yaozhi blinked innocently. "Are we overloaded then?" Gao Xian could only respond with a perplexed expression. Song Yaozhi reluctantly retrieved some garments from her bundle. Gao Xian casually glanced at the myriad of vials and jars filled with medicinal concoctions within her package and gently advised, "My lady, the palace is well stocked with all kinds of medicine, clothing, and accessories, all prepared by His Majesty. There is truly no need for you to bring anything." Song Yaozhi replied, "It would have been better had I been informed of this earlier." Ultimately, she entered the palace with Gao Xian, carrying nothing but her own self. Gao Xian escorted her to the Fei Shuang Hall, where only 2 maidservants, prearranged by Xin, awaited her arrival. Upon entering, Song Yaozhi noticed that the inner chamber had been partitioned by a screen, and where the archery target had once stood, there now lay a soft couch. Seeing this, Song Yaozhi hesitated, wondering if Xin had arranged for her to share a room with him. "My lady, these garments have been prepared for you by His Majesty. He has instructed that you change into this attire," one of the young maidservants said, approaching her with a tray. Glancing at the clothes on the tray, which resembled those worn by the palace maids, Song Yaozhi replied, "There is no need. I will change myself." She took the tray and stepped behind the screen to don the maid's attire. When she emerged, the 2 young maidens styled her hair into twin buns similar to their own. Afterward, she caught a glimpse of herself in the bronze mirror. "Well, I do look rather charming," she mused. "If you require anything further, please do not hesitate to instruct us, my lady." "I am called Zhuing," one maidservant introduced, while the other added, "I am Laning." Song Yaozhi nodded and said, "Actually, I came here without having eaten. Could you procure something for me? Preferably something nourishing." Zhuing responded, "I shall prepare that for you immediately." "Thank you very much," Song Yaozhi thought, rubbing her stomach. "I might need to replenish my strength, considering how much blood might be drawn later." Zhuing soon returned with a banquet of medicinal dishes. These were prepared at His Majesty's behest. To be served to you should you feel hungry upon your arrival, she stated earnestly, though her gaze towards Song Yaozhi was tinged with curiosity. Lan Ning, too, could hardly conceal her scrutiny of Song Yaozhi. After savoring a bowl of soup, Song Yaozhi found nothing amiss with Sin's gesture in providing her with food. After all, they had shared life and death together. Moreover, every meal she had partaken in at Sin's had a flavor unparalleled by any other. Now that she was to stay in the palace for an extended period, she intended to indulge fully. When Sin entered the hall, he found Song Yaozhi relishing her meal. She always approached dining with utmost seriousness, as if each morsel were an exquisite delicacy hard to resist. Observing her eat brought joy to those around her. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The two maidservants immediately knelt upon his arrival. Hearing the commotion, Song Yaozhi, with a chicken leg in hand, stood up to pay her respects. "Do not rise. Continue your meal," Sin instructed. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Song Yaozhi replied dryly, returning to her food. Sin settled himself in front of her. As he did, Song Yaozhi sighed. Sin looked at her and asked, "What troubles you? Are you unable to eat with me present?" Song Yaozhi replied, "A little. After all, Your Majesty carries an aura so radiant that it dazzles the eyes of a humble subject." It felt akin to dining in the presence of a superior who could eat comfortably under such circumstance. Sin raised an eyebrow at her. "Shall I take my leave?" "Please do," she quickly responded. Sin chuckled and stood, walking away to a side chamber. After Song Yaozhi finished her meal, he returned a while later, having changed into different attire. The overpowering scent of perfumed oils dissipated as he approached her. Song Yaozhi regarded him with an odd expression. "You didn't just return from indulging one of your consorts without bathing, did you?" Sin shot her a look. What is that expression? Even with his impaired vision, he sensed the disapproval in her glance. Song Yaozhi said innocently, "I was merely gazing at Your Majesty with admiration." Sin seated himself beside her, closing the distance between them, and noted the insincere smile on her face. "Song Yaozhi, do you truly believe I would be deceived by you? I am well acquainted with your nature." Her admiration? He couldn't fathom she would ever regard him with such eyes. Song Yaozhi's expression faltered as she realized her oversight. She fell silent, and fortunately, Sin did not pursue the matter further. Feeling the proximity unsettling, she shifted slightly away from him. Sin noticed her movement, inhaling deeply before rising and sitting at a distance. Song Yaozhi visibly relaxed. Sin frowned in displeasure. "My lord, shall we draw blood tonight, or is there something else planned?" Song Yaozhi inquired. "Wait for someone," Sin replied.
"Oh,"
she acknowledged. A silence enveloped them. Song Yaozhi, just as she began to drift off in thought, Sin suddenly called her name again. She turned to him. "I am here, Your Majesty. What do you command?" Sin fixed his gaze on her. "Did you return the jade pendant I gifted you to your elder brother?" Song Yaozhi blinked innocently and softly responded, "Not quite. It is merely on temporary loan to him. After all, you are aware, he recently ventured to the Dali Temple. Such a terrifying place, rife with spirits and apparitions. I thought of your pendant for protection." As she reached to show him the pendant at her waist, she recalled that she had stowed it away with her change of clothes. "I currently possess the pendant," she ultimately stated. "Then return it to me," Sin demanded unexpectedly. Song Yaozhi was taken aback. "Is that appropriate?" "What is inappropriate about it?" he countered playfully. "Once given, it is not customary to reclaim a gift. You are still the emperor. If you can disregard your word, then can my engagement to General Shao also be disregarded?" Sin fell silent at this, thinking she had misspoken. Song Yaozhi quickly added, "In truth, I have been plagued by insomnia and troubling dreams, and I require the pendant to ward off evil." Sin gave a non-committal grunt. He did not insist on reclaiming the pendant, leaving Song Yaozhi to assume it was settled. At that moment, a voice from outside the hall called, "Your Majesty, Mr.
"Une mission herite."
"Let them in," Sin instructed. The attendant quickly ushered the two waiting outside into the hall. "Commoners pay their respects to Your Majesty," they both said upon entering. "Rise, you may be excused," Sin replied. As Song Yaozhi observed them stand, she recognized one as Jun Fu, whom she had met before, while the other was an elderly man with graying hair, dressed as a wandering sage. Typically, such figures are masters of their craft, often heralding fortuitous encounters. Recalling Sin's previous mention of the antidote, she surmised this old gentleman was the one they needed. "Mr. Jun, after your long journey, please take a seat," Sin said. The attendant exchanged glances with Xu, who promptly arranged seats for Mr. Jun and Junfu. Is this the esteemed Song lady? Mr. Jun remarked, such beauty and grace. Truly captivating in any attire. Taken aback by the unexpected compliment, Song Yaozhi smiled and replied, Miss Jun is the one who possesses an ethereal charm, leaving an unforgettable impression. Sin cast a sidelong glance at Song Yaozhi. This woman was adept at flattering others. His own sister had fallen under her spell, calling her sister Yaozhi with delight. As expected, Junfu beamed at Song Yaozhi's words, her face lighting up with joy. Although Junfu's words held some truth. Her choice of green attire was indeed pleasing to the eye.
Mr. Yun.
The reason for summoning you here pertains to the matter of the poison afflicting both me and Song Yaozhi. In your last correspondence, you mentioned an antidote. Could you enlighten us on the means to achieve this? Sin interjected, cutting through the silent exchange between the two. Mr. Jun, known as Jun Qingshan, directed his gaze towards Song Yaozhi after hearing Sin's inquiry. Despite appearing to be in the twilight of his years, his eyes sparkled with vitality, as if he could perceive the innermost thoughts of those before him. Song Yaozhi's smile gradually faded as she maintained eye contact with Jun Qingshan, her expression shifting to one of caution. Is this young lady the one afflicted by the poisonous insects?
Yun Qingshan inquired.
Song Yaozhi nodded in affirmation. The toxicity of the insects within this young lady is but half of what the Emperor endures. To devise an antidote, we must first cultivate the poison. The mother and child insects are bound to life and death together. The poisoned individual is entwined with the insects in the same manner. Thus, for His Majesty to find relief, the child insect within this young lady must mirror the one afflicting His Majesty precisely. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Song Yaozhi bit her lip, hesitantly voicing her concern. Are you suggesting that I must first cultivate the poison within me to match His Majesty's affliction? Must I lose all 5 senses as well?
Yun Qingshan nodded affirmatively.
Song Yaozhi's thoughts turned dark. Sen was on the brink of losing his senses too. How could she be expected to endure this? If the poison were to remain unresolved, what fate awaited her? Clenching her jaw, she contemplated fleeing. After a prolonged silence, Sen spoke again. Do you have any alternative methods, Master? Jun Qingshan replied, the life and death insect originates from Miaojiang, where another insect known as the 1,000 insect can neutralize 100 poisons. If we could locate the 1,000 insect, we might have a remedy. Yet it has been missing for decades. Song Yaozhi interjected, that is akin to saying nothing at all. If Xiao Ziqian were to be afflicted, perhaps the 1,000 insect would appear on its own, given that he possesses the invincible aura of a protagonist. Sin, however, was not the protagonist. He might perish without even traversing the storyline. A thought struck Song Yaozhi. If she were to place a curse on Xiao Ziqian, would the 1,000 insect emerge spontaneously? Do not fret, Miss Song. Should my master manage to nurture the child insect within you, it could be utilized to cure His Majesty's poison. In time, you may even develop a constitution immune to all toxins, Junfu explained. Upon hearing this, Song Yaozhi's spirits lifted. But what if the child insect within me does not thrive? She inquired. It will die, Jun Qingshan replied. But if I do not resolve the poison, I will perish as well. If there remains a chance for survival, I believe it is worth a try, she reasoned, for the narrative did not dictate her immediate demise, and the odds of success were certainly more favorable than failure.
Sen,
observing Song Yaozhi's eagerness, furrowed his brow. Do you comprehend the agony involved in nurturing a complete insect within your own body?
He questioned.
Song Yaozhi turned to him. But do we possess any alternatives? Shall we simply await our demise? If the curse remained unresolved, they might not even survive until the new year. Sin fell silent, grappling with an unexpected softness in his heart. Perhaps it was his own enduring suffering from the life and death insect that made him reluctant to allow Song Yaozhi to experience such torment. She was delicate. Even a minor injury could be fatal for her. What if the insect I previously nurtured through bloodletting? Is it of no use now? Song Yaozhi asked.
Yun Qingshan clarified.
During the period of nurturing the child insect within you, you must refrain from bloodletting. That insect is intended to serve as medicine for His Majesty, temporarily restoring his sight. Song Yaozhi nodded in understanding, relieved that her efforts had not been in vain. If you are certain of your decision, I shall administer the treatment tomorrow, Jun Qingshan stated. I am resolute. Please proceed with the vigorous remedy, Song Yaozhi thought, believing that enduring short-term pain was preferable to ongoing suffering. She wished never to experience the monthly bloodletting again. Jun Qingshan nodded and then turned to Sin. Your Majesty, I must first administer acupuncture before you can take the medicine.
Sin complied.
Then please, Your Majesty, recline on the soft couch, Jun Qingshan instructed. Sin obliged and lay down. Once he was settled, Song Yaozhi motioned for Juanfu to sit beside her and offered her a longan. Miss Jun, would you care for one? Indeed, Juanfu accepted, nibbling on the flesh of the fruit. As they sat closely, Song Yaozhi caught a whiff of the delicate agarwood fragrance emanating from Juanfu, a pleasant, woody aroma. What fragrance are you wearing, Miss Jun? It is delightful, she complimented. Juanfu promptly removed a pouch from her waist. This is a scent I crafted myself. If you find it pleasant, I would like to gift it to you. Is that not too generous? I have little to offer in return, Song Yaozhi replied. Juanfu smiled. If you feel uncomfortable accepting it, when you become empress, simply reward me with some delicacies or amusements. Song Yaozhi nearly choked on her own saliva, her eyes widening in disbelief. Miss Jun, you must not speak so carelessly. If others overhear, we may face dire consequences. Juanfu feigned innocence. Why so? The position of empress is not something we can frivolously speculate upon, Song Yaozhi cautioned. Juanfu responded with a puzzled, "Oh, but does not His Majesty hold affection for you?" Truly, he has even asked for the medicinal recipe on your behalf, Juanfu remarked, looking at Song Yaozhi. The memory of the medicinal dishes she had just consumed left Song Yaozhi momentarily speechless. Furthermore, His Majesty inquired whether there was a way to reduce your bloodletting. He is concerned for you. My master stated that when one person cares for another, it signifies love, Juanfu added. Furrowing her brows, Song Yaozhi glanced at Sin, who lay on the couch as Jun Qingshan administered acupuncture with long, golden needles, a sight both alarming and intense. Miss Jun, given that our lives are at stake, discussing affection seems a luxury we cannot afford. With a smile, Song Yaozhi accepted the scent pouch from Juanfu. Very well. Once I leave the palace, feel free to express any desires you may have, and I shall grant them, provided they are within my means. Juanfu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Jun Qingshan called out,
Xiaofu, come here.
Juanfu sprang up and hurried to his side. Wipe the sweat, Jun Qingshan instructed, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. The acupuncture technique he was employing was intricate and required utmost precision. Any misstep could jeopardize life itself. Juanfu quickly fetched a cloth to dry his forehead.
Xiaofu.
Hold His Majesty's hand. Call for Miss Song to assist as well, he instructed. Juanfu hurried to summon Song Yaozhi. As she approached, wiping her hands, she hesitated, daunted by the sight of the needles adorning Tsin's head. Miss Song, the next acupuncture may cause discomfort to His Majesty, and he may struggle. So you must restrain his legs, Jun Qingshan advised. Song Yaozhi, puzzled, replied, could we not simply bind him with a rope? At her words, all eyes turned to her, including Tsin's. Realizing the implication of binding the emperor was ill-conceived, she silently moved closer, pressing down on Tsin's calves. Feeling the awkwardness of the position, she glanced at Tsin. Your Majesty, may I sit upon your legs? I worry that I might not be able to keep you restrained, and you could inadvertently kick me. Cold sweat trickled down Tsin's forehead, primarily due to the pain. He contemplated chastising Song Yaozhi for her audacity. How could she be so bold as to attempt binding him? And even more, to sit upon him? Did she not understand the propriety that forbids such intimate contact between men and women? Yet, before he could muster a word, Jun Qingshan interjected, that will suffice. Young lady, please take your seat upon His Majesty, directly pressing down on his hands. This will indeed ensure he remains still. Song Yaozhi nodded in agreement, her adherence to medical advice being a long-held virtue. She ascended the soft couch and positioned herself atop Tsin. Once settled, she looked down upon him, meeting his intense gaze, and it dawned on her that she may have overlooked the implications of such a posture. It was decidedly unrefined. Chapter 100. Listening to his heartbeat awkwardly, Song Yaozhi sat upon Tsin, hesitant to move. Miss Song, your hand, Jun Qingshan reminded from the side. Reluctantly, she leaned forward and rested her hand upon Tsin's wrist, which lay beside him. Though separated by a layer of fabric, the moment her hand made contact, Tsin's ears flushed crimson. Her hand was petite and lacked strength. Could it truly restrain him? It would have been more effective had he been bound as before. Instinctively, he turned his head to avoid meeting her gaze. Just as he contemplated movement, Jun Qingshan swiftly cautioned, Your Majesty, remain still. Tsin's breath became erratic. his throat constricting as he shut his eyes. Your Majesty, calm yourself, Jun Qingshan advised. Sin inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the tumult within his chest. As long as he did not meet Song Yaozhi's eyes, as long as he could forget that it was she sitting upon him. Song Yaozhi, shift slightly. Sit upon my abdomen, Sin spoke in a low voice. Startled, Song Yaozhi complied, silently adjusting her position. She feared that her weight might compress him. Yet, she dared not voice any further thoughts, for even the sight of Sin's flushed ears rendered her speechless. After a spell, when Sin's breathing stabilized, Jun Qingshan resumed his acupuncture. As the needle pierced the center of Sin's crown, Song Yaozhi distinctly felt his entire body tremor, prompting her to firmly grasp his hand. Do not move. Endure it. If you perish, I shall follow, she whispered hastily. Miss, your view is obstructed, Jun Qingshan noted. With no alternative, Song Yaozhi reclined, resting against Sin's chest, her ear against his heart. Her soft form nestled within his embrace, and she detected a faint, sweet fragrance emanating from her. Sin's chin brushed against her delicate hair, the sensation quickening his heartbeat, as if it might burst forth from his chest at any moment. Your Majesty, inhale, exhale, inhale. She gently instructed, aiding him in regulating his breathing to maintain his composure. Once Jun Qingshan completed the acupuncture and advised her she could dismount, Song Yaozhi realized her hand had grown clammy, dampening Sin's sleeve. Rising from the soft couch, she felt a sheen of perspiration on her back, her undergarments now dampened. Sin sensed his burden lift, exhaling a deep sigh, yet a hollowness remained in his chest. Observing Sin, who lay with eyes closed upon the soft couch, Song Yaozhi inquired of Jun Qingshan, Sir, is he well now? Jun Qingshan nodded. All is well. Relieved, Song Yaozhi retreated to a corner, guzzling 3 large bowls of tea. Shortly thereafter, Jun Qingshan extracted the needles, and Sin expelled a copious amount of dark, tainted blood, startling Song Yaozhi. Tomorrow, I shall begin preparing medicine for His Majesty. During the treatment, it is imperative that His Majesty refrain from any other medications. Even external ointments, such as wound salves, must be used with caution, Jun Qingshan instructed. Sin nodded in acknowledgement. Jun Qingshan then turned to Song Yaozhi. Miss, the same applies to you. She promptly nodded. I shall take my leave, Jun Qingshan declared. Sin nodded in affirmation, and with a nod, Jun Qingshan departed with Jun Fu, leaving only Sin and Song Yaozhi in the hall. As the other palace maids had been dismissed upon their arrival, after a moment of silence, Song Yaozhi tentatively suggested, Your Majesty, perhaps you would like some water to rinse your mouth? Sin replied, Call for Feline to come in. Very well. Song Yaozhi stood, but after a couple of steps, she looked back at Sin. Your Majesty, are you unable to rise? Sin kept his head lowered, merely responding with a soft Hastily, Song Yaozhi called for Feline, who had been waiting outside the hall. Upon hearing her call, he promptly entered. Feline, His Majesty has just expelled blood, Song Yaozhi informed. Upon hearing this, Feline hastily instructed Zhu Ying to fetch water. Feline and his attendants busied themselves to help Sin rinse his mouth, clean the blood from his body, and prepare a bathing tub for him. Sin, however, opted not to bathe but instead turned to Song Yaozhi, prepare a bath for her. I shall go to the side chamber. After a brief rest, feeling nearly restored, he rose with Feline's assistance and turned to leave. After taking a couple of steps, he looked back at Song Yaozhi and said, regarding tonight's events, treat it as if nothing occurred. Song Yaozhi nodded in response, I understand, Your Majesty. In truth, she was not overly concerned, considering it merely a matter of aiding in treatment, akin to performing artificial respiration. It was nothing significant. Sin furrowed his brow slightly at her reply, but chose to say nothing further as Feline supported him out. Once they departed, Song Yaozhi began her bath under Zhu Ying's watchful eye. She had intended to bathe alone, but yielding to Zhu Ying's insistence, she allowed her to stay. Once she finished bathing and grooming, she settled onto the soft couch and asked Zhu Ying, where will the Emperor sleep tonight? Should I wait for him? Zhu Ying replied, I am unaware. The Emperor did not mention it before he left. Perhaps you should rest, and I will guard the door. Should the Emperor return, I will awaken you. Song Yaozhi was taken aback. Awaken me for what? Zhu Ying paused, confused. Song Yaozhi explained, I tend to be grumpy upon waking. If the Emperor returns, let him rest without disturbing me. I have not occupied his bed, so there is no need to rouse me. Zhu Ying hesitantly nodded in agreement. Song Yaozhi sighed in relief and comfortably lay down. Sin in the side chamber, bathed once more. Afterward, Feline asked, Your Majesty, will you sleep in the side chamber tonight or return? Sin pondered for a moment before inquiring, Is Song Yaozhi asleep? She is said to be asleep, Feline replied. She is quite bold, Sin remarked. I will rest in the side chamber. He did not wish to return at this hour, as she would have to rise to greet him. Moreover, the events of the night caused a blush to creep upon his ears. Feline, can you detect any lingering scent on me? Unsure of what fragrance she had used, he still sensed the lingering sweetness that clung to him from her. Feline sniffed cautiously, shaking his head. Your Majesty, you bear no scent. Sin frowned. You must be mistaken. Feline hurriedly took another sniff, but found nothing. Sin mused that if he felt this way, he could only imagine how Song Yaozhi fared in her sleep. Tomorrow she would need to take her medicine. It would be best for her to rest well.